What if Naruto, a rising Pokemon master, was bonded to a cursed Pokemon feared by his own village? Betrayed and outcast, their story changes everything. This is What if Pokemon Master Naruto had a cursed Pokemon betrayed by the village? In the distant region of Unova laid a sun-kissed blonde boy in bed. It was a quiet night, nothing could disturb his sleep except the roar of thunder. He jumped and snapped, his sapphire blue eyes open, scanning his room for anything that could do him wrong. He soon calmed down, realizing that it was just the sound of thunder on a stormy night. You may be questioning why a child of 7 years would react in such a way when they wake up, and the story is quite tragic. You see Naruto here as the oldest son of the famous Countess Kushina Uzumaki, who specialized in both fire and water types, while his father is Minato Namikaze, the Unova champion and nicknamed the Yellow Flash for his mastery over electric-type Pokemon. Tion before that Naruto was the oldest child, meaning he had siblings, 2 redheads, Mito and Menma Namikaze. To people who see the family, they would seem like the perfect family, which is only true when it's only the 4 of them, because when Naruto is there he only gets looked at with annoyance and hate from hate. He could understand why his siblings hated him. Any child would do the same as their parents and not questions. They weren't the problem. Naruto's problem were his parents. He didn't understand what he did to receive such hate. He, of course, did ask his father, only to be met with a look of hatred and some of the harshest words he had ever heard. It had broken him, and only later did he realize that his father didn't answer his question. After that, he had kept his space from his family. He thought with disdain and hate as he stood up and made shaky steps towards the door. He was met with the horrible sound of his floorboards creaking. He opened it to be met with a warm-looking corridor that was the complete opposite to his room. As he stepped out, he looked at the clock that hung at the end of the corridor, realizing he had about 2 hours before his parents woke up. He quickly made his way towards the bathroom to get ready for the day, and 20 minutes later he stepped out looking refreshed with a blank face. He wore a black shirt with a black jumper over it and black baggy trousers. He knew he still had a lot of time, so he went to get some food, knowing that if he didn't eat anything now he wouldn't be getting anything for the rest of the day. As he ate his way down the stairs, he absent-mindedly realized that these floorboards didn't creak or make any sounds. He quickly became disinterested, as he had already made that conclusion months ago. As he was getting some cereal, he heard another roar of thunder, making him jump. Pathetic, he thought. He didn't like looking weak, and to him being afraid of thunder was something which made him look weak. It made him annoyed. As he was getting some milk, he heard another roar of thunder, this time making him flinch. After that, it was quiet, which made him grateful, that is, until he heard the screech of a Pokemon. He froze, thinking it was just his imagination, until he heard it again, accompanied by the sound of thunder, which made him jump and allowed him to get out of his frozen state. He started to panic. What was he supposed to do in this situation? He couldn't tell his parents, they wouldn't believe him, and his siblings were as useless as him. He heard the screech again, and without a second thought, he ran outside into the storm. He ran for what felt like hours but was only a couple minutes. He wasn't surprised to feel himself becoming tired, as he didn't get to eat that much. A few years into the future he would have said he ran because it was the right thing to do, but now he ran with no such thoughts. He ran because his instincts told him to. Finally, he arrived at the site of where the screeches of help were coming from. He looked in front of him to see a fallen tree that was on fire, but no sign of the Pokemon. He stood there scanning the area, seeing nothing, hearing nothing. He was hoping to Arceus that whatever Pokemon was calling for help was still alive and could make any noise. He heard nothing. He stared blankly at the fire that was in front of him, a million thoughts running through his head. He sat underneath a nearby tree and let the tears fall. He felt like a failure. He felt disgusted with himself for not being able to help someone. He felt hatred run through his vein. He felt it all be aimed at himself. It made sense now why his parents hated him. It was because he was a failure. It was because he couldn't do anything. As he stood up with tears still running down his face, he heard a whimper and froze. He waited to see if he wasn't imagining it, and was rewarded with another whimper coming from the other side of the broken tree. With speed he didn't know, he possessed. He was on the other side of the tree in seconds, and what he saw made his already broken heart shatter into a million pieces. There, laying with half of its body under the tree, was a brown fox. That wasn't what had made him so shocked. What had made him so shocked was to see it crying tears, giving up hope, just like he did only moments ago. Hey, he said, not knowing how to get its attention. But was happy to see it snap its head up and stare at him with both fear and fury. Fear of death and fury to show that it could still hurt him if it wanted to. He showed it both its hands a clear that he was unarmed and that he meant no harm. He saw it stare at his hands for a couple of seconds before looking back at him. Taking that as a sign to continue, he said, I heard your calls for help and came as quickly as I could. I'm going to try and help, okay? All he got was a nod back. As he moved towards the tree, he felt a sharp amount of pain come from his right hand. Ack! He grunted and grit his teeth as to not scream out in pain. He looked to his right to see that the fox had bitten him and immediately understood that it didn't trust him as much as he thought it did, so as Delicato. Why, as he moved his arm towards the light blue tuft of hair that was on its head, ignoring the warning growl he received. As he touched the fox, he felt it bite down harder, making him grit his teeth. But that didn't stop him from scratching its head to show that he really meant no harm to it. After a few tense seconds, he was happy to see it remove its mouth from his hand, allowing him to go back to what he planned. As he looked back to the tree, he was met with an insane sense of heat and a massive amount of fire. With reflexes he didn't know he had, he jumped away from the tree, landing on High's backside and staring at the tree in fear. He had spent years living with fear, but this was a new type of fear for him. He didn't know what to do again. He was frozen in shock again. He was trying to make plans in his head, but all he was getting was blanks. As he stared at the fire, he looked back at the fox to see it staring back at him. He looked into its eyes and saw multiple emotions: despair, pain, fear, and then trust. It was putting its trust in him. It was trusting him to save it. People say that the eyes are the doors to the soul, and after that, he believed it. He promised himself that he wouldn't lose its trust and that he would save it. So with new vigor, he ran at the tree. He felt the adrenaline pumping through his veins instead of anger. As he tried to pick up the tree, he felt it move up and heard a whimper come from his right. Sorry, he said through gritted teeth and shaking arms and legs. He felt the heat get closer to him and opened his eyes, not realizing that they had been closed out of concentration. He was greeted with the sight of the fire dancing dangerously close to his throat. Ah! He yelped as he felt the fire start burning his left hand, shoulder, and chest. He ended up pushing the tree up higher than before, feeling the fire burn him more but still not letting go. He wasn't going to waste the trust that the fox gave him. He prayed to Arceus that the Pokemon had already moved, because he didn't know how long he could keep holding the tree, and as if answering his prayer, he heard a bark letting him know that fox was safe and behind him. So with as much energy as he could, he pushed the tree away from him and fell on his back. He laid there on the ground watching the rain hit him. After a couple of minutes he felt the adrenaline leave his body and immediately started hissing in pain as he felt the burns that he had gained start to hurt him. He felt some energy in his body come back and so tried to stand but ended up immediately falling back on all fours. He looked right and saw nothing. He looked to his left, also seeing nothing, so he gave a sigh, allowing his head to drop, not knowing where to find the brown fox. As he sat there he felt a lick on his chin, immediately making him snap his head up and gritting his teeth from the pain of the sudden movement, but he didn't care. As he looked up he was greeted with a smile from the fox that was inspecting him. Realizing he hadn't done that himself yet, he looked at it. It had a brown body with a black mane. On its head, there was a brown tuft of hair with the top being light blue. Its legs and eyebrows were also light blues, with two light blue circles appearing near its eyes and its eyes a red color. He quickly realized he didn't know what Pokemon it was, but he didn't care. As they were done inspecting each other, they just stared at each other, both noticing that it was lighter now than before, meaning it was morning. It was still cloudy, but the rain had stopped. As Naruto was done inspecting the sky, he looked down towards the fox to see it close its eyes and push his forehead towards him. Not knowing what to do, he copied it, and what he saw amazed him. He felt multiple emotions rush through him: gratitude, trust, joy, protectiveness, and love. He understood that the love she was sending him wasn't one of romance but a sibling type. He understood that the fox was a she. He didn't know how he knew, but he did, and he believed it. The next thing he experienced was seeing her memories. He saw her come out of an egg. He saw her get ignored and hated by her pack, her family, because of her different color. He saw her leave them. He felt her loneliness, he felt her sadness, and he realized that they were two of the same coin. They were opposites by species, yes, but they were still the same two sides of a coin. As she gently pushed him out of their mental link, he heard a childlike voice whisper, "Katsumi," and he immediately understood. The next time he opened his eyes, he felt him's elf crying again, and as he looked at Katsumi, he saw her tears too. "You saw my memories too?" He said it as a question, but they both knew it was a statement. As he saw her nod with a regretful look, he said, "It's fine. It's only fair that you could look through my memories if I'm looking through yours," he said with a smile, and was happy to receive a happy nod back. As he tried to get up, he felt him's elf nearly fall over, so he grabbed onto a tree for support. Distinctly hearing a bark of concern from Katsumi as he made his way over to her, he picked her up in his hands, with a look of concern and aid. "We need to get you to the hospital to check your back," he said as he started to limp towards a path he saw. "There's the regional professor's lab around here, so we're going there," he said as he limped down the path. As he was limping, he heard a bark and looked down to see Katsumi pointing at his injuries and giving him a pointed and regretful look. A look of understanding crossed his face and he said, "I'll get myself fixed up after you. Don't worry about me, and hey, it's not your fault that I'm injured. I got injured because I wanted to help you, so it's my fault, not yours," he said with a smile until he saw her lick his right hand where she bit him, making him hiss. "Okay, that was your fault," he said and quickly carried on, seeing her look down out of sadness. "But I don't blame you, you didn't trust me. And everyone would have done the same thing that you did," he said, only to see her roll her eyes at him and then bury her head into his chest, making him flinch but understand the gesture. He smiled with a wink, telling her he accepted her apology, gaining a happy look from her. As he looked back up, he was greeted with the lab appearing in the distance. He limped forward at a faster speed and said with confidence, "Don't worry, Katsumi, you'll be all better soon." Naruto and Katsumi made their way to the lab in silence, both preoccupied with their thoughts. Naruto had spent his time wisely and had thought about the power Katsumi had shown him and why he couldn't identify her to any Pokemon he knew about. He may have been neglected by his family, but that didn't mean he wasted time in his room, quite the opposite. He usually snuck into their study and learned about the different types of Pokemon that existed in all regions from Kanto, Kalos. He had always dreamed about going on a journey with a starter and building a team of Pokemon that he could trust with his life. He wanted to build a team that was a family. But with how his family treated him, he didn't think those dreams would come true. That didn't mean he had no hope. He had always told himself that he would find a way to become a trainer. He had no specific dream because he had always saved those ideas for a later time. He may have been hopeful, but he was also realistic, and he knew that him going on a journey was slim, so he didn't want to dream big like other kids and then get it all crushed. Anyways, he was increasingly becoming more frustrated as he couldn't recognize the Pokemon Katsumi was. He had a power that some people would say was a blessing and others would think of as a curse, and that was having a photographic memory. So you can understand why it annoyed him so much. He knew nearly every Pokemon that existed, and then Katsumi comes along and his memory fails him. His photographic memory was something that allowed Naruto to grow up quicker than other kids, as he was always reminded about his neglect. But it had also helped his studies in a major way, as he was able to remember every type that existed. Every weakness and every strength, every move and beyond. He didn't only study Pokemon though, as he had come to realize that only learning about types would get him so far, and so with his new idea he went and studied science from chemistry, biology, and through that learned many more things that would help him in his inevitable journey in life. Biology stuff. He also learned how to be strategic, which he knew would help him out a lot in the future, especially if he ever battled. As he looked at Katsumi, he tried to figure out what type she was, and with the brown fur that was mostly her whole body, he had a good idea that she was probably a ground type. Think again, he heard a pleased but excited childlike voice in his head, making him jump in surprise, nearly dropping Katsumi. "Who's there?" he questioned, carefully looking right and left as to not aggravate his wounds. "Down here, silly," he heard again, this time only flinching out of surprise as his mind connected the dots. "Katsumi?" he questioned, looking at her and blinking in surprise when he heard her reply with a happy, "Yep." He saw her look at him with an amused look, which was most likely because of the surprised expression he had on his face. "How?" he asked, not understanding how a Pokemon who looked nothing like a psychic type was mentally talking to him. "Easy," she said. "I can communicate telepathically because my father was an espion." "Well, that answers one question," he mused to himself, only to hear a giggle come from her. "Is that why you've been so quiet these last few minutes?" All he got this time though was a nod for his question. After that, he said nothing else as he tried to get over the fact his new friend was able to talk to him. Eventually, he got over his shock and asked the one question that was plaguing his mind, as the other was answered with the news of her telepathic abilities. "What are you?" he asked as they got closer to the lab. "I am a Pokemon not many people will ever see in their lives. I'm a Zorua," she said with clear pride, making him roll his eyes until he realized what she had said. Making him snap his head towards her, he quickly realized that he was holding one of the most elusive Pokemon that has ever existed. He had, of course, read about them but had never seen pictures of them, making him believe that they were just a myth, as they would disappear seconds after being spotted. He didn't get the chance to question her anymore as he entered the lab and shouted a hello, knowing for a certain that a regional professor would be awake by this time, so while he waited, he went to a chair and sat down so as to not put any more strain on his legs. After a couple of minutes of waiting, he saw a woman with orange-brown hair walk in, wearing a white lab coat and a white shirt underneath alongside a green skirt. She, of course, saw him from afar and as she got closer asked, "How can I immediately stopping as she saw his state alongside Katsumi's. She rushed towards them, getting down so she was on his level, and immediately bombarded him with questions. Are you okay? What happened? Do you need medical attention? And is that your Pokemon? Without even realizing it, he responded to all the question as quickly as he could. No, I'm not. The storm happened alongside a tree and fire, he said, taking a quick breath before continuing. Take care of Katsumi first, ND, then me, and yes, she's mine. It had all happened so quickly for him that his mind couldn't handle the mental stress of what had happened in the last few hours, and as such he blacked out the last th. Eared was Katsumi's voice repeatedly saying his name. Blank, underscore, blank. Katsumi watched her partner in concern, as she noticed him slowly pass out because of exhaustion. She then heard the human woman, a professor as Naruto called her, start to panic. She felt herself be picked up and immediately started to squirm, trying to get out of the professor's arms, and failing. She felt he woman run towards the corridor, whispering to her that everything was going to be okay and that she didn't have to worry anymore. As exhaustion started to catch up to her as well, she sent one last regretful look towards Naruto, hating the fact that she couldn't do anything to help him and that all she could do was put her faith in this professor to help them both. Blank, underscore, blank. Professor Juniper didn't know how her day had just become so much more stressful. It all started so nicely with a nice storm outside, making her relaxed and ready for another productive day. She should have known it wouldn't last long, as a few hours later she heard someone young shout a hello into her lab. She, of course, thought it was just another trainer passing by, so quickly went to check what they wanted. As she got closer, she saw a child sitting on a chair with a Pokemon in his lap. What she saw left her horrified and worried, as the state of the child and Pokemon was horrible. So as quickly as she could, she ran up to him and started questioning him, along with taking a good look at the Pokemon he had on his lap and being unable to recognize it, making her frown. As she listened to what the boy had to say, she took a good look at him and saw he had multiple burns on the left side of his body. Seeing him pass out, she did what the boy had wanted and left with the Pokemon in her arms. She hissed out of pain as it struggled and scratched her a couple of times, so quickly but soothingly she said, There, you'll be all right soon, don't worry, and was pleased to see it stop and pass out. As she got to the medical bay, she sent out her Audino, quickly telling her what had occurred and asking for her help at healing the Pokemon on the bed. While Audino was busy healing the Pokemon, she went back for the boy, quickly picking him up and noticing the flinch he gave at her touch. She quickly ran back to the med bay and put the boy down on one of the beds. After taking a quick look at him, she was impressed that he had stayed conscious for as long as he had, as the walk to her lab was a long one. Her and Audino then spent hours after that treating them both. They, of course, were able to heal most of the burns of the boy with some potions and Audino's heal pulses, only leaving his neck alone, as they didn't know how it would affect his voice box if they did use any potions or heal pulses on it. So they bandaged his neck up instead so that it wouldn't get infected. After that, they put all their attention on the mystery Pokemon, quickly taking an X-ray and seeing multiple broken bones in her hind feet. She sighed thankfully the injuries weren't as bad as she thought they would be. This had made her less worried than before, as she knew that it could heal in a couple of days if treated right. So after hours of work and tons of medical equipment being used on the boy and his Pokemon, they were happy with the fact that both of them would survive. After thanking Audino for her assistance, Juniper went back to her desk and started to research the mystery Pokemon. Blank, underscore, blank. Only days later would Naruto wake up, looking around a room he didn't recognize ever stepping into. He tried to sit up, only to be met with a searing pain in his chest, immediately making him stop his movements and gasp for air before fully sitting up. As he looked around, he was treated with warm cream-colored walls that for the first time in his life made him welcomed. As he looked to his right, he was greeted with the sight of a brown ball of fur. It took him a moment to realize that it was Katsumi, which then, like a trigger being pulled, allowed multiple memories of what had occurred pass through his head. He quickly closed his eyes and started to sort through his head so he would know what had happened. So preoccupied with his task, he missed the professor's entrance into the room. She, of course, observed him and after some time made her presence known by clearing her throat. This surprised Naruto and made him jump, snapping his eyes open and looking at the professor with evident surprise. So, the professor began, "How about we start with introductions and then questions later?" she said with a soft smile, and receiving a soft grin back from Naruto. He, of course, didn't know this woman personally, but he knew that she had helped him and Katsumi with their injuries, so he allowed some emotions to be displayed on his face. "Why don't you go first?" she said, and received a nod in return. "My name is Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, and you, miss," he said politely and with confidence, even if it pained his throat. The lady must have realized this too and so passed him a cup of water, receiving a thankful nod from him. The professor, of course, realized who she was talking to and was quite surprised but didn't show it as she didn't want to spook him and so replied, "Well, you could call me Professor Juniper or Araya, Naruto," she said in a warm tone. After the introductions were made, they made small talk, and after she thought he was comfortable being around her, she started to ask him questions about how he ended up with burns and the rest of his little adventure. She wouldn't lie, she was extremely surprised to hear that this child could do so much and still stand, much less walk. After she heard his story, she had told him about his injury. Rise, and he was pleasantly surprised to hear that it had all healed so quickly but was horrified to learn about the scarring on his neck. She had changed his bandages while they talked and was met with a surprise as she could practically see Naruto's entire ribcage. It made no sense how the son of two wealthy and famous people could be so skinny and malnourished, but she wasn't going to question him about it, and for that, she received a thankful nod from Naruto. Then she asked him a question she was dying to know: "What's that Pokemon you carried in with you? I'm not able to recognize it from first glance, and after hours of research I still come up with blanks." She saw a look of understanding cross his face and waited for his answer. "Even I didn't know what Pokemon Katsumi was until she told me she has psychic powers," he said quickly as he saw her open her mouth to question him. "She told me she was a Zorua, a shiny too," after he said that he couldn't stop himself from releasing a chuckle at seeing her look of surprise. "Yep, I had the same reaction," he told her. "She's also a dark type if the rumors are true, not some ground type," he thought to himself, annoyed that he made such a horrible guess. "But I thought that they were myths. Nobody has ever presented any proof of them and only a handful have seen them," Juniper said, still in shock. Naruto only nodded back in conformity before saying, "That's what I had thought too, but all we can do is trust that she is telling the truth," and was happy to receive a nod of understanding from her. He, of course, knew that Katsumi was telling the truth as he had seen her memories and had seen hundreds of Zorua and Zoroark. He didn't tell the professor of this as Katsumi had shown him her memories in confidence, and he knew that something as big as that should be kept a secret, as he knew there were many sick people out there that would do anything for the chance of owning a Pokemon from the Zorua line. They talked some more until Juniper had realized how late it was, telling Naruto that he should get some sleep too. He gladly accepted. She soon left him alone in the room with the lights off. As he laid back down and closed his eyes, he felt something move on his bed, and as he opened one eye he was met with Katsumi curling up into his body. He just smirked and in his head said, "Night Katsumi," knowing she heard him. Blank. Blank. Katsumi had of course been awake the entire time. She would have greeted Naruto but knew he needed some time to process what had occurred, as she had seen his mind herself and knew how it worked. She was annoyed with the entrance of the professor as she wouldn't be able to talk to Naruto with her around, so she just chose to listen into their conversation instead. And as the conversation went on, she was happy that Naruto didn't say anything about their memory exchange, showing to her that she put her trust into the right person. As night came and the professor left, she realized how empty and cold her bed was, so with her nearly healed legs she jumped onto Naruto's bed and snuggled into him, happy to hear his voice in her head once again before she slept a night full of dreams. Blank. The next morning both Naruto and Katsumi woke up to the smell of food. As both fully woke up they exchanged glances of confusion before following the smell. What they saw left them speechless. As they took a turn around a corner they saw a table full of food and were surprised to see Araya standing behind the food with a smile on her face. As she looked at their shocked expressions. "Come on Naruto, I've made breakfast for the both of you," she said. "But why did you make so much?" he questioned with clear confusion in his voice. "I've seen your chest Naruto and you need food, that's why," she said strictly. Katsumi, of course, had also seen his chest yesterday and was horrified. She had sworn there and then that she would rip his parents' faces open when she met them as revenge for what they did to him. As those thoughts were going through Katsumi's head, Naruto was left speechless. He was shocked that someone would do so much for him. As he stared he didn't realize he was releasing tears. Juniper, seeing this, came up to him with a look of concern and hugged him, comforting him. Still confused about why he was crying, she asked him only to be met with his sobs and him begging her to not take him back. Juniper was confused and so looked down to Katsumi to see her looking at Naruto with a regretful look. Knowing she wasn't going to get a reply, for now, all she did was hug him, trying to comfort him. It took a couple of minutes for Naruto to calm down, and when he did Juniper started to question him about why he broke down. Knowing he had to tell her the truth as he had no one but Katsumi, he explained to her his life, how his parents hated him, how he was forgotten and everything else that had made his short life a living hell. Halfway through his explanation, he started to cry again as all his build-up emotions were finally able to be released. The professor was horrified to learn of Naruto's life and pitied the boy for how he lived. Knowing she had a chance of changing his life, she asked a question that would change their lives. "Why don't you live here with me then, Naruto?" she asked, only to receive a shake of his head in a response that made her frown. "I can't do that, Professor. I don't want to be a burden," he said, looking away only to feel her grab his chin. He was looking at her and say, "Don't be silly. You'll never be a burden to me," with a smile. Are you sure?" he asked again, knowing this was a big deal. All he got was a nod and a smile. He ended up smiling back through his tears. Blank. Underscore. Blank. After that fateful day, everything in Naruto and Katsumi's life had changed. At first, it was a bit awkward for them all as Naruto had never lived with someone who truly cared for him, but he was quickly growing into it. It was also different for Katsumi too, as she had never lived with two humans before, but with Naruto by her side, she was able to adapt quite easily. Juniper also struggled with the changes as she had to take care of a child now. She of course never showed it, but both Naruto and Katsumi could see that she was struggling. He also knew that she didn't know how to approach him. So they barely talked, and on the slim chance they did, it was still extremely difficult for the both of them. It was like this for quite some time until Araya saw Naruto in her library reading about dark types and how to take care of them with Katsumi sleeping on his lap. Juniper, of course, saw this as an opportunity to bond with him as she could help his study because of her status of regional professor. They spent hours talking, and after this little session, she had learnt that Naruto had a photographic memory and had recently started to research the mind arts trio. Surprised that a 7-year-old was researching ghost, psychics and dark types, she questioned him and was pleasantly surprised to hear that he had a new dream. He dreamed about being a type specialist, starting with dark types and then later moving on to psychics and ghost Pokemon. She was all for it, as only a select few could ever understand how to deal with the trio, and no one before D tried to specialize in all three before. Seeing this as a way to bond with him, she asked if he wanted to be her apprentice, and Naruto, knowing that such a chance won't present itself again, readily agreed to it. After this, Naruto and Juniper had spent months going through many books, accounts of everything and anything made about psychics, ghosts and dark types. Naruto was able to learn many things he never knew about and was pleased with the progress he was making, even if he knew that he still had a lot to learn about Pokemon. Because of the many hours they spent together, their bond grew and it slowly became a sibling relationship. It was amazing for Naruto as he started to feel like he belonged, and thanks to Juniper he was able to understand that he now had a family. Katsumi wasn't forgotten in that time either. As soon after Naruto's apprenticeship started, they snuck out in the early morning and late evenings to learn how to battle. For Naruto, it was an experiment to see how well both he and Katsumi worked together. He wouldn't lie, the thrill he felt while battling the wild Pokemon was addicting. This just solidified his opinion on what he wanted to do on his journey, and that was to be a battler, as he felt it suited him more than anything else. He also felt more alive in a battle and more in sync with Katsumi. He felt their bond grow through battle, but like all good things, they had to stop as Katsumi became too powerful for the surrounding Pokemon. Through this experience, their bond grew and solidified to the point where nothing could break it. Soon enough, OCTB rolled around, and with it bringing Naruto's birthday. It wasn't anything big, but it was still special for him as it was the first time he had celebrated it in his entire life. He didn't get many GIFTs, but he didn't care. As long as his two precious people were with him, he was happy. Soon after the next year had started, Naruto and Katsumi had begun their first steps towards greatness. They started to train with Naruto, joining Katsumi in it, and when asked why he would do so, he always replied saying, "It makes us closer and shows to her that we're equals, not master and servant," gaining a pleased look from his sister. Throughout the year, Naruto started to learn about camping and survival so that when he did leave on his journey he would be prepared. He had also started to write papers on the basics of taking care of the mind arts trio. He only did so because his sister requested it from him and he didn't want to disappoint her. What he didn't know was that Juniper was sharing the papers with her colleagues, who then would share it with gym leaders and elite fours that specialized in those type of Pokemon. This had, of course, made them all question who would write something so accurate, and when asked, Juniper was all too pleased to brag about her brother apprentice. This also made Naruto famous, not that he knew about it. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Time skipped to October. Today was another sunny morning for Naruto and Katsuki as they walked through the forest that surrounded their lab. Naruto was wearing a white shirt with a black jacket on top that had multiple white lines on it and baggy black trousers with the same design. As they walked, Katsumi asked, "Think we'll find anything good to fight?" Only to receive a shrug and a maybe from her brother, as they both knew the chances were slim. As they kept on walking, they felt the trees around them move as if there was wind, making both Naruto and Katsumi freeze, as they could tell that a powerful flying type was around this area. "Fire a dark pulse into the sky," he said, only receiving a nod and seeing her lift her head and shoot a beam of black energy into the sky. This was, of course, an easy way to shish out that they were challenging whatever bird was in the area. They stood there waiting for their challenger, only to hear and see nothing. As they were getting ready to leave, they saw a massive shadow fall upon them. As they looked up, they were met with a huge bird with bright red, blue, yellow and white colored feathers. Naruto immediately recognized the eagle with a massive amount of surprise, as he didn't think he would meet one so close to the lab. "What is it?" asked Katsumi as she saw his surprise. "Braviary," he said back, and she quickly understood. "So, what's the plan, Naru?" she asked. All we can do is fight it or lead it back the lab," he replied, making it obvious that they now had to defeat it or face Juniper when she's angry. They had done so once already and had promised each other to never make her angry again. She gave a nod and he started giving orders. "Dark pulse, and if he gets close, use faint attack," he said, receiving a nod. She immediately fired the beam, missing the bird as it dodged. She saw it start diving down towards them and so fired multiple dark pulses without a Naruto telling her, as she already knew what Naruto was planning. The move didn't have a lot of power behind it, but made it difficult for Pokemon to dodge, as they were usually overrun by the large amounts that were fired. They were happy to see at least 3 hit it before it flew up and tried again. His time, though, gaining the outline for quick attack. Thinking that it was going to do the same thing again, Katsumi shot her multi-dark pulses, only to see it disappear before it could get hit. Naruto, figuring out what had happened, shouted out with urgency to Katsumi, "Protect!" As not a second after she used it did the Braviary smash into it with an aerial ace. "Smart bird," Naruto mused. He wasn't surprised, as he knew their species were known for being fast, vicious and smart. Luckily, all that had happened was Katsumi being pushed back. She didn't get to relax though, as she felt it hit her. "Protect!" multiple more times. Naruto, seeing this, immediately understood that Katsumi wouldn't be able to hold for long and started to give orders. "Katsumi," he shouted, "don't panic, use your ears. And you'll be able to pinpoint his location. After you do, use a faint attack." Knowing that Katsuma's hearing was so good that she could hear from miles away, he didn't doubt she would find her opponent in seconds. He watched as Katsumi stood still, dropping her "Protect" and turning right with her left claw glowing with dark type energy. He watched her swipe it, only for her to fly by him into a tree seconds later. "Katsumi," he shouted in concern as he ran towards her. Reaching her, he asked, "Are you okay?" "Katsumi, you hear me?" he said in a shaky voice, only to hear her reply with an "OWW," making him sigh in relief. As he sat there looking her over to check for injuries as she tried to stand, he felt a sharp pain in his back, making him grunt. As he looked back, he saw the Braviary fly up away from their position. "Naruto." He heard Katsumi shout in concern as he felt an iron-tasting liquid in his mouth, and as he felt it leak out, he put his hand near it to wipe it away, only to see that it was blood. Realizing what had happened, he looked back at Katsumi and whispered a "sorry" before falling unconscious. The last thing he saw was a bright light cover Katsumi. Blank. As Katsumi watched her brother in all but blood fell unconscious, she felt something snap in her and watched as a bright light enclosed her. As she shut her eyes, she remembered all the memories they shared. From how they met on that stormy night, to all the fun they had in the last year, to all the training they did together and all the deep conversations they had. She felt dread well up in her. She felt anger rise in her at not being able to protect someone so precious to her. Anger at being so weak. She felt like a failure for not protecting her other half. So when she opened her EYs again, she did the only thing that was logical to her in her enraged state. She jumped as high as she could and shot a newly learnt flamethrower at the Braviary with all the fury and hate that she felt, using it as fuel for the new move. Absent-mindedly thinking about how she and Naruto would learn the ins and outs of it and make it perfect as they did with all moves. As she watched the bird fall to the ground and burn, she felt the anger in her leave and remembered Naruto's condition. Reaching him in seconds, she put her head towards his chest looking for a pulse and immediately picking him up and running towards the lab. As she reached it, she released a roar. Absent-mindedly releasing it sounded deeper and more mature. She felt a sense of deja vu as she waited for the professor. Their shish. He was screeching for help, but this time it wasn't for her but her brother. She immediately snapped out of her memories and she saw the professor run up to her with a look of shock before seeing Naruto and telling her to follow. She did as told, knowing she couldn't help Naruto. As she laid Naruto on his stomach so his back and wounds were exposed, she watched as the professor and Adano started to heal him. Seeing that they had everything under control, she released a sigh she didn't know she was holding in and slouched against a wall. She looked at her arms only moments later, seeing them the color gray and her claws a purple. As she looked across the room for the mirror she knew was there, she was surprised to see a Zoroark instead of a Zorua. She quickly got over it and gleefully inspected herself, seeing that her whole body was a dark gray and that she stood at a height of 5 feet 4. Her mane now was brown instead of the black that she had. She saw that she now had a massive amount of hair. It was purple with the spiky bits being brown and the bottom part of it having some brown and some purple. She quickly stopped inspecting herself when she heard the professor's voice. Is you Katsumi? Araya asked only to receive a blank look in return, making her understand. Right, dumb question. As the professor was getting ready to ask another question, Katsumi beat her to it and for the furs. Tea Time spoke to her telepathically. Is Naruto going to be okay? She asked quickly and got a response she didn't want to answer. He is, but you're going to tell me why he's so injured in the first place? She replied with a fierce look and was pleased to get a frightened nod back. Come, you'll tell me what happened while I check if anything bad happened to you after you evolved, as they went to see if Katsumi had any problems in her evolution. She had explained what had happened and that they have been sneaking out for months, making Juniper furious. Blank. Blank. It did. And take that long for Naruto to wake up, and when he did he realized that he was in the med bay again. Slowly he sat up, this time though not feeling much pain, probably because of all the potions that were used on me, he mused. He felt a large amount of weight on his lower half, so when he looked he was surprised to be met with a lot of purple hair. His confusion didn't last long though, as he found the creature's face in seconds and saw its yellow eyes inspecting him. His brain caught up with what had happened and linked it all to a possible answer. The bright light around Katsuma's body, the Saint Range Fox, and its look of worry all pointed to one creature. Katsumi, he whispered out in astonishment and wonder. He was happy to see her get off his bed, but surprised as she hugged him with her hair moving around him as if trying to protect him. He heard her whisper, I was worried there, Naruto. You scared me, and was even more surprised to see tears roll down her cheeks. He quickly stood up on he bed and held her as a way of comforting her, saying comforting words that had made her feel safe to let go of him. They sat in comfortable silence before Naruto jumped off his bed and started to congratulate Katsumi on her evolution. They talked for a while before Juniper walked in and fretted over Naruto before bashing his head in for not telling her of what they were doing. Naruto, of course, accepted this as his punishment, already knowing that it was going to happen at any time. Blank. A week later. It was Naruto's birthday and 1 week after Katsuma's evolution. He had spent his time recovering and helping Katsumi adjust to her new form and new move. They had already learnt in the ins and outs of flamethrower, and were now working on Katsuma's efficiency with it. They had, of course, checked her other moves out to see that her Dark Pulse could be launched in less than a second and maintained for a longer time than back when she was a Zorua. As it was Naruto's birthday today and Katsumi now had the power to take on everything that lived in the forest and mountains around them, she had said she was going to get him a gift. He didn't want her to leave but allowed her to go while he spent some quality time with his sister. Juniper had been thoughtful about her gifts and had given Naruto a mask that would cover his neck and bottom half of his face, as she knew Naruto didn't like people seeing his burns. Kakashi's mask, but black. She had also gotten something that she knew would make Naruto extremely pleased. Speaking of Naruto, he was sat on the roof of the lab with his mask on and the same clothes from last week but washed. The roof was one of his safe spots, as only he came up here, and that was only to think. He knew he only had 1 meter or year before he turned 10 and he had to start his journey. He wasn't worried about that. What he was worried about was what name should he use, as his old family hadn't even attempted to search for him in the last 2 years, and they are all Namakazes, and while he did like the Uzumaki name, it reminded him too much of his mother, so he was stuck in a dilemma. Screw it. I'll figured it out some oath. Day. He thought to himself as he made his way back into the lab. Blank. Katsumi made her way through the forest in a rush. She didn't have that much time left before Naruto's birthday, and she had promised him that she would get him something good. She didn't why she said so, as they both knew that finding something valuable in the wild would be rare. But with stubbornness she inherited from Naruto, she ran, not giving up until she found something. As she came to a stop, she saw multiple entrances to a mountain. Having a feeling that she would find something good in there, she ran. She was grateful that she was a dark type, as they all had great vision in the dark. As she kept on walking and saw the light of the entrance disappear, she started to think that she would find nothing. As she thought about leaving, she saw something shine down the tunnel. Interested by it, she walked down it to be met with a stone sticking out of the wall. Interested in it, she said her new strength to take it and pull it out. Blowing on it, she got rid of the dust and was surprised to see it be a dusk stone. She remembered Naruto telling her all about them and how they could help evolve certain dark-type Pokemon. Naruto's theory was that it was just a stone that had absorbed shadows and darkness from its surroundings, giving it the power to evolve Pokemon with it, especially. Why dark types, as it just gave their already powerful dark type powers a boost, making them evolve. He explained it as a chain reaction. She believed that it was right, as she could feel dark type energy radiating out of it. As she turned to exit, she was surprised to see another Pokemon sitting there watching her with interest. She jumped in surprise, nearly dropping the stone. She quickly hid the stone in her hair and inspected the Pokemon before her. It had a blue face with a blue horn sticking out on the side of its head, with its claws and tail also being the same dark blue color. It had white fur that covered its whole body and red eyes that inspected her. An Absol, she thought, recognizing the Pokemon before her. She watched it stare at her before it spoke in a calm female voice. What is your business here? Knowing she couldn't lie, she replied, I came to look for a gift for a friend of mine. She watched as the female Absol tilted its head and raised an eyebrow before speaking. Why would your friend want a dusk stone? Why do you need to know? Katsumi replied, instantly making her seem suspicious. The Absol only gave her an amused look before saying, because you're in my territory. She said with smugness clear in her tone. Damn it. Katsumi mentally swore. As Katsumi didn't reply, Absol continued, so I want to know what a Zoroark is truly doing here. Katsumi just growled, realizing that she was being interrogated. I've already told you why I'm here, she said through gritted teeth. So is that stone a gift to another Pokemon or that blonde boy you're always with? She said with curiosity. This had made Katsumi freeze, not knowing how this Absol had known. The only logical answer was that she spied on them. Absol, seeing Katsuma's narrowed eyes, quickly carried on so as to stow a fight from beginning. I'm not gonna stop you, she began with a smile. I'm just here to give you a message, which you will pass on to him, she said, finished it in a threatening manner. What's the message? Katsumi asked through gritted teeth and narrowed eyes. Absol, knowing she had to be quick or risk being attacked by the Zoroark, quickly told her. Tell him I said, when you begin your journey, get ready to fight the bringer of disasters, and if you win, she will announce you as her new master. Got that? She asked expectingly, only to receive a stiff nod in return. Good, she said in a pleased tone before leaving the Zoroark to process what had happened. She was pleased to hear it exclaim a, what? In shock. Blank. Underscore. Blank. After Katsumi got over her shock, she ran out of the tunnel and into the woods, knowing that it would take a couple of hours to get back to the lab. She knew Naruto would be pleased with the news, but was still shocked that they were being spied on for however long. She had planned to only tell him, as the Absol specifically told her to only tell Naruto, and she wasn't going to screw this chance up for him by telling anyone else. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Naruto was sitting in the kitchen with a cake in front of him. He was waiting for Katsumi to return so that they could celebrate his birthday. What do you think is taking her so long? Asked Juniper, who was on the other side of the table. No idea. She probably got distracted by something shiny, he replied as they both chuckled at his joke. As their laughter died down, he felt Katsuma's psychic powers connect to his mind and a sarcastic voice say, haha, keep on laughing and you won't get your present. Crap. He cursed mentally, forgetting Katsumi had amazing hearing. Ori. He replied, knowing he was caught red-handed. Seconds later they saw her run into the kitchen with a look of annoyance. Naruto just chuckled half-heartedly and hugged her as an apology. So, now we are all here, why don't we start with the gifts? Juniper said, getting a nod from the other two. Before she could continue, Katsumi had put her hand in her hair and moments later pulled out a purple stone, making both Naruto and Juniper widen their eyes in surprise. A dusk tone, Juniper said in surprise, while Naruto followed that up by saying, so you did get distracted by a shiny stone. Receiving a hair whack from Katsumi. Naruto had accepted the stone, saying a quick thank you for the giving him such a rare gift and receiving a happy smile and nod back from her. After that interaction, the Y turned to Rhea to see her holding in a massive smile. So, Naruto urged, only to receive a piece of paper from Juniper. As he read through it, he slowly started to cry, and after finishing it, he stood up, walked around the table to Juniper and hugged her repeatedly, saying thank you. As Katsumi watched this in confusion, she read the piece of paper herself, only to drop it in surprise as it had read Had Naruto's new name was Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki Juniper. Thank you for everything, Araya, Naruto said with such gratitude that it made even Araya release some tears. After their little moment, the Why spent another hour celebrating before they all went to sleep? Well, only the professor did as Naruto and Katsumi went on the roof to talk. Blank, underscore, blank. What is it? Asked Naruto with a serious face. Katsumi mirroring his expression before speaking. I didn't get held up because of the stone, it was something else, she said, pausing to see Naruto giving her his full attention before continuing. It was another Pokemon. She told me she wanted me to pass on a message to you. Stoked because she knew he had a question. What Pokemon? You'll see, she responded before continuing on. She said, when you begin your journey, get ready to fight the bringer of disasters, and if you win, you will be her new master. While Katsumi waited for Naruto's response, she looked around knowing that they were being watched. While Katsumi was doing that, Naruto was trying to decipher the meaning of the message to find out what Pokemon it is had challenged him. There is no bringer of disaster, he thought, only a protector. Who tries to warn people of disasters, which is an Absol, but why would an Absol call itself a bringer of disaster when it goes against their beliefs? Unless he thought to himself as an idea came to him. Unless it thinks that I am like the rest of the world and think of it as a bad omen, it would also explain why it didn't challenge me now. It doesn't know how I would react. I'm probably the only one she's deemed worthy of being her master, and so she must be scared. He looked up to Katsumi to see her looking around, making him understand that the Absol was nearby, so with confidence he stated, an Absol would be amazing Pokemon to have as a partner, he said deep in thought. They've been done wrong by the world in my opinion. They're not evil, they're PR protectors, and I would be pleased to have one join our little family. Katsumi had quickly caught on to what he was doing and smiled, seeing her partner think differently and not follow what the rest of the world said. As they both went back to the lab, they didn't see the same Absol from before, standing there looking at them with hope and happiness in her eyes. You truly are worthy of being my master, she thought. Even if you do lose in our fight, I will still join you, she thought before bowing in respect towards Naruto and leaving. Blank, underscore, blank. Time skipped to January next year. Naruto, now with the knowledge of his next Pokemon, began to study more. He knew he had only 10 months before his birthday occurs and he leaves for his journey. He and Katsumi tripled their training, knowing they had to be ready for Absol and other things that could happen in their journey. Naruto and Katsumi went through many moves until they found the perfect moveset for Katsumi, this being Flamethrower, Dark Pulse, Aerial Ace, and Protect. Naruto stopped studying the Mind Arts trio and focused on the rest of the types, as he knew that many Dark-type Pokemon were dual types and had their own needs. When he told his sister that he wanted to study and learn about the other types, she was glad to help, as then she would know that her little brother was safe in the wild and wouldn't have to worry about him as much as others did with their families. The months went by quickly, and as they did, Naruto and Katsumi both became smarter and stronger. Naruto's photographic memory was a blessing, as the last 3 years had healed his broken heart thanks to Katsuma's support and Oria's love for him. Soon it was October again, and this time they had spent their time talking to each other on his birthday, remembering memories and having a good laugh about everything that has happened in the last 3 years. Before Oriya left to bed, Naruto came up to her, gave her a massive hug with a small thank you and a gift. It was a necklace that was made in the shape of the yin sign with bits of electric, fire and water stones in it. She put it on and asked why he had given it to her. He responded by saying that he had one as well, and that his one was in the shape of the yang sign, and that he gave her yin as a reminder of him and his dream of being a dark type master, while he got the yan ji as a reminder of the light she brought into his life. Later, before Naruto and Katsumi went to sleep, he thanked her for everything and had promised to be her partner for life, just as she had done a year ago. Blank, underscore, blank. The next morning a car pulled up to the lab, and out of it came out 3 red heads and 1 blonde man. When Naruto woke up, it was with a smile, as he knew that today would be the day that he left for his Pokemon journey with Katsumi. They had only dreamt of this moment, and so for it to finally happen he was ecstatic. As Naruto got out of bed, he woke up Katsumi, who was asleep on the ground. 5 more minutes, she drawled out to him, half asleep. Being in a good mood, he allowed her to sleep in. As he was leaving his room, he picked up his clothes for the journey and left to get to the shower, spending 20 minutes in it. He walked out to see Katsumi leaning against his door inspecting him. Well, what do you think? He said as he took a quick spin to show her what he was wearing. He wore a black mask that covered the bottom of his face and his neck fully. Over that he wore a black turtleneck which made him look quite smart, and black jeans made for long travel. Overall that he wore a haori which went down to his ankles, covering his entire body. It was a mix between white, gold and cream colors, making it give a warm vibe, and to top it off, his yang necklace. His blonde hair was as messy as ever. As he looked at her, he saw her giving him a nod of consent. Not bad. she mused to herself, subconsciously allowing her thoughts to be heard by Naruto, making him chuckle. As they walked to the kitchen to get some breakfast, he heard his name get called by his sister. Knowing that they wouldn't be able to eat anything, Naruto sent Katsumi to the kitchen to get some food. As he took a turn to go to the entrance of the lab to see what his sister wanted, he wondered about the Absol that challenged them. It had been a year and he knew that she had been observing them since Katsumi delivered her message. He only knew this because Katsumi was able to sense her multiple times. He just hoped it didn't take too long for them to meet, as he was excited to meet her. He stopped his musing at that point, as he saw his sister looking at him with a worried but angry face. "What soup?" he asked, concerned, and as she opened her mouth to respond to him, he heard another woman's voice say, "What do you mean, what soup?" making him freeze as it sounded oh so familiar. He looked to his left and was greeted with the sight of his mother standing there with teary red eyes. Yes, while his siblings looked at him with pity and his father stared at him with shock. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Araya woke up that morning feeling an aura of sadness, as she would miss her little brother, but knew that he had to go on this journey, knowing that he could achieve stuff no one else has done before. She quickly left her room to get ready. After however long woman take to get ready, she stepped into her office to get the last gift she had for Naruto. She was suddenly hit with a sense of dread, knowing that the lab won't be as bright as it usually was without Naruto around. As she looked down, she was met with the necklace that Naruto had gifted her. She knew that he had made it for her as a sign to show that he would always be there for her, so with her spirits rise and a smile on her face, she left her office, getting ready to spend as much time as she could with him before he left. As she made her way through the main entrance, she was met with a surprise. Standing there in her lab was the Namikaze family. Knowing that they needed something, she put on a fake smile and said, "Minato, Kushina, how can I help you?" Trying to sound pleasing. It seemed to work for the most part, as Minato responded, "We've come here to get Mito and Menma's starter Pokemon. You promised us a couple of months ago that you would have them ready." He replied. She, of course, knew what he was on about, and so quickly stepped behind a desk to pick up a case where 2 Pokeballs rested. Minato was specific about the Pokemon his children would receive. It was a stressful week for her, but she had done her job. Knowing that she could mess with them, she asked, "I only have 2 Pokemon as you asked. Does that mean your second son Naruto already has a Pokemon?" she questioned politely. ND was pleased to see the immediate looks of surprise cross Minato's and Kushina's face, while the kids took a second longer to realize, making her frown. They still were able to remember Naruto too, and D had shown their surprise at her comment. Could you give me and Kushina a moment while the kids meet their Pokemon?" asked Minato, receiving a nod from Juniper. As Minato took his wife outside the lab, he immediately felt her hug him with tears streaming down her face. "What have we done, Minato?" she asked with a sob. "We don't even know where he is, and now that I think about it, I haven't seen him around the house in years." What they didn't realize was that they were talking quite loudly, and so Juniper and the kids could hear them. Hearing what their mother had said made both Menma and Mito look down in shame, as they too had forgotten about him. But when Araya heard them, she immediately got a scowl on her face and said with anger and disgust clearly present in her tone, "You forgot him." She shouted the last bit to show how truly furious she was. Realizing that they had been caught, they tried to defuse the situation, but only made it worse, as Araya wasn't going to take any excuse. Say for them practical abandoning her brother. As she stood there listening to their excuse, she wondered how Naruto would react seeing them. So without thinking about it, she turned towards the corridor and shouted, "Narutoo," making everyone in the room freeze in shock, her included. She didn't understand why she called for him. She didn't get to dwell on it for long, as she saw Naruto walk in with a concerned face. "What soup?" he asked, and as she opened her mouth to talk, she stopped, not being able to talk as she felt like the air in her throat had left. It didn't really matter, as she heard Kushina say in a weak voice, "What do you mean, what soup?" She watched as he froze and turned to them, shock displayed on his face. Blank. Underscore. Blank. They stood there for what felt like hours, but was only a couple of seconds before Kushina rushed towards him, her arms spread wide open, aiming for a hug, only to look in shock as Naruto moved out of her way, his look of shock immediately turning into one of anger and annoyance. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked with clear anger in his voice. Kushina was shocked that her own son would talk to her in such a tone, so as to try and save some pride. She said, "Don't talk to me with such a tone," she said with equal anger, surprised to see her son look at her with shock before he said, "A bit late for you to tell me what to do." Getting a hurt look from his mother. At seeing their mother's look, Naruto's siblings both became annoyed with how their brother was treating their mother. "Shown some respect to your mother," Mito said. Lu DLY as to get her point across like her mother had taught her to with Menma nodding along. She was met with a look of annoyance before he glanced back at their mother with no emotions displayed on his face and said, "You need to get one thing straight. I'm not your son," he said as he also looked at Minato before then looking at his siblings and saying, "I'm not your brother either, I'm just someone who shares the same blood as you. Nothing more. Nothing less." As he finished talking and began to walk towards Araya, he felt his arm get pulled, and as he turned around he was met with Kushina's furious face. "Now you listen here, Sochi, I may not have been in your life, but I'm still your mother and you will." She stopped talking as she felt sharp claws be pointed at her neck. She froze, hearing a chill voice in her head say, "If you do not let go of Naruto, I will skewer you. Do you understand me?" It asked slowly as if she was an animal that didn't understand, making her angrier than before. As if it was reading her thoughts, the Pokemon she guessed sharpened its claws with dark energy and asked again, "Do you understand?" Kushina, knowing she was powerless in this situation, just nodded and let go of Naruto. As she let go of him, she felt herself be pushed out of the way and watched as a fox-like Pokemon ran past her and started inspecting Naruto's arm. "It's fine, Katsumi," Naruto said in a calm voice. Knowing that she must have sensed his anger and distress at seeing his family. He knew that she was angry and that one wrong word from him could set her off. "I'm not hurt. She didn't hurt me, see?" he said as he showed her his arm and was happy to see her sag in relief. He just gave her a smile and stroked his hand through her purple hair as a way of showing his gratefulness of her protective instincts. Katsumi was all too pleased to receive his thanks, as she always enjoyed Naruto's scratches. As he looked back towards his family, "Don't even call them that," he heard Katsumi's voice say. He gave her a nod, agreeing with her. He relaxed, knowing that he was safe, as Katsumi would never let any harm happen to him, shown by the fact that she was staring at his former family with eagle eyes. He heard Minato ask Juniper, "What the hell is that and why is it so close to my son?" He looked towards Araya to see her still frozen and so answered for her, "This is Katsumi, a shiny Zoroark. ND, my partner." He looked at them as he said this to see Minato and Kushina staring at him with shock while his siblings looked confused, and for the last time, "Minato," he said with hate, "I'm not your son anymore, I'm a Juniper now. I may have your blood pumping through my body, but I was never an Uzumaki Namikaze." He finished with anger and in a twisted sense as happy to see Kushina break down in tears while his father looked down in shame alongside his siblings. Before anyone could say anything else and as to stop the family reunion, Juniper spoke, breaking out of her frozen state, "How about Mito and Menma take their Pokemon and leave, as I'm busy and Naruto has to begin his own journey." All she got in response were some nods before the Pokeballs were taken from her hand and they left. Kushina shooting multiple glances at Naruto. As they heard the Namikaze car start up, they all heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that the stressful situation had finally ended. As Naruto turned toward Araya, he was met with a surprisingly tight hug, and as he put his arms around her, he heard her apologies multiple times for calling him over. He quickly comforted her, telling her that it was truly okay. And that he didn't hold it against her. They talked for a couple of minutes, allowing Araya to calm down before she asked him what he planned to do. He quickly responded by saying, "I don't want to travel the Unova region, knowing that Minato has so much power over it and I don't want to deal with my siblings on my journey, so I'm thinking about going to a different region. Think that will be possible?" He asked and was instantly met with a happy nod. "Yep, I could set it up for you, but you'd have to leave today. Think you could wait a little bit longer?" "Yes," he responded before continuing on, "While you set that up for me, Katsumi and I have to go deal with something. We'll be back soon, don't worry," he said before standing up, giving her a kiss on the forehead and grabbing his custom-made oak balls and running into the forest with Katsumi. She didn't know what he was doing but decided to trust him and went to start setting up Naruto's flight. Blank. Underscore. Blank. As Naruto ran towards an open field he and Katsumi used for training, he mentally asked her, "Do you think the Absol will be there?" He only received a nod back, making him roll his eyes. As they got closer to the field, they saw a white-furred Pokemon waiting for them. When they made it to the field, they saw the Absol look at them, leaving Naruto speechless as he saw how beautiful it truly was. He had, of course, only seen pictures of it, so seeing it up close was an honor. As he looked at her, he said, "It seems that you've been waiting for us," receiving a nod back. Knowing that it was itching to he looked at Katsumi to see her nodding towards him, allowing him to start the fight. "Flamethrower," he mentally ordered, pleased to see a jet of flames fly out of her mouth and towards Absol, as it got closer to it. The Absol vanished before appearing in front of Katsumi with its horn glowing with dark energy, with adrenaline pumping through his veins and his mind sharper than ever, which had always happened when he was in a battle. He ordered in quick succession. Drop to the ground and then counter with aerial ace, and was happy to see Katsumi stop spitting out flames and immediately falling on her back, allowing Absol to fly past her before jumping back up with speed gained from years of training, and while the Absol was still in the air, punching it with her right claw that was glowing white, a sign of aerial ace being used. He watched as the Absol flew to the right, where Katsumi swung before ordering another flamethrower, as Absol hit a tree, stopping her fall. As it flew and hit her, he heard it howl in pain, telling Katsumi to stop but to be prepared for any surprise attacks, and receiving a grunt from her, he said, Absol, give up. The battle hasn't been long, but you've been high T with 2 strong moves, and I don't want you getting hurt any more than you have to. He waited for her response and was pleased to see it nod her head, understanding his point, as he walked forward towards her. He felt his sense of danger go off and ducked, narrowly missing Absol's horn as it tried to slash at him. The next second he heard a howl of pain and quickly looked behind himself to see her lying on the ground with Katsumi on top of her and a flamethrower being prepared to be launched. As quickly as he could, he got up and ran towards Katsumi, telling her to calm down. He saw her look of murder at the idea of letting the Absol go after it had tried to harm him, but he had told her that it was only a test of his skills. He knew that she would attack him as any good Dark-type Pokemon would. He knew that Dark-type Pokemon were vicious and couldn't be trusted in the wild, but when they were trained and had named you as their master, they become extremely loyal Pokemon that would die for you. He knew that the Absol was only testing him on his knowledge and so wasn't worried. So, he began. Am I worthy of being your master, bringer of disasters? He said in a playful way, receiving a small smile from her and a nod. As he was about to put her in a Pokeball, he stated, by the way, I'm not your master Absol, I'm your friend and partner, I'm someone who will see you as a part of his family. He ended off with a smile and watched as Absol's look of confusion and surprise melted away into a smile before she closed her eyes. As she was absorbed into the Pokeball, he looked at Kasumi saying. Anger turned away from him and sending him glances of annoyance for not letting her finish their fight. He just chuckled before saying, it's fine, you'll be able to fight her as much as you want to. Now that she's a part of the team, ending his sentence with a cheeky grin that turned into a smile at seeing her roll his eyes. Blank, underscore, blank. As they got back to the lab, the Y were surprised to see Ore's car outside with his bag already inside it. As he walked in, he saw her standing there waiting for him. Hey, he called to her, snapping her out of her daydreaming session. Oh. Back so soon? She asked, getting a nod in return with him saying, yep, and with a welcome teammate to. Seeing her look of confusion, he said, could you put her in the healing machine? I'll tell you all about it. Receiving a nod, he started to explain what had happened and was happy to see her look at him with pride, as catching Absol was never easy. After a couple of minutes of waiting, he got Absol's Pokeball back and released her. He got down into a sitting position so that both of them were equal in height to show that they were equals, getting a grateful nod from the Pokemon. He began his introduction towards Absol, explaining to her that what his dream was and what he expected of her. It was nothing much, as he asked for her to be a protector for their family, as he knew that their species were actually protectors. Something he had learned from Katsumi, as she explained to him that humans were wrong with their views on Absols, making Naruto agree. Blank, underscore, blank. Absol wouldn't lie, she was surprised that her new master understood her species so well and how important they were to the world, unlike what other humans thought of them. She felt honored that she was being given such an important role by her master, and she promised him there and then that she would protect the family that he built. She knew that only the fox that was so close to her master understood her, but she also knew that her new master was smart and would know what she meant when she placed her paw on his chest. She knew that her master had already placed a large amount of trust in her, as not many people would allow a freshly caught Pokemon to get so close to their most important organ, their heart. She felt honored that he was already trusting her, and so she promised herself that she would follow him into Giratina's dimension if she had to. She had already given her boy her loyalty a year ago on that fateful night, and she knew that he was the right person for as she had seen enough of him to understand that he was a good person. Pleased with their introductions being made, Naruto looked at Katsumi and asked, could you tell her that I wish to know her name? Getting a nod back before she started barking at Absol, he observed as Absol gained a look of understanding before growling something back. He looked back at Katsumi expectantly and heard her say the name of his protector and second family member, Ruby. He turned back to her saying, Ruby fits you well, it's a beautiful name, with a smile, seeing the Absol look pleased at his compliment. Blank, underscore, blank. As he finished talking to his new teammate, he heard footsteps. He looked up to see the professor walk in, asking him if he was ready to go to the airport, giving a nod. He returned both Katsumi and Ruby to their Pokeballs, promising to let them out when they reached their new destination. As Naruto and Araya made their way to the car, he asked her about where she was sending him and was disappointed to hear her say that it was a secret. He frowned but decided to trust his sister on this and so forgot about it. They drove towards the airport in silence, both knowing this would be the last few minutes they would have to spend with each other, and so they cherished it. Soon enough they had made it, where they both stood still observing everything around them, so nothing that Naruto had picked up from Araya, as it was something she did when she was nervous. Soon enough Juniper sighed and turned towards Naruto to say her goodbyes. As she looked at him she was surprised to see him hug her with tears in his eyes. It had been a while since he cried, but she understood why. She hugged him back, understanding that it was difficult for him. Soon he let go and looked up at as Juniper ruffled his head affectionately and watched as she said, "When you reach Kanto you'll be greeted by Professor Oak. Be nice, alright?" She asked playfully. She got a nod back and a thank you for everything she had done for him. Her only response was to hug him again and whisper, "Go show the world what you can do, Naruto. I'll be rooting for you." She ended it by pulling away from the hug and giving him a wink, which he returned. She watched him board the plane, and just before he left her vision she saw him look back at her with a soft grin that could be seen through his mask, making her smile. As she watched his plane leave she whispered to herself, "Good luck, Naruto. I know you'll make me proud." Blank, underscore, blank. It was a long flight. Naruto realized this after his 5th nap. He understood that he was going to a faraway region, but his problem was that it was boring sitting in the same seat for hours. As he looked outside his window he sighed as he saw it was night time already, so with a bored look he took out his national Pokédex and flicked it open for the first time, and what he saw surprised him. It had introduced itself as being Junior Professor. A Sir Naruto Juniper's Pokédex. This had left him gobsmacked, as his sister had given him such privilege without even telling him. He sighed knowing that he could do nothing about it, and so started to scroll through it, making a mental checklist of the dark types he wanted in his team. After a couple of minutes he misclicked and saw as it opened up another tab. After reading through it he realized that he had the privilege of holding up to 2 full teams of 6 on him if he desired. This had made him look starry-eyed and completely changed his plans for what Pokemon he was going to catch and keep. He soon realized what time it was and that he should save all of this planning for another time, as he had to get up early tomorrow. So with those being his last thoughts, he went to sleep. Blank, underscore, blank. He woke up a couple of hours later to someone tapping his shoulder. As he opened his eyes he watched as the flight attendant told him that they had already landed in Kanto and that he was one of the few people still on board. Realizing what that meant he stood up, grabbed his bag and left the plane immediately, looking for the exit to the airport. He stepped out and immediately started to look around. He didn't see anyone that looked like an old man who was a professor. As he didn't see anyone he thought that the professor was just running late, so as he turned around to go back in the airport he heard a cough to his left and immediately spun around to see the famous professor looking at him. "You must be Naruto, right?" he questioned with a warm tone, making Naruto feel comfortable around him and reply with confidence, "Yep, and you must be the famous Professor Oak," he said, pushing out his hand for a handshake and getting one in return. He heard the professor chuckle at him before saying, "If anyone is famous it's you, my boy," making Naruto blink in confusion as they walked towards his car. "What do you mean by that, Professor?" Naruto asked respectively, making the professor chuckle. "Stop being so formal around me, Naruto, and you are the one who wrote those papers on the Mind Arts Trio, correct?" Oak questioned and received a nod back as they started to drive to Oak's lab. "There's your answer. Araya showed it to all the regional professors and we then sent those papers to gym leaders and Elite Four members," and as he finished talking he looked back at Naruto and laughed at his shocked expression. "I'm guessing Araya didn't tell you that, did she?" He carried on with a smile and received a nod back for confirmation. "Don't be so embarrassed. The professor carried on. "You should be proud, as everyone was impressed with how well they were all written," he said, receiving a nod from a red-faced Naruto. After that, they drove in silence and made small talk, talking about theories and as such. The professor was surprised to learn that Naruto had a photographic memory but told him that it was for best. He also told Naruto that Araya had sent over a present for him that she didn't have the time to give to him, making Naruto excited. As they finally made it to the lab they saw a crowd waiting outside it with 3 kids waiting near the door. As He got closer Naruto was able to see that it was 2 boys and 1 girl, the first boy named Richie. As he heard right, wore a green jumper and blue jeans. As far as he could tell, he had brown hair. Nothing special, Naruto thought. Next to him stood a girl with black hair and a baseball hat. Leaf, he thought as he heard her name be shouted out. She wore jeans and a white shirt with a blue jacket on. Naruto also dismissed her as an immediate threat. The last boy that stood made him raise his eyebrow. The kid stood with clear confidence and wore a dark blue jumper with dark blue jeans. He had picky brown hair, and as they walked up to the lab he heard him say to the professor, "Geez, Gramps, do you want to take any longer?" making Naruto question who he was. Naruto didn't have to wait long as he professor introduced them all to each other. He immediately caught Leaf blushing at seeing him and avoiding eye contact, making him roll his eyes. He saw that Richie and Gary, the professor's grandson, look at him with slight interest while he greeted them back with a nod. The professor, seeing that the introductions were done, showed them all to the room where the Pokemon were kept. Seeing there were only 3 Pokeballs, Leaf asked a question that the 3 Pokemon-less trainers were wondering. "Professor, there's 4 of us here and you only have 3 Pokemon on the table. Why is that?" The professor just chuckled in response and said, "Good eye, Leaf. You see, Naruto here already has 2 Pokemon and his sister has sent him another Pokemon which he will receive while you get your starters," he said as he watched the kids look at Naruto with wonder while Naruto just kept his calm and raised an eyebrow wondering what Araya had gotten him. Naruto watched as the 3 kids got over their surprise and went to pick their Pokemon. He watched as Leaf picked a Bulbasaur and left with it, sending him one last glance. He saw Richie go for Charmander and questioned himself why someone would name their fire type Zippo after a lighter. He just sighed seeing them pick their Pokemon made Naruto wish for some company, so he picked up a Pokeball from his belt and threw it in the air, absent-mindedly realizing that everybody in the room was watching. As Ruby formed, he got down on his knees and greeted her with a smile. "Hey girl," he said softly, and was happy to see her nuzzle his face as a way to show her affection for him. He carried on quickly. "We're gonna be getting a new teammate soon. I want you to greet them with me, okay?" he asked, and was happy to see her nod, making him smile and scratch her chin, earning a purr from her. As he looked up, he saw the boys and professor gawking at him. "What?" he asked, and quickly heard the professor stammer out an answer for him. "It's nothing. I'm just surprised to see an Absol. They are extremely rare and not found in Kanto," making Naruto and Ruby snort as they imagined how he would react to seeing Katsumi. Everyone quickly got over their shock, and he watched as Richie left before seeing Gary pick a Squirtle. He watched as Gary walked over to him with an outstretched hand and heard him say, "I hope we get to battle soon," making Naruto smile in return and shake his hand while saying, "Of course, it'll be great." He watched as Gary smiled once more towards him before he left with the Squirtle in its Pokeball. He looked towards the professor to see him looking at Naruto in shock again. "What?" asked Naruto again as the professor said, "That's the first time Gary has ever been so nice to someone," making Naruto smile and say, "It must be because he respects me and has deemed me worthy of being his rival." Hearing this, the professor nodded back and muttered, "That's the only logical answer." He watched as the professor clapped his hands before he pulled out a Pokeball and said, "Well this," he stopped mid-sentence as a boy ran in wearing green and yellow pajamas shouting a, "Wait!" Surprised both Naruto and the professor as they looked at the boy with wide eyes as he took a couple of deep breaths before saying, "You can't give him that Pokemon, Professor," he said, making the professor ask, "And why is that, Ash?" Getting an immediate response. "It's because he already has a Pokemon. See," as he pointed at Ruby. Seeing this, she sent him a warning growl, making him jump. Naruto just gave him an uninterested look before he pushed his hand out towards the professor and watched as he slid the ball into his hand. He held it firmly and looked to his right to see the kid at this point of releasing tears. The hell? He wondered out loud as he looked at Ruby to see her sending him the same look of wonder. Both looked at the professor to see him panicking, so trying to save the professor's skin, he sighed and looked at him. "What are you doing here, kid?" he asked calmly, and watched as he snapped his head towards him with a glare before answering, "I came here to get my starter Pokemon and to start my adventure of becoming a Pokemon master," Ash said with conviction. Naruto just raised an eyebrow at him before saying, "Well, last time I checked, Pokemon masters don't go on journeys with their pajamas on," and smiled at seeing Ash grit his teeth. He sent a glance at Ruby to see her giving him an amused look, making him smile back at her. "Yeah, well, you don't need that Pokemon, so give it here, you already have one," Ash replied, changing the subject and making Naruto frown before saying, "This Pokemon is a gift from someone dear to me, so stop your yapping as you're not getting it." He paused so that Ash could understand what he was saying before continuing, "And can't you ask the professor for one? He must have had one ready for you." As he said this, they all looked at the professor expectantly and saw him rub the back of his head beef. Or saying, "Well, I do have one Pokemon," and getting cut off again as Ash shouted, "I'll take it." Making the professor frown and carry on from where he was interrupted, "But I only caught it days ago. It hasn't been cooperative," making Naruto frown as he understood the problem. As he looked over to see Ash's reaction, he was annoyed to see him begging the professor. Seeing where this was going, he wasn't going to get involved. He had already said his peace of mind and left the professor to make the final decision. As he looked at the Pokeball in his hand, he turned towards Ruby and asked if she was ready. Seeing her nod at him, he threw it in the air. What came out greatly surprised him. Standing there in front of him was a human-like metallic body. It had a dome of metal on its head that covered its face, with a huge blade that looked like an axe sticking out of it. Its body had multiple blades made of metal sticking out of it, with tiny metallic feet and long arms that had one single claw of metal as its hand. It was colored red and black. It opened its eyes that were under its helmet and looked at him. He saw it inspect him before nodding. He watched as it crossed one arm over its body and watched as it went down on one knee and bowed its head, making him snap his eyes open with surprise. He, of course, knew what Pokemon it was, and as he looked at Ruby, she did too. What he didn't understand is why a Poniard, a prideful Pokemon, was bowing to him when he had done nothing to gain its respect. As he looked back at the professor to see if he knew anything, he saw him holding a Pokeball. Seeing his look, the professor quickly answered, "Juniper told me that the Poniard was actually bred to be calm and not so prideful as the ones in the wild. It makes him the perfect Pokemon for a trainer," making Naruto blink. Understanding what that meant, he looked at Ruby and asked, "Could you ask if he has a name?" Knowing it was a male by the size of its axe-like blade on its head, Ruby nodded her head. Understanding why Naruto asked before she started to growl out something to Poniard, he heard it make an immediate response which sounded like a metallic hum before he looked back at Ruby to see her shake her head no. Nodding in thanks, he sat down, looked at the Poniard. "Rise," he commanded with confidence. He saw it stand up in less than a second and he said, "I am not your master," only to receive a blink of surprise before he carried on quickly as so he didn't lose its attention. "I am no one's master. If you decide to join, you will be joining a family where we all look after each other and protect each other. I'll make you stronger. That's a promise, but I'll need you to see us as friends and family, not comrades. Do you think you can do that?" He finally asked, and Jed as the Pokemon thought about it before nodding at him and saluting him with amusement clear in its eyes, making Naruto crack a smile. He nodded back and said, "Welcome to the family, Rook." After that, all three of them turned towards their spectators, gaining a nod of approval from the professor and a look of wonder from Ash. "Okay, my turn," said Ash with barely contained excitement. As he threw the Pokeball he was holding into the air, out of it came a yellow-looking mouse with a tail that looked like a lightning bolt and red checks on its face. Naruto's immediate thought process was, a Pikachu, and then, cute. As he looked at his two partners, he saw them look at the yellow Pokemon with narrowed eyes. Seconds later, he saw them tense and hurriedly looked back to see Ash hugging the Pikachu and rubbing their cheeks together, making it look in distress. He watched as it jumped out of his arms and rubbed its hands together. Naruto saw the immediate danger they were all in and was about to yell for them all to get back, before seeing Ruby and Rook teleport towards it with dark energy surrounding their blades before they swung it at the mouse, making it stop charging its attack and fly into a wall so quickly that the wall had dented. Sucker punch, he thought, recognizing the move before he rushed towards his Pokemon absent-mindedly, hearing Ash shout, "Pikachu," in worry. As he got toward them, he quickly looked them over for any injuries. Seeing none, he sighed in relief and looked at them both with pride. "Good job, you two. That was amazing," and was amused to see Ruby look away from him to hide her blush of embarrassment while Rook just scratched the top of his head. As he looked up at the professor, he asked, "Are you sure this is a good idea? He's a clueless rookie," making the axe sigh before responding, "I have to allow it, Naruto. He passed his test and I can't keep him here for any longer," making Naruto nod in understanding. As he stood up, he looked at the professor and said, "I thank you for your hospitality, but I have to start my journey," and gaining a nod of understanding as he made his way towards the door. He stopped and turned towards Ash, who was holding the Pikachu in his arms, looking it over with worry. "Don't die out there. I want to have a battle," and left, not waiting for his response. As he stepped outside, he saw another crowd standing there with banners that had Ash's name on it. Seeing this, he just sighed, shaking his head and walking through it with both Ruby and Rook by his sides, gaining confused looks from the people. After a couple of minutes, he reached the entrance to Route 1. He knew as it said on a sign nearby. He took out his last Pokeball and released Katsumi as she greeted him her usual way, by hugging him before she nodded towards Ruby, who returned it out of respect. He knew they didn't have the best relationship right now and that they only respected each other's power, but he had hoped that they would soon become closer. He watched as she inspected Rook. It was a tense few seconds before she gave her nod of approval, making him sigh in relief, while Rook nodded back in respect as he could see that she was powerful, worthy of being their team's leader and his boy's closest protector. Rook hadn't been around them that much, but like Ruby, he could already sense the power his young master had within him and had promised himself to he would protect Naruto with his life, as he knew that only under his guidance would he gain the power he needed to become one of the strongest of his species and one of Naruto's most trusted defenders. Blank, underscore, blank. Naruto whistled, gaining their attention before saying, I want to know if you three are ready to start our journey. He asked, gaining nods from them, making him smile. Good. As soon as we pass that sign, he said, pointing at the sign ahead of them, we officially begin our journey. You ready? He asked again, making them smile and nod. So with final breath in, Naruto turned towards the route with a smile on his face and said, then let's start heading towards greatness. He should in glee, getting looks of amusement before his partners barked or hummed in Rook's case with agreement and ran to catch up to him. All had smiles on their faces, excited to see what the world of Pokemon had for them. After their excitement had ended, Naruto and his Pokemon walked at a slow pace, knowing that they had nothing to worry about and as such just enjoyed the environment. As they walked, Naruto started to think about how he was going to get any dark types in Kanto and if he should start collecting ghost and psychic Pokemon, one problem at a time, thought Naruto to himself as he started to go over everything that he knew about Kanto, glad for having a photographic memory. So there are 145 Pokemon native to Kanto, he began, none of them being dark types and only having one ghost line alongside 3 psychic types. I'm only really interested in owning an Alakazam, as they are the best in Kanto, being owned by multiple strong trainers, and a ghost type like Gengar, while being hard to raise, is still one of the strongest to exist, he thought, sighing to himself as he felt a headache coming. Dark types would be hard to find too, but because of natural migrations I could be able to pick up 3 dark types that come from Johto. He stopped himself, knowing that it was a pointless thought and that he should think about it another day, as he hadn't even had one official day of being a trainer, nor had he gotten close to Rook and Ruby, something he planned to change before adding a new teammate. Making his mind up, he looked to his side to see Ruby walking next to him. She looked peaceful, but he knew that she was ready to strike at anything that came close to harming him, as did Katsumi, who was walking closely behind them, and Rook, who was in the front. They may not have realized it, but they subconsciously had made a protective circle around him, making him smile at their loyalty. As he looked up into the air, he sighed, knowing it was time to start acting like a trainer, so he mentally commanded Katsumi, look for an open field that we could use, he said, gaining a look of confusion from her as she left to do as told. As she left, he told the other two to stop walking so as to allow Katsumi to track them easily. They stood on the same spot in silence and were rewarded well for it as they saw the shiny Zoroark come back to them, telling Naruto that there was one south of their location, getting a nod from him before they started to walk there. It only took a plea of minutes to get there, making Naruto pleased. As they finally made it, he told them to wait for him as he put his bag down and pulled out his Pokédex to see what moves Ruby and Rook had. He scanned them and saw that Ruby had Sucker Punch, Psycho Cut, Swords Dance, and Slash. Not bad for a wild Pokemon, Naruto told her, making her puff her chest out in pride. But we can do better, and was pleased to see her nod back with a look of determination. As he moved on to Rook, he saw him straighten up, making him smile, as he knew that it had become a habit of his when he had attention on him. He was surprised to see him know Sucker Punch as well, but quickly ticked it off as being an egg move. Carrying on, he saw he had Metal Claw, Metal Sound, and Fury Cutter, making Naruto blanch, not knowing why he had it. But he quickly thought of an idea that would benefit them. So, he began. This will be our campsite for 2 weeks, maybe one if we are efficient or run out of supplies, making them blink at him in surprise, as they didn't understand why they would do so. Seeing their looks of confusion, Naruto elaborated, we are going to spend our time training and getting to know each other, he said, gaining pleasing looks from all of them. Don't worry about food or medicine, as I have already stocked up, he said, receiving nods. Now then, this is what is going to happen. We are going to end our mornings doing physical exercise to allow your body to adapt to your faster reaction times and faster bodies. Later we play a game I invented called Dodge the Poniard that has a super effect. I've move on them. With a dangerous smile that he knew Poniard would mirror if he had a mouth, at seeing Ruby's and Katsuma's shocked faces, he explained that it was training and that it would improve air speed and resistance to bug-type moves. After that, we take a break before moving on to learning new moves. I'm gonna be teaching you moves that we are going to perfect so that you could launch Hem in less than a second, as he knew that all of his Pokemon were made for quick attacks as most other dark types were too. Oh, and one more thing. I'm going to be joining you in this training, so I'm pushing us all to our limits. Got it? He questioned, receiving nods. Well then, let's begin with mastering the moves you will be keeping, as it's already midday. Receive barks and hums in return. Blank, underscore, blank. And so Naruto began their training, starting with Ruby and her Psycho Cut. So this is the plan, Ruby. Getting her attention. You are going to keep Psycho Cut, act. I've all day and whenever we train, so that it doesn't take a lot out of you when you do use it, and every 10 minutes I want for you to launch one at that boulder, he said, pointing at a boulder that was across from them. When I think you can hold it for long enough and at least launch 10 in less than a minute, I will allow you to learn a move. Got it? He questioned, and was pleased to see her nod with determination in her eyes before she activated her move. He watched her for a couple of minutes before moving on to Rook. So we are going to be improving your metal sound, as it will help you as a Poniard, and when you become a Bisharp you will get better moves, he said, stopping at seeing his Poniard look down. Hey buddy, don't look so down. You already have amazing moves, and it's common known DGE that Poniards don't have as many good moves as Bisharp. Don't worry, you'll still be able to fight well against Pokimo, making the Poniard nod at him. Cracking a smile, Naruto told him his objective. Right, so this is what you are going to do. Katsumi has used her aerial ace on a rock to get you multiple pebbles. What you have to do is to make a metal sound so strong that it can turn those pebbles into dust. Think that's possible? He asked, already knowing the answer and getting a nod in return. Good, get started. I have to teach something to Katsumi as well, before leaving. As he came up to her, he saw her watch Ruby train. The Absol was already breathing hard but still had Psycho Cut on. Do you think she can master it? He asked Katsumi as he crossed his arms and watched the Absol launch more Psycho Cuts. He saw her think about his question before answering. I would say a couple of days tops before she could launch more than 10, making Naruto blink in surprise. You really think so? Getting a grin from his first partner. Yep, she's pushing herself hard, and I think she has the drive to finish it quickly, making Naruto nod his head at the assessment and watch in silence. A few minutes before a smile came upon his face. Say, Katsumi, he said, getting her attention. Would you like to teach Ruby Flamethrower? He asked, getting a look of annoyance from her. Katsumi, of course, knew why he wanted her to teach Ruby, as she was the only one to have a fire move in the team, plus he wanted them to get closer as they still had tension between them from the fight they had back in Unova. Knowing she couldn't say no to him, she nodded her head, making Naruto's already wide smile widen, as he knew she had already caught on to what he was planning. Good, he told her before saying, come on. I've got a new move for you to learn. You're learning Shadow Ball, he said after they made it a safe distance from Ruby and Rook. It's time you used your illusion ability, and what better Pokemon to transform into than a famously powerful Kanto ghost that would know Shadow Ball, he said with a grin that could be seen through his mask, and one that Katsumi mirrored. You think you can handle it, or should I help you? He asked, getting a shake of her head, as she already had an idea of what ghost-type energy felt like. Seeing this, he just nodded before leaving to see how Rook was doing. As he came up to Rook, he saw his blade-like arms crossed over his chest and moving slightly, which were releasing waves of pressured air. Rook must have felt his presence as he stopped and turned to him. Any progress? He asked, only to be met a shake of his head, meaning no. Why don't you shake your blades more? That is how other Pokemon of your species use the move. You're not shaking yours fast enough. He said, only to be met with a disgruntled look as the Poniard did so and was sent flying backwards from the power that was released. Rook, he shouted in concern, only to sigh in relief as he saw the Poniard flip and land on a tree, sticking to it. As Naruto ran up to Rook, he was struck with an idea. I know how to fix your problem, Naruto said with excitement in his voice, and as Rook listened, he was left astonished, not understanding how he didn't think of the solution. As Rook nodded, Naruto stepped away and watched as the Poniard stuck his feet into the ground like knives before he started to shake his blades. Naruto watched as the blades began to vibrate at speeds his eyes couldn't track, and as volumes of the sound came out in what looked like waves of pressurized sounds. He watched intently as after a couple of seconds the stones started to crack. Rook, seeing this, stopped and started to cheer, with Naruto joining him. He may have been a genius, but he was still 10 years old, and for his Pokemon to make so much progress on their first day, it was exciting for him. After their little moment, he said, keep working on it for another hour. I'll call you when I'm done making. Rook nodded with excitement still visible in his eyes. Blank, underscore, blank. So much for playing the poniard game, Naruto said as they all sat inside a cave surrounding a campfire. They made thanks to Katsuma's flamethrower. As he looked outside, he was met with darkness as there was a storm going on. Sighing in defeat and knowing that they wouldn't be able to train, he told his Pokemon to rest while he himself leaned against Katsuma's hair and opened his Pokédex, scrolling through the news and finding something that surprised him. It seems that Mito is the one with bra ins, he thought as he saw that people were talking about the famous Mito Namikaze starting her journey in Hoenn to get out of her mother's shadow, while their brother stayed in Unova. He read a bit more before getting disinterested and looking up. He looked around the cave and saw that Rook was leaning against the wall staring at the fire while Ruby was curled up next to him and Katsumi was behind him. He enjoyed the silence but knew he had to break it as he had to say something important to his team, so he started talking. Did you know that life and death once talked? Getting interested but confused looks from his partners. He cracked a grin at that and said, yep, life and death sat on a tree once, observing nature before life asked death, why do people love me but hate you? She W. Achta's death looked at everything below them before leaving, his last words to her being, because you are a beautiful lie and I'm a painful truth. As he finished his little story he saw his Pokemo. N looked deep in thought. Don't think about it too much, I only told you this story as a way to show you what the world is truly like. It's not white or black like people think, it's gray. He said knowing he had their attention. I had learned this lesson when I was young. Katsumi already knows this and it's time for you to know too, he said taking a deep breath before continuing. I'm the son of two of the best trainers in the world. I have two siblings that you will hopefully never meet. As a child, I was neglected, I was left to starve for days and I had to learn everything by myself. Early on in my life, I realized how unfair it truly was. I was the oldest child they had and I watched as my siblings got everything, clothes, food, love, compassion and everything else a mother and father see. Old give their kids, he said as he looked up to see them staring at him with concerned eyes making him smile before he looked into the fire and continued, as they got all this I hoped, wished to be owed by someone and now that I think about it I feel stupid for not being realistic. He said taking a deep breath before continuing, my wishes didn't come true instead I was met with hateful eyes that stared and judged me with every step I took. Do you know who looked at me like that? He asked rhetorically but still getting a nod he continued on. My parents, people who are supposed to give me unconditional love, hated me. I had spent years trying to figure out what I had done wrong and when I finally got the courage to ask I was met with an annoyed glance, many hurtful words a 5-year-old show. LD never hear from their father and after that, in a sense, I wasn't sad I was just annoyed, I was mad at him for not telling me why he hated me. Naruto took a deep breath to calm his breathing as he was becoming angry before continuing. I had given up on my family after that day and had realized how this world worked. I had spent many years contemplating what life meant and many times I had actually thought of suicide as I had no purpose in life. Gaining looks of surprise from everyone including Katsumi not noticing or just ignoring them he carried on. But my pride didn't allow me to do it. I may not have anything to live for but my heart still had hope that I would find an objective, a dream that I could live towards. I soon met Katsumi and after a couple of nights in the library I had realized that I wasn't the only one who was mistreated for no reason. I had noticed that there were 3 specific types that were also mistreated and scorned for no reason except for fear. After that I started to focus all my attention on studying the mind arts trio. I wanted to show the world that we didn't deserve their hate and it became my dream to build a strong family that could show the world my view. I wanted them to become Pokemon that others of their species looked up to and I dreamed and still do of the day where we stand at the top, side by side, changing how people view us. He finished with such conviction that his Pokemon believed him. Blank, underscore, blank. Soon Naruto had fallen asleep as he was mentally exhausted, leaving his Pokemon to look after him and talk. I didn't know he had wanted to end his life. I had always thought he was happy, said Ruby as she stared at her master in concern. She snapped her head up at Katsumi in surprise as she said. Yes, it was truly a surprise for all of us as I had never known about it either. As Ruby was getting ready to comment on it they heard Rook the youngest of the 3 of them say, we can't do anything about it. The only thing we can do is protect him and show to him that we truly care for him, making them look at him in surprise as he had never said such a mature thing before. Katsumi snapped out her shocked state quickly and replied, you do know what this means though, right? It was Naruto's way of telling us that he trusts us with his life. They sat in silence after that before Ruby said, I would be willing to give my life away so that our young master could survive another day. making Katsumi and Rook shoot a glance to each other before nodding and saying at the same time, if I had to, I would give my life away to save Master Naruto. They talked for a couple more minutes before all going to sleep, not noticing as a rainbow feather floated in and landed in Naruto's hand. Blank. After that night they were closer than ever. It was subtle changes that happened, but Naruto was able to catch them, like how Katsumi talked to him more than usual, or how Ruby would be closer to him at all times so she could protect him. He also noticed how Rook had become more serious and mature. He still had that playful aspect around him when it was just them, but and someone else was around them, he was always on point. He also noticed that they had begun to train harder than before, which had allowed Ruby to master her Psycho Cut to where it had pinpoint accuracy and could track their opponents. It was still in the works, but it was still amazing progress and something he had never seen before. After that, he had told her to work on it her spare time and had finally started to teach her flamethrower with the help of Katsumi. Speaking of Katsumi, she also had made great progress where she was able to create and launch multiple shadow balls in seconds. He had asked her where she learned how to use ghost-type energy and was surprised to hear her say that it was in the wild before they had met, so while she wasn't helping him with Ruby, she was trying to make a new variant of shadow ball that was the same as multi-dark pulse, but with faster speed and bigger area of effect. Rook had also done well in his training where he was able to master metal the next day, allowing him to move on to Metal Claw. This time his objective was to be able to coat his already metal blades with steel-type energy in less than a second before striking his opponent multiple times in fast succession. It took longer than anticipated, 4 days to be exact, but it was worth it. He knew that Rook was only about to move so quickly because of the physical exercises the Y had in the morning in the Poniard game, as Katsumi had told him they named it. Because of the game, their speed and reaction times doubled, maybe even tripled, and their resistance to bug types went up too. They still got hurt by them, but they could take multiple hits before falling unconscious. Naruto was also pleased to see his team get closer. It seemed that they had taken his words to heart and have slowly begun to get closer, even if Katsumi and Ruby still had some tension left over. He thought that those two were soon going to become rivals, which he didn't oppose as long as they saw each other as a family. He was happy. Soon it was the end of their week and they were running low on supplies. Knowing they had to start their journey, he called for their attention throughout lunchtime, saying, "This is our last night here. Tomorrow we're leaving early in the morning as I want to reach Viridian City in the same day. Stock up supplies, stay there for a day, and then leave for pay. The next day." He finished receiving nods from them before they went back to their food. At seeing their nods, Naruto went back to eating his meal deep in thought. If I'm right, then by the time we reach Route 2 we could see some migrated flying types from other regions, and if we are lucky we could find a nest of Murkrow, he thought to himself. He had considered his options well and knew that he wanted a strong Pokemon like Honchkrow to be on his team, as they were extremely powerful, being able to use moves that could nullify types that were strong against dark types like bug and fighting types. The next morning we see Naruto walking down Route 1 with Rook by his side, as they didn't want to deal with the girls, who were always grouchy in the mornings. Nothing much had happened. They didn't even see anyone, which didn't surprise them as it had already been a week since people started their journeys. Naruto knew he had to catch up. His Pokemon were stronger, yes, but that didn't help him if others were so far ahead of him. His goal was the Rock-type gym in Pewter City. His plan was simple. He wanted to steamroll it with Rook and then move on to Cerulean City. By the time his Pokemon would have more than enough experience for it. As they finally made it to Viridian City, they stopped to look it over. Boring. Both Naruto and Rook thought simultaneously with half-lidded eyes. As they walked to the entrance, he heard someone shout, "Halt!" to his right, making them both look to their side to see a woman with cyan hair wearing a police officer uniform march up to them. As she got closer to them, Naruto started talking. "How can we help you?" he asked in a polite way, and was surprised to see her pull out some handcuffs and shout, "I've got you now, Team Rocket scum." Making Naruto jump backwards. "The hell?" he shouted back. Rook, seeing that his master was in danger, immediately rushed in front of Naruto, getting into a battle stance, making Naruto sigh in relief knowing that he was safe. As he looked up, he was met with the furious face of the officer as she threw a Pokeball, releasing a Growlithe, making him inspect it, while he was doing the officer started talking. "You're not going anywhere, Team Rocket scum. I'm taking that Pokemon off your hands." Making Naruto and Rook both blinked at her in confusion before he asked, "What makes you think that I'm a Team Rocket member?" he asked, knowing who they were as they have been in the news lately, and knowing that he looked nothing like one. He also kept his cool as he knew that if he Said something wrong, he could be sent to prison. What do you mean? She screeched in annoyance. You're clearly from Team Rocket. Look at you walking around with a dark type Pokemon thinking you own T. He place. At hearing this, Naruto's eyebrow twitched and he saw Rook tense. Let me get this straight, you think I'm a Team Rocket grunt because I have a dark type Pokemon, making the officer frown. Well, when you put it that way, you mean the only way, Naruto said, cutting her off with a glare. You've just made me waste my time. If you really want to know who I am, here, he said, opening his Pokédex, where it beeped before saying, registered to Junior Professor Naruto Juniper, making the officer gulp as she realized that she had attacked someone of higher status than her. Scrambling, she quickly bowed to him and said, I'm so sorry, sir. If I could do anything that will make you forgive me, just tell me, she said, sweating bullets. Naruto, seeing this and knowing that it could benefit him, asked, what kind of Pokemon do you train here? Making her blink. Blank, underscore, blank. Soon Naruto walked out of the station with 4 Pokeball attached to his belt with Rook next to him. Both looked pleased. Naruto soon made it to a Poke Mart where he brought all the supply he would need, i.e. food and medicine, and then left to go to the Poke Center. As he made his way in, he blinked in surprise at seeing a hole in the ceiling. Shaking his head and forgetting about it, he went to the front desk where he saw the nurse waiting. She greeted him and introduced herself, making him nod and file add information for later before asking for a room and for her to check his 3 Pokemon, explaining to her that they had a week of training, making her understand. As he made his way into his room, he sighed, having realized how exhausting his day really was. He soon left to go get a shower and 20 minutes later came out looking refreshed and wearing his nightclothes, gray shorts and a dark blue top. Finally lying down on his bed, he sighed, relaxing. He stayed like that for a couple of minutes before taking the new Pokeball he got from the station and opening it up. What stood before him was a black K-dog with an orange underbelly and snout. It had big ears and what looked like bones on his back, head and ankles. As it opened its eyes, Naruto sat down on the floor so he was comfortable and to ease the Pokemon before he started talking. With a smile, he introduced himself. My name is Naruto. I heard you weren't happy about being a police dog and wanted to see the world, is that right? He asked, getting an interested look from the Houndour before it nodded. Great, I'm trying to reach the top using Dark Side Ghost Pokemon and I wanted to know if you would like to join our little family. I promise to make you stronger if you wish to join us. He finished and watched as the dark Pokemon thought it over before it looked back at Naruto and barked with a nod. Naruto, seeing this, got excited but calmed himself and asked, do you have a name? And got a shake of its head. How about I give you one, as our little family all do, he said, correcting himself and getting a nod in return. He thought about it before saying, how about Magnus? And earning a happy bark back, making Naruto laugh at the Pokemon's playfulness. They played for a bit longer so as to get closer before Naruto noticed the time. Magnus, we should get some sleep, we have to leave early tomorrow and you still have to meet your teammates. Getting an understanding nod back, they went to sleep full of dreams. Blank, underscore, blank. The next morning Naruto woke up before Magnus and quickly went to have a shower, the same as last night, though this time he came out wearing his traveling clothes before waking up Magnus and walking to the front desk. He noticed that Magnus was half asleep, making him smile at the young Pokemon. Soon Nurse Joy had given him his Pokemon and he left to get some food. While there, he released his Pokemon so that they could also eat and talk. It was normal for a couple of minutes before he looked at the group and saw no Magnus. He quickly stood up and looked for him, seeing nothing. Gee, he shouted. Magnus, gaining his Pokemon's attention, he saw them look confusingly at him and as he was about to explain, he heard a whimper near his feet. As he looked down, he sighed in relief at seeing his Houndour hiding behind his foot away from his team's view. He went down on one knee and stroked the dog's head, calming him down before whispering in a comforting manner, hey, calm down, no one is going to hurt you, they'll love you. I promise. And was happy to see Magnus nodded back with a nervous but determined expression before moving around his legs to stand in front of his team. Seeing this, Naruto thought it was time for introductions and said, everyone, this is our new teammate and family member Magnus, he said, looking down at the little Houndour to see him puffing his chest out trying to make himself look stronger. Seeing this, his Pokemon accepted him as they liked to have powerful Pokemon join them so that they could help protect Naruto. Magnus, let me introduce you to everyone. His is Katsumi, he said, pointing at the shiny Zoroark that stood straighter as if to show that she was the strongest in the team and to show that she was the alpha, making Magnus bow his head. Next is Ruby, he said, stroking her head and gaining a pleased look as Magnus inspected her. She sent him a nod with a kind smile, getting a happy bark back from a blushing Houndour, making him laugh before saying, and finally Rook, our little soldier. Naruto said as Rook sent him an amused look before looking at the Houndour and sending him a nod of respect and getting one in return. Alright, you four, eat up and get ready for the day. We're gonna train and then leave at night to see if we could get our fifth member. Getting surprised looks as they didn't expect to get a new teammate so soon after Magnus. But they weren't complaining as more company was nice. That was a fact that not many people understood about dark types. Most people thought that dark types were loners when in reality they cherished having to talk to other Pokemon. Blank. After their breakfast, they went to a training field where Naruto wanted to see what moves Magnus had and to get the others to start training. Right, this is what is going to happen. You three, he said pointing at his original Pokemon, are going to do 10 laps around the training field while I check Magnus's moves, got it? He asked, receiving nods before they went off to start their warm-up. Now Magnus, I'm going to be working with you today, okay? He asked, also getting a nod. Alright, let's see what you have, before scanning him with his Pokédex and seeing that he has Ember, Bite, Leer, and Odor Sleuth. Not bad, Naruto told the dark type before they tested all his moves. Finishing that, he saw his Pokemon return back from their run. Done. He asked and was happy to get nods in return. Good, I want Ruby to work on Flamethrower, with Katsumi helping and for Rook to say here with me, he finished as he saw the two females of his team walk away before turning towards his last two Pokemon and saying, we are going to play the Poniard game. To sharpen Magnus's reaction time, Naruto said with a grin. He knew Rook would have if he had a mouth. Poor Magnus had no idea what was about to happen. Blank. Soon it was time for Naruto to leave as it was getting dark. He stood up and went to collect his Pokemon from Nurse Joy as they had only come back half an hour ago. He was excited at the chance of being able to track their new teammate even if it would take a will. To find the bird as they were hard to find. As he made his way into Viridian Forset, he thought about the raining his team had and he smiled. They were making excellent progress with Ruby nearly being able to use Flamethrower, as well as Katsumi, who also trained without him saying anything. She just wanted to see how long she could maintain a Shadow Ball for. It made for being an excellent power controller as Katsumi started to understand how to better conduct her energy. Magnus had a good first session alongside Rook as both actually ended up enjoying their game with Magnus's reaction time getting better, allowing him to avoid Rook, while Rook worked on getting faster as he knew that he was being used in their first gym battle in a couple of days. He soon released Katsumi and Magnus as he knew that they could help him in his search. They already knew what they had to do and as such got to work as they wanted their trainer to get to pewter. They walked in silence as Katsumi's eyes were closed, concentrating on using her ears while Magnus was using his nose trying to pick up a scent. Found something, Katsumi said, hearing something in the distance. Alright, let's go check it out. Responded Naruto as they ran to where Katsumi was leading them as they didn't want to lose their Pokemon. Soon they stopped as they saw a nest of Pidgey making them sigh in annoyance. Let's keep walking, said Naruto. Unfortunately, Lady Luck wasn't on their side as they had spent hours walking through the forest in the dark and not finding anything useful. Soon it became morning and they sighed, knowing when to give up. Naruto released the rest of his team and seeing their hopeful looks, he told them to ask Katsumi as he was too tired. Getting understanding nods and a lick on the cheek from Ruby as a way to try and make feel better. Naruto, appreciating the thought, gave her a tired smile and rubbed her head, gaining a happy purr in return. He soon stood and gave everyone food while eating an apple, and after a couple of silent minutes, he heard the sound of flapping wings and something landing on his head. As he looked up, he froze in shock, making a surprised noise, getting his team's attention, who also froze. What sat on top of Naruto's head was a friendly-looking Murkrow who was waving at them. Naruto saw him caw something at his Pokemon and watched Katsumi and Magnus drop their mouths in shock. Getting worried, he stood up, careful as to not drop the Pokemon on his head, and getting a friendly peck in return for the thought. He made his way to them, closed their mouth, and then mental. Why? Asked Katsumi what the problem was, becoming shocked at her answer. He said he had followed us all night and that he was interested in joining. At hearing this, Naruto sighed in exhaustion and annoyance. Before taking one of his Pokeballs and putting it in front of the Murkrow, who hit it with a peck, getting sucked in. Soon it clicked, making his fifth capture official. After that, he released his Murkrow and asked if it had a name, and getting a shake of his head, he made one up for him. How about private? It's another way of saying secretive, and you did follow us all night in secret, he said, getting a happy caw in return. Nodding happily to this, Naruto said, how about we eat now, then make our way to pewter where we reach it near midnight, get some sleep, and then challenge the gym tomorrow. Getting happy responses in return from all his Pokemon. As they ate, Naruto watched his new family converse with each other and smiled, happy to see his team shaping up into what he had always dreamed of. Soon after they left with all of Naruto's Pokemon walking with him happily talking to each other and spending time together, getting to know each other. Naruto wouldn't lie, it was definitely one of Hi's favorite moments in his journey so far. Blank. As Naruto made it into the Pokemon Center, he wasn't surprised to see just Nurse Joy awake. He walked up to her half asleep asking for a room, and as he received one he sped to it, excited to get some sleep. As he made it, he released all his Pokemon and got changed before they all went to sleep. The next morning was like any other. He woke up and had a shower, after that waking his team up before leaving to get food with them. After eating he returned everyone but Magnus and Private, seeing their looks of confusion. He explained that he wanted them to get a chance to see how he battles so that they knew what to expect in the future. As he made his way to the gym he realized that people were staring at him with Jing looks, making him frown. As he heard a whimper he looked down to see Magnus shaking and realizing that Private was also quiet, which also never happened as the bird was a prankster and was prideful to no end, making him always talk. But understanding what was happening he started to talk as a way of distracting them. He talked about his dream and how he wanted to change people's views on them and was happy to see that his distraction worked alongside the fact that they agreed to help him reach the top. Soon they stood in front of the gym taking a deep breath. Naruto made his way inside. He blinked in surprise as he saw that it was dark inside, but then moments later saw the lights turn on, blinding him. He grunted in discomfort but soon got over it and checked to see how his two partners were doing. He was happy to see that they had already adjusted to the light. As he looked up he saw a man on the other side of the gym. Naruto immediately understood that he must be the gym leader and walked up to his side of the field. He watched as the man inspected him and his Pokemon before nodding and saying in a clear voice, "I'm Flintstone, gym leader of Pewter and holder of the Boulder badge. I'm assuming that you are here for a gym battle." The now identified Flint asked, getting a nod from Naruto. Seeing this, a judge stepped out and asked Naruto, "What is your name, challenger?" Naruto, keeping his cool, said, "Naruto Juniper from Nuvena town," he said, knowing what the next question was going to be about and getting a thankful nod from the judge. The battle between gym leader Flint and challenger Naruto shall now begin. This will be a 2-2 with the gym leader throwing first. Ready? The judge asked, getting a yes from Flint and a single nod from Naruto. Begin. He shouted as Flint called out, "Rock and roll, Geodude." Naruto, seeing this, knew it would be an easy win for his sharp blade Pokemon and so called out, "Rook, I need your assistance." As Rook formed he looked around and seeing the Geodude immediately went into a battle stance, knowing what was going on. Flint, on the other hand, tensed, not knowing what the Pokemon was. "You may have the first move," called Flint across the field. Naruto only whispered a gladly before commanding Rook calmly, "Rush and use multi-claw." He was pleased to see him run across the field in seconds before his blade-like arms were covered with steel-type energy and he started to slash at the rock with arms. Flint was too stunned to do anything as he watched a rookie's Pokemon move with speeds he could barely track and start slashing at his Geodude, left, right, above. It was literally dancing around his Pokemon and not allowing him to move as its attacks were super effective. Soon Rook was finished and turned his back on the opposing Pokemon, walking towards Naruto. Flint and the judge were surprised to see it stop attacking, and as they looked back at Geodude they were once more surprised to see it lying on the ground with swirls in its eyes. Naruto just nodded at him in approval, which made Rook giving one back. Soon he was positioned back in front of Naruto waiting for his next opponent. As they waited, Naruto looked at Privet and Magnus and snorted in amusement at seeing their shocked looks. Soon they heard Flint clear his throat and say, "You won't beat my next Pokemon, Onyx Rock and Roll," making Naruto and Rook blink in surprise before they both narrowed their eyes and looked at each other. To others it looked like they were just staring, but for Naruto and Rook it was so much more as they read each other like a book. Moments later did Naruto smile, which could be seen through his mask. They heard him say, "I trust you, Rook," and watched as the sharp blade Pokemon crossed one arm over his chest, making a clanging sound before looking back at Onyx with narrowed eyes. "Onyx, use Rock Throw," shouted Flint beginning the match. Naruto stayed calm and didn't say anything as he knew the only way he would win was through strategy. Rook also knew this and so started to dodge the attacks, trying to make time for his boy to think of a plan. Naruto knew he needed an opening and so waited. Soon he got what he wanted as Flint shouted, "Onyx, use Tackle." Knowing that he had to use this chance to make damage or fail, he calmly said, as he knew that if he panicked his Pokemon would too and he needed Rook to stay calm for his plan to work. "When he gets close, use your speed to jump on him." Stab your feet into him to stay on after that, you know what to do, he said, making Rook nod in understanding and wait as the snake rushed him. He waited, and as soon as it was 3 meters from him he jumped on its head, seeing that it was in shock at him dodging its attack. He used it a chance to stick his feet in its body before it started to shake and move around. Now, Naruto shouted so that he could be heard over the onyx and watched as Rook nodded before his blades started to vibrate and send waves of pressurized sound into its body. Seeing that it was hurt by the hit and knowing that it couldn't think straight, Naruto shouted, "Now give him a multi-claw, and do it quickly." He was happy to see Rook turn his claws into pure steel before slashing at its head multiple times in quick succession. Soon, with a final wail, the onyx collapsed onto the ground, leaving a dust cloud to appear. Out of it came Naruto's little soul, either making him grin as Rook was barely injured, only getting 1 or 2 scrapes on him. Yes, Naruto shouted in happiness at being able to beat a gym leader. He watched as Private and Magnus flew to him and started excitedly barking and squawking, making the poniard puff his chest out because of the praise he was receiving from his teammates. Soon Rook turned towards Naruto. He crossed one blow over his body, showing him a sign of his loyalty, making Naruto grin and do so back. They heard clapping and turned to see the onyx be consumed in red energy before being returned into its Pokeball. "Good job, Naruto," Flint said with a laugh, as he had never been beaten by a rookie so quickly. Naruto just scratched his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to reply to that as he was still new to compliments. Flint, seeing this, pulled out the badge and put it in Naruto's hand, saying, "Congratulations on beating me, you deserve the badge." Naruto just smiled before saying, "Thank you, but it was all my Pokemon," and was surprised to see Flint shake his head and laugh again before saying, "That's what all good trainers say, you won because you trusted your Pokemon and it trusted you," making Naruto smile before looking at Rook and laughing at him being swarmed with questions by his 2 teammates. Soon Naruto and his Pokemon left the gym, excited to see where his journey takes him. Next stop, Mount Moonen, the Cerulean city, home of the Cascade Badge. Naruto stood outside of a cave entrance that let him go through Mt. Moon. It had been a couple of days since his victory over Flint, and he thought that he could spend a couple more days working with his Pokemon so that they could be more prepared to handle the water gym next. Naruto and his Pokemon used the time wisely, with Naruto starting to train Private and Magnus moves that would help them against their weaknesses. But for this, he had to learn what their moves were. Private had Pursuit, Wing Attack, Peck, and Astonish. Naruto, knowing that it would be a while before he deems Private worthy of evolution, had assigned him to perfect his moves. He had, of course, told Katsumi to help Private with his ghost and flying type moves, as she had been using them for a long time now and knew how to use them without wasting energy. He had seen Private slacking once and had made a bet with him, telling him that if he mastered all his moves in the next week, he would teach the darkness Pokemon Aerial Ace, something that every bird wanted to know. He had read about it being a rite of passage of sorts where the flying type had to know it or they wouldn't be able to evolve into their final stage, being deemed too weak for it. Naruto had summed it up as bird pride when he had told Ruby, making her roll her eyes at him in exasperation. It was an amusing scene. Naruto knew that it was an important aspect of Private's life and as such used it to motivate him in training. Naruto wouldn't lie, he was impressed with the progress the bird was making. While Private was doing well, Magnus wasn't, as they had found out his internal flame was really weak, leading the fire type to be depressed. Naruto, not wanting his loyal dog to be in such misery, quickly explained to him that it was fine and that he didn't need to worry about it, as Houndour that existed before Magnus have also had weak internal flames. He explained that when he evolved, his fires could rival those of a Charizard. This had made the loyal dark type understand and focus on other moves, not involving himself with fire type moves, as they both knew it would be a waste of time. Seeing Magnus's new drive for power that Naruto knew would lead him to greatness, he began teaching him Thunderfang, replacing Leer. Naruto had made Magnus watch videos of Thunderfang from his Pokédex until the dog understood it completely in theory, which was shown to be great, as the first time Magnus used the move he had been able to create electric type energy, and while it wasn't for long, it had made Naruto proud to see his Pokémon be so skilled. He had made sure Magnus knew how proud he was of the fireless dog, as learning how to handle a new element was immensely difficult. He remembered how it took Mont HS for Katsumi to even be able to manifest flying type energy, and then how long it took for her to be able to hold it for more than a minute. Aerial Ace was a struggle to learn, but when she did, it was an amazing achievement and something that they wouldn't forget about for years to come. Speaking of Katsumi, she had been the one to help Ruby master Flamethrower. It wasn't much of a surprise, as he knew that Ruby was a quick learner and that Katsumi was a good teacher. But seeing her success, He had let her enjoy his praise before moving her onto mastering Sucker Punch alongside Rook, making him kill two birds one stone. He had made it so that they fought against Katsumi as she was the strongest in the team even if Rook and Ruby were catching up to her. This had improved their reaction times their observation skills as to use Sucker Punch. The Pokemon must know if their enemy was attacking. But even Katsumi needed breaks and to help Private with his moves, and so Naruto made Rook and Rub. Why fight using only Sucker Punch? And he wouldn't lie, it was amazing to watch. And now here he was a week later standing in front of his next big objective with Ruby and Magnus at his sides. They were oath with him as protection and to allow them to master their new moves. With a nod towards his two Pokemon, they started to walk in. 5 minutes later and Ruby had shot a flamethrower at Magnus, making him be covered in flames thanks to his ability Flash Fire. It also allowed him to be their torch as it allowed Naruto to see, already knowing that his two partners could see through the dark perfectly. It was only natural. They walked for hours, taking occasional breaks to drink some water before they kept on walking and relighting Magnus. They didn't see much action in the mountain as only an occasional Zubat flew up to them, quickly being dealt with by Magnus, who had started to use Thunder Fang per Naruto's suggestion, while Ruby kept their light on by holding the flamethrower in her oath, which she assured him didn't hurt her. Naruto knew it was a 3-day trip, maybe 2, if they hurried, which they planned on doing, as being in a wet and cold mountain for long was not on their wish list. Checking the time on his Pokédex, he realized that it was already late and so set up his camp before releasing the rest of his team to eat. As he released his Pokémon, he saw them look around before they spotted Magnus and burst out into laughter as he was still on fire from an hour ago. He, of course, understood why it was funny and had even caught Ruby giggling to herself on their way through the mountain. He looked to see how Magnus reacted and was surprised to see him giving them a smile, making Naruto realize what he had done. He knew that Magnus could turn the flame off at will and as such must have kept them on to lighten everyone's mood, as being in a wet and cold mountain is something no one liked. He saw him look his way and gave him a proud smile, making Magnus look ecstatic. Which in turn made him look goofy, making everyone laugh even more at him. Soon it was time to sleep. After everyone had eaten, they had all agreed not to do any training in the mountain and to just focus on leaving. Seeing as mostly everyone was asleep minus Katsumi, as she was always the last to go, he went up to Magnus, who was also asleep, and said, "I'm proud of what you did, Magnus. You helped raise everyone's spirits and made them all forget about this mountain. I just wanted you to know that it was really smart of you and that I'm happy you did it. Good night." He finished, not knowing that Magnus was awake and had heard everything. Soon after Naruto fell asleep, Magnus curled up next to him, as a sort of way to give Naruto more heat even with his weak internal flame. Katsumi smiled at seeing the bond grow before she too went to sleep. Blank. The next morning Naruto was on his way through the mountain, this time being accompanied by Private and Magnus. He had a torch out so he could see. He had brought it back in pewter and didn't want to waste it, as yesterday he had 2 Pokemon that could summon fire. It had been a productive morning as they had made good distance already, and Magnus was getting a workout using Thunder Fang on the Zubat that flew at them through the caves. Naruto estimated that Magnus would probably have the move down by the time they reached Cerulean City. He was happy. Well, as happy as you can be in a cold mountain. As they took a turn, they saw 3 tunnels blocking their path. Crap, thought Naruto in annoyance. They stood there, trying to figure out where to go until they heard the sound of multiple drills in the left one. Thinking that it must be the right one as people were there, they started to walk. They soon walked into a surprise as they saw the tunnel be lit with multiple lights and 3 Pokemon working. They quickly hid as to not be spotted. He knew that there was someone close, as the Pokemon that were in front of him wouldn't work together. Hell, one of them wouldn't even exist. He took a calming breath and observed them. A Rhyperior. They are always strong and could be a problem. Next he looked at the ancient Pokemon. A Kabutops. Those are extremely rare and don't exist, which just proves that someone is here. The next was a Probropass. He absent-mindedly realized that his bird Pokemon was laughing at the stone with a mustache, and Naruto would have joined if it wasn't surrounded by 2 Pokemon that could kill them. Naruto's mind was planning over 100 escape plans. He hated the fact that they could be spotted at any moment. So he did what any 10-year-old was good at. He put Private and Magnus in their balls and getting a squawk of shock before he acted cluelessly and started to walk Saint the Pokemon, acting like he had never seen them before, and he hadn't in real life, only online. He was proud to see it work as the Pokemon glanced at him before turning back to their work, thinking that he couldn't be a problem to them. As he passed them, he heard someone yelling like a madman, and as to not be noticed, he kept his distance and watched as a fat man walked next to a wall with a drill and started to work on it. Behind the man was a cart full of fossils. Naruto frowned at this, knowing that what this man was doing was illegal, as mining in Mount Moon was something that could send you away to jail. Thinking of a plan, he quickly sent out Katsumi. He watched as she looked around and then looked at him. Noticing his narrowed eyes, she immediately straightened up, knowing it was serious. Naruto nodded at her before telling her their situation and his plan. He was happy to see her nod at him before she set up an illusion around the three working Pokemon that would make it seem like nothing is happening before she transformed into a Kabutops herself and walked up to the man. Naruto watched as the man stopped working and growled out, "You better have some fossils, I don't want to stay in this mountain for any longer and be caught by any passer-byers." Naruto smirked at being right and watched as the Kabutops nodded before its blades lit up with white energy and smacked the man in the stomach, knocking him out. Naruto stepped out behind his cover with a smile, happy to see Katsumi perform her task to perfection. He quickly told her to go check her illusion over the 3P Pokemon before he started to tie the man up, covering his mouth with some tape he always had, and then calling the police in pewter. He explained the situation to them and was told to wait as they sent a unit to come and collect the man and his Pokemon. He waited for 3 hours before he heard the sound of battle. He quickly ran around the corner, thinking something had happened with Katsuma's illusion. Ut was relieved to see that it was the police dealing with them and his Zoroark watching from the shadows. He was the only one to see her, as he was the only one to know that she was out of her Pokeball. And because he had years of experience. He watched as the man got taken away, not bothered by the fact that he was glaring at him before he got approached by an officer. "Jenny, you are the one who called us, correct?" She questioned, and he nodded before she started to question him, and he explained what had happened. In the end, she told him that if he ever came to Pewter, he should try to find her and get his prize for what he did. This had left him blinking in surprise, and before he could ask the officer what the prize was, she had already left. Seconds later, Katsumi came out of hiding, laughing at his face. He just gave her an uninterested look before sending Magnus and Private out and watching as they rushed him, trying to see if he was injured. He just laughed before calming them down. ND explaining what had happened and getting a hard peck from his bird and a tiny ember to his face from his dog for being so reckless. Blank. Blank. Soon they were back on track. Naruto knew that they would only get to Cerulean the next day, as they had wasted so much already. It seemed bad, but he tried to work with it, starting to teach Private Aerial Ace with Katsuma's help, and even though he did have enough space to perform the move, Naruto didn't let him, as there were many unknown factors that could affect his jovial bird. Private was annoyed by it but understood High's reasoning and so left it at manifesting the energy and keeping it on. Control exercises, Naruto called them, getting the idea from when Katsumi did it with her Shadow Ball. The next day Naruto woke up earlier than before, as he was annoyed with staying in Mount Moon and just focused on getting out. He only had Magnus out with him as he needed the practice with Thunder Fang. They moved quickly as Naruto planned to reach the exit by midday, and with Magnus by his side he knew he could accomplish it with ease, as nothing would strike a Houndour except for stupid Pokemon like Zubat. He was rewarded well for his speed, as only a few hours after they set off did he see the exit. Both him and Magnus were excited to leave the mountain, and so they ran for the exit, not wanting to spend another minute in there. They ran out with smiles on their faces and were greeted with a sunny day in a forest that would take them hours to go through. But Naruto didn't care, he would enjoy the change just as much as his Pokemon. Blank. Soon their excitement wore off and they started to head through the forest. Naruto now had Magnus, Private and Rook out, knowing that they would enjoy the scenery and for the chance to talk. He was a good trainer and so knew that those three were also becoming close friends, which he wasn't opposed to. They had spent around 3 hours walking before seeing the entrance to Cerulean City. By the time they had gotten there, their calm was back and they walked past the gate with no problems. As they tried to find their way to the Poke Center, they saw a large crowd looking at something. This piqued Naruto's interest, and as they made their way through the crowd they saw it was a crime scene. Robbery. Huh, how weird, Naruto stated as he saw that it was a vacuum shop that got robbed. He sighed in annoyance as he had wasted his time on something useless. He soon left looking for the Poke Center once again. Blank. He soon found it, and as he entered he saw multiple trainers walking around. He was surprised as he had thought that the water-type gym was one of the weakest, figuring that he should find out. Later he walked up to Nurse Joy, gave her his Pokemon and asked if he could get a room, getting a happy nod back. Soon he had made it into his room, put his bag down and walked into the shower to have something he had wished for while in the mountains. He soon came out looking refreshed before changing clothes and leaving to get some food and to try and collect some information on why there were so many people in the city. He collected his Pokemon before heading into the cafeteria, being lucky to find a table before ordering. As he released and greeted his Pokemon, he explained his plan on for the gym leader and who he was going to use. As his and his partner's food arrived, he tried to listen in to the conversations that were going on, the best way to get information, he told himself before focusing. He heard people talk about a mystery Pokemon lurking around a waterfall that no one knew about and how it had beaten everyone that has challenged it. He didn't get to hear the description of the Pokemon, as he was already thinking about challenging it and seeing if he could defeat it. He wouldn't catch it even if it was powerful, and that's only if he beat it, but there was always a chance that it could be a part dark type or something that would evolve into one. Making his mind up, he knew he would challenge it before leaving. That is if no one else got to it before him. Blank. Underscore. Blank. The next day Naruto was heading towards the gym, none of his Pokemon out as he didn't want to deal with people's judging looks. It took a while, but he found it, and as he made it, he heard an explosion on top of the gym go off. He immediately snapped his head up to see what had caused such a huge explosion and was met with a robot. He didn't understand, but he also didn't care. Knowing he had to do something, he released Ruby and Katsumi, ordering, "Use your strongest flamethrowers on that thing," and receiving nods before they opened their mouths and shout out 2 tornadoes of flames towards it and melting its side. Seeing an opportunity, he released Rook and said, "I need you to use metal sound on the robot," receiving a nod from the poniard before he sent curved sound wah vests of steel energy that shattered its side. Before he could order anything else, he saw lightning come out from the gym and watched as the robot blew up before seeing 3 people fly out of it. He and his Pokemon blinked in surprise before hearing the gym door open and watching as 6 people came out. He recognized one, but the others were a mystery. He heard as one of them, someone who looked extremely similar to Flint, asked him, "Hey, did you do that?" Naruto, not knowing what to do when surrounded by so many people, just nodded. His Pokemon must have sensed his discomfort because they stood around him, growling, or in Rook's case sharpening his blades in a threatening manner, making the people all jump. Before anything else could be said, Ash made himself known by saying, "You're that guy who took the final Pokemon from Professor Oak." Naruto just blinked at him before slowly saying, "All the Pokemon were already taken. He was giving me a gift, idiot," and watched as Ash turned red in anger, opening his mouth to say something before being beaten by a girl with blonde hair. "Oh my god, thank you so much for helping us destroy that robot. Here, want a badge?" Naruto just stared, not knowing what to do in such a situation. Before he could answer, the smallest girl in the group said, "You can't give away our badges so easily," shouted he meant. Anyways, the short one began turning towards him. "I'm the gym leader of Cerulean City and holder of the Cascade badge. I'm guessing you're here for a battle," she finished and got a nod from him. "Before you continue," Naruto said, seeing her open her mouth again, "can we do introductions first?" and was happy to get nods from them. "I'm Brock, nice to meet you, and you already know Ash, it seems." The one who looked like Flint introduced himself and Ash. Naruto gave a nod back to them before looking at the girl as she said, "Well, I'm Misty and these are my sisters Daisy, Lily and Violet." She finished off as they sent him smiles and winks. Naruto was happier than ever to be wearing a mask as it hid his blush. Naruto sent them all his closed eye smile before saying, "A pleasure to meet you all too. I'm Naruto," he finished. Before hearing growls and turning to see his Pokemon give him certain looks, he just chuckled before addressing everyone again saying, "And these are Katsumi, Ruby and Rook." He was happy to see them introduce themselves to the Pokemon. At seeing that the pleasantries were over, Ash said, "Now that everyone knows each other, can we go back to my gym battle?" He got nods back before he ran in, followed by everyone else. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Naruto sat down in the stands next to Brock with the 3 sisters behind him who were giggling and sending him glances, making him sigh, happy to have a mask on. His Pokemon were back in their Pokeballs as he didn't want Misty to see them any more than she had already. He looked to his right to see a Pikachu, Ash's Pikachu to be exact, sitting next to them in the stands. "Hey Brock," Naruto said, getting everyone's attention even if he did only call Brock's name. Seeing he had Brock's attention, he asked, "What's Pikachu doing here? Has he already been knocked out?" He was surprised to hear a nervous chuckle escape the older boy's mouth before he answered his question. "Well, you see, Pikachu didn't want to battle as he sees Misty as a friend and so doesn't want to injure her Pokemon." Naruto gave the older boy a blank look before saying, "So let me get this straight. Pikachu has decided not Ash, right?" He asked and received a nod. Naruto leaned back into his chair, releasing a sigh before quietly saying, "He's even worse than I thought he would be," making Brock frown but not comment on it. Naruto watched as the battle began, seeing a Starmie appearing on Misty's side and a Pidgeotto on Ash's. The battle was nothing surprising, just something that a rookie would have, which was to endlessly attack before he beat the mystery Pokemon. Naruto watched as he picked up the badge before making a victory pose, making Naruto question how old he truly was. He watched as Misty turned to him and said, I can fight you now, but I won't be using the same Pokemon. Will that be okay? She questioned and received a nod from Naruto. As they stepped onto their platforms, a judge appeared before saying gym rules and stating that it would be a 3-3 battle. Are both of you ready? He asked. As Naruto, with no emotions displayed on his face, nodded and Misty shouted yeah. He allowed them to start. Begin. He shouted. Blank, underscore, blank. In the stands. Who do you think will win? Asked Daisy, the oldest of the sisters. She received mixed answers, as Ash wanted Naruto to lose, Brock didn't know enough about Naruto's skills to say, and Lily and Violet were cheering for Naruto. Daisy was too, but she was also looking at this through a logical standpoint and had to agree with Brock as it was anyone's win. Blank, underscore, blank. Nar. Yuto watched as Misty threw her Pokeball into the air, summoning a Goldeen. Naruto nodded at that and threw his own Pokeball out, revealing Magnus. There were two reasons why he chose Magnus. One was for his super effective move, and the other was because he needed a final push before he evolved. He had been seeing the signs of evolution become more prominent as the days went by, and it was why he had spent so much extra time with him lately. As when going through evolution, the extra hormones make them Houndour angry, and in the worst case scenario they end up forgetting who their trainers are. He didn't want that to happen. You ready? He asked his loyal dog and got a bark in return. Good, Naruto thought as he heard Misty begin the fight. Goldeen, use Water Pulse, making Naruto sharpen up, dodge. He said calmly, knowing that Magnus could hear him. The dog did as told before shooting an ember at the goldfish. Blank, underscore, blank. In the stands. Did you see that? Asked Ed Brock, talking about the Houndour's ember attack, and was met with multiple nods. When Ash heard Brock, he said, see what? Naruto's fire Pokemon not being able to launch a good fire attack, it's probably because he's a bad trainer, but he was confused at seeing Brock shake his head. Blank, underscore, blank. Back to the battle. Naruto heard what Ash had said but decided to ignore him. In favor of comforting his Pokemon. Don't listen to him, Magnus. He doesn't know anything. I promise you that your flames will be hotter than anyone else's soon, Naruto said calmly, and was happy to see Magnus nod in return before they focused on the battle. Naruto thought that it was their turn to lead the battle and so ordered, rush in and dodge anything she throws at you. He started as Magnus was already on the move. When you get close, use Thunder Fang. See if you could release more electricity. As Magnus rushed the fish, he heard Misty shout her orders out. Use Horn Attack when he gets Goldeen. Naruto stayed calm, knowing that Magnus could dodge its attack, and was pleased to be right as Magnus dodged its horn before his fangs began to light up with electric energy and he bit the water. Naru. To watched this with pride as he knew that his Pokemon caught onto the fact that he never stated to attack Goldeen and to only use the attack. They watched as the Houndour stopped pumping electricity into the water and waited for the goldfish to appear. Seconds later they saw it float up to the surface with swirls in its eyes, making Houndour the winner of the match. Naruto watched as Magnus howled at the ceiling in celebration of his win before moving back to his side, while Misty sighed in disappointment before recalling Goldeen and sending out her next Pokemon. Misty calls Horsey, she shout. Ed, as a seahorse-looking Pokemon appeared on the battlefield. Naruto narrowed his eyes, knowing that it could have the ability Swift Swim, which would make it difficult to hit as it would be extremely fast, and even using Thunder Fang on the pool would take a while, in which the Horsey would have enough time to shoot Magnus with a water gun. Magnus, return, Naruto called, making the audience nod their heads at his decision. Ruby, I need your help, Naruto called as he threw her Pokeball into the air, releasing the majestic white-furred Pokemon as she looked around in interest before nodding back to Naruto and getting ready to battle. Swords dance, Naruto ordered calmly as he knew that he would only get one shot at it, and if he didn't knock it out at that moment he could lose the fight. Agile. ITY and use water gun Horsey, Misty shouted out as the seahorse disappeared from view, confirming Naruto's theory of its ability. Seeing how fast it was, he knew Ruby had to be faster. Again, Ruby, sword. Dance, Naruto ordered with haste being visible in his voice. Ruby understood the situation perfectly and started to use the move again before being interrupted by a water gun to the face. Misty seeing this and thinking she could win ordered again. Agility and Twister followed by water gun. Quickly Ruby swords dance and then be ready to use Sucker Punch, Naruto shouted to her, knowing that the combination of moves would defiantly injure Ruby. He watched as she did her dance before waiting and looking for her opponent. He saw the water to her right move and realized that the Pokemon must have been young and wouldn't be able to keep using its ability alongside agility. Naruto, realizing this, understood that Misty was making a gamble, as after it used Twister and Water Gun it would be all tuckered out. New plan: Ruby dodge its Twister and then attack when it uses Water Gun. Trust me on this, he said and received a nod back. They waited as they saw multiple more waves move, indicating that the horsey was slowing down until it appeared to her right and shot a Twister attack. Because of the energy it wasted moving around, it took a second for it to launch its move, giving Ruby enough time to dodge. The horsey must have seen this too, as it had stopped the Twister of Dragonic energy before trying to release a Water Gun, but being unable to, as Ruby appeared in front of it with her right paw glowing and smashing it into a wall. Thanks to the previous sword's dances that upped her attack, her move had enough power to knock the horsey unconscious. Nice one, Ruby, that was brilliant, Naruto called to her before he was tackled into a hug by her. Laughing, Naruto pushed her off of him before congratulating her and returning her. Naruto then released Magnus again. Magnus, me and Ruby beat her second Pokemon. This will be her last. Think you can handle it? He asked, knowing the answer he was going to receive, as the Houndour turned towards Misty, growling as they both waited for her last Pokemon. Blank. In the stands. That was amazing. Daisy commented in awe at the skills the rookie in front of her had displayed, with her sisters nodding in agreement. Shish. He looked at Brock to see his mouth being dropped open in shock at the skill the boy had with his Pokemon, not to mention this was only his second gym badge. Ash just looked annoyed, not understanding Hi, Naruto had used two moves that did nothing, and then seeing his Pokemon teleport towards the horsey. Blank. That was some nice battling, Misty called across the field. Hearing this, Naruto nodded before she continued on. But I have something that will let me win this battle, she said before shouting, Misty calls Meryl, and making Naruto and Houndour blank in shock. As it appeared in front of them. Goddammit. Naruto mentally cursed before trying to get back into his battling state. Thinking he was ready, he nodded his head towards Misty, her seeing this bega. End the battle. Meryl rushed them with tackle and then use Aqua Tail. Naruto, hearing this attack sequence, reacted in seconds. Magnus, take the tackle, and when it uses Aqua Tail, catch it with your mouth. Ing Thunder Fang. He ordered sternly, knowing that this Pokemon was a massive threat to his team. He watched as Magnus tanked the hit before seeing the water mouse swing its water-coated tail at Magnus. Luckily his training had paid off, as he saw him react in less than a second and bite into the tail with electricity coming out of his fangs. Misty, seeing this, reacted quickly, knowing she had an amazing chance of winning. Quick, Meryl, she started. Use play rough. Unfortunately, neither Magnus nor Naruto could react in time, and as such Naruto ended up watching as his Pokemon was dragged into a dew. Saint Cloud, and wincing as he knew that it would do a lot of damage. It wasn't until a couple of seconds later did Naruto see his Pokemon, as Houndour was launched out of the dust cloud and into the air. Naruto watched, knowing he could do nothing to help. Meryl, be a sweetie and use Bubble Beam while he's in the air, Misty called, making Naruto shout in concern for his Pokemon. Magnus, no, try to dodge. But it was to no use, as the Bubble Beam had hit him in the air, making him whimper before he smashed into the ground. Naruto, seeing this and not wanting his Pokemon to get any more injuries, pulled out Magnus's Pokeball, and as he looked at Magnus he saw him open his eyes before meeting his and putting on a smirk before he exploded into white light, making Naruto gasp in shock and awe. As he watched Magnus grown in size with large horns growing out of the top of his head, soon standing before him wasn't a Houndour but a Houndoom. He watched as his evolved fire dog looked at him with the same RK from before, making Naruto grin back at him. Ready? He asked his Houndoom and was met with a nod before Magnus sprinted towards the Meryl, who started to shoot bubble beams at him. Magnus dodged all of them with his new speed before his tail glowed with steel-type energy and he slammed it onto the Meril's head with enough force that it fell to the ground. Iron Tail, thought Naruto before he cautiously ordered. Use Thunder Fang on it just to be sure, and he was met with a happy growl before he opened his mouth and bit into Meryl's body, making her squeak before he released her and she dropped to the floor with swirls in its eyes, making Naruto and Magnus the winners of their second badge. Naruto watched as Magnus came up to him. He quickly sat down so they were equal height and then stared into each other's eyes. Soon Magnus closed his and moved his head towards him, making Naruto smile before he too moved his head towards him, where their foreheads met, signifying that nothing could break the bond they had. Soon Naruto stood up and said, "You've come far, Magnus, I'm proud of you," and getting a goofy smile back, making him laugh, knowing that inside the big and scary dark Pokemon still resided the young Houndour that loved the attention. Soon enough he saw Misty alongside everyone else come up to him, making Magnus tense and sit in front of Naruto as if daring someone to get close to him while he was watching. This had made Naruto smile at seeing his loyalty. Congrats Naruto, you've officially beaten me and earned the Cascade badge, Misty said, handing him the badge. Thanks for the great battle. It was defiantly the most excitement I've felt in a while, replied Naruto, making Misty smile. Hey, I have an idea, why don't we all go out for some lunch? Suggested Brock, and he received happy nods from everyone. Blank. So, Brock began throughout lunch. What are your plans, Naruto? Naruto took a second to reply as he looked at his team to see them enjoying their lunch and talking to each other while keeping away from the other teams. He looked back at Brock and said, I'm planning to go see the waterfall here in Cerulean. I hear there's a mystery water Pokemon and I want to go battle it, and if I'm lucky, it might end up being another dark type which I will add onto my team. That's something I wanted to ask you about, stated Daisy. Why do you only have dark type Pokemon? Naruto's answer was quick and simple. I'm a specialist for the Mind Arts Trio, he stated with pride before Ash spoke up. What's the Mind Arts Trio? I've never heard of it, making them all sweat drop before Misty explained and more. It's what people call dark side ghost Pokemon and their powers, as they all affect the mind and are extremely hard to control, as far as I know. No one has tried to specialize in all of them, making Naruto the first to try. Which, speaking off, do you actually think you could? She finished with a question towards Naruto. Well, I believe me and my team could get it done in a few years. It'll be fun to accomplish something no one else has, he finished like it was no big deal. After that, they ate in silence before Misty asked if she along with Ash could join him in seeing the mystery Pokemon that was at the waterfall. Sure, you could even fight it first. Deal, Ash shouted, wanting the Pokemon that everybody was making such a fuss about. Naruto nodded to that before they finished their food, cleaned up, and were led by Misty towards the waterfall. Blank. Soon they made it to the waterfall, where they saw no water Pokemon or any Pokemon at that point. They walked around for a bit with their partners for the battle being out, Pikachu and Ash, Starmie and Misty, and finally Naruto and Katsumi. They spent some time walking around exploring and enjoying the view before Ash ruined it by screaming out in frustration. Why is this Pokemon taking so long to appear? Naruto was about to tell him to shut up, but then he realized he didn't need to, as he was already on the ground with Misty standing over him with a mallet in her hand. Katsumi also saw this before as she started to snicker. Soon though her laughter stopped and she crouched down in front of Naruto in a protective stance. Naruto, seeing this, immediately understood that something was happening. What is it, Katsumi? He asked Ed in a whisper as a way to get Ash's and Misty's attention, and succeeding in it. I sense one dark type and hear another Pokemon in this area, making Naruto ask in confusion. What do you mean there's two Pokemon? People only said one. But she never got to say anything as Misty asked a question that was in both hers and Ash's mind. Who are you talking to, Naruto? Naruto, knowing he had to be quick, he said, Katsumi. Telepathy abilities. Be quiet. And she immediately shut up. She watched as Ash frowned before he opened his mouth to say something, only to be stopped as they heard a melody play, making them feel uneasy. Naruto too felt unease well up in him, but he trusted Katsumi and knew that she would protect him. They watched the woods surrounding them before they saw a shadow jump tree to tree in quick succession. There, they both thought to each other before Naruto ordered out, load. Katsumi, multi-dark pulse, he said as Katsumi opened her mouth and a sphere of dark energy appeared before shooting multiple beams of concentrated dark energy into the woods. They heard multiple explosions go off as the dark pulse hit trees. Stop, he ordered, and she closed her mouth, stopping the move. As the dust from the forest cleared, they saw two Pokemon appear. A dark blue frog with white bubbles around its neck, and behind it sat a brown Pokemon with a long nose and a leaf in its mouth. AF. Rogadier and Nuzleaf. Naruto said in shock as they watched the Pokemon stand and the melody stop playing. They saw the two Pokemon run at Naruto and Katsumi, with Frogadier appearing in the air holding a sphere of water in its hands before it launched it straight into the ground, separating them. Naruto watched as Frogadier landed in front of Katsumi and Nuzleaf in front himself. He watched in shock. K as the wily Pokemon challenged him to a battle. Are you sure? He questioned, and seeing its nod, he got into his own stance as he had learned self-defense a couple of years back thanks to Rhea's suggestion, which reminded him he had to call her. A thought for another time, Naruto mused to himself. They stood staring at each other before Naruto said, come, and the fight began. Nuzleaf rushed Naruto and threw a punch to his side. Naruto blocked it and tried to make the Nuzleaf fall by kicking its feet out with a leg sweep, but the Pokemon predicted it and jumped over his leg. While in the air, it twisted into an axe kick. Naruto, seeing this, reacted quickly and put his arms up in front of him in an X shape before it hit him. It had hurt him, but he could still go on. Naruto pushed the news leaf away from him, making it flip in the air before landing with a smirk on its face. Naruto too had a smirk on his face as he started to enjoy the fight. He rushed the nuzleaf with a punch, getting it deflected before thrusting up his knee and hitting it in the chest, making him be the first to deal damage. This went on for another 3 minutes before he and Katsumi found themselves back to back. Let's swap opponents and finish this, as he told her mentally, as she could finish the fight against Nuzleaf in seconds, having 2 super effective moves. Seeing Naruto's point, Katsumi nodded and they both quickly switched sides and attacked their opponents, leaving them in shock. Because of this, Naruto was able to land a hit on Frogadier and Katsumi was able to send Nuzleaf flying with aerial ace before he shot a flamethrower at him for multiple minutes. While that was going on, Naruto and Frogadier were in a stalemate as neither one of them could hit the other. They were able to predict each other perfectly, as Frogadier wasn't as fast as he could be because of his previous battle with Katsumi. I am done. He heard Katsuma's tired voice in his head before he ducked under a kick and tried to leg sweep the frog's other leg that was on the ground, only for him to jump over it and land a distance away from him. I am not. A little help, please, he asked in a tired voice before blocking another punch and being pushed back. He watched as the frog's concentrated face broke into surprise as Katsumi leapt over him and launched a massive dark pulse his way, knocking it out. Seeing this, he sighed in relief, taking 2 spare poke balls and throwing them at the 2 Pokemon. He saw them click before collecting them and lying down on the ground in exhaustion. He felt Katsumi lie down next to him too before they both broke into grins and said, "A job well done," to each other while high-fiving, proud at being able to catch their 2 new family members. We find Naruto laying on his bed now. In his hands were 2 Pokeballs. They were his Nuzleaf and Frogadier's. He was happy about getting them, but something didn't add up for him, and that was why 2 out-of-region Pokemon with perfect teamwork were in the middle of some random forest in Kanto. There was one obvious answer to the question, one which made him feel sick. He sat there staring at the Pokeballs, not knowing how they would react to him being their trainer. Would they attack him or would they disobey him? There's only one way to find out. Katsuma's mental voice told him. She was also the only one out of her Pokeball. So with a nod, he threw the Pokeballs into the air and watched as they opened, releasing the 2 Pokemon. He saw them open their eyes and scan the room before their eyes landed on him and he involuntarily froze. They must have. They sensed his tension and so looked down. This had made Naruto blink, not at all expecting them to do such a thing. Katsumi, help me out here, he said, and got a nod back before she started to growl something out to the 2 ninja Pokemon. He watched as they nodded before making their own noises. He looked back to Katsumi as she said. They looked away as they saw you tense around them. They feel sham. For scaring their new trainer so much. Hearing this, Naruto softened his gaze and looked at the 2 Pokemon that were still avoiding his watch. Hey, he called towards them softly. Look at me, I'm not scared of you, he said softly as his 2 new partners looked his way. There's nothing to be ashamed of, he finished with an eye smile and got 2 in return. Seeing that they were now comfortable around him, he deemed it safe to ask a question that had been plaguing his mind since catching them. He took a deep breath before asking, did you 2 have a trainer that abandoned you? He asked carefully as to not startle the Pokemon. He saw their eyes widen in surprise before avoiding his gaze again and nodding. He looked at Katsumi and she, seeing his look, knew what he wanted her to ask them. Why did you get abandoned? Katsumi asked them in a hard voice, making them both flinch. We were deemed too weak by our trainer to be on his team, and so he left us out here, the Nuzleaf stuttered out. Hearing this, Katsumi raised her eyebrow in surprise before asking, why did you allow Naruto to catch you then? And this time she was answered by the Frogadier. We knew he was a strong trainer. As soon as he stepped into our territory with you by his side, we could sense your power from miles away and so knew that he must have been strong to have you under his command, he finished. Katsum. Hearing this, knew that the frog didn't understand her relationship with Naruto. Listen here, frog. She started with power being audible in her voice, making the bubble Pokemon flinch. No one controls anyone in our team. We are not master and servant. Our team is a family, and if you decide to join us, you will be joining a family that you can't betray. Got it? She finished with a question and narrowed eyes. She was about to go on but felt a hand on her shoulder and saw Naruto looking at her with a concerned expression. Seeing this, she sighed before telling him what had been said. Naruto understood perfectly why she got so mad at them, as she held his beliefs of family extremely close to her heart, as she too was abandoned by her family. Naruto saw her relax before he took over. If you only and to join us for power and to prove your old trainer wrong, then I won't allow you to join us. But if you do join, I will make you stronger. Yes, but that is only if you decided to join our family and, like the rest of my partners, have each other's backs. Do you think you could do that? He asked and saw them look at the ground contemplating his question. After a couple of minutes he saw them look at each other, nod, and then look at him. He saw a fire of determination appear in their eyes before they nodded back to him, showing that they agreed to be part of his family. He smiled in return before asking, "Do you two have names?" He asked and got two shakes of their heads. Seeing this he said, "Well, how about I give you nicknames? It will make you more rememberable when you become the strongest of your species," he said, and was happy to see their hopeful looks. He sat thinking of names before pointing at Frogadier and saying, "How about Hermit?" He questioned and got a happy nod in return. Mocking him smile before pointing at Nuzleaf and saying, "What do you think of the name Cage?" He questioned again and got a nod in return with a happy face. Seeing that it was late, he told them that he would introduce them to everyone tomorrow before he returned them and went to sleep with Katsumi sleeping at the end of the bed. Blank. Underscore. Blank. The next morning Naruto made his way to the cafeteria to get some breakfast. He stepped in and saw no one was there, which didn't surprise him as he had woken up early to be able to make his way out of Cerulean and onto his next badge. He released his teams so that they could eat too and so that he could introduce them to Hermit and Cage. He watched as one by one they greeted the two new Pokemon before going back to their food. Naruto smiled at that as finally his team was getting used to getting new teammates. He soon finished his food and waited for his partners to do the same before seeing that they were done, allowing him tea. "Oh, speak. We aren't going to Vermilion." He started seeing his team's confused looks. He carried on. "But we are going to Saffron City where the psychic type leader resides," he said with a grin which only grew into a smirk when he saw his team's happy expressions, but he still had something else to say, so he cleared his throat, gaining his team's attention before continuing. "After our gym fight with we are going to go to Lavender Town so that we could get ourselves our first ghost-type partner," he finished. Soon enough he had returned everyone but Private and Hermit, as he wanted to spend some time with the bird and Bubble Frog. He collected his bag from his room and left to go to the Pokemart to get some supplies before leaving for his travels. Blank. Underscore. Blank. He was soon on Route 5, which was leading him straight towards Saffron. On his way there he was making a training plan, thinking about doing another week's worth of training to guarantee his victory over the gym leader. Making his mind up, he sent Private to look for a clearing that they could use for training and waited with Hermit until the little bird came back 5 minutes later, leading them towards a clearing with massive amounts of boulders and trees, making him grin. He quickly set up camp before releasing his team and explaining to them that they were going to do some training again, making them grin at him, with Hermit and Cage looking at him with stars in their eyes. "This is what's going to happen." Naruto began. "Katsumi, you are going to teach Hermit and Private Aerial Ace," he said, making both of the named Pokemon cheer. He carried on. "Rook and Cage, you two are going to be learning a new move called Brick Break. I'll be leaving you with my Pokédex so you could learn how to use it in the Ori," he said, getting nods from them. "Ruby, you are going to be giving Magnus the basics to Flamethrower as he can figure out the rest, and after you are done with that, come back to me," he ordered, receiving multiple nods as they all split up into groups. He gave his Pokédex to Cage and Rook and waited for Ruby to come back. It didn't take long and he could already see Magnus shooting out a semi-decent flamethrower. Ruby made her way towards him with a curious expression on her face. "I'm going to be teaching you your final move," Naruto announced, making her look at him in surprise as she would be He's second one on their team to have a complete moveset. "It's a rock-type move that will help you out in battle. It's called Stone Edge," Naruto said with a smirk before carrying on. "It'll be the hardest move that you will learn as it's a brand new type that no one on the team has experience with." In return for his comment, he got a determined nod back. "Good, I'll let you start learning the theory of tomorrow, as Rook and Cage are earning a new move as well, so go help Magnus with his fire," he finished. Blank. Underscore. Blank. 1 week later, Naruto was making his way through Route 5 towards Saffron City with a pleased look on his face as he was more than ready to take on Sabrina. They had made massive improvements throughout the week, with Hermit learning and mastering Aerial Ace before he learned Icy Wind by himself when they tried to improve Hermit's control over water and accidentally made it cold. Private also completed Aerial Ace after a long week off work, and Naruto had promised him that he would allow him to evolve when he was truly ready, telling him to learn Steel Wing in the meantime and completing it thanks to Rook's help. Speaking of Rook, him and Cage had been able to learn Brick Break after 3 days, and Naruto, seeing their mastery over the move, he allowed them to learn another move, with Rook taking lessons from Katsumi on how to control Dark-type energy. Why so he could learn Night Slash while Cage tried to learn Leaf Blade. He was making slow progress opposite to how quickly Rook had learnt his move, but it was still progress. While that was going on, he watched over Magnus and had learned that he was extremely good at controlling fire-type moves, as he was able to do things with flamethrower that Katsumi could only dream of, so Naruto, seeing this, had come up with an idea. Katsumi would teach Magnus his final move, Dark Pulse, and Magnus would help Katsumi with her control over flamethrower, with Magnus becoming the third on their team to get a complete moveset. Ruby was the last on his list and she was struggling, even with her perfect understanding of how the move worked. He had told her not to worry about it and to keep trying, as it was hard to learn such a strong move with no prior knowledge on it. He was planning on asking Brock for some help the next time they met, as he knew the older boy specialized in rock types when he was the Tear City gym leader, something he had learned when they all had lunch. And now Naruto was making his way to Saffron with his team exhausted but stronger than ever. He couldn't wait to see how well they did. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Naruto walked out of the shower looking refreshed, and as he looked outside he saw that the sun was up, meaning that morning had finally struck. He had arranged by Ived last night and had left his Pokemon with Nurse Joy before going sleep. Now he was going to the front desk to collect his Pokemon before moving to the cafeteria, where he saw a few trainers eating. Not minding them, he released his team and they all ate in silence. That is before he felt someone call for his attention. Hey kid. Another trainer who was older than him by 3 years called to him in a to not be rude. Naruto looked at him, giving his attention. How much for some of your team? He asked, making Naruto raise his eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Asked Naruto in pretend cluelessness. And watched as the older boy twitched before saying, what does it sound like? I want to know if you will trade me your Pokemon for some of mine, he said, pulling out some Pokeballs. Naruto couldn't be bothered to deal with the older boy any longer and so sighed before saying, I'm not interested in your deal. I would never sell my family away, he said, making his Pokemon who were listening smile at him. The other boy just frowned before shaking his head and saying, you're lost, but I'll be asking you again the next time we meet, before walking away. This had made Naruto frown, seeing underneath his words. Naruto sighed, trying to forget about the older kid as he went back to his food. He had an important battle today and he didn't want anything distracting him. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Finding the gym was quite easy in Naruto's opinion, as it stood out compared to the other buildings. He took a deep breath to calm himself down before making his way in. He saw a man sitting behind the desk watching him before saying, you are not ready for Lady Sabrina, holder of 2 badges, please come back when you have 5 inches, he finished before turning back to his work. Naruto, not liking the dismissal, said, no. I think I'm ready for the battle, so could you please allow me to battle her? He watched as the man stood up, inspected him before snorting and saying, it's your funeral, kid, I'll allow you in on one condition, he said, and Naruto, wanting to have his fight, nodded. When you fight her I will record the battle, and when you lose, the man began with such certainty that made Naruto nearly start doubting himself. I will post it on the net, he finished. Naruto thought it over before saying, and if I win you will still post it, right? He questioned and got a nod back, making Naruto sigh before agreeing to the deal and being led through a library filled with people. They reached a metal door which automatically opened and they walked into a field of sorts where Naruto saw a girl a year older than him sitting on a chair smiling at him. She had black hair that went down her back and black and red clothing. Totally not creepy, Naruto thought to himself with narrowed eyes before he watched head as she stood and said, Naruto Juniper, I presume, she questioned, and he nodded back to her, knowing that as a psychic type leader she must have some sort of psychic powers, so he wasn't surprised. Shish. He kept her smile seeing his nod before saying, I am the holder of the Marsh badge. He watched as she nodded to the side where he saw a stand full of people cheering for her and a judge. This had made Naruto feel uncomfortable, but he squashed the feeling down and waited for the referee to go over the rules, stating that it was a 4-4 battle and that it would begin when Sabrina, the gym leader, he guessed, sent her first Pokemon out. He nodded to those rules before watching as Sabrina silently releasing a with a smile on her face. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Psychic. Fairy. Naru. To thought to himself before nodding and sending out Rook. This also had the desired effect of calming Naruto down and making his mind sharper than before, just like every other battle he had been in. He saw Rook turn to him and salute like he always does before focusing on his fight. Naruto was patient and wanted to see what Sabrina had planned for him. She must have had the same idea, as Naruto could see Rook twitching. Knowing what that meant, he began the battle. Metal sound, he said calmly, and watched as the poniard crossed his blades over his chest and started to vibrate them, sending out pressurized sound at the mime. He watched as its eyes glowed blue, a sign of a psychic move being used before the sound waves were sent up to the ceiling. He had made his move and now waited for Sabrina to make hers. He saw the mime create leaves out of thin air and send them at Rook. Magical leaf. He mentally noted before ordering Rook. Cut them up with metal claw, you can't dodge them, he explained. ND watched as one by one the leaves got cut. He looked up and saw that the mime was closing in on Rook with its hand glowing with fighting type energy. Knowing that it would do a lot of damage, Naruto called, Rook. Brick break to you right, and was happy to see the moves connect, stopping the mime. They were in a stalemate before Naruto got an idea. Rook use metal sound, he ordered, knowing that their modified move would do some damage and make it confused. He heard Rook emit a loud hum before waves of steel sound were sent at the mime from his axe-like blade that was on top of its head, making it retreat and put its hands on its ears. Naruto, seeing this and knowing he had a chance to attack, ordered Rook use multi-claw, and watched as both of his blades lit up with steel-type energy before he rushed the mime with the speed he gained from weeks of training and slashing at the Pokemon from all sides with super effective energy, dealing massive amounts of energy. He saw the mime get a hold of itself and try to strike Rook with a brick break from the side, but Rook dodged it without any commands being given by jumping over the mime and then using metal sound on it again, causing damage. Finish this, Rook, use Night Slash. He called to him and watched as the poniard landed behind the mime and struck it in the back with a black blade, knocking it unconscious and allowing them to win the fight. Naruto sighed in relief before praising Rook and returning him, as he knew that the brick break had hurt him, as they only nullified its damage, and then add to the fact that Rook had used multiple moves in quick succession, it had drained him off a lot of energy. Naruto knew that that would be fixed when he evolved, but it was still a long time from happening and he didn't want his Pokemon going into a battle knowing they would lose. Naruto watched as Sabrina nodded towards him before releasing her next Pokemon, an Exeggutor. He grinned, knowing the perfect Pokemon for the job, and released Mag. Noose. He smirked as the fire dog howled his entrance before staring down his opponent. He did the same and looked at Sabrina to see her smile was gone and that she had narrowed her eyes. Good. Naruto thought to himself as he prepared himself for the battle. This time Sabrina had started the match with her Exeggutor using Leaf Storm. Stop the attack with Flamethrower and keep it going, Magnus, he ordered. Red as the fire dog released a tornado of flames that burnt the storm of leaves into ash before he stopped and released another fire. This time the fire appeared to be shaped like a bullet that twisted in the air and hit the Exeggutor on the side. Naruto grinned at this display of control, as in their spare time they had been trying to give Magnus control of his element, just like with Hermit, only unlike Hermit, Magnus was a natural. He watched as the tree launched multiple green balls, energy balls. Naruto recognized at Magnus. Get in close, Magnus, and bat away the energy balls with Iron Tail if they get close. He ordered calmly and watched as the dark Pokemon nodded before making his tail light up with steel-type energy and rushed towards the psychic, doing exactly like Naruto had ordered him to. He watched as Magnus got close before hearing Sabrina say her first words of the battle. Use Toxic. This had surprised Naruto, but he got over it quickly, yelling, use Flamethrower on the gas cloud. He said as a cloud of gas was released from the tree's multiple mouths. Fortunately, Magnus was able to react fast enough and stop himself from running forward before releasing another tornado of flames that had made the gas blow up, engulfing the battlefield with smoke. Naruto sighed in relief, knowing this would happen as Magnus's flames were naturally coated with poison, something he had learnt about when he had first found out about the Houndoom species' existence many years ago. He waited for the smoke to clear before seeing Magnus be flung into the sky with a leaf storm hitting his underbelly. He watched his dog grit his teeth in pain, as even if it wasn't a super effective move, it still did a lot of damage. Naruto narrowed his eyes, thinking of multiple ways he could save his Pokemon from hitting the ground. Magnus, he called, getting his attention. You're going to have to use Iron Tail on the ground to nullify the impact, he said, and saw the fire dog nod at him before he twisted in the air and slammed his tail onto the ground, making a shockwave appear and a dust cloud to be made. After a couple of minutes, the cloud disappeared and he saw Magnus standing straight with multiple scratches on him. His breathing was erratic, but he could still go on, making Naruto sigh in relief. Let's finish this, Magnus, he said, and watched as his dog nodded before quietly ordering, use multiple controlled flamethrowers to blindside the Exeggutor, and then when you're close use Iron Tail followed by a tornado flamethrower. He knew that Magnus would hear him with his heightened hearing and was pleased to see Magnus open his mouth and shoot out 3 controlled flamethrowers, with only one of them being destroyed by multiple energy balls, but that didn't matter as it was only a diversion which allowed Magnus to get in close and use an Iron Tail on its legs, making it fall on its back and let Magnus jump on it and release a point-blank flamethrower, ending the match and leaving Naruto the winner. Naruto sighed in relief again before praising Magnus for his battle and allowing him to have some rest. This time Naruto released his Pokemon first, that being private, as Naruto knew he was ready for a gym battle. He looked onto the battlefield as he heard the sound of Sabrina's Pokemon entering the battle and blinked in surprise when he saw Anadu. He looked up to see Sabrina giving him a small SM. Eel, making him return one back before they both focused on the battle. Pursuit private. Naruto called up to his loyal bird as it flew towards Nadu with dark-type energy coming out of him. He watched as it struck, making the Nadu nearly fall out of the sky before it used a future sight, making Naruto narrow his eyes. He knew he had to act quickly, so he called, "Use pursuit with steel wing, and watch." D as the bird cawed in reply and flew at the opposing bird. Naruto watched as Private struck it with metallic wings, making a critical hit thanks to his ability before Nadu opened its beak and shot out a beam of rainbow color, making him blink in surprise. Because of his surprise, he couldn't call for a dodge, and Private, who wasn't looking at his opponent, got hit by the super effective signal beam. He watched as an explosion happened before Private came out of it. He was hurt, but it didn't do that much damage to him as he was still a flying type. Before Naruto could order a move, two portals open. Ed up and shot multiple psychic-powered meteors at Private. Luckily Private saw this too and used Aerial Ace to dodge them all, making Naruto sigh in relief. Naruto was annoyed now as Sabrina now knew all of Private's 4 moves, and by the looks of it she has been planning for that, knowing he had to be careful as he only knew 2 out of the 4 moves Nadu had. He started calling out moves. Private. Use Pursuit and Aerial Ace. He knew that this wouldn't miss and would hit first, so he watched as Private flew in with dark energy coming out of him before gaining the outline of Aerial Ace and accelerating. He saw the Nadu fly towards Private before using an Aerial Ace as well. Luckily Private was smart and creative, meaning that he could fight by himself and still come out the victor. So with acrobatic skills Naruto taught him in their past time throughout last week, he twisted and turned, being able to land multiple strikes on the Nadu before the future sight activated and flew towards them. As they were both close to each other, it had struck them both. Luckily Private was immune to psychic attacks and came out unscathed, unlike Nadu, who fell towards the ground at a rapid pace. Seeing this and knowing that it was their chance to win, he ordered, "Quickly use Pursuit." He called and watched as the crow Pokemon struck Nadu before it landed on the ground with swirls in its eyes. Naruto sighed in relief again as he thought he was going to lose the fight multiple times. Luckily they had Private's ability to help them. "Good job Private, have some rest," he called to him before returning him. He picked up his last Pokemon, knowing that he needed to win this last fight to get the Marsh badge, and threw it, watching as the Pokeball opened and out of it came out a Darkrai, making everyone freeze and Naruto smirk. He saw Sabrina narrow her eyes with a blue tint coming over them before they widened, and she looked at him. He only gave her a smile, which she returned with a smirk before Relia's her Alakazam, who also widened its eyes before looking at Sabrina, and then after a short pause getting ready for battle. Naruto, seeing that they were ready, said, "Use Shadow Ball," and watched as it purred in less than a second before being launched. He saw the Alakazam use the same move, making both the moves cancel each other out. He watched as the opposing Pokemon used Signal Beam and saw his Darkrai release a flamethrower to counteract the move. After those 2 brief clashes, they waited before Naruto smirked and shouted with visible excitement in his voice, "Use Dark Pulse." He saw Sabrina return his SMRK before ordering out Load, Double Team Alakazam, and watched as 10 Alakazam appeared in front of them before being demolished by the Dark Pulse. They looked around and didn't see Alakazam anywhere before hearing Sabrina shout, "Now use Signal Beam." And seeing a beam full of bug-type energy hit the Darkrai from above, Naruto kept his smirk, knowing that the real battle only just started. As the smoke cleared, they saw Katsumi standing straight with a savage grin on her face. She was just as excited for this fight like everyone else. "Well then, let our match begin," Sabrina stated in a clear voice, with Naruto giving her a nod before they both ordered, "Use Dark Pulse Katsumi, Signal Beam Alakazam. Blank, _ blank. It had been a few hours after his gym match. And he was sitting in a cafe drinking some tea as his Pokemon were at the Poke Center getting patched up. He had won his 3rd badge and had one of the greatest battles of his small career, the Mana T. The front desk that Naruto had met had also kept his deal and had posted the battle on the net, with Naruto watching the views go up on it. He put his Pokédex away as he heard the door open and turn to see Sabrina walk in before ordering a drink for herself and sitting across from him. They both stared at each other, no emotions displayed on their faces before they broke into grins and started to laugh. They soon got over it and talked to each other about the battle and their strategies before Naruto got to business, saying, "So, why'd you really come looking for me?" he questioned while taking a drink of his tea. He saw Sabrina flinch before muttering, "So you caught on. Naruto just nodded to that and waited for her to speak, which she did after gathering herself together. I would like to join you on your journey, she said with a stutter, making Naruto blink. What? He asked. Well, I've always wanted to travel the world but not alone, and so I stuck for getting stronger in the gym. She answered calmly, this time making Naruto nod again to that before asking, why didn't you ask to join anybody else? He asked again, making her shrug her shoulders, uncomfortable with all the questions. Noticing this, Naruto stopped his questioning, saving it for later. He stood up sighing before giving Sabrina a side glance and saying, pack your bags, we're going to Lavender Town, before leaving, missing the stunned face Sabrina wore. Blank. The next morning Naruto waited outside the gym for Sabrina. He had Hermit out with him for company. He stood out there for 10 minutes before the door opened and Sabrina came out, followed by two older people. Probably her parents, he thought to himself as he made his way towards them, stopping just short so he wouldn't be in their personal space but close enough to hear them. He listened in before her father walked up to him and stared him down. Not one to back down, he stared back absent-mindedly, noticing how Hermit was ready to pounce on the man if he made any wrong moves. They stared at each other before the man brought his hand up for a shake and said as Naruto shook it, protect my daughter and let her have fun. I'll be watching over the gym in case you were wondering. Naruto silently nodded and the man walked back to finish his goodbye with his daughter. Naruto sighed at that before turning towards Hermita. ND saying, thanks for the backup, buddy, and got a happy ribbit back. Naruto and Hermit soon started heading towards Route 8 on the east side of town, with Sabrina quickly catching up to them. Naruto knew that it was going to be a short trip of 4 days. Blank. Soon enough they stopped for lunch and released their teams with the Pokemon that Naruto used in Battle. Ooking in surprise at seeing Sabrina while she sent out her Alakazam and an Espeon, they had explained that Sabrina would be joining them on their travels, getting multiple nods off understanding from the Pokemon. Soon enough everyone was eating and Naruto asked, so why do you only have Alakazam and an Espeon? What about the other Pokemon you used against me in the gym fight? He asked in confusio. With Sabrina being more than happy to explain it. Well, you see, gym leader have their own Pokemon. She started by pointing at her two Pokemon before saying, and they have gym Pokemon that they use for our challengers, making Naruto nod to her in thanks. This is why Misty had Horsey and Meryl in the last chapter. Blank. It had been 3 days since that conversation. And now Naruto stood outside the Pokemon Tower, as Sabrina had said that she had no interest in ghost types and that she didn't want to explore a creepy tower, leaving Naruto to go by himself. He sighed before releasing Magnus and Ruby, knowing that they could help him out in this place with their amazing sense of hearing, sight and smell. Naruto quickly explained what was going on, and after receiving nods from them entered the tower and being immediately greeted by darkness. Naruto sighed in annoyance before pulling out a flashlight and walking on. He watched as Ruby and Magnus growled something out to each other before Magnus set himself on fire, making Naruto grin. Thanks, you too, he said quietly, and got grins in return. They soon made their way up multiple stairs as he had been told. The higher he went, the stronger and more common the ghost would be by the locals, but even when they did go up they still saw no ghost. Maybe it's because of Magnus and Ruby, he thought to himself. Naruto had spent 3 hours in this tower and was now 2 floors away from the top. He sighed in annoyance, not understanding why he hadn't seen a single ghost type. He was thinking of leaving and trying the next day before he heard a loud cackle go off in the same room as him. He froze and his Pokemon surrounded him, growling at whatever had made such a noise. They stood perfectly still, waiting for something to happen before hearing the sound of a thunderbolt being used. Luckily Magnus reacted quickly and made his tail turn into steel, turning the thunderbolt into him so that it didn't strike Naruto. Seeing this, he sent Magnus a concerned look which immediately left his face at seeing practically no damage being done and the angry expression on his face. Before he could react, he saw Ruby use Sucker Punch and hit something. He heard her growl something and watched as Magnus sent him a look before walking forward with Naruto following. What he saw surprised him, as underneath the growling Absol was a Rotom, a ghost, electric type. What's a Rotom doing here? I thought they were only found in Sinnoh and Unova. He questioned in surprise before hearing his Pokemon growl. Right, questions for another time, he said in haste before catching the Rotom. Now let's get out of here, Naruto said with both his Pokemon nodding in agreement as they took another 3 hours to get down the tower and then leave. Blank. He soon made it back to the Poke Center, where he gave the nurse his 3 Pokeballs containing Magnus, Ruby and the Rotom before making his way to Sabrina's room and knocking on her door. While he waited for her, he reminisced to the last 4 days and how they had gotten closer to each other. They had even talked a little of their past, which had made them gain each other's trust. They've also made some fun memories and multiple pictures that she had taken with a camera she had, making Naruto think of buying one himself. Naruto wouldn't lie. Having Sabrina join him was definitely one of his best choices. He finished that thought as he saw Sabrina open her door for him while wearing her nightclothes, he realized, making him blush a bit. So, she began as Naruto made his way in and jumped on her bed face first so he could relax while she went to sit on the couch. How did it go? Did you catch anything? She questioned with Naruto nodding his head, still face still on the bed. Sabrina seeing this sighed before saying, "If you don't sit up and talk to me, I'm kicking you out," and smiled at hearing him groan before he sat up and took off his howie as he was inside. "I did catch something. A rotom," he said before lying on his back lazily, knowing that it would annoy Sabrina. Naruto smiled when he heard her sigh in annoyance before she asked, What's it doing here? I thought they were supposed to be found in Sinnoh and Unova." She questioned in confusion. Hearing this, Naruto nodded before saying, "That's what I said too when I saw it, so I came here to brainstorm some ideas with you." Sabrina smiled hearing this before it widened as her espion started to play with Naruto's messy hair, making Naruto groan in annoyance and leading her to snicker. They spent another hour talking and thinking of theories before Naruto left to get some sleep in his own room. Blank. The next morning, Naruto collected his Pock E-balls from Nurse Joy before heading to the cafeteria where he knew Sabrina would be waiting for him. They quickly ate before heading to a training field and releasing all their Pokemon. Seeing that they were ready, Naruto sent out Rotom and waited as it buzzed around before locking eyes with him and stopping, the smile on its face slowly dropping until it was looking at him with a blank face, one which Naruto returned. He watched as it flew around him, nodding several times before appearing in front of him and reaching out with one of its lightning bolt-shaped arms. Naruto seeing this raised an eyebrow before raising his hand so that they were level before he pushed his hand into its arm, deciding to trust the new Pokemon. He expected to be shocked as they were known for being mischievous, but instead, he felt nothing. He blinked in surprise before looking back at the Rotom and seeing it nod its head towards him. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that before hearing Katsuma's mental voice say, "He was testing you. If you didn't reach for his arm, he wouldn't respect you, but because you did, showing your trust for it, he felt respected and has agreed to being one of your Pokemon," she finished informing him. Naruto broke into a grin at hearing this before he said, "Welcome to the family, Sparks." We find Naruto and Sabrina on a route again. They had spent an extra week in Lavender Town for training and to understand Naruto's new partner Sparks. He was mischievous just like the Pokédex had said, but when it came to training, the little guy was as serious as you can be. It seemed like he took being part of the team seriously, which had made Naruto happy. Plus, he made a friend in private who was just as mischievous as him. The week was full of pranks being done on all his Pokemon by those two, making many funny scenes. Naruto and Sabrina also got closer, where they had slowly started to see each other as best friends, something they both didn't mind being to each other. Naruto had also brought himself a camera so he could take pictures of his journey, which had only happened because Sabrina pastured him about it until he cracked, and now they were heading towards Vermilion. They planned to go through Saffron again and then to go to Vermilion, where Naruto would get himself the badge and they would board the and something that they were both invited onto, as Naruto was a semi-famous junior professor and a famous battler, as the video of his fight with Sabrina had caught many people's attention, and Sabrina was invited because she was a gym leader. The trip to Vermilion would take a total of 7 days, as from Lavender Town to Saffron was 4 days, and then from Saffron to Vermilion would be another 3 days, and he might be able to catch Ash, which he doubted as it had been 2 weeks since they last saw each other, and it would take them another week to get to Vermilion, but he was still hoping that he was in Vermilion, as he needed Brock's advice so that Ruby could use Stone Edge. Blank. It had been a short 4-day trip to Saffron, as nothing had happened minus the fact that they trained whenever they got the chance and making great progress with their moves, with Naruto starting to consider evolving Private. When he had brought this up with Sabrina, she had agreed with him, as Private was reaching the pinnacle of power as a Murkrow. "I'll teach him one more move before allowing him to evolve," Naruto thought to himself before releasing Private in his room at the Poke Center. He watched his loyal bird caw at him in greeting before ling down on Naruto's head, which he had named his new bed. Naruto sighed at that before speaking. "Private, I'll be allowing you to evolve soon," he said, stopping when he heard the Murkrow caw in excitement. Naruto grinned at that before carrying on. "But you'll have to learn one last move to prove to me that you are ready, up for it." He ended his speech with a question and was pleased to see Private fly down on his bed and salute him like Rook always does to show his loyalty. Naruto laughed at that before opening his Pokédex and saying, the move you are learning is called Drill Peck. Blank, underscore, blank. Now we find Naruto standing outside the Saffron Gym with Hermit by his side once again. He grinned at the thought of the mystery Pokemon as he had done well these past few weeks with the training paying off. He could see the changes beginning to appear as his dark typing is starting to manifest. He was distancing himself from everyone and taking his training even more seriously, with water manipulation being the top of his list. Naruto knew that his bubble frog was close to evolving and that he needed one more battle for it to happen. Naruto was excited. Ready. He heard Sabrina's voice from behind him and nodded to her before they started their walk to Vermilion. Blank, underscore, blank. They stood outside of Vermilion's gates. Naruto had Y out with him and they were waiting for Sabrina to finish taking her picture of the view before they could go anywhere. You done yet? He asked in a voice mixed with amusement and annoyance. He saw roll her eyes at him before nodding, allowing them to go in. The city wasn't anything special, just a lot of houses and a port housing hundreds of boats, with the biggest being the S.N. Naruto SM irked at that before hearing an explosion go off and seeing 3 people fly off into the sky. Understanding what that meant, he grinned before heading off to get their rooms. He came out of the Poke Center an hour later by himself. He was heading to a training field, and if he was lucky he would run into Ash, and lo and behold, when he stepped onto the training field he saw Ash training his Pokemon with Brock and Misty. He inspected the new ones Ash had and was surprised to see him with a Bulbasaur, Squirtle and a Charmander. He saw them stop and turn to him when Brock called, "Hey Naruto." Naruto smiled back at them all before saying, "I see you're at Vermilion too, got your badge yet?" He asked, directing the question towards Ash, and seeing him nod he smiled again before saying, "How about we have that battle I asked for at the start of our journeys?" He asked and got an excited whoop from Ash. Seeing this he said, "How about one double battle?" He heard Ash say, "You got it." Excited at getting the chance to beat Naruto. Naruto knew why he was so excited too. He also noticed the arrogance Ash carried with him, so he wanted to give the kid a reality check and show to him that he still had a long way to go. "I'll pick first," Naruto called as he got 2 Pokeballs out and threw them, releasing Hermit and Cage. He saw them nod to each other before Hermit turned to him and nodded his head. Understanding that this would be his last battle as a Frogadier, the mystery Pokemon, he heard Ash say in surprise before sending out his 2 Pokemon, Charmander, Pikachu, I choose you. He called to them and Naruto watched as they ran onto the battlefield, excited at the chance to battle. Naruto, seeing that Ash had the type advantage, looked at his partners and said, "Let's give him some false hope." They understood what he meant. He wanted them to be hit by a super effective move so that Ash and his Pokemon thought that they could win before striking them when they least expected. "You have he first move, Ash," Naruto called and smirked at the face Ash pulled. He saw the Pikachu and Charmander both release Thunderbolt and Flamethrower respectively and watched as it hit his Pokemon. Thankfully, thanks to their resistance training and the weak control Ash's Pokemon had over their moves, made it so it did barely any damage. He saw Ash cheer, thinking he had started off strong. "Idiot," Naruto thought to himself in response. After that, Naruto started giving orders. "Smokescreen and Razor Leaf," he said as a black cloud of smoke appeared around his Pokemon and multiple sharp leaves started flying out of the cloud, hitting Charmander and Pikachu. But Naruto wasn't done. "Both of you rush in with Aerial Ace and Brick Break," he said in a calm voice as his Pokemon sped towards Ash's Pokemon faster than the eye could track. He watched as they both hit the Pokemon, before swapping targets and hitting them again, doing massive amounts of damage. "Pikachu! Charmander!" he heard Ash shout in concern as his Pokemon struggled to stand up. Naruto, seeing this, began to speak. "You've lost the fight, Ash. Your arrogance has made you think you could beat anyone when you still have a long way to go," he told him before seeing Ash get an angry expression on his face and say, "That's not true. We haven't lost yet. Come on, Pikachu. Charmander, stand up," he yelled desperately as his Pokemon stood up. At that end, Naruto sighed before saying, "A good trainer knows when to give up, Ash," he commented. Before putting his attention on Hermit and saying, "Let's finish this, Hermit. Water Pulse." Hermit nodded in agreement. Before jumping in the air and instead of forming and launching a Water Pulse, he created 2 Water Shuriken that he threw at the opposing Pokemon, knocking them out and making Naruto's Pokemon the victors of the match. Naruto watched as Hermit landed on the ground before being enveloped in a bright light that had made Naruto look away before it toned down, and he looked back to see that standing in front of him was a Greninja. He watched as it stood perfectly still before disappearing. Naruto tensed as he felt a blade of normal energy be positioned at his neck. He heard multiple gasps and turned his head slightly to the side to see Hermit holding the blade. They stared into each other's eyes for what felt like hours but was only a minute before Naruto closed his eyes and relaxed, trusting his Pokemon. He waited until he stopped feeling the energy and opened one eye to see it be gone. He turned around to see Hermit on his knees with his head bowed. Naruto chuckled at that before saying, "We're family, Hermit. No one bows to anyone, so stand." He finished watching Hermit stand but avoid his gaze, ashamed of doing what he did. Naruto chuckled again, understanding that when evolution happened, multiple hormones go through Pokemon and they might lose sight of themselves, so Naruto stepped up to his Greninja and hugged him, showing that he was forgiven. He felt Hermit's arms go around his shoulders before he hugged him back. Soon enough they pulled apart, holding each other's shoulders as a sign of friendship and trust. He saw Cage walk up to Hermit and congratulate him, knowing that this was their moment. He turned away and saw Ash's group looking at him in shock. "What?" he asked. Blank. Soon enough Sabrina had joined them and was pleasantly surprised to see a Greninja. She was also introduced to Ash's group and they hit it off. While Sabrina was busy chatting to Brock and Misty, Naruto went to talk to Ash. "You feeling okay?" he asked him as he leaned against a tree watching Ash look at the ground with Pikachu sitting on his shoulder. "Yeah, I'm just surprised you beat me," Ash responded quietly. Naruto frowned hearing this before saying, "Don't be, my Pokemon have trained extremely hard. While yours haven't." He finished and watched as Ash snapped his head up at him with a glare, saying, "What do you mean, my Pokemon are strong?" he shouted at Naruto. Naruto just looked at him with half-lidded eyes, not at all bothered by the fact that Ash was shouting at him with anger. "I never said they weren't, but your Pokemon's attacks are uncontrolled and lack power. You saw how their attacks did nothing to mine," he explained calmly, watching how Ash tried to come up with a comeback before grunting and walking away, saying, "You worry about your Pokemon, not mine, Naruto." Naruto narrowed his eyes at Ash's back before walking away and saying under his breath, "I don't need to worry about mine, you stubborn fool. Blank. It been a couple of hours since then and Naruto was on the training field with his Pokemon and Brock. He had Ruby next to him, showing the ex-Pewter gym leader their progress with Stone Edge, which wasn't a lot. He saw Brock nod his head before releasing his Geodude and allowing the rock with arms to explain to Ruby how to control the rock element. A couple of minutes later he saw her nod her head before retrying again and making visibly more progress than before, making both her and Naruto cheer. "Thanks for the help, Brock," Naruto said to the older boy and got a smile and nod back before he left them to train. He looked back at Ruby and said, "I want you to go practice the move until it's perfect, got it?" he asked and got a nod in return before leaving. Naruto watched her practice for a couple more minutes before calling for Rook, Katsumi and Hermit. It didn't take them long to get to him. "Hermit, show me your cut," Naruto ordered as he wanted to see the progress the ninja frog was making and was pleased to see a perfect blade of normal energy appear in his arms. Naruto nodded at that before turning to Rook and saying, "Show us your Night Slash," he requested and got a nod back before Rook turned one of his blades black with dark type energy. Naruto nodded at that before turning to Hermit and saying, "I want you to inspect the move," he ordered, waiting for the Greninja to see the ins and outs of the move before seeing him nod his head. "Good, Katsumi, you are going to be teaching Hermit about dark type energy," he said, directing the order to Katsumi before turning to Hermit and saying, "Hey. Tear, you gain the understanding off your second typing. I want you to infuse dark type energy into your cut attack," and got nods in return before the two left. He turned to look at Rook, seeing him look expectantly at Naruto. Naruto grinned at him, knowing the perfect move that would help him in this form. Naruto had spent a lot of time thinking about how he could help his little soldier be able to and multiple attacks and not worry about being struck back. "Go to Sparks, tell him to teach you how to handle electric type energy. After you're comfortable with it, come back to me and I'll teach you a move that will help you before you evolve into a Bisharp," he said and got a salute in return before he left to go to their resident ghost type. Blank. It was now night time. Naruto was sharing a room with Brock and Ash, with Naruto having Katsumi out and Ash having all his Pokemon out of their Pokeball. Naruto couldn't sleep, it was avoiding him, so with a sigh he sat and got Hermit's and Magnus Pokeballs before leaving the room. He missed the eyes of an orange lizard that was watching him. As Naruto made his way out of the Poke Center, he was followed by the charm Onder until he stopped on a training field and the lizard hid behind a tree. Naruto released his two Pokemon and watched as they blinked in surprise before yawning and looking at him. "Sorry, you two, I couldn't sleep and I wanted some company while I train. Wanna join?" he questioned and saw his two loyal Pokemon smiled at him before nodding. Naruto smirked in return, which you could see as his mask was off, meaning you could also see the burns on his neck. He was wearing a dark blue shirt and gray shorts, alongside that he was wearing black trainers. Let's work on your control with water and fire. Now that Hermit's evolved, he has a greater control which we'll need for what I'm planning, he stated with confidence, making them nod before he started to run laps with Hermit and Magnus. After a couple of laps they worked on Hermit's control. The Charmander was amazed to see this boy who had beat him earlier on in the day training alongside his Pokemon. He watched for another 30 minutes before he stepped out behind his cover and walked to the boy. Char, he called towards them to gain his attention. Huh? Naruto asked in confusion before turning around and seeing Ash's Charmander looking at him with determination. Naruto blinked before getting on one knee and asking, "What are you doing up, little guy? Did I wake you?" He saw the Charmander shake its head before he started to slowly punch the air and then point at his Pokemon. "You want to train?" Naruto asked, getting a nod back. Naruto stared at the orange lizard for a couple of seconds before sighing and saying, "Why not, we'll work on mastering your flamethrower," Naruto said and got a happy Char back, making Naruto smile. "Magnus, could you help him with that while me and Hermit spar?" Naruto asked and got a nod back before Houndoom growled something to the Charmander and left to go to the other side of the field. Seeing this, he looked back to Hermit to see him already in a ready stance, making Naruto grin in excitement before rushing the Greninja with a kick to the side. Blank. Underscore. Blank. While Naruto and Hermit sparred, Magnus started teaching. "Listen up," Magnus said in a calm but deadly voice. "When I'm training you, you will follow everything that I say, and if you do not, then I will immediately tell Master Naruto. Got it?" He questioned, making the Charmander nod back in fear. "Good. Now stand straight like the proud fire type you are and show me your flamethrower," he said, getting a "Yes, sir" in return before the lizard shot his flames. Magnus watched them with a calculating eye as he saw the fire spread out evenly. Perfect for multiple opponents but horrible for single opponents, as the flames wouldn't do that much damage from the distance. "Your control is horrible, boy," Magnus aid being truthful, making the Charmander look down before he continued. "But it's better than when I was a Houndour," he said with a smirk at seeing the lizard snap his head up at him in shock. "A story for another day, little one. Now let me show you how a controlled flame looks like," Magnus stated as he stepped forward before sucking in air and releasing a bullet of flames that swirled around multiple trees and then flew up into the sky, blowing up. Charmander looked amazed, never seeing a fire type with that much control of their fire. Magnus saw the Charmander's look and smirked, saying, "This is what Master Naruto has taught me, and now he wants me to teach you. Don't disappoint us," he finished and smiled a little at seeing the determination burn in the lizard's eyes. Blank. Underscore. Blank. An hour passed after that, and now Naruto was leaning against a tree watching over Hermit's accuracy training and Charmander's progress. "Naruto," he heard a familiar voice call to him from his side and was shocked to see Sabrina standing there shivering. "What are you doing up?" Naruto asked as he made his way up to her. "I heard a bang and came out to see what it was before seeing Magnus teaching Ash's Charmander." "Why are you up?" she questioned back with a shiver, making him sigh before he put his arm around her and pulled her close so that she could get some of his body temperature, missing her small blush. "I couldn't fall asleep, so I went to do some training," he said as he looked over his two Pokemon. "Why didn't you put on warmer clothes?" he asked after their small silence. "I panicked thinking something happened, and when I knocked on your door and no one answered, I thought something happened, and so I ran outside to see," she answered, leaning into him. After a couple of minutes, she looked up and saw his neck, subconsciously raising her hand to touch the burns that she had never seen before because he always wore his mask around her. "Is this why you wear a mask, Naruto?" she questioned silently and smiled a little at seeing him allow her to touch the burns. "Yeah," he answered quietly. "Can you tell me how you got them?" she asked softly, looking into his eyes. Naruto sighed, knowing he could tell her. He trusted her, and so he began the story of how he had met Katsumi and how his world had changed after that night. After his story, he looked down to see her releasing tears. He was even more surprised when she hugged him. Seeing this, Naruto smiled softly and hugged her back. They stood like that for quite some time before Naruto heard Sabrina yawn. He huckled before releasing her and calling for his Pokemon. Getting their attention, he told them that it was time for sleep and got nods in return before they all made their way back to the Poke Center. Naruto gave Sabrina one last smile, which she returned to him before he walked into his room and dropped into his bed. The smile he gave was a true smile, a smile few have seen. Blank. Underscore. Blank. The next morning, Naruto stood outside the Vermilion Gym. Behind him was Sabrina and Ash's group. They came to see how well he would do in his gym badge. He stepped in, looking around the field for the gym leader before seeing the doors at the back open and seeing a huge man walk in with a Raichu at his side, making Naruto blink in surprise before hearing the giant man laugh and say, "It seems we have a baby here. What do you want, brat?" he asked casually. Naruto ignored the baby and brat comment and calmly stated, I'm here for the gym badge. He watched as the behemoth inspect Ed him before putting on a huge grin and saying, sure, it'll allow you to battle me boy, before walking to his side of the battlefield. He heard the judge go through the normal gym rules and stating this would be a 3-3 and that the match would begin when Naruto chose his Pokemon. They both nodded to those rules before throwing out their Pokemon. Naruto had sent out Sparks and Surge had a Voltorb. Not the best but still good. Naruto thought to himself before nodding to Sparks and getting a smile in return. They had been spending a lot of time together and he was certain that Sparks could get him a win here. He waited for Surge to attack and didn't have to wait long as he heard the large man shout, roll out, crush that little thing. Naruto didn't have to say anything as Sparks was smart enough to dodge. The little ball of plasma dodged the attack like Naruto thought he would before he said two simple words, confuse Ray, and smirked at seeing Sparks grin before it shot 3 CIR. Pleas of ghost energy at the Voltorb making it confused. Knowing that he had a good chance to attack he calmly said, multiple electro balls. He knew it wouldn't do much damage but it was still damage. He heard the older man growl in annoyance knowing he could do nothing and so he waited as Sparks shot multiple electric charged balls at the confused rolling ball. Soon he saw the ball get over its status and watched as Surge grinned before ordering, use rollout and wait for my command. He heard Surge say making him raise his eyebrow before watching as Sparks dodged all its rollouts. He was getting bored now and was about to order for a move but then he heard Surge, Voltorb explosion. He yelled. Naruto widened his eyes at that and before he could order Sparks to use a protect it had already blown up near it. A massive dust cloud appeared after that and it took a couple of minutes for it to clear. When it did they saw Sparks poking the Voltorb making everyone gape in surprise before Naruto facepalmed saying, of course explosion is a normal type move which doesn't affect ghost types like Sparks. He finished with a sigh before returning the Pokemon to its Pokeball with congratulations. Lucky win kid. Surge called across the field with Naruto nodding his head in total agreement surprising the man before he put on a grin and sent out a Pikachu. Naruto realizing that the next round was beginning sent out Cage. He watched as Cage tensed and got into a fighting stance ready for the fight. Cage began the match with Razor Leaf. He ordered calmly and watched as he leaf on top of its head started to spin before releasing curved but sharp leafs. He heard Surge call a move, dodge it with quick attack and then use Thunderbolt. He watched as the mouse Pokemon ran out of the way of Cage's attack and launched a Thunderbolt. Cage saw this and with the training he gained from fighting Rook and Hermit, his two fastest, dodged the attack with a flip, swift Pikachu. He heard Surge making Naruto follow his lead. Break them all with Brick Break. You can't dodge them. He finished quickly as he started to feel the adrenaline pump through his body when a match became good. He watched head as both off Cage's arms turned white with fighting type energy and he started destroying all the stars. He watched as the Pikachu used quick attack again and struck Cage on his side while he was busy dealing with the swift. Naruto seeing the Pikachu still close to Cage ordered with a shout, use payback. And watched as the Nuzleaf turned and punched the Pikachu in the face with a black fist which had sent the mouse Pokemon flying. Quickly Cage rushed him with a Brick Break. He ordered as Cage ran quicker than the eye could track and smashed his glowing fist into the mouse. He heard the Gym Eater growl in annoyance before shouting, use a feint attack, and watching as the Pikachu dodged another swing from the Nuzleaf before hitting him with a paw that glowed with normal type energy and pushed him several feet back. Naruto seeing this and knowing he could end the fight shouted, payback, finish it. He watched as Cage stopped his movements before appearing behind the Pikachu in a blink of an eye and punching the back of its head with a black fist making the mouse Pokemon smash into the ground knocking it unconscious and allowing Naruto and Cage to win the match. Naruto sighed to see LM himself down as the adrenaline left his body before nodding towards Cage and returning him knowing that he had taken a lot of damage in that fight. Not bad kid. He heard the gym leader shout to I am with Naruto yelling back, same to you. He saw Surge crack a grin at his comment before sending out his Raichu. Naruto nodded at this before sending out Ruby. Sucker punch when you're ready, he sighed. In a whisper so Surge heard nothing and got a growl back. He watched as Surge made his move. Raichu used Thunder, but before it could launch the attack Ruby appeared in front of her and swiped at it. With dark type energy covering her paw sending the electric mouse back several feet, use Psycho Cut Ruby. Naruto called to her with Surge being quick to react, destroy it with an iron tail, he said. As the Psycho Cut got destroyed by the iron tail, Naruto frowned at that before pushing on. Flamethrower Ruby, he said calmly knowing that he had to be careful in this match, use Thunder to counter it. Attack. Surge commanded allowing the Raichu to cancel their flamethrower. Naruto frowned, realizing that Surge had countered nearly everything they've thrown at Raichu. Again, Ruby's Psycho Cut followed by Flamethrower. He said and watched the mouse used Iron Tail to destroy the Psycho Cut. Luckily, Naruto was struck with an idea. Pretend like you're going to use a flamethrower but then change to a sucker punch. He whispered to her and watched as she opened her mouth before disappearing and hitting the Raichu with her claws. Quickly, while they're in shock, use Stone Edge, Naruto said and watched as Ruby smashed her front two paws onto the ground, making multiple spikes appear covered in rock-type energy and landing a critical hit thanks to Ruby's ability. He heard Surge shout, "Get up quickly and use T-Hunter," making Naruto smirk. "Ruby sucker punch again," he whispered, watching her disappear and then appearing above it ready to strike it before Surge suddenly grinned and said, "Use Brick Break," making both Naruto and Ruby gasp in shock before Ruby got hit and sent flying across the field. "Ruby, you okay?" he called and saw her stand up, growling in anger. Naruto smirked at that, knowing he could it. "Use Stone Edge," he ordered. "Iron Tail," Surge commanded with a smug grin before it disappeared as Naruto whispered, "Sucker Punch," and watched as she disappeared, appearing behind the mouse and seeking it out, making him and Ruby the winner of their fourth badge. Naruto sighed at that, finally relaxing before hugging his Absol and returning her with praise. He heard loud footsteps approaching high and looked up, seeing Surge standing in front of him with his hand outstretched. Naruto shook it before being given his final badge and some last words. "Newt, bad kid, I'll be waiting to see how well you do in the conference." Naruto smirked at that before turning to leave. His last words to Surge were, "I won't disappoint. Blank. Underscore. Blank." That was 4 days ago, and now here he was boarding the S. Nothing much had happened as he trained his Pokemon more than before, making them stronger alongside Charmander, who snuck away from Ash to join them. The reason for them doing such intense training was that they were going to be on the S, and they were going to treat it like a vacation. He also got closer with Sabrina the last 4 days, which was no surprise as he told her something only 2 people knew about. And now here he was on one of the richest boats in the world. "I am going to enjoy every moment of this," as he thought to himself as he and Sabrina went to their rooms, ditching Ash's group as they wanted to relax. When he stepped in his room, he thought he was a king, as the room was massive, with the bed being huge too and the bathroom being large enough to fit in 2 Blatwazes. With a grin, he released his team and saw them all look around in speechless surprise, just like he did. Naruto went to the bed to put down his bag before getting a change of clothes. He walked into his large bathroom, and as he came out, it was with a grin. He looked at his Pokemon and saw them all sprawled out around the room, making Naruto chuckle before looking at the full body mirror that was also in his room. He wore black shorts with a white shirt and a white mask and black trainers. He looked at his Pokemon before announcing something important. "Guys, tonight Private is going to be evolving." He began and smiled at the way everyone looked at him in surprise. Even Private did, as he cawed in surprise, nearly falling off the bed rest. Naruto chuckled before continuing, "He's ready. So let's go enjoy ourselves now, and then later we'll see him evolve. Who's in?" he asked with a smile, and got happy replies from everyone before they all stepped out of his room and went to the pool. He saw what Naruto didn't see was a familiar looking girl from Professor Oak's lab notice him. Blank. Underscore. Blank. It had been a fun day where they had spent most of it near the pool, and now it was around dusk. They were standing at the front of the boat with the sunset staring right at them. Around him sat all his Pokemon, and in front of him stood his loyal bird. Naruto pulled out the dusk stone that Katsumi got him years ago and put it in front of him. He watched as his Pokemon looked at the stone before looking back at him. Naruto nodded in silence, making Private understand that he had his boy's permission and put the stone in his beak. Nothing happened for a second before dark-type energy started to leave the stone. Naruto saw it start cracking before it blew up, releasing years of stored energy and enveloping Private. Private was enveloped in the sphere of darkness for a couple of seconds before light started to glow from the middle of it, and by the second T increased before there was no darkness and only light. Naruto heard Katsuma's mental voice say, "This is a sign that even dark types have light in them." Hearing this made him smile before it faded in. Standing in front of him was the Bad Boss Pokemon. He watched as it opened its eyes, inspected its wings, and then with a mighty flap of them flew into the air. They watched as he flew around for a couple of minutes, all impressed by his size, before he landed back on the boat. Naruto smiled before saying, "Congratulations," and getting a smile back. He watched as his partners all crowded the mighty bird and talked with him, congratulating him too. "And Naruto." He heard someone stutter out behind him. He blinked in surprise before turning to see a girl standing before him. She looked oddly familiar, but he just couldn't place it. She must have seen his confusion because she blushed and said, "I'm Leaf. We met at the professor's lab." Naruto blinked in surprise before he smiled at her and said, "Well, it's nice to see you again. What are you doing on the ship?" He asked curiously and watched as she looked at her feet before answering. I beat Surge and he gave me a ticket for it," making Naruto nod his head in understatement. "So how has the month and a half of a Pokemon journey been treating you?" He asked her as he knew he had to lead the conversation as she was shy around him. It's been good. Bulbasaur has evolved into Venusaur and I've gotten a few teammates, plus I've seen so many beautiful places," she said, already getting comfortable around him and not stuttering as much. Naruto and Leaf talked for another 2 hours, learning as much as they could about each other and their journey before going to their rooms. Blank. The next day Naruto was wearing the same clothes and was sitting on a chair, typing in his Pokédex. Next to hit sat Sabrina with her Espeon on her lap and a drink in her hands. She was listening to Naruto explain how the Dusk Stone reacted to Private's presence. She wouldn't lie, she was interested in it and had even helped him come up with some theories on it. She was also mad at the fact that she wasn't able to see it but go over it quickly, understanding that it was something only his team should have seen. In front of them in the pool were Ash's group as they messed around in it with Naruto's Pokemon lying in front of him or in the pool like Hermit. It was peaceful and she hoped for it to be like this all week. While Sabrina was thinking all this, Naruto sighed, noticing Sabrina was daydreaming again. He put his Pokédex away and relaxed, knowing that he wouldn't get such a break for quite some time. He looked up into the sky thinking of what might happen in his journey next but didn't get to dwell on it for long. As he felt hands cover his eyes and say, "Guess who?" Naruto smirked before saying, "Leaf, you took your time getting here," he said and took her hands off his eyes before looking at her. He saw her pout before saying, "You didn't specify on what pool." Naruto blinked at that before asking, "There are more pools?" And receiving a giggle from her before she explained how there were multiple, making him nod. Knowing that if he told Hermit he wouldn't be left alone until he had been in every single one. He heard someone clear their throat from beside him. This had made him look over to see Sabrina giving him a look. Realizing that he hadn't introduced them yet, he said, "All right, Sabrina, this is Leaf. We met at Professor Oak's lab. Leaf, this is Sabrina. She's traveling with me," he explained and saw Sabrin with narrowed eyes nod at the other girl before introducing herself. He saw Leaf widen her eyes at what he had said about Sabrina before she introduced herself. Naruto sighed at that and left them to deal with their problems before speaking to Katsumi mentally. After a couple of minutes, Leaf tapped his shoulder and as he turned to her he saw her looking away from him, making him raise an eyebrow. Before she spoke, "You know there's a ball tonight and I wanted to know if you would like to come with me." Naruto sighed at that before saying, "Sorry Leaf, but I'm busy doing something else," he told her honestly and watched as she frowned before nodding at him and saying, "Well, I have to go get ready, but if you change your mind, come find me, okay?" She asked and he nodded before watching her leave. He sighed after that before turning to the side to see Sabrina looking at him with a raised eyebrow. "What are you doing tonight that's so important? You have to miss the ball." Naruto just chuckled, scratching his head before saying, "Well, blank. I can't believe you forced me into this suit, Sabrina," he said, looking at her as they entered the ball. She just smiled sweetly in return before saying, "That's what you deserve, plus I needed a partner and I would only go with you," she said as Naruto sighed, looking over his outfit. It was nothing special, just some blah CK business jeans, a white shirt and a black tie. He also wore a black blazer that reached down to his trouser pockets. He sighed again before looking over Sabrina, who wore a clean red dress and some light makeup. Her hair was also done. They got some drinks before walking around. Naruto had his right hand in his pocket while Sabrina had put her left through the gap that was made, making them link. Knowing he couldn't get out of this situation, he tried to enjoy it as much as possible, not noticing Leaf to their side as she gave them an angry look. Blank. They had spent quite a lot of time in the ball and had even danced once, making Naruto actually enjoy himself. Now they were standing by Ash's table as they wanted to see how it was for them. But before they continue on with their conversation, they heard the speaker come to life and a male voice say, "Hello, this is Commander Proton from the famous Team Rocket speaking. This ship is set to blow up in 30 minutes is a way to say that Team Rocket is back in business here in Kanto. You'll all be remembered," he finished in a sweet voice, making everyone freeze before all hell broke loose. Naruto panicked. Not knowing what to do before taking a deep breath and releasing it, he stood up with a single objective in mind: survival. He looked around and saw Sabrina panicking, so he grabbed her hand and made her look at him. He saw he had her attention and so said, "Listen, we are going to be safe, all right? Let's go grab our Pokemon and then get out of here," he said, and was happy to see her nod at him. "Good. he said before turning and seeing Ash's group already gone. They don't matter right now, he told himself before he pushed his way past people holding Sabrina's hand so they didn't get split up. It took 5 minutes of their valuable time to get out of the ballroom before they headed towards their rooms, which were luckily right next to each other. They packed their stuff and collected their Pokemon, which took 10 minutes before they headed to the top deck so they could release Private and Alakazam to teleport out. On the way there, Naruto said to Sabrina, "Hey, you're going to have to teleport towards Celadon. I'll meet you there, okay?" He asked and saw her about to disagree with him before he saw a hyperbeam come their way, making Naruto pull her towards him and go behind cover. Release Alakazam so he could fight. I'll be using Magnus, he told her quietly, making her nod before she released him. He watched as Alakazam formed, already understanding their situation with their psychic abilities. Naruto nodded towards him before he mentally spoke, "Take Sabrina and teleport her towards Celadon. I'll meet you two there." He watched as the Pokemon widened its eyes, not wanting to leave Naruto on the ship as they had gotten close since Sabrina joined him, and he knew that Sabrina would not allow Naruto to be left behind. "It's fine, Alakazam, I'll live, so take care of Sabrina, got it?" he asked, and got a nervous nod back. "I want you to promise," he mentally commanded, and heard the mental voice he had gotten so used to hearing say, I understand, Naruto." Naruto nodded at that before looking towards Sabrina. He pulled down his mask, giving her one last smile before saying, "Stay safe," and pushing her towards Alakazam. He watched as Alakazam held her back before giving one final nod back and teleporting. The last thing he saw was Sabrina's teary-eyed face. Naruto sighed, knowing his closest friend was now safe and that her life was more important to him than his. So he released Magnus, who nodded towards him before they went around the corner, seeing a man dressed in a grunt outfit standing there with a Golbat in front of him. "Iron Tail," Naruto commanded as Magnus knocked the bat out in one move, and Naruto punched the grunt in the face, also knocking him out. After that, he released Private, Katsumi and Hermit before telling them what was going on and for Private to be on standby to pick him up when they get to the top floor, making his loyal bird nod, trusting that his teammates would keep their boy safe before flying into the night sky. Naruto knew he had 14 minutes left before the ship blew up, so he ran with his Pokemon, Katsumi in front of him, Magnus by his side and Hermit behind them. They battled a couple more grunts before making it to the top, where they saw a man with silver hair and a Crobat by his side staring them down. "Oh, who might you be, boy?" the man questioned, but Naruto stayed quiet. Seeing this, the man chuckled a hollow chuckle before ordering his Crobat to use a hyper beam. Naruto, seeing this, acted quickly. "Dark Pulse and Water Shuriken," he ordered, and watched as Magnus and Katsumi sent out identical dark pulses, colliding with the hyper beam and stopping it, while Hermit jumped above them all and threw 4 Water Shuriken, making only 3 hit as the Crobat could dodge. Seeing this, the man chuckled again before saying, "Nice job, but how will you handle that?" he said, pointing to the sky as some sort of humanoid creature landed in front of them wearing armor. He heard his 3 partners growl before seeing the man step on a helicopter and leave, making him remember that he was on a time limit and that he couldn't waste any time. He was getting ready to send out orders before feeling something enter his mind forcefully and search through his memories. It lasted for a couple of minutes but felt like hours, and at the end of it, Naruto was on his knees breathing hard. His partners didn't know what had happened, but they had a good idea. Naruto heard an unfamiliar voice say, "You have had an interesting life, Naruto Uzumaki. I shall spare you and leave you with a gift," it said before pointing its glowing hand at Magnus, who had attacked it with a dark pulse. When Naruto went down, nothing happened for a few moments before they heard Magnus howl in pain before glowing a white light. "Enjoy," the thing said before flying off. They watched as Magnus glowed brighter by every second before stopping and leaving a changed Houndoom of sorts. Magnus's horns now spiked up and were longer than ever, with the bones that were visible on its body being bigger than before and nearly taking over its front side and connecting it all up to the tail, which too had changed, now being longer and having a split at the end of it. In other words, he looked bigger, stronger and scarier. Just search for a Mega Houndoom to see what he looks like. Magnus. Naruto stuttered out in pain as his mind still hurt from the thing's infiltration. He saw his loyal dog look at him with the same eyes he had when he was a Houndour and when he had first released him. He looked scared and hurt. Naruto, his eyes released tears, feeling like he failed his loyal dog Pokemon before standing up with the help of Katsumi and making his way to Magnus. He dropped in front of him, bowing his head to Magnus and whispering, "I'm sorry for not being able to protect you. You faced that pain because I was too slow." Magnus felt his heart shatter at hearing his boy apologize to him before slowly making his way to him and lifting Naruto's head with his paw where they sat equal height. He looked into his boy's eyes that wouldn't stop releasing tears before he started to cry as well, showing his pain to the only person he would trust. He moved his forehead towards his boy. It was a sign he knew his boy would understand and was happy to feel his head touch his. It was a sign of their loyalty to each other and a promise to get through this together. Soon they pulled apart when He heard Private land and watched as he inspected Magnus before cawing his condolences, making Magnus nod back. He felt himself be put back in his Pokeball and hopped. His boy didn't think it was his fault for his changes when it was really Magnus's fault as he attacked the thing, seeing Naruto fall down in pain. He did feel one thing that wasn't pain, and that was his instincts roaring at him to become stronger so he could protect his master better than before. After that, Naruto made his way onto Private's back and said as they started to fly, "Take us to Celadon," before passing out and hearing an explosion go off in the distance, absent-mindedly realizing that it was the ship. Sabrina paced up and down the Poke Center with a worried face and bloodshot eyes that showed she had been crying. Her two Pokemon could only look at her in sadness, understanding their mistress's emotions of despair and dread. Sabrina hadn't slept in 2 nights as she was still waiting for Naruto. He had promised to meet her here on the ship before teleporting her to Celadon. "I am going to kill him for that," she absent-mindedly thought to herself with a giggle. He hadn't arrived yet, leaving her to worry. She sighed as a way to calm her nerves before sitting on a chair. She didn't know how long she sat on it, but she could hear a caw in the distance. She jumped and ran to a window, seeing a shape appear. She watched it for a couple more minutes before running outside, knowing what Private looked like. She saw him tiredly flap his wings before hearing, "I'm sorry for the long journey, Private, but we had to get here quickly," Naruto said, referring to Magnus and Sabrina. The bird only cawed in understanding before landing and allowing Naruto off his back. It took a couple of seconds as Naruto's body was still in pain from the thing's mind search. Naruto looked around and spotted a crying Sabrina. He limped towards her, getting close enough to hug her, releasing his own tears when she hugged him harder than ever, whispering stuff like, "You idiot. I was so worried. And I thought you died." Naruto apologized multiple times, knowing that he must have hurt her so much. Luckily, she accepted the apology, just happy to have Naruto in her hands. Soon enough, he felt her cuddle into him, releasing a happy sigh, and Naruto smiled. Finally, after 2 stressful days, they smiled, a true smile only seen by each other, and stood outside hugging for a while longer, enjoying the presence of the other. Blank. It was now night time, and we find Naruto in a hospital bed with Sabrina finally asleep by his side. They had explained everything to Nurse Joy, and she understood that Naruto's Pokemon, specifically Private and Magnus, needed medical help. Naruto also got medical treatment soon after the nurse saying that he was mentally exhausted and that he needed rest. Sabrina never left his side throughout all that, and he smiled at the thought. They had talked about what had happened the last 2 days, with Sabrina telling him how she couldn't sleep. This had left Naruto guilty, and so he had made her go sleep with the promise of him being there when she woke up. And now that he was alone and safe, he could think. He remembered the thing go through his memories, making him know that it was a psychic type, but the real question would be how a psychic could affect a dark type. The only way Naruto could think of that happening was it being extremely powerful. The thought made him shudder. If something so powerful was on Team Rocket's side, then Kanto was in danger, and it wasn't just Kanto but every other region too. Naruto sighed at the fact he knew nothing about the thing, and just decided to enjoy the fact the thing spared him. Naruto frowned at that thought as he realized how weak he truly was. He knew he had a long way to go, but to be so outclassed by one Pokemon made him annoyed. He knew his Pokemon were powerful, and yet the thing's presence was so powerful that only Magnus was able to snap out of his fear. He needed to get stronger so that something like the ship didn't happen again. He didn't want to be outclassed ever again. He wanted to know that he was strong enough to protect his precious people. So with those thoughts, he carefully slipped out of bed, careful to not disturb Sabrina, and made his way to where he knew his Pokemon were staying. It took him 10 minutes, but he had made it. He stepped in and was glad to see all his Pokemon resting, casually chatting to each other. Even after the stressful few days, they were still acting like a family, and that made his heart warm. He felt a tap on his shoulder and turned around to see Nurse Joy looking at him with a raised eyebrow. "Naruto, why are you here?" Naruto sighed before speaking. "I wanted to check on my Pokemon and talk to them. I also wanted to know if you found anything out about Magnus." He asked and got met by a sigh. "I'll allow you to talk them, but I couldn't find anything out about your Houndoom's changes. I'm sorry," she said before leaving. Naruto sighed at that, knowing that he was in a dead end, but he would think about it at a later date. Right now he wanted to see his family. As he moved into the middle of the room, he saw them focus all their attention on him. Naruto seeing this bowed to them, getting shocked looks from all of them and saying, "I'm sorry you all had to do so Mew. For me back on the ship," he said quietly before looking at Private and Magnus and saying, "Especially you two, I'm sorry for all the harm I made you go through," he said looking down. He heard shuffling before seeing Magnus appear in front of him and give him his best smile. He felt his Pokemon come around him and hug him. They were forgiving him. His Pokemon loved him just like he loved them, and nothing would break their special bond. Blank. The next morning Naruto woke up in his hospital bed remembering how he had spent hours talking to his Pokemon. He looked around to see that Sabrina wasn't in his room. He frowned knowing that she had her own stuff to do, so he slowly got out of bed and made his way into the shower that was in the room he was staying in. He came out 20 minutes later looking refreshed and with his travel clothes on. He had his Haori in his hands as he was still inside and made his way to the cafeteria to get some food. He ate in silence, noticing how people would sneak glances at him for whatever reason, but he didn't mind them, too deep in thought as to where Sabrina was and what to do with Magnus, who would know everything Hat's going on in the Pokemon world and could explain what is going with Magnus perfectly, he thought to himself in wonder before getting an idea. He quickly finished his food and ran to the multiple phones stationed in the Poke Center. He sat down on the chair and dialed the number of someone he knew would help him. "Oh, thank God that it's you. I've been so worried, my boy," he heard an elderly voice. And smiled as in front of him was Professor Oak. "Why the worry?" Naruto asked innocently and was met with a hard glare. "We both know why I'm so worried. Why didn't you call sooner?" the professor asked in an angry but worried way. Naruto frowned before answering, "Because it took me 2 days to fly on my recently evolved bird Pokemon to Celadon after being mentally paralyzed by a psychic type seeing one of my loyal Pokemon evolving again after their final evolution," he answered back with a hard tone and watched as the old man blinked before saying, "Explain." So that's what Naruto did. He explained what he saw on the ship and watched as the professor widened his eyes as he described Magnus. He watched the professor gather himself before looking through his desk and taking out a picture. He showed it to Naruto, making his breath hitch. "Is this what he looks like?" the professor asked as he showed him another Houndoom that looked exactly like Magnus, and Naruto nodded. He saw the old man sigh before saying, "Listen Naruto, not many people know this minus the Kalos and Hoenn regions, and that there's a thing called Mega Evolution in this world," he began, and seeing that he had Naruto's full attention he continued, "It's when a fully evolved Pokemon can evolve again for a duration of a battle. It makes the Pokemon powerful enough to be able to wipe a whole team, but the process for it to happen is difficult to explain. How about this, I'll send my Alakazam to Celadon in a few hours so he could bring you here and I'll do some test on Magnus and tell you more about Mega Evoluti." The professor said, and Naruto nodded in agreement. They talked for a few more minutes before Naruto ended the call, going to look for Sabrina, which didn't take long as he found her pacing in his room. Naruto chuckled before quietly saying, "Hey," and seeing Sabrina turn to him with a relieved look. "I was worried that you left me," she said as Naruto made his way over to her and hugged her for comfort. He felt her relax in his arms before pulling away and telling her his plan. "I know what happened to Magnus," he said, and watched as she widened her eyes in shock before gesturing for him to continue. "He's apparently a Mega Evolution," Naruto said quietly, and watched as Sabrina looked at him in confusion before saying, "What now?" Naruto sighed before explaining, "It's something that happens to a specific amount of Pokemon where they can evolve one step further, past their final forms." He laughed at Sabrina's shocked face before saying, "Professor Oak will be sending his Alakazam to pick us up so he could do some test on Magnus and tell us more about Mega Evolution." Sabrina sighed in response before leaning into Naruto and softly saying, "As long as you teleport with me this time, I'll be fine with it," and smiled at seeing Naruto nod to her. Blank. Soon enough they were outside the Poke Center with packed bags and all their Pokemon in their Pokeballs waiting for Oak's Alakazam. It didn't take long for her to appear near the Poke Center with a nod towards them. They walked to her, seeing the Alakazam inspecting them before they stood next to her, and she teleported them in front of the lab. Naruto wasn't surprised that her teleportation skills were so amazing, as she had been a part of Professor Oak's team back when he was a trainer many years ago, meaning she's had years of practice. They walked up to the lab and Naruto knocked on the door. "It's open." They heard the professor yell, so they opened the door and made their way in. It took a couple of minutes, but they managed to make it to the professor's main lab where they saw him setting up a machine. Oak noticed them and said, "Ah, Naruto, good to see you again," he said, getting a nod in return. Alongside an eye smile before he turned to the other person in the room and said, "Sabrina, it's nice to meet you as well." He finished politely, outstretching his hand for a handshake, and after the formalities were done he said, Well, show me him, Oak said in excitement, making Naruto crack a smile before he released Magnus, who immediately made his way in front of Naruto. He had seen that they were in an unfamiliar place when he was released, and as such his upgraded protective instincts went into overdrive and he appeared in front of Naruto, sending out a warning growl. Naruto, seeing this, put a hand on his head between the spikes and started to scratch him in a way he knew would calm him down. Sure enough, Magnus calmed down after a few seconds, recognizing what his boy wanted from him, not OB. Gone to speak. Magnus, this is Professor Oak. He's a friend and he knows what's happened to you. He finished, gaining his loyal Pokemon's full attention. Oak nodded at that before saying, I'm gonna run own test on you to see if your health and if anything has changed before explaining what Mega Evolution is. He finished and watched as Magnus and Naruto shared a glance before the Pokemon nodded to him. Oak was surprised to see the bond Naruto had with his team, as it takes a lot to be able to communicate with just glances. But knowing that he had to get to business, he began the test, first checking his DNA and then health and stats. An hour later, Oak went to the living room of his lab with Magnus by his side so he could tell Naruto the good news and everything else. He entered and blinked in surprise at seeing all of Naruto's Pokemon out alongside Sabrina's Espeon. He cleared his throat, gaining everyone's attention before speaking. Magus is as healthy as you can be. He started watching as the changed Houndoom went to sit by Naruto. I've also found out why he's changed form. The psychic, as you described it, changed Magnus's DNA sequence. Oak watched as both trainers looked at each other before Naruto spoke. Is that even possible? Quote. Not until now. Magnus is living proof though, as he has become a permanent Mega Houndoom with his stats being higher than a normal Mega Houndoom's, which is probably because of your training. He explained. Naruto nodded at that before asking, did anything else change that could affect Magnus? And watched as the professor shook his head. Naruto, seeing this, suddenly grinned before speaking. So you're telling me my already powerful Houndoom has become even stronger than before? They could hear the excitement creeping into his voice and caught on to what he was saying. Naruto had just gained his strongest teammate, a deadly but loyal teammate. Blank. After that revelation, they had talked more about Mega Evolution and how it worked. Naruto was pleased to hear that the Mind Arts trio had multiple more Megas and that others were being discovered. After the professor left them to get back to his work, Naruto thought to himself. Magnus is now my most powerful team member, but he had gone through pain for that power. I want all my Pokemon to be as strong as him, but I don't want any of them to suffer for it. He head those thoughts by standing up and going to the door. Come on, you lot. We have a lot of training to do, Naruto said over his shoulder. His Pokemon blinked in surprise before following Naruto to an open file they could use. This is the plan. I want you all to be strong. We have a long way to go and I don't want to be toyed with like that thing did with us. We're going to take a break on traveling and train for however long we need to until I think we are ready for the world. He finished with a hard tone and watched as his team nodded at him with serious looks. Blank. Time skip 2 months later. It had been 60 days ago that Naruto decided his journey would wait. The survival of his family was much more important to him than some journey, and as such, deemed it appropriate to train until they were strong enough to handle what Kanto threw at them. It had been a tough 2 months with multiple changes occurring. Some were good and some were bad. Naruto had grown a lot in the past 2 months and had been through situations no other 10 years old should experience. He had matured a lot quicker than others again. He had seen how Team Rocket's power had risen and how it had affected people's lives. He had heard about how hundreds died on the An and how thousands of Pokemon were lost. Soon after his decision to stay in Pallet and train, he had started to get nightmares of the experience he had with the mystery psychic that had been terrorizing Kanto for Team Rocket. Speaking of psychics, Sabrina had left him to carry on exploring Kanto. It had been 2 weeks into their training and she had explained to him that she wanted to explore the world and that Naruto was slowing her down. It had hurt him a lot when she said that to him, but he understood that she had her own dreams and that he was holding her back, so with a hug and a goodbye she was gone with her Pokemon. It had affected him a lot more than he expected it to and hated the fact that he was the reason she was being held back. After that happened, Naruto got even more into training to help deal with the pain he felt with Sabrina's departure. Professor Oak had seen this and had tried to calm Naruto down, but he didn't accomplish anything, and so he did the next best thing. Oak offered Naruto training. Naruto knew Oak was Kanto's champion at some point and so agreed. It was both his best and worst decision. His team and him were in pain every single day and night for a month until they learned how to survive and adapted, becoming stronger, smarter, faster and more efficient. Oak was a slave driver, but they all agreed that it was for the best. His team learned new moves, evolved and had become stronger than before. Katsumi, his first partner, had been playing around with our ability one day until they figured that they could use it in battle. It was a simple way to fight. She would use a move and put an illusion on her opponent, making them think she was using something else. Her control on her dark type energy and moves also skyrocketed to the point where she didn't even need to think before the attack was ready to be launched. Ruby, his second, also took the training seriously. They both knew she was slacking and that was both their faults, so they fixed it. They made it so she didn't use a lot of energy when using difficult moves like Stone Edge. That was one of his objectives with this training anyway, and as Ruby was the one who struggled most with it, they had spent their time on her more than others. The control she had over her moves and natural dark typing G was nothing to mess with, as she had become a deadly battler. Rook was next on the list. Oak knew his little Solider would take a lot to evolve and as such spent quite a lot of time on the little guy so he would evolve quicker. He had worked hard and it finally paid off, as only a couple days ago did his third partner finally evolve into a dangerous Bisharp. Rook was deadly with his new favorite move, Iron Head. Naruto was proud of his progress. Magnus, in Naruto's honest opinion, was incredible. The only Mega Evolution on his team was definitely one of the strongest, maybe even the strongest in his team. His control over his types was perfect, something only 3 others in his team had, but it was his fire and dark type moves that had shown his power. His control on fire before the evolution was good, but now it was better than most veteran fire Pokemon. He could send his attacks out with barely any energy being used and he could control where the attacks went. He was extremely protective too. More than he was before and more than anyone else in the team. Next was Private, and the third Pokemon in his team to have amazing control of their element. Well, Private had great control over his flying type, with his dark typing also being good but not on the level of others. He had surprised the team when they saw him talking to Oak's Alakazam, which now that he thought about it wasn't that surprising, as after his evolution he had gotten smarter and more mature. He still pranked his teammates, but that was rare now, as he spent most of his days after training with Alakazam where he learned how to use Psychic. It had come as a surprise, but it was a welcome one. His flying type control was so great that he could even move attacks off course by flapping his wings. Private took pride in it. Naruto knew he used Psychic to help him. Cage was next, with him now being a Shiftry after Oak said that Cage had reached his maximum potential as a Nuzleaf and that he had a Leaf Stone alongside Earth from some project a couple of months ago. Cage had matured and become stronger too, also keeping his honor from when he was a Nuzleaf. Naruto had struggled to decide on the 4 moves that Cage would keep, as he didn't really have a diverse set of moves, but he had decided and the Shiftry had perfected his moves happily. After that he focused on Rotom. The little guy only learnt one new move before solely focusing on learning how to dodge and getting faster, as that was his whole gimmick. Hermit was last and he was his 4th Pokemon with amazing control of their element, with it being his water typing. Naruto had personally spent his time training the Ninja Frog and they had even gotten close enough to the point where they would have hand-to-hand fights on a daily out of fun. Hermit had also learnt a new move which had helped him against his fairy-type disadvantage. Naruto and the professor had also gotten closer, as in their spare time they would spend their time learning more about Mega Evolution from the notes they made on Magnus or helping the Oak with his work. It had been fun for Naruto to get close to another human being and it had helped him get over Sabrina's departure. He still wasn't fully over it, but he was happier than the day she left. The professor wasn't the only one he got to know better. Daisy Oak had popped by her grandfather's lab one day and saw him and Hermit fighting. She had mistaken it for him being attacked and so sent out her Raichu, who then got demolished by Hermit. They had talked and after understanding what happened both apologized to each other. They, of course, knew who the other was as soon as the names were said, as Naruto was becoming known as the Mind Arts Prodigy because of his papers and help on Professor Oak's work, while Daisy Oak was famous for being an Oak. They had become friends in a way throughout the week she had stayed at the lab, and he found out that she came to visit the old man for Christmas and that she was a Pokemon performer. Naruto too was staying at the lab for Christmas, for the old man's request, as he was planning on leaving in January. This meant that he would have to interact with the older girl for another 2 weeks before leaving. He was still awkward around new people, and the fact that he was training 3 feared Pokemon types didn't help him, as some people would say he was scary. It didn't help that his Pokemon would keep any strangers away from Naruto. Hell, Hermit nearly attacked Daisy, as the Thunderbolt her mouse had launched could have hit him and hurt him. He was able to calm him down. But Hermit now held a permanent grudge against Daisy, which was always funny to watch as she tried to interact with the Ninja Frog, but he would always ignore her. Well, it was funny to him and the professor at least. Speaking of Pokemon, while they have trained hard, they also got closer to him. Their bond was unbelievably strong, as Professor Oak had once said before to them. It was so strong in F.A. Court that he didn't even need to say anything to them when in battle, they trusted him and he trusted them. They were able to communicate with glances sometimes too when they started to feel the excitement of a battle. He and Hermit alongside Katsumi and Rook had been in perfect sync multiple times when they battled Oak's teams. Naruto had never heard of perfect sync and the professor was glad to explain it to him. It was basically when a Pokemon and its trainer got so close they didn't have to speak as they already knew what the other was thinking. Kalo's champion. He didn't have to call any moves when they were in sync, and if he did, they were done exactly as he wanted. It was a weird feeling when it happened as he could predict his team's moves and they could predict what he wanted them to do, like where to move and as such. They were working as a team. They had separate jobs but the same objective. That's what Naruto viewed it as when the professor asked him about it. And here he was now, standing outside on the porch watching the snowfall as it was a week from Christmas. He heard the door open and watched as Daisy walked out wearing a coat. They didn't say anything as nothing had to be said and just stared at the view around them. It didn't last long though as Daisy broke the silence saying, "Grandpa told me about Sabrina," she said to him, making him tense. She must have noticed it as she said, "Don't worry about it. I wasn't going to ask, I just wanted you to know that I know." Naruto relaxed at that before putting his hands into his pockets before quietly saying, "Thank you." He saw her nod and they both stood in silence watching the snow. Naruto smirked as a sudden idea came to him and did something he always wanted to do with his siblings when he was younger. He made his way to the snow, picked some up, made it into a ball and threw it at Daisy, making her shriek in shock. Naruto, hearing this, laughed at her before falling onto the ground when he felt a snowball hit his face. "You're on," he yelled to her, throwing another snowball. They played around in the snow for hours, finally relaxing, trusting the other not to spoil it. Both released genuine laughter like children. ND for once forget about the troubles of their lives. Professor Oak saw this from a window and smiled softly, knowing they both deserved the break and that it would allow them to become closer to the other. Blank. Underscore. Blank. It was Christmas morning and we find Naruto sitting in front of the video phone. He stared at it blankly, not knowing if calling Araya really was a good idea as she would defiantly be mad at him. "Are you going to call her or should I?" He heard Daisy's voice to his side as she teased him. Sighing, he typed in her number and waited. Next to him was Ruby and Hermit. He heard the ringing stop and watched as the screen lit up, being greeted with Juniper's stern face. "Hey Araya, long no and no see," he stuttered out and waited as she stared at him for Anyo. There minute before sighing and saying, "I should be surprised Naruto, but I'm not. I knew you would forget calling me," she said with annoyance. Naruto gulped at that and, not wanting to make his sister a NY matter, said, I'm sorry Araya, I've been really busy with my journey and just haven't had the time," he said quickly and watched as she nodded her head. "I can see that you have by just looking at our Ubi and the Greninja by your side." Naruto chuckled nervously before saying, "Araya, meet our resident water type Hermit. Hermit, meet my sister Araya." He introduced them and watched as Hermit nodded to with a wave of his hand while Araya only smiled in return. "I know you have other Pokemon with you, so mind introducing us?" she asked, and he smiled before Hermit ran off to get the others. He saw Uriah raise an eyebrow at that before asking, "While we wait, mind telling me your adventure so far?" And he smiled in return before talking about his gym badges and how he got them. Soon enough he had stop as he saw Katsumi by his side waving at Araya. Ore's smile turned into a grin at seeing the fox before she waved back, and soon enough his whole team was near him. Naruto sighed before speaking. "Gee, keep up big sis, this is private," he said, pointing at the bird who dipped his head to her, showing his respect for the one who saved their boy. "This one is Cage," he continued, pointing at the wicked Pokemon, who only grunted with a nod to show he acknowledged her. "Next is Rook," he said, pointing towards the Bisharp, who recognized the professor as she had picked him to be a part of his boy's team. He nodded towards her and watched as looked at him in shock. "He's already evolved?" she asked in shock as the species took a long time to evolve. Naruto and Rook only smiled at her before he continued. "This little one is Sparks," he said, pointing towards the Rotom, who waved at her in excitement, making the professor of Unova giggle. "And the last one is Magnus," he said, pointing towards his Mega Hound. Who sat up straighter to show that he was the strongest and that he was one of Naruto's main protectors like he promised himself he would be. It was his way of giving a good first impression. The professor blinked at seeing him before turning to Naruto with narrowed eyes and saying, "Explain." Just like Professor Oak did 2 months ago. Naruto sighed before telling her of the Anne and explaining everything alongside his Sabrina problem. "It took a while, but she deserved to know. If you were in Unova and this happened, I wouldn't allow you to go anywhere, but as you aren't and because you have ain't under Professor Oak, I believe that you are safe, as it looks like your Pokemon would do anything to protect you," she finished, shooting a glance at Magnus. Naruto nodded before they talked a bit more catching up and talking about his team. Soon Araya had to get back to work but left Naruto with a few words of advice. Naruto, don't be afraid to make friends. One might have left but you have another right under your nose, she said, ending the call knowing he wouldn't understand what she meant until later. Naruto sighed and relaxed in the chair before looking at his Pokemon and with a smile saying, "Let's go enjoy ourselves." He got multiple nods back as they made their way to the lab's living room. Blank. The small pallet town party lasted hours with everybody enjoying themselves and celebrating Christmas. Now we find Naruto standing in the same place as a week ago, just staring at the snow-covered fields as more snow fell from the sky, with him Katsumi, who was half asleep by his feet, making Naruto very amused. Just like last time, he heard the door open and looked up to see Daisy sitting on a chair that was opposite him as he was leaning against a railing. He looked at her with a raised eyebrow and she just winked at him, making Naruto roll his eyes. They sat in comfortable silence, once again enjoying the dark night and how there were a few lights on, making the atmosphere that more relaxing with the cold and the snowfall. He sighed as a random thought entered his mind and checked his Pokédex. Seeing nothing new, he shook his head and put it away, not seeing how Daisy watched him. He looked back at the fields and thought about how Sabrina hadn't called or texted him anything since leaving. He knew she was strong, which meant nothing bad had happened, so she must have either forgotten about him or she just didn't want to write to him. Naruto, he heard Daisy say softly and turned to look at her. He saw her look away from the fields and move her eyes to meet his before saying, "We are friends, right?" He blinked as the question echoed in his head before he remembered what Araya said to him on the phone. Don't be afraid to make friends. One might have left but you have another under your nose. He smiled softly under his mask, knowing she could see it before he nodded. Yeah, we're friends, he replied softly and watched as she smiled at him before they both turned towards the fields again, both wearing matching smiles. Blank. It was now January, as the new year had passed 3 days ago, and he was planning on going to Celadon for his 5th badge. He and Daisy got closer after that night and had spent most of their time either helping the professor with his work or just sitting in the library and talking about random things. His team had gotten a break from training and were now ready to fight anything Kanto threw at them. He put on his bag and made his way to the door, but before being able to leave he was stopped by Daisy. Before he could say anything, he felt her hug him and he returned it almost immediately. Soon though, he felt her release him and say, "Stay safe and call me every 2 days. I wanna stay in contact." Naruto smiled at her in response before saying, "I will," and leaving as they both knew nothing else had to be said. All that was needed to be said was through the hug. They would miss each other, sure, but they could always talk through the phone. He made his way outside and walked towards Professor Oak's Alakazam, who was waiting for him as the professor had told Arta yesterday when he had said his goodbyes with the man. He nodded to her before feeling the teleport activate and closing his eyes. When he opened them again, he was in front of the Poke Center. Then, case, he mentally told her and watched as she nodded before teleporting back. He made his way in to get himself a room before leaving to get to the gym. It didn't take long to do that and he left his in his room before looking for the gym. He knew nothing about it minus it being a grass type, and when he asked the 2 Oaks they had told him nothing about it. It's fine, I like having a challenge, he told himself. He asked some people and they had told him to go to the perfume shop and that he would find it there. He thanked the woman who told him before he made his way around town, finding it in minutes. It turns out it wasn't that far away from the Poke Center. As he opened the door he was greeted with a horrible smell making his eyes water. He took the top part of his haori and covered it around his face so that the smell wouldn't be that bad before making his way to the front desk. "First time here?" the woman behind the desk asked, and he nodded before asking, "Could you tell me where the gym is?" He saw the woman nod before saying, "If I were you I'd take that haori of your face so that Erika doesn't think you're dissing her perfume," she said before going on the phone. Naruto's brows twitched at that before he did as told and waited. Minutes later he heard the side door open and saw a woman wearing traditional clothes inspect him before asking, "Are you my next challenger?" Naruto only nodded, knowing that if he spoke he would say something rude that would make the gym that much harder. They walked through the door and Naruto was amazed to see the massive grade that was gym. Cage would love this, as Naruto thought idly before turning to the gym leader. "Excuse me, but would it be okay for me to release my grass type?" he asked and was happy to see her nod her head. Seeing that he had permission, he took out Cage's Pokeball and threw it in the air, releasing him. He saw the Shiftry look around in amazement before looking at him for permission. Naruto only chuckled. "Enj. Oi yourself, but don't go too far," he said and watched as Cage gave him a smile before running off into the garden. He looked forward, seeing the gym leader looking at him in wonder. He tilted his head in wonder and watched as she said, "Sorry, I'm just surprised to see a Shiftry. They're quite rare," she told him, and Naruto only nodded. Soon they made it on the battlefield where the judge was already waiting for them. They both went to their own sides before listening to the judge saying normal gym rules and that it would be a 3-3 fight. Naruto smirked. "I only need 2, he thought to himself in confidence. He saw the gym leader. Erika. He remembered the girl behind the desk call her. Throw a Pokeball, releasing a Weepinbell. Easy work for Private, he thought to himself before releasing his loyal bird. He watched as Private went straight into the sky ready for battle. He waited for Erika to make the first move and was pleased to see her do it. Weepinbell, use Razor Leaf followed by Een. RGY Ball, and if he gets close, use Headbutt. Naruto cocked his head at the long list of moves before watching as it launched multiple sharp leaps. Private's way. Naruto whistled a sharp tune and watch. D as his Pokemon did multiple flips in the air to dodge all the leaves, and if some got close he would use a steel wing. Naruto and Private got the whistle idea when they went through multiple old League UE battles and saw someone do it with their Pidgeot. He saw the Weepinbell realize its plan won't work and started to shoot multiple energy balls, making it easier for Private to dodge as it took a sec. On or 2 for the balls of energy to be made and then released. Getting bored of this, he whistled 2 tunes, one high and one low, and watched as the bird flapped its wings before diving towards Weepinbell with its beak spinning. He heard the gym leader call out an order, use Headbutt, and watched as both Pokemon got closer before Private's eyes glowed blue, showing the use of Psychic, and with the Ove being activated, he used his abilities to stop the Weepinbell in place before speeding up and hitting him with a Drill Peck, doing lots of damage but not enough to win, so Naruto calmly ordered, use Psychic again and smash it into the ground to finish it, and watched as Private's eye glowed blue again before a blue outline appeared over Weepinbell and he got smashed into the ground. A dust cloud purred after the final smash, but Naruto knew the outcome of the battle already. He had won and he felt excited to see the 2 months of training paying off. He knew this as a Weepinbell's defense were horrible. Private used his control over the wind to get rid of the dust cloud to show the opposing Weepinbell knocked unconscious before the bird flew up in the air, cawing in pride. Naruto also felt proud as the little Murkrow that had barely won against Sabrina's Natu 2 months ago was now beating a stronger gym leader's Pokemon with no problems. He saw Erika sigh before recalling her Weepinbell ND, calling out her next Pokemon, which appeared to be a Vileplume, another grass, poison type. Before he could order a thing, he heard Private screech as he got a red outline showing that he was on a Moxie high. Naruto knew that Private would only be able to defeat this next Pokemon before the Moxie became too much for him to handle. So Naruto started the gym fight and called out, Steel Drive and Drill Peck, so that Private could hear him. He saw Erika panic, not knowing what the move was, and shout, use Moonblast. He watched as the ball of energy appeared on top of its plant before being released and flying towards Private. Under normal circumstances, it would have done damage, but not this time, as Steel Drive was a move they made and one which allowed Private to cover parts of his body in steel-type energy. A perfect way to counter fairy moves like Moonblast. The Drill Peck was just to deal more damage to the opposing Pokemon. He watched as Private connected with the Moonblast, his front being covered in steel and his wings bare of any energy. It was something they knew they couldn't fix, as the steel wing was what gave them the steel-type energy and they could only move the energy to certain parts. He watched as Private flew out of the black cloud that was made by the Moonblast when it connected with Private with no steel-type energy to be seen in his drill spinning. Again Naruto whistled and watched as the crow's eyes glowed blue, stopping the Vileplume from moving. Erika also saw this and shouted out an order, quickly use Solar Beam. He was amazed to see how quickly it was gathering sunlight, but knew it was still too slow, so he called it, do it. And watched as his loyal bird smashed into the plant Pokemon with a spinning drill. After that attack, Private flew up into the sky, knowing that the fight wasn't over. They watched as the Vileplume slowly stood up on shaky legs, and not wanting it to suffer anymore, Naruto said one simple word, again. Private heard him and understood his boy's thought process, and so as fast as he could he flew as high as he could before diving down and disappearing in speeds that their eyes couldn't track. He appeared behind the Vileplume with a spinning beak and hit it, ending the fight and his contribution to the battle. Private flew back to Naruto and landed on his shoulder. Naruto stroked his chest as a thank you for helping him TTLE and for ending things quickly with Vileplume. He knew that it would have taken a couple more attacks as they had amazing defense, but because of Moxie, he was able to do more damage. He watched as Erika huffed in annoyance before returning her Pokemon and releasing her last Venusaur. Naruto grinned at the challenge and knew that Magnus would enjoy the chance to fight such a strong Pokemon. He could already feel the adrenaline start to enter his veins and threw Magnus's Pokeball onto the field. watching as he got into a ready stance, knowing that this was important for his master. He absent-mindedly realized that the gym leader was inspecting him with a frown. Frenzy plant Venusaur. Erika called and Magnus released an immediate flamethrower in retaliation, knowing that Naruto would want him to do that. He controlled his flamethrower so that it would be good for area control and watched as the roots all burned. Magnus saw an opening in between the burning roots and he took it, running so fast that he had left an after image confusing the Venusaur before appearing at its side and opening his mouth where a ball fire appeared. This was where his control training had helped him out. As out of that sphere multiple small beams of fire came out, all striking his big opponent and doing damage. After that, Magnus ran to its side before jumping on top of it and releasing a singular but strong flamethrower doing tons of damage. Erika, seeing this and knowing that she was at a complete disadvantage, returned Venusaur before it could be hurt by that monster of a Houndoom and announcing that she was forfeiting. When Naruto heard this, he blinked in surprise, never expecting to see a gym leader forfeit against him, before he broke into a big grin and ran to Magnus, giving him a hug as a thank you and getting one back. They heard a cough and turned to see Erika standing in front of them with a badge in her hand. Naruto frowned as he saw her, giving Magnus a hateful look, and Magnus, seeing this, released a warning growl. "Is there something interesting with my Pokemon?" he asked her with narrowed eyes, taking the badge and watched as she looked at him before turning her head and leaving him. Naruto sighed at that before looking at his two partners. "Good job you two, that was an amazing show of our training," Naruto said, making both of them puff their chests out in pride, happy to have helped their boy get one step closer to his ultimate goal. They soon made their way out of the gym, picking Cage up on the way, who had congratulated them on the badge in his own way. They stepped outside the perfume shop, happy to get their sense of smell back. "Naruto." He heard a familiar voice call his name and froze in shock before turning around when he heard running, and before he knew it he felt arms circle him. He didn't return the hug, not sure how to react, as Sabrina stood in front of him. "A couple of days ago." Sabrina. Naruto whispered out in shock as he felt her hug him. He quickly got over it and gently took her hands off him, not comfortable with her hugging him. "We need to talk," he said seriously, and watched as she sighed before nodding in agreement. He returned Magnus and Ge to their Pokeballs, as he knew Private would love to fly around, before gesturing for her to follow him. They soon made it to a coffee shop that Naruto saw on his way to the gym. They entered, ordering their drinks, and looked at each other. Sabrina spoke first. "I'm sorry for what I said to you before I left." Naruto only raised an eyebrow at that before saying, "And what about the fact that you didn't keep in contact for 60 days? He saw Sabrina flinch at that but carried on. "Why didn't you contact me?" he asked as he got his tea. "Why didn't you contact me?" she replied with her own question. Naruto only raised an eyebrow before opening his Pokédex and putting it in front of her, where it showed that he had tried to contact her multiple times, but that she ignored him. Sabrina looked away at that, ashamed with what she had just said to her first friend. Naruto saw this and sighed. "Tell me why my first friend was too busy to even wish me a Merry Christmas," he asked, and heard her whisper, "I don't have an excuse." Naruto only nodded at that, expecting such an answer, before standing up and leaving, saying one last thing over his shoulder, "Then I'll talk to you in 2 months. It had hurt him to do that, but it was for the best. He was planning on doing a lot of dangerous stuff, and he didn't want Sabrina's involvement. He may not like her right now, but he still cared deeply for his saint friend, and she would always have a place in his heart. He made his way to the Poke Center, returning Private to his ball on the way and giving the nurse his and Magnus's ball. She had told him it would take a couple of minutes, and he nodded in return before opening his Pokédex to see if anything was happening in Fuchsia City, his next destination and home of his 6th badge. He saw that there was going to be a contest happening around the time that he was going to be there, meaning he would get to see Daisy again and how she does in a contest. He quickly calculated how long it would take to get to Fuchsia and figured out that it would be at max a 5-day journey. Nodding to that, he kept on scrolling and seeing nothing else, minus the fact that the Unova champion and his wife will be watching their daughter there. "Wait, what?" Naruto mentally screamed. "But how she's supposed to be in Hoenn?" he thought to himself before searching up multiple things about the contest and finding out that it was an extremely big event for consters and that a lot of big names were going to be there, meaning they had to be there. He sighed, not understanding his bad luck, first with Sabrina and now his family. Hopefully they didn't recognize him or even see him. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Naruto's calculations were right about how long it would take to get Fuchsia City. He had walked out the swamp that was present to get there quicker, and on the way picked up a new teammate that his team had taken a shine to. He had also talked to Daisy multiple times and had found out that she was going to be in Fuchsia for the contest and that she would meet him there. Naruto tried not to show it, but he was happy to be able to see her as he had missed her teasing nature and how she would always try to flirt with him or try to get on better terms with Hermit only to be met with silence. The memories he made with her throughout the 2 months were cherished by him. And now here he was. If it wasn't for Daisy, he would have gotten the gym badge and left immediately, as he didn't want to deal with his family, but he knew he had to watch her as it would show that he did think of her as a true friend and that he cared. Plus she had begged him to watch her performance and he agreed. His plan was simple: get the badge and then train on the outskirts of town until Daisy arrived. If only life didn't always want to screw him over. As he had found out that Koga was doing his battles live in front of crowds now as a way of showing that gym battles were just as good as a contest, Naruto hated the fact that he had to battle in front of a crowd again, but whatever, he could handle it. He made his way to the field where the fights were occurring and saw quite a large crowd watching the 1WH. It was happening now, and how Koga was smashing a kid's team to pieces. Maybe this gym leader would give him a good challenge, he thought to himself. He saw the fight end with the boy losing before Koga turned to the crowd and yelled, "Who's next?" Naruto saw no one move, so he raised his hand to show that he was willing to battle and getting everyone's attention on him alongside two redheads and a blonde man that's hair matched Naruto's perfectly. Naruto didn't see them as he was trying to keep his calm from all the attention he gained. He saw Koga nod at him before walking to his side of the field and Naruto followed. They stood on opposite sides and he heard Koga speak. "So you're the famous mind arts prodigy everyone is talking about?" he questioned, and Naruto raised an eyebrow at the name some people were giving him but just nodded. Koga looked him over before saying, "You look an awful lot like Minato Namikaze." There, he finished, pointing to the Unova champion who stood by his wife and daughter all looking at Naruto in shock. Naruto was shocked to see them in the crowd too, but got over it quickly and shrugging his shoulders at the man's question. "It's what happens when you're his son." He answered casually, knowing that it was about time the world found out he was the third child of the two famous people. Koga only nodded before the judge, a woman dressed as Koga, went through the rules and saying that it was a 3-3. Both the battlers nodded at that before Koga sent out his Pokemon, a Toxicroak. Naruto raised an eyebrow in surprise at seeing an out-of-region Pokemon but got over it quickly and released two Pokemon. One was a Skorupi, or Stinger as he went by now, and a new addition to their group. "Stinger, you're going to be watching my battle so you know what to expect, alright?" he asked and got multiple clicks of excitement. After that he sent out his real choice for the match, Private, who flew into the air immediately ready for battle. Koga made the first move, not wanting to waste time. "Dark Pulse," he called and watched as in between its arms a sphere of dark energy was made before being released at Private, who had seen the attack and dodged it. He had become extremely efficient at dodging as he was always going against Magnus and his amazing control over moves. Seeing that they made their move, Naruto knew it was his turn, and so he whistled a high and low tune and watched as Private's eyes glowed blue, freezing the Toxicroak in place before rushing it with Drill Peck. Koga also saw this and acted fast. "Use Sludge Bomb," as the Pokemon opened its mouth and shot a ball of poison at Private. Naruto knew they couldn't dodge and so called out, "Steel Drive," knowing that it would stop the poison move and allow Private to hit the Pokemon. He watched as his loyal bird struck the poison frog with no damage being sustained and allowing them to get an advantage in the battle. Blank. In the stands. "He's so good," whispered Kushina in shock and awe. She was proud of her son but displeased at the fact that she did nothing to help him become what he was now. "I think he's better than Menma," Mito whispered out, in the same state as her mother. Minato said nothing, just watching the battle with proud eyes and a small sad smile. Blank. The frog got back up in seconds, waiting for his master's commands as Private flew back in the air. "Try to use Thunder Punch and Brick Break on it," Koga called out, and the Toxicroak nodded before running around the jumping as high as it could, trying to reach the bird. Naruto heard the commands too and became worried. Those two moves would do a lot of damage to Private, so he had to play it safe here and not get too close. "Dark Pulse," Naruto called and saw Priva open his mouth and release the beam of energy. Naruto saw the frog use the same move, canceling each other out and creating a dust cloud. He saw the frog jump into the air where the cloud was an N. Naruto grinned. "Blow the smoke away and use Psychic on it while it's in the air. Then use Drill Peck," Naruto ordered, and watched as in less than a second Private's eyes glowed blue before he blew the cloud of dust out of the way, showing the opposing Pokemon stuck in the air, and watched as his loyal bird flew in, covering its front with steel-type energy and allowing his drill to spin before hitting the Toxicroak. After that Naruto knew he could end it. Fly in again with Steel Drive and use Drill Peck. Koga heard those commands and with quick thinking gained from years of battle said, "Use Brick Break." Knowing that it would do extra damage because of the steel type that was on the bird and that it was a guaranteed hit as Private was so close already, but when the Toxicroak had swung its hand it nothing as in the last second Private's experience with Aerial Ace kicked in and he spun out of the way of the attack before flipping and hitting the opposing Pokemon in the back, making Naruto and Private the winners. Everyone was too surprised to react as they had never seen a flying type with such quick reaction time. Even Naruto didn't know that Private was so fast and agile, but he was thankful. All that his speed training was paying off. He saw Private caw in victory before landing on Naruto's shoulder and smirking at the face Naruto still had. Nice job. That was incredible, Naruto said with a smile as broke out of his shock, and the bird nodded before looking down at their youngest member and seeing him look back up with stars in his eyes. Private felt good that he had shown their newest member how good Naruto was as a trainer. Koga got over his shock quickly as well and returned his Pokemon before sending out a Venomoth and ordering toxic spikes. Naruto knew that would be bad or any of his team, but luckily the Pokemon he was going to use next wouldn't be affected by them. With a grin he threw the Pokeball and Rook materialized in front of him ready for battle. He saw Koga twitch, showing that he was annoyed, but did nothing after waiting for Naruto to make the first move. Naruto was only glad to do so. Aerial Ace, he said calmly and watched as Rook nodded before his Eden hand started to glow with flying type energy and he disappeared, appearing behind the moth and striking it in its back doing damage. It quickly turned around and shot a ball of green energy. Koga called. Energy ball. It flew towards Rook, making him dodge, not wanting to take any damage before rushing the poison Pokemon with an iron head. The Venomoth saw the attack and dodged, only being scraped by the steel type energy. Rook stopped his charge after the dodge and turned around with a brick break, slamming it into the Pokemon body. Koga saw this as an opportunity and called, "Use Bug Bu ZZ while he's close," and they watched as it released waves of pressurized air at Rook, dealing super effective damage and making him drop to the ground as the sound was horrible. Naruto, knowing he had to act fast, called, "Steel Drive." Knowing that the steel typing would negate some of the damage of him, Naruto saw Rook cover his entire body in steel as he was a steel type and had greater control on the element than Private before shakily standing up. Aerial Ace. Naruto shouted, knowing that he had to end it quickly or risk Rook getting dealt more damage. And just like last time, Rook appeared behind it and struck it in the back, making it falter in the air before striking it again and again and again until the moth dropped to the ground unconscious. Both Naruto and Koga sighed as the match ended. It was exciting, yes, but stressful even if you weren't the one battling. Rook, knowing that they had one, dropped Steel Drive before looking at Naruto and putting his arm across his chest just like he did when he was a pioneer to show his loyalty. Naruto only smiled and returned the gesture before watching as his only steel type made his way next to him and sat by his feet, knowing that he wouldn't be in the battle anymore. This time Naruto released the Pokemon first. It was a sign of confidence that only veteran trainers would understand, as rookies would think he was dumb for giving his opponents an advantage. Psychology in battle fascinated Naruto, and Professor Oak was all too happy to teach him all of the tricks over the 2 months of training. Anyways, Hermit appeared standing on Naruto's side, looking calm and composed but poisoned because of the earlier toxic spikes that were laying around, while Koga's Pokemon was a sick-looking wheezing. "Ah, healthy wheezing," Naruto thought to himself before starting the match. His and Hermit's eyes met before he nodded, and the Greninja slapped his thighs, making water shurikens and throwing them at the opposing Pokemon at high speeds and amazing accuracy. The water Pokemon's shurikens hit multiple times before Koga got the chance to make a move, Thunderbolt, and connect it with the shuriken. Naruto knew it would be bad if that hit, and it was guaranteed to hit if Hermit kept on throwing the stars, as it would conduct the electricity toward Hermit. So they made their next move. Their eyes connected again before Greninja stopped and started to run around the field, dodging thunderbolts and being scraped by some, doing some damage. Soon Koga got annoyed by the dodging and changed tactics. "Use a fire blast to do area-wide damage," he ordered. The wheezing stopped releasing thunderbolts and instead breathed in a deep breath before shooting out a fire that covered the whole field and seemed like it had hit Hermit as he had gotten closer. The wheezing breathed in, thinking it was a chance to strike. Soon the fire died down and Hermit was nowhere to be seen, but Naruto was grinning like a madman before whispering his first words of the battle. "Night slash." No one heard him, but they did see Hermit appear from the sky with a black blade in his arms and slashing at the wheezing. Hermit felt the poison do more damage to him as the battle went on. Thanks to all the dodging he had done, his blood circulation had increased, allowing the poison to travel around his body quicker than usual. Knowing he couldn't carry on for long, he met Naruto's eyes and saw him understand the situation he was in before nodding, giving him the signal for an all-out attack, as he was the only one fast enough to deal with the wheezing out of him. Private and Ru Plus they were tired from their matches too, so it was a must for Hermit to win or the chances of them winning went down by a lot. Naruto understood why Koga had sent out Weezing. It could deal with both Hermit and Private with Thunderbolt and use Fire Blast against Rook, a perfect counter against his team, so he gave the okay for Hermit to attack and watched as his only water type spammed all his moves on the Weezing. Overwhelming it and not giving it a chance to launch any moves, Koga called out. He saw Hermit land on his side after a minute of non-stop attacks and fall to one knee, breathing hard. They both knew he was close to fainting and that the Weezing wasn't far behind. They heard Koga call for a Thunderbolt and watched it as it flew towards Hermit before the frog with the last of H. His energy hopped out of the way, avoiding it but barely. Koga nodded in respect at seeing this before ordering another Thunderbolt. Naruto felt the whole world slow down before he saw something else. He saw himself on the field and the bolt of lightning flying towards him. He felt emotions rush through him. Despair, failure, annoyance and so much more. No. He whispered mentally, understanding what was going on and not caring how it happened. You're strong and I feel honored that you fought so well for me. This won't happen again. I promise we will be stronger next time. Stronger than anyone else. He told Hermit before getting back his own vision and seeing Hermit get hit by the Thunderbolt. Naruto smiled sadly before holding up Hermit's Pokeball. Before he could return his water type, he saw Hermit move his half-closed eyes to him and hearing a male and mature voice in his mind whisper, "Not yet," and watched as his Pokemon shakily got up, hunched but ready to fight for Naruto until his final breath. He watched as a blade of dark energy formed in his hands, signifying the use of Night Slash before he stood waiting for Naruto's command, fighting through the pain he was experiencing. They both heard Koga yell for another Thunderbolt but didn't move. They made eye contact and Naruto whispered, "Go," and watched his ninja Pokemon with the last of his strength run past the Thunderbolt ND through the Weezing, striking it with his Night Slash and knocking it out, making Naruto and himself the winner. Naruto saw everyone cheer for his victory but didn't care as he ran towards Hermit, seeing him collapse to the ground. He soon made it to his Pokemon holding his brother in all but species in his arms. He heard his voice again. "Did we win?" he asked, and Naruto chuckled knowing that he was messing with him but still nodding. He watched Hermit nod back before slowly closing his eyes with Naruto leaving him with some final words. "You did amazingly out there. I'm really proud," he said, and saw Hermit smile. Soon he returned him to his Pokeball before seeing a hand appear in front of his face. Naruto looked up to see that it was Koga trying to help him up. Naruto nodded in thanks, taking his hand and standing up. "An amazing battle which I will remember for years to come. Here is your badge," Koga said, presenting Naruto his badge. Naruto took it, sighing to calm his nerves before hearing someone say, "Thanks for the battle, boss, it was great." Naruto only nodded before blinking and turning around to see Rook looking at him with a smirk. Naruto's mind blew up at that before asking one question, how? He stuttered out and heard a different voice say, "The illusionist helped use," and looked at Rook's shoulder to see Private cawing in laughter. Naruto's mind finally rebooted and arced in overdrive, trying to figure out how this was happening before realizing that the illusionist was Katsumi and that she had been taking his team away every day for the past 6 weeks to work on a secret project, as she had called it. "Have you guys been learning telepathy from Katsumi?" he asked, and was met with nods from both his grinning Pokemon before sighing and returning his 3 Pokemon. Wanting to deal with it later, knowing that he had to get Hermit to the Poke Center. "Naruto, wait." He heard someone yell as he started to run towards the Poke Center. He turned around to see his ex-family running to catch up to him. Knowing that he didn't have time to talk to them, he carried on running. He soon made it to the center, where he ran to the front desk and explained what had happened before. Seeing the nurse grab his Pokeballs and telling him to return in a couple of hours to get his team when they had healed. Naruto sighed in relief before seeing the front door open and seeing his family Lee walk up to him, making him curse his luck. Blank. Blank. And now here he was, sitting on a table with his sister and parents. It was awkward, making this whole exchange even worse, but finally Minato cleared his throat and spoke. "That was a great battle. I didn't know you were so good," he commented, and Naruto was tempted to say, "You don't know anything about me," but I did against it, knowing it would just make this whole exchange worse before replying. "Don't congratulate me. Congratulate my team. I did nothing," he said, and saw Minato smile a little, thinking he was getting somewhere. "That's true, but you were the one to train them, so the compliment still stands." Naruto twitched an eyebrow at that, knowing he was outsmarted, so shrugged, leading them to another minute of silence before Kushina asked, "So, how has your journey been?" Naruto nearly rolled his eyebrows at the question but decided to entertain her. "It's had its ups and downs," he answered shortly, and watched as her fingers twitched before saying, "Could we get some details?" With a smile on her face. He thought about it. Should they know what he had been up to, the straightforward answer would be no, but Naruto was different and wanted to see what they would do if he opened up a little, and so he began. I've built myself a team that I know have my back. We've slowly become a family, he started. Looking into his cup of tea, remembering all the fun times they had before continuing. I've made some friends and some acquaintances, had arguments with them, got close with them, celebrated with them. But I've also lost some of them, he said while thinking of Sabrina and Leaf. You'll get to meet one soon. She's going to be competing against Mito in the contest and she's good, so I'd be careful, he finished smiling to himself when he thought about Daisy. It was quiet again after that. Before, you're better at battling than Menma, Mito said randomly and turned red when she saw she had everyone's attention. Naruto smirked a little at hearing that before asking, why do you say so? And watched as she fidgeted for a couple of seconds before answering, well, you just give off this calm attitude and you know how to control the battlefield, while Menma is impulsive and always attacks, never thinking about strategies like you. Naruto nodded at that, impressed by her assessment before he said, reminds me of another rookie I've met. He thought, thinking of Ash before his thoughts moved on to Charmander. He didn't get to spend a lot of time thinking about that as he looked at the time and knew that he was going to be late for meeting Daisy if he stayed, so he quickly drank his tea before releasing Ruby and leaving. On the way, Naruto said, it was a good talk, we should do it again. Oh, and Mito, he said looking over his shoulder. Straight at her. Good luck on the contest. Before leaving, missing the shocked faces his parents wore and the red face Mito had. Blank. Underscore. Blank. As Naruto made his way through the city, he looked at Ruby and said, I know you can use telepathy, Ruby, and watched as she snapped her head at him in surprise before sighing. Is it because of the 3 idiots you used in the gym battle? She asked, and he nodded with a grin at her nickname for them, making her sigh again. When were you all planning to tell me? He asked, mentally not wanting to look crazy by talking out loud. We were planning to tell you soon, but then you caught the bug, and so we delayed the announcement until he could learn telepathy. Hearing this, Naruto sighed and scratched her head, showing that he appreciated her telling him the truth and getting a purr back. Soon they had gotten to the park that Daisy wanted to meet at. They didn't have to wait long as he saw her running in. Probably forgot about the time, Naruto thought to himself as he made his way over to her. He saw her sigh before saying, sorry. Naruto only nodded before asking, you wanna have dinner? I haven't eaten anything. Luckily she nodded, and they made their way to a restaurant where they ordered food and talked about their day. Daisy had a normal day compared to him, so when he had told her everything that happened, he wasn't surprised to see her giving him a sad look. They both knew he had a long day and that spending this time together was good for him. They did talk about the events with Daisy congratulating him on the telepathy his Pokemon had and getting his badge. She also showed her concern in his talk with his ex-family, but he brushed it aside. He understood that it was a small conversa Tion and the most they had talked, but he didn't think it was important. They were only acquaintances at this point. They didn't talk about his meeting with Sabrina, as she already knew after one of the late-night conversations that had left him feeling tired as hell the next day. No regrets, he told himself. They soon finished dinner and made their way to the Poke Center where Daisy went to sleep early as she had her performance tomorrow. While Naruto picked up Hermit, he made his way onto a training field and released the ninja Pokemon. Not seeing a familiar person watching, he saw Hermit materialize before looking at him. Naruto only grinned before mentally saying, I am happy you're feeling better, but I want to know why you pushed yourself so hard to get me that victory. He finished with a WN and watched as the Greninja looked away. It was quiet before he looked back at Naruto, reminisced to the first time he had released Hermit before the frog said, everyone has done great in their less but me, and I felt like I had failed you, the one person I could always turn to for help and the person who had given me all this strength, and I couldn't even win a battle for you. I was scared you would do the same thing my old trainer did to me. I was afraid and I did what I thought was right. I fought thinking it was the right thing to do. Hermit finished now with tears in his eyes. Yuto smiled sadly, hating the fact that someone so close to him would think he would do such a thing. Naruto pulled Hermit into a hug and said out loud, I don't care if you win or lose, Hermit, as long as you tried and gave it your all, I will be proud of you. I would never abandon you. You're my family and I love you like a brother, so calm down. You fighting by my side is enough for me, so don't think why. Oh, you failed me, he said, pulling away so they held each other's shoulders. Today you had shown everyone that you are strong and that you are worthy of being one of my closest protectors. He finished showing how much he cared for the ninja Pokemon. This conversation, unknown to them, had made their bond so strong that nothing could break it. Their bond was as strong as Naruto's and Katsuma's and equal to Naruto's and Magnus's. They were partners and nothing could stop them. They soon calmed down before Hermit spoke. Someone's been watching yous, he said, and Naruto didn't even tense, showing how much he trusted Hermit to keep him safe. He only felt this safe around Katsumi and Magnus, so their stronger bond was already showing. Let's find out who it is then, Naruto said with a smirk as Hermit caught on. Before he blended in with the shadows and disappeared from view, Naruto waited until he heard a scream from his right and calmly turned to see Hermit carrying a red-faced Mito on his shoulder. Seryu. Sly, Naruto thought to himself with a sigh as Hermit placed her down. What are you doing here, Mito? He asked in irritation and watched as she looked down before saying, I saw you walk into an empty field and got interested. Booty won't tell anyone, I swear. She finished quickly, but both the brothers understood her perfectly. Naruto and Hermit exchanged glances before he said, just go to bed, you have an important event tomorrow, and watched as she ran away yelling, sorry big brother, making Naruto freeze before he felt Hermit's hand on his shoulder and calmed down. They soon made their way to the park. E-center in silence as nothing else needed to be said. Blank. Blank. Today was the day Naruto got to see Daisy perform, as she never let him watch her practice, which had always made him annoyed. He was excited as the event had brought in multiple big names that he would get to see perform. He had seen his mother practice and perfect her moves, which is where his want for control in training came from, and he knew that he would get to see a lot of potential be released in the contest. He had Katsumi out with him so she could see the contest. She was laying by his feet and they were talking about her teaching telepathy to the team while waiting for the contest to start. They didn't get long to chat as the contest started. He saw Mito come on stage calm and composed, just like he was in battle, and watched as she threw out 2 Pokeballs. Out of them came out Abraxian and Lopunny, and then they started their performance. Naruto wouldn't lie, Katsumi and he were impressed by how well the 3 worked together. Next were 3 other performers that he didn't catch the names off, as their performances weren't that good compared to Midas, but after them came the one person he was waiting for. Daisy had sent out her Raichu and her female Miostic, and he watched, entranced by her performances and how well everything she did worked out. It was like a jigsaw, and every time Daisy ordered for a move, the jigsaw got one more piece added to it. He saw her wink at him when she spotted him, and he just rolled his eyes, trying to show he wasn't impressed by her, which they both knew wasn't true. Soon after Daisy left, another 4 people performed, but Naruto didn't find them impressive as Mito and Daisy did the best in his opinion. After the last finish, they announced that the performers were going to have a 15-minute break, allowing Naruto to make his way backstage with Katsumi to see Daisy. It didn't take long, and they soon found Daisy feeding her 2 Pokemon. Naruto smiled at that before making his presence known. He saw her turn to him with a smile and say, so what do you think? Naruto leaned against a wall while Katsumi went to talk to Daisy's Pokemon. He said, it could have been better, he said with a small smile, and watched as Daisy's eyebrow twitched before she stuck her tongue out and said in a teasing voice, yeah, like you could have done better, making him laugh with her following soon after. They calmed down and talked for a couple more minutes before Naruto and Katsumi left her alone to get ready. As they made their way out, they saw Naruto's ex-family gushing over Midas' performance. He didn't know why, but his feet moved by themselves, and he was soon close enough to them to get their attention. He saw Minato and Kushina tense at seeing Katsumi. They didn't meet on friendly terms, and saw Katsumi give them a dangerous grin before he spoke. You did well. Good luck in your match against Daisy, she's strong. He finished leaving. Wait, Naruto, how do you know this? Kushina asked him, and with all the confidence he could make he said, because she's my friend, and leaving, not seeing that Daisy had heard everything and was smiling at the fact Naruto told someone that they were friends, as he would never do that. It meant he had faith in her, and she was going to prove to him that his faith wasn't misplaced. Blank. Soon Naruto and Katsumi made it back to their seats, where they waited for the final round between Daisy and Mito to begin. They both did separate performances before the crowd got to vote. Naruto voted Daisy, as did a lot of others before the votes were finished stacked up, and it showed that Daisy was the winner. Naruto was happy for his friend and went to see her. He wasn't surprised by the fact that when he stepped into the backstage, he was tackled into a hug by a cheering Daisy. He laughed at her and hugged her back before they split apart, and he congratulated her. She got her road, and they went out to celebrate over dinner, where they spent hours in there talking and laughing, relaxing around each other like they did on that one snowy day. Both were happy to have each other as a friend. The next few days went by a flash. Naruto had started teaching Stinger and the rest of his team, while Daisy had spent her days in multiple interviews alongside Mito, where they talked about themselves and how it felt to be in the contest. Naruto understood that it was a publicity stunt to get people more aware of the winner and how good the experience of a contest is. And now Naruto and Daisy stood outside the Poke Center getting ready for the journey towards Pallet Town as Daisy wanted to spend a few more days with her grandfather and Naruto. Knew that it was a way towards Cinnabar Island, he knew it wasn't the shortest way but he got to spend time with Daisy and that was okay with him. Soon enough they were ready to get going and did so. NLY being stopped once by Mito who had congratulated Daisy on her victory again and smiled at Naruto before running away with a red face. Their plan was to walk to Cerulean City which would take 2 weeks. As they had to get through 5 routes and 2 cities before calling for Professor Oak to pick them up with his Alakazam. Both trainers knew that they would spend most of their time training with different goals in mind but they also knew that they would spend the other half of their time getting closer to each other. Blank. Underscore. Blank. 1 week later. It had been a productive week for them and they had been making good distance meaning that they would reach Cerulean faster than intended. Naruto's team had also gotten stronger with Katsumi and Stinger being the only ones to learn new moves as everyone else had complete sets. Katsumi had learned double team and they had thought of a way to mix the move with her illusion ability making her stronger than before. Stinger had also learned a new move which was Pin Missile but had spent most of his time doing the same stuff as the rest of his team. Naruto had them work on their controlling their typing with only Magnus, Private, Hermit, Katsumi, Stinger and Cage succeeding as they've either had years of training or had easier control on the element like Magnus and Hermit who were naturals in the art. For the rest of our time they had spent training their body so they could get faster and be able to take more hits. They had also done resistance training with Stinger launching multiple pin missiles at them which had the added benefit of increasing everyone's reaction time and helping Stinger gain a better understanding of the move. Speaking of the Scorpion, Naruto and he had gotten close as well leading Naruto to find out that their new family member was battle-driven and had a dream of being the best just like Magnus had before he added to those goals, one of them being to protect Naruto as he had been told by Private who was closest to Magnus out of everyone minus Naruto himself. Naruto had also gotten closer to everyone on his team thanks to telepathy and he enjoyed listening to the daily fights or the banter that happened throughout the day because of Private's horrible humor. Daisy was also fun to travel with as they had more fun in the last week together, something that Naruto realized always happened with her around. He had cherished those moments as he knew that soon something bad would happen and that he would be in the middle of it. He knew this thanks to Ruby's disaster senses which becoming stronger by the day only making him more alert and his team to be even more driven to train than before. He didn't tell Daisy as he didn't want her to be involved in something dangerous. Blank. Underscore. Blank. 4 days later. Naruto and Daisy were now at the entrance of Cerulean City. Both of them were tired and dirty and so walked extremely quickly to get to the Pokson tray so they could call Professor Oak who would teleport them to the lab. They soon made it to the phone booth and called the professor. "Hello you two, how can I help?" he asked seeing Daisy's head on Naruto's shoulder while Naruto held her. "Professor, could you ask Alakam to teleport us to the lab? We're tired and dirty and we want to relax," Naruto asked in a tired voice. The professor nodded at he requested before going to get the mentioned Pokemon. While he was doing that Naruto and Daisy talked amongst themselves. "You're going to Cinnabar next, right?" she asked getting into a more comfortable position. Naruto only nodded to her question and she hummed in acknowledgement closing her eyes. Naruto soon saw the professor come back and saw him raise an eyebrow at their position before saying, "Gee, she's waiting outside for you." Naruto thanked the old man and ended the call before both trainers made their way outside and towards Alakazam who was only across the street before being teleported to the lab. They thanked her before making their way to the front door and stepping inside. They were greeted with the old man and gave him tired smiles in thanks before they gave him their Pokeballs and left to get a shower. They soon made it downstairs wearing their indoor clothing and seeing all their Pokemon sprawled out on the ground in relaxation. They saw the professor walk into the room th 3 cups of tea in his hand and they joined him taking seats on a couch while he sat on a chair opposite them. It was quiet for a minute before the old man cleared his throat and said with a smile, "Well, tell me all about your week." Both the trainers smiled in return and started to talk about their little adventure. Blank. Underscore. Blank. The next morning Naruto got up earlier than everyone. He was well rested and ready to head out and so stocked up on anything he needed before recalling all his Pokemon minus Stinger and Sparks as he knew they were becoming close friends and making his way outside. As soon as he stepped out he heard someone clear their throat and turned to see Daisy with messy hair and a big shirt over her. Naruto was happy he wore a mask or she would have seen his blush. He saw her open her arms telling him that she wanted a hug and he complied. He hugged her and heard her whisper in his ear, "Be safe Naruto, I don't want to lose you." He just nodded before saying, "I promise, but you owe me a shirt." he said, trying to lighten up the mood as he knew that she was sad at the fact they wouldn't be seeing each other for a long time. He pulled away to her looking at him with tears in her eyes but with a slight smile, making him gain a smile before he pulled down his mask and kissed her forehead, showing that everything was going to be fine and that she didn't have to worry. Pulling up his mask, he let go of her and made his way out of the door. Taking a glance back at her, he saw her wipe her eyes and wave bye to him, making him smile before leaving with his 2 Pokemon following. He didn't know what the future held for him, but he knew that it was going to be bad, but he wasn't scared as he knew he had his team to protect him. Naruto was now on a boat heading towards Cinnabar Island. It had been 3 days since he last saw Daisy, but only 2 since he talked to her, as yesterday they spoke. He was enjoying the boat ride as it was soothing to watch. The waves go past, and his team agreed with him, but he was only able to enjoy the waves for a limited amount of time as his mind wandered towards a conversation he had with Araya a week before he left. She had done some research about photographic memory and how people got it. She never told him what she found, and he assumed that it wasn't important, but that view got changed one night when she sat him down and talked to him. She had found his medical records that explained how he had a photographic memory, but also why his parents hated him. Autism was a rare case and it affected all people differently. His parents found out hours after his birth and had thought he would be different. He was different, but not a bad different, as Araya had explained. He was one of the few people to have no other side effects but a photographic memory. He had understood that his parents must have thought he had already failed them. Naruto's anger for them surfaced at thinking that before he calmed down. He suffered for 7 years because they reacted too quickly and thought he would be too much of a hassle to take care of. They had chosen his siblings over him because of the way he was born. Naruto seeked a grin as a random thought entered his mind. He was proud of what he was and isn't care if he was different. For him, it just made him more unique, like his Pokemon. It had opened another connection to his Pokemon. They had been through a lot as a family and he thought it was a good time to tell them about it, as no one but Araya, he and his parents knew about it. He stepped into his room, closing the door behind him before releasing his team and sitting on the bed watching as everyone stood to attention. He spoke after taking a deep breath. How many of you have heard of autism? He asked and saw them all give him confused looks, which wasn't surprising. It's a mental disease that can affect a person's social skill and mental capabilities. He started and saw Private's eyes widen a little bit. Already understanding why he was telling them this, he cleared his throat before continuing. Some people think it's a bad thing. Others think it's a good thing. It can affect how people view that person. He said and watched as everyone paid close attention. One of the side effects of having autism is getting a photographic memory, and we all know that I have it. It is also the reason why I was hated and neglected by my family. I had failed them hours after my birth. He finished watching his team's reactions. They were frozen, surprised to hear that the person who had brought them all together was mentally ill. Private was the first to get out of his shock and flew over to land on Naruto's shoulder before saying, "It doesn't matter to me or anyone in this room that you have a disease. You are still the same person we have followed since the start and the same person we have sworn to protect. You are the one we would die for and the one we promised to help reach the top. I promise you from the bottom of my heart that you have my full support like you always had." The Honchkrow finished his speech, leaving Naruto in tears. They didn't know it, but their bond had evolved to a level that only Katsumi, Hermit and Magnus were on. At seeing Naruto cry, his other 3 closest Pokemon walked up to him and gave him a hug, with everybody else joining in and soothing him. Soon it was over and Naruto only had one thing to say: thank you. It had been a day since he told his team his secret, and he hadn't been this happy since his time with Daisy, and now he was making his way to the Poke Center with Ruby by his side. She was great to have out as people stayed out of their way thinking she was bad luck, and because this place was so overcrowded, it didn't take them long to reach the center, but they left only minutes later, twitching in barely concealed anger as they had realized tourists had taken the whole thing over, thinking it was just for them. Selfish dirtbags, Naruto thought, with Ruby agreeing with him. They made their way around the city, going through multiple hotels and finding out that they were all full. Naruto was getting increasingly annoyed as he didn't want to sleep outside. "Hey kid." He heard someone call him and turned to his side to see a blond man with round glasses leaning against the tree. "It looks like you need a place to stay," he commented, and Naruto nodded at him, showing that he was correct. He saw the man look him over before saying, "You are a trainer, right?" he asked, and Naruto nodded again. Seeing Naruto's nod, the man grinned before fishing out a card and giving it to him, saying, "I'm guessing you're here to challenge Blaine. He owns a hotel where only trainers stay," he said, making Naruto raise an eyebrow at that, never hearing about such a thing, but saying a thanks to him in gratitude. He saw the man nod at him before walking away. "Well then, let's go challenge a gym now that we have a place to stay," he said to Ruby as they made their way to Towards the gym they had passed so many times, it didn't take them long to get there and then to enter. They watched as a battle happened and Naruto frowned as he realized that the gym leader wasn't fighting like a holder of the 7th badge. The child he's facing is a tourist. Ruby told him, mentally making him nod before he started to head out, not wanting to fight someone so weak for his second to last badge. As he stepped out he saw that it was already becoming dark and realizing he only had one place to stay, released Private, telling him to look for a hotel that wasn't too close to the city but not too far, and getting a salute back before he flew away, and they started to head through the forest. He walked around for another hour before seeing a tall man drinking near a tree. He approached him and said, "Excuse, do you know where this hotel is?" He asked politely, showing the man his card, and saw him inspect it before nodding and replying, "Yeah, just head that way and you'll come across it, Naruto." Oh nodded in thanks before telling Ruby to call for Private, which was a flamethrower into the sky. It took a couple of seconds but Private landed on him and he released Hermit, making the man behind him raise an eyebrow. Not that Naruto saw it. "Private, scout ahead of us. Look for any traps or anything," he told him and got a nod in return before his loyal bird flew off. After that, he turned towards Hermit and saw him nod, understanding that he was to hide in the shadows and protect Naruto while Ruby was out in the open and protecting him, ready to go. He asked Ruby and saw her nod before they left in the direction Private went. It took another 30 minutes before they reached the building and saw that it was old, just like Private had told him when they caught up to him. Hermit was still in the shadows and it was already dark, making it extremely difficult to spot him or for Naruto to see, so he had Ruby use flamethrower like she did in the mountain near Cerulean to illuminate the area. He stepped up to the door and entered, seeing it was actually decently nice in there. He saw the old man from before grinning at him before saying, "Welcome to the hotel, there are others here so please do be careful. Oh, and dinner will be served in an hour." He finished leaving. Naruto blinked, soaking in all the information before allowing Private to land on his shoulder and signaling for Hermit to get to his side. He returned Ruby as he knew she was tired from all the walking before making his way to the main area where he grinned at the chances. "Ash, what a surprise," he said and watched as the boy turned around staring at him in shock. Blank, underscore, blank. Naruto got comfortable in his sofa before saying, "I thought you would be done collecting badges by now, everyone else." "He is," he said and watched as Ash glared at him, still remembering what he said about Ash's training. "Yeah, well, I've had a lot to do and you're not so great yourself as you're here to." Naruto only nodded in agreement before saying, "Yes, but I spent 2 months and a couple of weeks training my Pokemon while you have done what?" he asked and watched Ash open his mouth before closing it. He turned toward Brock, Kay and Misty, who were inspecting his Pokemon before he spoke up. "You can touch them, you know," he said with a little grin as Private flew over to Brock's shoulder, letting the older boy inspect him before saying, "Wow, his feathers are so neat and he looks healthy and stronger than before. You've been taking care of him," Brock said to Naruto, making him nod thankfully. He turned to see Misty poking Hermit, making the ninja Pokemon twitch. Naruto found this amusing but decided to help his brother. "Misty, I think you're a bit too close to him," he reminded her and saw her apologize to them before moving back to her seat. Ash was getting annoyed at the compliments his rival was getting before speaking. "My Pokemon are healthy and strong too, you know," he said, releasing his Pokemon and getting a flamethrower sent to his face by Charmeleon. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, impressed at seeing one before it turned into a frown at seeing the weak team Ash had. Really, he had 2 Pokemon in their first form. A chameleon who it appeared didn't obey him and a Pidgeotto. Naruto asked a question which was on his mind. "How have you gotten so far with such a horrible team?" he asked in wonder and watched as Ash fell over in shock while his Pokemon glared at him in anger, minus Charmeleon, who was staring at him with confusion. Hermit and Private saw the glares and reacted quickly, with Private pinning Otto to the ground with his claw on its neck while Hermit had 2 Night Slashes positioned near the Bulbasaur and Squirtle. He heard Ash shout in concern before calmly ordering, "Let go, they won't do anything," and watched as his partners let them go before getting close to him. Ash was now glaring at him too, with his Pokemon joining in. Naruto rolled his eyes at that and said, "It's not my fault, Ash. My Pokemon reacted at the first sign of danger," and saw Ash's glare intensify before saying, "Yeah, well, maybe they should fix their sense of danger, it's broken." Naruto raised an eyebrow at that before saying, "We live with an Absol. My team's got the best sense of danger." He knew Ash didn't understand his point as he had never researched about Absols, but he saw Brock nodding along and understood that it was a sign for Ash to stop. Soon everyone had calmed down and they sat in silence before Naruto sat on the floor in front of Charmeleon, wondering why the Pokemon had been gazing at him in confusion. "He knows that you're close to him but doesn't remember you fully, probably because of the evolution." Private voice rang through his mind and he nodded along, understanding as the same thing happened to Hermit when he evolved. Knowing he needed a trigger, he released Magnus and watched as the Charmeleon froze while Magnus rubbed his head against Naruto's, a show of small affection but the most he would do with people around. They watched as Charmeleon snapped out of his dazed state and looked at them both in wonder before excitedly lifting his hand for a handshake and saying, "Char." When Naruto shook it. "Does that mean you remember us now?" Naruto asked with a smile and saw the lizard nod before Magnus said, "I hope you've been using what we taught you well," and saw the lizard growl Someth. Ing out, gaining a pleased look from Magnus. "What?" Ash screamed in shock, not understanding how Charmeleon was so nice to someone he met once but hated him. "What?" Naruto asked the exact same question. Awning and heard Brock answer. "As you have probably guessed, Charmeleon doesn't listen to Ash and it's a surprise to see him acting so nicely around you." Naruto looked down to Charmeleon scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Naruto rolled his eyes at that before saying, "Has Ash done any serious training?" And this time he got answered by Ash himself, who had gotten over his shock. "Of course. I have, but it was nothing too hard as I didn't want him to get hurt." Naruto's eyebrow twitched at that before he spoke. "So you were training him like he was a baby Pokemon?" he asked and saw Ash shake his head no. "I think the reason Charmeleon is so nice to us is because Magnus and I trained him for a couple of nights in control over his element. The training must have given him a level of respect. T for me is it was difficult while all your respect disappeared with his evolution." Naruto explained and watched as Ash's eyes widened at hearing about their secret training while Charmeleon nodded in agreement to what Naruto had said. Proving his theory right. Before they could say anything else, the old man from before came back and said, "Dinner is ready if you will follow me." He finished as ever. Yon stood up ready to eat for the first time that day. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Dinner was quiet for the most part. Everyone was both amazed and disgusted with the way Ash ate his food. Leaving dinner to be finished early as nobody wanted to eat afterwards, Naruto soon made it to his room that was extremely spacious, an excellent space for his Pokemon to be all out. Naruto was soon asleep while his Pokemon watched over him in Silenk before Ruby spoke. "My disaster senses picked up when we asked a man in the forest for directions. I think he's the thing that will end our little good streak," she said and watched as everyone looked down with gritted teeth before Katsumi spoke up. "It just means that we are going to have to be ready for anything so that we could protect Naruto." Everyone nodded at her before going to sleep, all knowing they were going to have a long week. The next morning Naruto woke up and went to get a shower, knowing that he had to get a badge from the gym. When he went to get some breakfast, he realized that only he and the old man were awake, but it didn't matter to him. The silence was something he loved in the morning, and Ash's group wasn't awake, so it would be quiet. He saw the old man look at him before speaking. "You going to challenge the gym?" he asked, and Naruto nodded, saying, "He doesn't look so strong, but it's for my 7th badge and looks can be deceiving," he said. The man nodded in agreement, leaving them in silence before he spoke. "That man isn't really Blaine," he said, and got Naruto's instant attention before carrying on. "It is said that Blaine got tired of fighting tourists and burnt his gym to the ground. Later it was said that he built his gym somewhere else on the island, in a hidden location where only a few people got to battle high. And fewer got to earn his badge," he finished. "How true is this tale?" Naruto asked in curiosity and watched as the man smiled. 100%, he replied. Naruto smirked a bit at the challenge of finding the gym before hearing the old man speak. "I'll give you a clue, kid. Deception is his game, so look out for anything weird," he spoke. Naruto's mind was in overdrive before saying, "You mean weird like a rondo?" Old man giving someone the location of Blaine's secret hotel, and smirked at seeing the old man freeze up before he relaxed and spoke. "How'd you figure it out?" Naruto only shrugged his shoulders. ND said, "I just added all the clues up." He saw the man grin at him before saying, "You're good, get ready for your gym badge, it will be in an hour or 2 to 2, got it?" he asked, standing up, and Naruto nodded, knowing what Pokemon to use. He saw the old man leave before saying, "You can come out now, Brock," he said, seeing the older boy come around the corner with a sheepish expression. Naruto rolled his eyes before standing up and saying, "Get Ash, he needs this badge," he told the older boy as he left to tell his team what had happened. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Now an hour later he stood on He field, which was inside a volcano, with Ruby by his side as she said her disaster sense was picking up more by the minute and that she wanted to be by his side. To his right, there were stands where Ash's group were watching, and beside them was a metallic box where Blaine had told him another 2 people were watching. He saw the old man grin at him before getting a Pokeball and releasing its Inhabi. Tance showing a powerful looking Arcanine. Naruto smirked, knowing the perfect Pokemon that could stand up to this monster of a Pokemon. He released Hermit, who calmly observed his surroundings before they connected telepathically. They didn't need it, but they liked having it up as a sort of backup. He saw both the Pokemon tense up knowing that the fight was about to happen and absent-mindedly said that Ash's group was quiet for once before giving his full attention to the battle. Thunderfang Arcanine. The old man yelled. Naruto nodded, knowing that Hermit knew what he wanted from him and watched as the ninja frog rushed the large dog with a night slash in both his hands. They met in the middle, both in a stalemate, as Arcanine couldn't reach Hermit because of his blades and Hermit couldn't reach Arcanine because it was relentless in its attacks. Knowing that this would get them nowhere, he met Hermit's eyes and watched as the frog jumped in the air, slapping his legs and throwing 3 water shuriken that hit the Pokemon. They both knew this was going to be a long fight. They watched as the cloud of smoke that appeared when Arcanine got hit was blown away, and they saw that it was standing with a flame charge activated. Naruto saw Hermit's surprise and said, "He evaporated the water. Don't worry, we'll just be faster next time," and watched as the frog met his eyes, nodding in agreement and saying, "Right," in response. They stared at each other before Naruto started the battle. Aerial Ace for a speed boost and use Gunk Shot when the flame charge turns off so it doesn't evaporate like the water. He saw Hermit nod, understanding that he wanted to try poisoning the fire dog, and flew off with his feet and hands glowing with flying type energy. Hermit and Naruto both knew that the AR Canine would always be faster, but whatever speed they could gain was always good. Hermit got close and saw the fire go into the Arcanine, making him grin before hearing Naruto mentally scream, "No, get away, Hermit." Thankfully, his fast reaction time and speed from months of training saved him from an overheat that had set half the field on fire. They both sighed in union, happy that Hermit dodged beef. Or hearing Blaine speak, "I'm impressed that your frog was able to dodge Arcanine's overheat. Not many are so lucky." Both Naruto and Hermit grinned at the compliment before Naruto responded, "Hermit's my fastest. Here, let us show you," he said before Hermit dashed off again with his full speed, going faster than the eyes could track. "Follow him, Arcanine," he heard Blaine speak as both the Pokemon raced around the field of fire before Naruto found his opportunity. "Now," he told him mentally, knowing that they couldn't with their eyes when he was going his fastest. Naruto saw Hermit stop on the right side of the field with his checks puffed before shooting a stream of poison behind him and hitting Arcanine as the dog had stopped in surprise. Hermit, seeing the chance to attack, launched 4 water shuriken, doing more damage to the dog and making it step backwards before launching at it with Aerial Ace to deal some extra damage. Thunderfang. They heard Bane yell after Hermit's second hit and watched as it got a bite in. It had hurt, but Hermit had taken electric attacks before and it didn't even make him flinch, allowing him to smack the dog off him. Hermit knew that he got struck because he got greedy with his hits and didn't think ahead. That, and because Arcanine is fast. Naruto's mental voice rang through his head and Hermit could hear the smirk on it. "Shut up," he said back in good fun before focusing on his opponent and seeing him cringing in pain because of the poison that was going through his body. Multiple dragon pulses followed by flame charge. They heard Blaine yell out, "Nar." Yuto met Hermit's eyes again and he created 2 night slashes before he started to cut through the balls of draconic balls of energy, keeping his distance as he didn't want to risk another overheat. This had lasted multiple minutes and Naruto was surprised to see the dog have so much dragon type energy in him, but he had to end this now as Hermit was getting tired. No one but him could tell, as he had spent a lot of time around his brother. After those 2 make a smokescreen with a couple of water shuriken and then rush him with an Aerial Ace, but don't be too greedy, and watched as Hermit nodded in understatement before doing as told and slashing 2 more dragon pulses before jumping in the air and throwing multiple shuriken in quick succession at the dog's feet, making a smokescreen before rushing in. He got a hit on the surprised dog before it got affected by the earlier poison, allowing Hermit to hit it 2 more times and sending it back where it fell unconscious, as the poison and Aerial Aces had finished the job. Hermit and Naruto sighed in relief as Arcanine was returned. Both of them were happy to know that they had defeated such a strong opponent and took little amounts of damage compared to it. Hermit tiredly made his way towards Naruto, getting congratulated on the way. "Good job, Hermit, that was amazing." Before the frog was close enough and they high-fived in victory. Soon he was leaning against Naruto's legs, sitting on the floor waiting to see what will happen next in the battle. Naruto released first this time and made the temperature on the field skyrocket as Magnus, his Mega H. Houndoom, appeared on the field, absorbing the remaining flames left from Akanin with his control on flames, while a Magmortar appeared on Blaine's side, ready for this Magnus. Naruto asked his fire do G mentally and saw him grin before replying, "Thank you for giving me the chance to battle Naruto." Naruto smirked before staring the match. "Dark Pulse," he ordered as Magnus opened his mouth and a beam of concentrated black energy was launched at the opposing Pokemon. He saw it retaliate with a flamethrower which Blaine called for before it literally disappeared, appearing behind Magnus and hitting him with a thunder punch. Naruto groaned in annoyance as he remembered reading about how the Magmortar line has small psychic abilities allowing them to use moves like teleport, which was what Blaine's Magmortar had just done. He saw Magnus get a hold of himself and glare at the opposing Pokemon who seemed to be taunting him. Luckily Magnus had enough self-control not to fall for it and waited for Naruto's command. Rush him with a flamethrower. Use your control on your dark typing to stop him from teleporting anywhere, he ordered as he knew that he had to act quick as Magmortar were dangerous opponents for anyone even Mega Evolutions. He watched Magnus run towards the opposing Pokemon who had started to release flamethrowers at him. Luckily Magnus still had his flash fire abilities and didn't take any damage, instead absorbing the heat, making his inner fire stronger than before and allowing him to release it in a flamethrower of his own. It didn't deal much damage, but they knew it was still a lot as Magnus had poisonous flames that only got more deadly after his evolution. Magnus saw the Magmortar about to teleport and so released his dark-type energy, making the whole field turn black. Making everyone but Naruto look in surprise as he and Magnus were the only ones to know how good his control over dark energy was. They saw the Magmortar attempt to teleport but fail as it was negated thanks to the change of the field before being smacked around the face with an iron tail and getting hit by multiple dark pulses that were stronger than before thanks to the field change. Knowing they could win this quickly, Naruto ordered for multiple more dark pulses as they were extremely powerful now and could finish the opposing Pokemon off quickly. Magnus had spent minutes doing that, seeking around the Magmortar as he would disappear seconds after releasing a dark pulse, which only happened thanks to Magnus's complete control over the field as he could travel around it quickly, and if the Magmortar did try and get rid of the darkness with fire, Magnus would just absorb the flames with his ability. Soon enough Magmortar had taken enough damage to pass out, and Blaine, knowing he lost, made a final move. Flare Blitz, destroy the shadow that has been placed on this field and take that dog out with it, he yelled in annoyance. Naruto didn't order anything, knowing that Magnus could dodge the move, and if he did get hit he would absorb the flames, and Naruto was proven right as the Magmortar hit nothing, knocking itself out and making Naruto and Magnus the winners. Naruto smiled at their accomplishment before watching as the field turned back to normal and Magnus made this way over to him. Good job, control training is really paying off, he said, scratching his head and getting a purr from his loyal dog. Naruto soon saw the old man in front of him with a badge in his hands and a grin before he spoke. Good fight. Here's your badge and spend the rest of the day exploring as S. Nothing big is going to happen tomorrow, he finished, making him and his Pokemon tense, understanding that Ruby's disaster sense was right but still nodding in thanks before returning his Pokemon and king his way towards the Poke Center to heal his two partners and to do as he was told, explore the island. Blank. Naruto had spent the better part of the day after gym battle walking around the island with Magnus, Hermit and Katsumi by his side while Private was flying around them enjoying the hot air. They had been enjoying their time walking with each other and enjoying the other's presence before they stumbled across some ruins. Private had flown closer to them so he could protect Naruto as he had said he had seen movement around them. Naruto watched as his team tensed ready for battle before moving forward towards the steps that led them to the top of the ruins. It took a couple of minutes to get to the top, but when they did they saw a sort of own room where a beautiful Ninetales sat on top of a chair that was positioned at the end of the room. They saw it narrow its eyes at them before Naruto heard a voice. Well, this is quite strange, how did you find this place, human? Someone asked, and Naruto didn't have to think hard on the question as his mind went to Ninetales' Pokédex entries and how they have psychic abilities. Deciding he had to answer her, he spoke. We stumbled upon this place, he told her, and felt Private tense on his shoulder. She's psychic, Private told the others through their shared mental link as thanks to everyone's arc typing she couldn't read his or anyone else's thoughts. He saw the Ninetales' narrowed eyes become sharper before she spoke again. A likely story before her eyes flickered to the right and they saw another Ninetales appear and suck in a large breath. Thankfully Hermit was fast enough to appear in front of it and punch it with an aerial ace, knocking it away and then finishing it off with a water shuriken. He turned back to the Ninetales to see another three of her species growling at them. He wasn't scared and neither was his team, so he spoke. There's no need to attack us if you want us to leave. We will, he said and watched as she nodded her head. Don't let your guard down, she's a fox and they're tricky, he told his team and heard Magnus reply back. Don't worry, we live with Katsumi, we'll Rhea. Dino. And getting hair whacked by the said Pokemon, Naruto cracked a small grin at the interaction before slowly moving backwards and making sure the Pokemon never left his sight. He finally stepped D out of the throne room and slowly made his way down the steps, seeing hundreds of Ninetales watching them from everywhere. His team were ready for any sign of danger, and he could see as Magnus was BTLY sucking in the hot air around them while Hermit's hands were beginning to emit dark-type energy. Katsuma's fingers were twitching, a sign of her being ready to use double team, and private eyes were getting a tint of blue. They finally made it to the bottom and saw the Ninetales they met stand at the top of the stairs watching them. Careful now, he heard Katsuma's voice and nodded to her before turning around and beginning to walk away before a Vulpix ran up to him. He felt his team tense even more but stopped them, knowing that it would be bad to attack it when they were being surrounded by hundreds of Ninetales. This is not careful, he heard Katsumi yell seconds later, and he had to agree with her. He saw the Vulpix inspect him and looked around to see every Ninetales in the area tense be. No one more than the queen that they had met. His mind connected the dots quickly and he understood that the one in front of him was her kit. He watched as it barked something at Magnus and saw him take a glance at Naruto before he turned back and growled something back. He saw her grin before she closed her eyes. After that, he heard a young voice ring through his head. Hi. Male. He thought. HT to himself in surprise before lowering himself into a sitting position and closing his eyes so he could talk to the young kid, trusting that his team could protect him. Hello, he answered back and felt a little emotion enter him. The main one being discomfort. Wanting to know why it felt that way, Naruto asked, why the discomfort? He asked and waited as the Vulpix replied, well, I've never spoken to an H-human before because my mother has said they were all bad, but when I asked if you were nice I was surprised to hear what the strong dog had to say. Now Naruto was intrigued, so he asked, oh, what did Magnus say? And felt a little amusement come through before the little Vulpix answered, well, he said that you were strong and dangerous when angered but also very nice and caring. Naruto smiled a little when he heard that before hearing the Vulpix speak again. Could why you ask my mother something for me? He stuttered out and Naruto raised an eyebrow at hearing such a request. I'll hear you out, little one, but I won't promise you that I could ask. We would have been burnt if it wasn't for Hermit's quick speed. I was wondering if you could ask my mother if I could, maybe joy. And you? Naruto raised an eyebrow at hearing that before asking, why would you wish to join me, Kit? He asked and opened his eyes to see the little Vulpix staring up at him with determined eyes. Because I want to be strong. All your Pokemon are strong and everyone here could see that. Magnus, as you called him, has powers that rival my mother, and she's over 800 years old while he is only a year old. You've made him strong and I want to be strong. He finished his speech in determination. Naruto watched him with no emotions displayed on his face before nodding. He knew the Pokemon wasn't part of the Mind Arts trio, but everyone knew that Ninetales had amazing psychic powers that allowed them to do stuff other psychics could only dream of. He stood up after his nod, seeing the Vulpix smile. Before turning around and making his way up the steps with the Vulpix leading the way and his Pokemon close by him. They didn't know what had happened, but they trusted Naruto knew what he was doing. They made it to the top, ignoring the growling Ninetales around them as the queen nuzzled her kit. Naruto sat down to not appear like he was trying to be dominating and watched as he gained the ancient Ninetales' attention. They stared at each other for a couple of seconds before Naruto did something nobody expected him to do. He bowed, showing that if the kid did join them he would do anything for him. Even if that meant giving away his pride, as he would be joining their family. Soon Naruto spoke. You've listened to our conversation and know what we both want. Will you accept or no? He finally asked. It was tense few seconds before he saw the queen bow her own head to him. It was a sign of trust and respect. She wanted her only child to be strong and knew that Naruto would help her kid with his goals. Kuruma. He heard her voice as they both sat up and watched as the young one sat up straighter. I want you to be loyal to this boy and respect him as much as his family does when he gives you power that you want. Do you understand? She asked, and the Vulpix nodded before making his way to Naruto, who put his hand forward, an invitation to join, and was glad to see the fox put his paw on top of his, accepting his invitation. He heard Magnus speak after that. Be happy, Kit, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance and you have chosen the best trainer there is, as he finished with a small smile. When he saw Kuruma bark something back at him. Soon they were heading back to Blaine's hotel with a new teammate in his pocket that everyone took a shine to. Blank. By the time they got back, it was dark again, but that it didn't matter much as they had Magnus and his Pokemon knew how to scare off others. He entered inside and made his way to the kitchen where he saw everyone eating. They noticed his presence immediately and welcomed him back, even Ash, meaning he was in a good mood and had probably won his gym badge after he left. He looked around the room to see all of Ash's Pokemon out and a very visible Charizard. Naruto grinned at that before speaking. I'm guessing Charmeleon evolved when he battled in the gym match. he said and watched as Ash nodded multiple times before speaking. Yeah, I bet he could beat your team. Naruto cracked a grin at that before speaking. It's nice how you dream big, before he released his own Pokemon, missing everyone's shocked faces. Apparently his other four didn't and laughed at them. Oh, a Vulpix. Blaine commented in what seemed like surprise and Naruto nodded saying, yeah, I ran into a whole kingdom. Kuruma here is actually the queen's kit. He said in pride and watched as Kuruma puffed his chest out in pride, making him chuckle as he scratched his head and allowed his Pokemon to go eat. He saw Charizard look at Kuruma with multiple emotions that he didn't seem to pick out before shrugging and turning around to see Blaine's shocked face. He smirked at that before sitting down and waiting for the older man to speak. It didn't take long as he spoke. Whose kit is that? Blaine asked in exasperation and Naruto answered calmly, the queen's. He saw him look even more shocked than before. I don't get the big deal, Ash said and Naruto answered. Ash, I've got the child of an 800-year-old Ninetales that has thousands of other Ninetales under her command. With my training, Kuruma could become one of the strongest fire types in the world. He finished and watched as Ash's group gasped in shock. He subtly looked to his right as he saw Charizard grit his teeth and twitch his claws before relaxing. Naruto decided to change topics as he didn't want a rampaging Charizard to burn down the place he was staying at. So did Charizard listen to you in the battle? Blank. Blank. The next morning, Naruto woke up to see most of his Pokemon already awake and talking to each other, with Kuruma laying on top of Katsumi's hair still asleep. He smiled at them all as he greeted them before making his way into the shower and minutes later coming out wearing his journey clothes with his Haori in his hands. He looked around the room and saw multiple empty bowls laying on the ground, telling him that his team had eaten, so with a roll of his eyes he made his way to the kitchen, passing by the living room where he heard arguing. Interested, he made his way in to see the man from the woods and someone else with a tux talking to Ash's group while Blaine watched. Seeing as no one had yet to notice him, he walked up to Blaine and asked him, hey old man, what the hell is going on? He asked and got a show. RT answer back. Just listen and you'll understand. Naruto's eyebrow twitched in annoyance but did as told and watched as Ash said, yeah, well, I have a Charizard that could sweep his whole team. I'm stronger. You need me more than him, he said in a begging way and watched as the tall man sighed, rubbing the arch of his nose before answering. I understand that you have a Charizard, but it doesn't listen to you and it isn't properly trained, while Naruto has a whole team of strong Pokemon that would help us out and he was recommended by Professor Oak. The man replied and Naruto thought it was time for him to join the conversation as he saw Ash open his mouth. He spoke. What did the professor recommend me for? He asked curiously and watched as the two men turned to him in surprise, making him gape in return as he saw that he was talking to Lance, champion of both Kanto and Johto, and Steven, champion of Hoenn. He got over his shock quickly as the Indigo champion spoke. Ah, you're here, good, I'm going to get straight to the point as we have wasted enough time already. The professor has recommended you for an important mission that has Team Rocket's involvement. Naruto's face lost all traces of emotion as he spoke. What's the mission? He asked emotionlessly as he saw the champions exchange glances before speaking. Team Rocket has taken over parts of the Seville Islands and we're ready to attack them. Our problem is that we need someone to take back 2 towns for us, as our main forces will be in more dangerous places. Naruto sighed at hearing this. Closing his eyes, he thought it over before acting his decision and saying, let me go pack. I'll be out in 10 minutes. He told them and got nods back before he turned to Ash and said, I know you're going to Pallet Town for a bit after this. Tell Daisy that I'm sorry. He told him before making his way to his room and telling his family what was about to happen. He saw them all nod back at him in understatement before he returned them and started packing. Coming out at exactly 10 minutes with his Haori on and his bag over his shoulders. I'm ready, he told them as they all made their way to the docks. Blank. 1 hour later. Naruto was on a speedboat now, being briefed by Lance and Steven on what he had to do. Your objective is to take out all the grunts and to take over the 2 villages, as far as we know. Here are 30 of them. I hope that isn't too much of us to ask. Lance asked and Naruto shook his head, telling them he could handle it as he was already thinking of what Pokemon to use and how to use them. Seeing that he got it, Lance nodded and Steven gave him a good luck before they both left to get ready. Seeing that he was alone, he released his chosen Pokemon and watched as Katsumi, Private, Spar KZ appeared in front of him and he explained his plan. He saw them all nod back before they all sat silently going through the mental images Naruto was sending them. The images were pictures of the TWO villages they were going to take over and the routes. After 30 minutes he felt the boat stop and saw Lance walk up to him. You ready? He asked and Naruto nodded before making his way off the ship with his Pokemon. His last words to the champion being, I won't disappoint. Blank, underscore, blank. They had walked for 10 minutes after getting off the boat before Private told them he saw multiple grunts surrounding the town and that some were inside it. Naruto quickly started on their plan and made Katsumi set an illusion on every grunt they saw outside of the town before Sparks used Confuse Ray on them, knocking them out and allowing them to proceed. There were also multiple watchtowers with grunts on them too, but luckily Private was able to take them out with his psychic before they spotted them. Soon they were done with the outside and Naruto released both Rook and Hermit, who tensed in preparation. Naruto returned Sparks as he wasn't needed for this part, and the Y snuck into the town not being spotted by anyone before Naruto allowed Katsumi to set an illusion on the whole village and watched as his two other Pokemon ran around town knocking out any rockets that they saw. Katsumi couldn't join them as she was busy holding the illusion up, as even though her control was good it didn't mean it was easy for her. Luckily her years of control with Naruto gave enough time to knock out all the grunts. His two fastest Pokemon appeared in front of him again and Katsumi finally released her illusion, making every civilian in the town blink as they saw the rockets drop. Collect them, Naruto told his team and watched them nod as they ran off in different directions to collect all the knocked out body. Not feeling safe in a foreign place and with multiple people staring at him, he released Ruby and watched as she sat by his side, understanding why she was released. It took another couple of minutes before his three Pokemon appeared in front of him with 7 bodies as the other 8 were tied to trees outside the village. He tied the rockets up quickly and as he made his way to leave he felt someone grab his arm and heard them let out a girly scream as Hermit and Rook were on the girl of his age in less than a second. Both were holding knife slashes to her neck and he saw everybody around them tense, making him roll his eyes before speaking. You have 10 seconds to take your hand of me and explain why you thought that was such a good idea when I'm surrounded by protective dark types. He saw her let go of his arm and speak. I just wanted to know who you are. And why you have strong Pokemon, as my dad has strong Pokemon and he couldn't defeat the rockets while someone my age did. They're clearly not yours. Eek. She didn't get to finish as Hermit and Rook shed their blades forward. Let go of her, you two. We are on a clock. He told them the last part mentally and watched as they did as told before Naruto turned back to the girl and said, first off, Avenue, no need to know my name, and second of your father must be weak as my Pokemon and I were able to take this town back in 20 minutes, he told her before turning around and making his way towards the second village. Blank, underscore, blank. The same thing happened in the second town with them knocking everyone out and tying them up before calling Steven and telling him that they were done. He got a well done, and that he should head back to the first town as the Indigo's forces were now there and that he would meet both the champions thereafter. They were done. Naruto agreed before making his way back. He knew that he didn't need to be there at this time and so made his way into the forest near the path where he released his family and told them that the mission was a success before they all relaxed and Naruto fell asleep enjoying the peace he experienced around his team. Soon enough he had woken up to see that it was already the afternoon and that his team was talking to a Ralts who seemed to be enjoying itself. Naruto smiled seeing Kuruma and Stinger playing with the Ralts before they all noticed that he was awake and made their way over to him. He was surprised to see the Ralts follow as they were usually awkward and shy, but all Pokemon were different so he didn't think much of it. He greeted them back before telling them that it was time to head out and teeting multiple agreements before returning everyone but Private as he wanted to fly Naruto to the town, something that Naruto didn't mind. As he stood up he saw the Ralts poking his leg getting his attention before pointing at his belt full of Pokeballs. Naruto got a general idea of what was happening and put it in front of it, watching as it hit the button and being caught, making it Naruto's Pokemon. He got on Private and as they took off he heard his loyal bird speak. Finally the little thing couldn't stop talking about how much it wanted to join you. Naruto laughed hearing that before grinning at the fact that he had gotten himself a member of the Ralts line and relaxing knowing that he only had to talk to the 2 champions before he could go back to Pallet Town and see Daisy. Naruto gave a happy look as he stood on top of a hill which was overlooking Pallet Town. It had been 3 days since his mission and he had spent 2 of them doing some light training and introducing Pandora and Kuruma to the basics of his team. He started to make his way towards the professor's lab that he could see in the distance, soon getting lost in thought as he remembered that he hadn't talked to Daisy since Cinnabar Island. The thought made him frown as he knew that she must have been worried for him. He promised himself that the next time he got called out on a mission he would at least tell her himself, unlike this time as she had overheard the professor talking to Lance. Speaking of the champion, they had thanked him for his work and gave him some rewards, a huge amount of money and 2 dusk stones which he would use wisely. Steven had also told him that there was a high chance that he would get called out again for another mission. Naruto didn't mind the mission and neither did his T.M. But they had all agreed that the young ones who were Kuruma and Pandora were not to be allowed to join them as they were too innocent. He blinked in surprise when he realized that he was standing in front of the professor's lab. He looked back towards the direction he had came from and rubbed his eyes, surprised to see how quick the journey was. He got over his shock quickly enough and made his W.I. inside, seeing that the entrance of the lab was dark. Luckily he heard people talking further inside and made his way there. On the way, he checked his outfit, a new one which he had brought before leaving Cinnabar. He was wearing a black jumper that was baggy enough to cover the bottom of his face while wearing a long-sleeved white shirt underneath. He wore the same colored trousers that fit him perfectly, and on top of all his clothes, he wore a frost-white haori that went down to his knees. He still had his black face mask on and the necklace he had made back in Unova. He stood in front of the door nervously, not knowing how the professor and Daisy would react seeing him. As if sensing his nervousness, Katsumi released herself out of her Pokeball and spoke to him. "You're worrying over nothing, Naruto. They'll be happy to see you, so stop being such a big baby." She finished teasing him and he rolled his eyes at her before opening the door and getting everyone's attention. He looked forward and saw Daisy looking at him in shock while sitting on a chair that was in front of the professor's desk, while the professor himself was seated on the other side of the room talking to an older woman in Ash's group. He turned back to Daisy as he heard the chair squeak and saw her slowly make her way towards him. His eyes softened when he saw her body shake a little and slowly made his way towards her. He didn't get to move further than 2 steps as the older girl threw herself onto him. He felt her arms wrap around him and hold him tightly as if making sure that he was truly in front of her. He did the same as she did, hugging her back as he had missed her as much as she had missed him. He whispered soothing things to her and saw her shaking lesson before stopping. He felt her push hers LF off of him and inspect him as he did her before she spoke with a small smirk. "What's with the crappy clothes?" she asked teasingly, and he just smiled knowing she had to get it out of her system. Blank. Blank. Soon enough they had both calmed down and Naruto introduced himself to the woman, finding out that she was actually Ash's mother. He said hi to Brock, Misty and Ash too before getting a hug from the professor, as well as he was happy that Naruto was safe. They didn't get to talk much more as Ash, within 5 minutes of them all settling down, had challenged him to a battle. Not one to say no, he had agreed, and now they were positioned on opposite ends of the field, both holding a Pokeball in their hand as Brock went through the rules stating that it would be a 3-3. They both agreed to it and Naruto released first, showing Stinger. It seemed that Ash had actually learnt something while traveling as he had sent out Pidgeotto. It was pointless though. As Naruto and Stinger had dealt with so many flying types that they had made a way to deal with them more effectively. The trick was to let them attack first, something that Ash always did first. Pidgeotto use wing attack. He yelled into the sky, getting a chirp back before the bird did a flip in the air and flew towards Stinger. It was fast but not even close to private speed, so they had no problem dealing with it. Let him get close and then catch him with bite, Naruto ordered calmly and quietly, so that Ash didn't know what he was planning, and because he knew that he had to be calm as Stinger could sense his emotions just like any Pokemon. Naruto watched as the bird got closer and closer while Stinger stood unmoving. It seemed like the bird was going to land a direct hit, and the people on the side, Daisy, Delia, Oak, Daisy, Brock, were getting worried, not knowing why the bug type hadn't moved yet. That worry soon turned to shock as when the flying type had hit the bug type, Stinge had opened his mouth and bit into its wing. He was pushed back but held a strong grip on the Pokemon, not letting it go into the air. "Hold it still with your tail," Naruto told his Pokemon quickly as the poison type's tail wrapped around the bird's body. Ash had also seen this and called out quickly another wing attack. He called thinking it would work. Unfortunately for Ash and his Pokemon, Stinger didn't plan to allow it to use such a move and used bite again, causing the Pokemon to flinch. Naruto smirked at seeing Ash's surprised face before ordering the move that would let them win this fight. Poison jab. He ordered as Stinger bit the flying type again when it tried to use another wing attack before doing as told and making his front 2 claws to glow a purple color and stabbing them into the captured Pokemon. He held his claws for some time, wanting to make sure that the Pidgeotto would get poisoned. Stinger must have felt that he had put enough in the flying type as he had removed his claws and started to repeatedly use bite before Naruto made him stop. "Release it and get ready," Naruto calmly said, and the scorpion nodded his head before letting go of its wing and throwing it away from him with his strong tail. Naruto nodded to Stinger in approval before they both turned towards their opponents. Naruto seemed to have overestimated Ash as a trainer as he heard the kid stop RT saying that letting Pidgeotto go was the biggest mistake ever. Both trainer and Pokemon rolled their eyes and watched as the flying type made its way into the sky preparing to use Gust as Ash had ordered for it, unfortunately for them. Pidgeotto seemed to flinch as it glowed purple and seemed to become tired as its wings stopped flapping as much. Pin missile, Naruto said to Stinger, who nodded. Before his claws glowed and he released 4 pins into the sky. Ash responded, not thinking much of the purple glow that went over his Pokemon's body. Use Gust. He yelled and Naruto smirked, happy to see his plan working. The bird flapped its wings once, releasing a small amount of concentrated air which met the pin missile and caused a smokescreen to appear. Ash grinned at seeing this before he gasped. As his bird Pokemon suddenly stopped flapping its wings and plummeted towards the ground. Pidgeotto! He yelled in concern as the bird crashed into the ground, making a small dust cloud appear around it. It had soon disappeared and revealed the unconscious form of the flying type. Nice job, Stinger, Naruto said, which was heard by everyone as they saw Ash return Pidgeotto back to its ball. How did he win? Asked Delia, surprised to see her son's Pokemon go unconscious after only getting hit by a few moves. Luckily, the professor seemed to have understood what had happened and explained it to her and everyone else as Ash released his next Pokemon, revealing a Squirtle. You see, a Scorpion's poison is extremely strong, one of the strongest. It seems that Naruto has trained his Pokemon to have amazing control of its poison, and when it had used Poison Jab, it must have put in a lot more poison than necessary, guaranteeing a poison status effect, he told them before getting cut off by Daisy. He must have wanted the poison to travel through its body quicker and so made it use a move that required a lot of movement like Gust. She finished for him as everybody understood that Naruto had only used the pin missile to get himself a quicker win. Do you think that Ash can win then? Misty suddenly asked and was met with mixed replies. Brock and the professor stayed silent while Daisy and Delia spoke at the same time. No, yes, they both said. Misty raised an eyebrow at hearing this as Delia spoke straight after. Why do you think Ash can't win against Naruto, Daisy? She asked with a small glare, and Daisy glared right back. Because Naruto actually trains his Pokemon unlike Ash, she told him. Their glaring contest soon ended as the professor spoke up. It's too soon to say anything, but my money is on Naruto, he told them all, and seeing Delia's angry expression quickly explained himself. You see, I personally trained Naruto for 2 months. I was there to see all his Pokemon working hard, reaching new levels of strengths to make sure that they all could stand at the top of the world alongside Naruto. I'm certain that Skorupi is the same as the rest of his Pokemon and has gone through some intense training, he said, and sighed in relief when Delia's glare lessened. They all turned back to the fight to see Stinger release multiple pin missiles at Squirtle, who tried to shoot them all down with a water gun, only for him to hit a small amount before the rest got to him and hit him. Poison Jab, Naruto ordered quickly as the poison type ran into the small dust cloud that had generated after Squirtle was hit by their last move. Nothing was heard for a few seconds before a loud, painful squirt was heard coming from the dust cloud. Naruto grinned before it turned into a worried fro. And as Stinger came flying out of it as a water gun had hit his body. You okay, buddy? Naruto asked his bug type, who nodded to him and turned back towards his opponent. The move might have been weak by his standards, but it still annoyed the bug type that he got hit. It showed to him that he was still weak and not worthy of being on Naruto's team. Don't feel down, Stinger. He might be a weak opponent, but he is still an opponent. You getting hit doesn't show that you're weak. Instead, it shows that you're strong, as you stood back up as if nothing happened, Naruto said with a smile that he knew the bug type could see through his mask. He knew that Skorupi had small confidence issues which probably came from being a bug type, the wimpiest type. He saw the Scorpion's eyes burn with determination after listening to Naruto before he turned towards the Squirtle with narrowed eyes and started to glow a white light. Naruto gasped, recognizing the light and covering his eyes as it got brighter and brighter. After a minute it stopped and Naruto opened his eyes to see standing in front of him, staring at him, wasn't his little Skorupi but a dangerous Drapion. Naruto stared into Stinger's eyes before the new dark type finally bowed to him. Naruto blinked in surprise before making his way in front of his only poison type and pulling the Pokemon up so he stood straight and spoke. You don't bow to me or anyone else. You are my family, and if someone outside of our family ever tells you to bow, you show them your strength, Naruto said, and the Drapion smiled down at his boy, something that he had heard multiple of his family members call Naruto before. Naruto patted Drapion's shoulder, saying, let's finish this match and show the whole team your evolution, he said, and chuckled when he saw Stinger visibly shake in excitement. They turned towards Ash and his Pokemon, getting ready to fight, only to blink when they saw the water type drop onto his shell, falling unconscious. Naruto and Stinger law At seeing this, as they had forgotten that they had poisoned the turtle, and because of how long it took for them to get ready, the poison had already done its job. Sorry. Naruto yelled out towards A. Shishu only shook his head back before picking up a Pokeball and throwing it into the air. Naruto immediately got serious when he saw Charizard appear. He sighed straight after it, seeing it land on the ground and lay down. He saw Ash try to persuade the Pokemon to fight for him, only to be ignored. Stinger, you're strong, but I don't want you to fight this battle, he told the poison type, knowing someone else on his team would enjoy it more. The Drapion seemed disappointed but still followed his boy's order and made his way next to the said boy, who patted his shoulder in thanks. Now that Naruto could be seen as Stinger blocked him thanks to his now larger body, Charizard seemed interested in battling as he stood up and tensed, preparing for whoever Naruto called out. Maybe this way I could show hi. How strong I have become, Charizard thought to himself as his opponent appeared. Magnus released a dangerous howl into the sky, showing his dominance before tensing and looking at his opponent, who was a determined looking Charizard. You have grown well, boy, Magnus said after inspecting him, and Charizard puffed his chest out, happy to have made one of his masters proud. You better not disappoint us. Magnus carried on, knowing that Naruto wanted him to fight Charizard so they could both see if he had actually taken what they taught him to heart. The opposing fire type gave him a nod, his eyes burning with the same determination that he had first shown in Vermilion. Begin. Brock called out, and Charizard flew into the air as quickly as he could. The speed was nothing for Magnus, as he had Faug HT against Private multiple times before. Magnus waited for Naruto's command, trusting his master and close friend, knowing he already had a plan ready, and wasn't disappointed when Naruto said a simple word: distraction. Magnus grinned as his tail glowed with steel-type energy, and he hit the ground with it, gaining Charizard attention as he looked at the tail for a split second, which gave Magnus more than enough time to jump and use Thunder Fang on his wings, dealing super effective damage. The flying-type Pokemon roared in pain before throwing the dark type of him, with speed and flexibility guy. Ned, from hours of training and avoiding Rook when he was a Poniard and tried to use Fury Cutter on him, he twisted in the air and landed on the ground perfectly, taking no damage from their little scuffle. Charizard, knowing he couldn't outsmart his teachers in this fight, decided to use his raw power instead, releasing a flamethrower at the Mega Houndoom. He hopped to deal some damage, only to be surprised when he saw the flames surround his teacher's body. He was so interested at seeing his flames go around Magnus's body, he missed the disappointing look that came over both Naruto's and Magnus's face. The Hellhound, getting bored of the fight, decided to attack. Taking a deep breath, he sucked in all the flames surrounding his body and compressed it into a ball that appeared in front of his mouth. Charizard, seeing that Magnus was about to attack, rushed his teacher with what seemed like a slash. Unfortunately, he didn't get far as Magnus released his attack, which released multiple small flame thrower that hit Charizard, stopping his attack. Because the flamethrowers were so concentrated, they did a lot of damage, and because of Charizard's small amount of training and already low defense, it didn't take long before the flying type fell unconscious. Magnus howled into the sky as a sign of victory before making his way next to Naruto and Stinger, who he congratulated, getting a happy nod back from the new powerhouse. Naruto watched this interaction with a smile before making his way towards the now awake Charizard, who was trying to stand on shaky limbs. Naruto shook his head at the stubborn fire type in front of him. Making his way closer, he stopped the flying type by ordering him to sit. Everyone who heard him thought he was going to get burnt for commanding Charizard, only to gape in shock when the flying lizard listened and sat down, looking at the floor in what seemed like anger and shame. Look at me, Charizard, Naruto told him as Magnus sat by his feet looking at the flying type, daring him to meet his eyes, while Stinger stood behind Naruto, using his bigger size to appear more intimidating. Stinger knew he had a good chance at taking the fire type on, but that was if Naruto was leading him. As a Skorupi, he didn't have the right mentality to be able to function on his own in battle. Hopefully his evolution would have helped. Charizard did as Naruto said and nervously met his eyes, hating the fact that he appeared so weak in front of someone that he knew was strong. Charizard didn't get to think those thoughts for much longer as he felt Naruto's hand touch his snout and say, "You may have lost this battle, but that doesn't mean you're weak. You have a lot of potential, and trust me when I say that you'll become one of the strongest Charizard out there," he told the star. Tear, turning around and making his way to the stands as Ash returned the fire type. Master Naruto said he would become one of the greatest. Not the greatest, why's that? Stinger asked Magnus as Naruto talked to Daisy while they all walked back inside. It's because Naruto knows that under Ash's care Charizard won't grow at the same speed as us. Our family will be known as some of the strongest of their species. Hell, Katsumi and I have already began to be rated by Professor Oak, Magnus explained, getting a nod from Stinger as they both got returned into their Pokeballs, getting praised by Naruto while being returned. Blank. Blank. Professor Oak, could you help me with something? Naruto asked as they were all back in the room, the professor who was standing next to a healing station with Ash by his side turned to Naruto showing he had his attention. If a member of the Ralts line encounters a dark type, will they experience fear or act normally thanks to their fairy typing? Naruto asked, getting everyone's attention as Ash checked his Pokédex for some information. The professor thought about it for some time before speaking. It truly depends on the Pokemon's own will be afraid others will be normal around them. Why the sudden interest, my boy? The professor asked, and Naruto answered by pulling out a Pokeball and releasing its contents, showing everybody an excited-looking Ralts who immediately tried to sit on Naruto's head. The boy chuckled at seeing his excited Pokemon and put her on his head, where she then waved at everyone in greeting. Oh my god, it's so cute. Daisy squealed at seeing the Pokemon who, when sensing her emotions, waved extra cheerfully at her, making the girl squeal more than before. Everyone laughed at seeing her reaction before Naruto spoke up. I found her on my mission. She was playing with Stinger and Kuruma while my older Pokemon watched over them and me while I was sleeping, he told them. Delia raised an eyebrow at hearing that the poison type who was so ruthless in battle had once played with such a cute Pokemon. Ralts also cheered when hearing Naruto's story, trying to show everyone that he was telling the truth, while the two Oaks looked at Naruto questionably, not knowing who Kuruma was. Deciding that introductions were needed, he brought out another Pokeball and released the male Vulpix, getting another squeal from Daisy as the fox jumped onto Naruto's lap. He chuckled at hearing her before explaining how important Kuruma truly was and how well the Pokemon had been since he joined him, making the fire-type puff his chest out in pride. The conversation soon changed though as Delia asked Ash what he was planning on doing next. The newbie trainer answered without thought, I'm going to go challenge the last gym in a couple of days, he said with a nod. So you're staying here for a couple of days? His mother asked, and he nodded his head to her, making her happy too. What are you planning on doing next? Daisy whispered to Naruto while Ash and Delia talked. The blonde boy shrugged his shoulders before answering, tomorrow I'm jumping on private and flying to Viridian City to get my final gym badge before coming back and spending the next 3 months training for the Indigo League, he told her. She smiled hearing this and leaned into him, happy to know that she would be spending the next 3 months with her close friend. Naruto also smiled at feeling her lean into him, but that smile soon turned into a frown as he thought about his other friend. He had told Sabrina that he would talk to her in 2 months, and it's only been 2 weeks since then. You soon forgot those thoughts as Delia invited everyone round for dinner. Blank. The next morning Naruto was up before the sun had even come out, knowing that the trip would take a few hours max. He felt a sense of deja vu go through him as he saw a half-asleep Daisy standing by the door waiting for him. He chuckled seeing Arin made his way in front of her so she could see him better in her drowsy state. Be careful, Naruto. I'll be waiting for you, she whispered, falling asleep. Naruto caught her before she could fall. ND placed her on the couch that was in the room next to the exit. He smiled and kissed her forehead, whispering, I'll be back before you know it. Daisy smiled in her sleep at hearing his voice as he made his way out of the lab. It was dark out, but Naruto could see the light of the sun already becoming visible from the hilltop that he had come from the day before. He looked at the lab one last time before releasing private and getting on, knowing that his loyal flying type already knew what he wanted from him. The trip took up to 5 hours and private was left exhausted. Naruto didn't blame him as by the time they had gotten to the Poke Center, the sun was already out, making the trip all the more hot and uncomfortable. Naruto spent an hour in the Poke Center as Nurse Joy did a thorough check-up on Private while he made a plan for the gym battle. Making his mind up on what Pokemon he would use, he made his way towards the gym after collecting Private's Pokeball. Naruto soon stopped outside the gym. Observing it and admitting to himself that he was impressed by the design, he walked up the stairs and saw what seemed to be 2 gladiators blocking the gym. What is your business here, boy? One of THM asked, and Naruto narrowed his eyes at hearing him but ultimately decided to ignore the boy comment and speak. I'm here for a gym badge. He saw them exchange glances before the one who hadn't spoken said. You need 7 gym badges to challenge Giovanni, he said, and Naruto's eyebrow twitched before he pulled out his gym case and showed it to them. All 7 badges were visible and the 2 guards exchanged glances again before moving out of his way. Naruto didn't even thank them, already getting annoyed with the gym, and he hadn't even fought the gym leader. He walked through the dark tunnel before finally stepping out onto a field. He turned to his right to see a man in a business suit, Giovanni he guessed, standing on a lifted platform. Get to your side, challenger, I have a busy day ahead and I want this to be done quickly, the gym leader told him, and Naruto only nodded his head before moving to his side, where he soon stood opposite of Giovanni on a raised platform. This will be a 6-6. Substitutes are allowed only for you. The man said to Naruto, who nodded his head and pulled out a Pokeball ready to release his first team member. The man copied him and released a Dugtrio while Naruto sent out Cage. Both Pokemon understood that they were in a battle and tensed ready to fight. Stone Edge. Giovanni began the fight with Cage watching the stones rise from the ground before Naruto's. Mental voice rang through his mind. Leaf Blade cut through them, then use Air Slash. Naruto told his Pokemon, who followed the order to perfection. Cage ran at the approaching stone with amazing speed, dodging some and cutting through others before reaching the ground type, who shot 3 orbs of energy at him. Luckily, Cage was able to block it with an Air Slash before using Leaf Blade again and doing some damage. Naruto narrowed his eyes when he saw the orbs, trying to remember where he had seen that attack from. Try attack. Giovanni called out, answering Naruto's question as Cage did the same as before and used an Air Slash blocking the attack. Before Cage and Naruto could react, the field shook, hitting the grass type but not doing a lot of damage as Earthquake was still a ground type move. Naruto inspected the field and quickly thought of a plan. Rush him. I'll tell you your orders along the way. Naruto told his Pokemon, who nodded and began running. Giovanni, seeing the Shiftry run, began. Use Rock Slide. He knew that the rocks from the previous Earthquake would help the move. Unfortunately for Giovanni, Naruto was one step ahead. Brick Break, smash through those rocks and then use Leaf Blade on Dugtrio. Naruto ordered, quickly watching as multiple large boulders were thrown at Shiftry, who split them apart, slowly making his watt towards the Dugtrio. Try attack. Giovanni suddenly called out. Cage and Naruto were surprised to hear him order the move and could only watch as 2 super effective types hit Cage, sending him back before a couple more boulders hit his grass type. Naruto shed in concern as his Pokemon stood back up with shaky legs. Knowing he had to end it quickly, he spoke to Cage. Run as fast as you can and use Leaf Blade before using Giga Drain, he told the Mon, who responded by running at his fastest, becoming a blur of speed that soon hit the Dugtrio with his glowing hands before turning around to face Dugtrio and stabbing his leaves into its body before they both glowed green. It lasted for only a few seconds before the Dugtrio fainted and Cage looked slightly better. The gym leader returned his Pokemon with a grunt before silently sending out HS second Pokemon, a Rhyhorn. Both Naruto and Cage tensed, ready for the second opponent, who started running at Cage as Giovanni began this round. Rush them with a Fire Fang, he said, and Naruto retaliated in less a second. Meet him head on with Brick Break before using Giga Drain again, he told Cage, knowing that the Brick Break would make the Fire Fang useless and Giga Drain would allow Cage to fight for a longer time. Giovanni saw Cage's hand light up with fighting type energy and meet the Fire Fang head on. He smirked at seeing the boy fall for his trap and quickly spoke. Now Megahorn. He yelled, mocking it clear that he was going to end the fight with this move as Cage was too weak to survive a 4x super effective move. Naruto panicked and yelled, quickly get away. He yelled, hoping his grass type had enough energy to move. Unfortunately, he didn't and Cage got struck by the Megahorn, knocking him out and making Giovanni the winner of this round. Naruto sighed before returning Cage and thanking him for his effort. He smiled when he felt the ball in his handshake before going still. He inspected the ground type and all he knew about the Pokemon before calling out Rook, his steel type salute. Him before tensing and getting ready to fight. Megahorn, Rhyhorn. Giovanni called and Naruto waited before giving his order. Catch its horn with Aerial Ace, he told him, getting a nod back before Bisharp got into a better stance and his arms glowed white with flying type energy. The Rhyhorn got closer and jumped into the air, thinking it was going to be just as easy before Rook blocked the horn and pushed the rock type back. Not wasting any time, Rook quickly made his way next to the horn and held it with his glowing hands, waiting for Naruto's command. Fire Fang. Giovanni quickly called, hoping to do some more damage. Unfortunately for him, his Pokemon wasn't fast enough and Rook was able to hit the rock type with an Iron Head, pushing the behemoth back even more. Aerial Ace to move FA. Stir and use Brick Break on it. Naruto quickly ordered, hoping to end this matchup as quickly as he could. Luck was on his side and the Rhyhorn was too slow to move away as Rook hit it multiple times with a super effective move. When he was done, the rock type was seen laying on the ground with its tongue out of its mouth and swirly eyes. As before, the gym leader returned the Pokemon quietly before releasing his next. The evolution of Rhyhorn, a Raiden. Naruto would bet his life saving that the Pokemon had both Flamethrower and Earthquake. Earthquake now. The gym leader called as the Pokemon ped his feet into the ground, making it shake. Into the air, Naruto ordered, reacting fast enough to avoid most of the attack. Flamethrower while it's in the air now. The gym leader yelled, knowing he had a clear shot. Naruto didn't know what to do in this situation as he couldn't think of a plan fast enough. Luckily Rook was able to do something knowing Naruto couldn't think of anything. He Octiva. Ted aerial ace and disappeared in a short burst of speed. Both Naruto and the gym leader blinked in surprise when they saw that happen. What was that? Naruto asked in an unsure voice and Rook land. Ing on the ground quickly explained himself. I've been doing private training and found out by accident that when using aerial ace I could give myself a small burst of speed in the air like I do on the ground, he told Naruto, who nodded. Happy to be able to understand the situation. Naruto quickly noticed that Giovanni and Raiden were still in shock and capitalized on it. Perfect time to use it again. Rook. Use aerial ace to get behind him before jumping and sticking onto its back like with Brock's Onyx and using multiple brick breaks and iron heads, he told his Pokemon hastily, who understanding why Naruto spoke so soon did as told. Earthquake. Giovanni called out again seeing Rook run at Raiden. It was a useless move as Rook used aerial ace and jumped into the ground quickly covering more ground and dodging another flamethrower that was sent his way. It allowed him to appear behind Raiden and jumped on its back where he stuck his feet into the Pokemon making it groan in pain before RO. Airing when he felt Rook smash his steel-covered head into his head and then pull out and repeatedly punch him with Brick Break. Giovanni could only watch as his Pokemon got beat down, not having any Mo Vey that could take the steel type off of him. After a minute or two, Rook let go of the Raiden and jumped back before using his last attack, an Iron Head, to finish it. Unfortunately, Giovanni planned on doing some damage before his Pokemon got knocked out and called, "Use Earthquake." He yelled, hoping that it would do at least some amount of damage. It did, but it wasn't enough to knock him out. Both Gym Leader and Challenger returned their Pokemon after that, with only one of them thanking their Pokemon. Giovanni released his Pokemon first, again revealing a Nidoqueen, while Naruto followed that up by releasing Private himself, who flew into the air immediately knowing that the air was his domain thanks to his amazing control. Let's begin this time. Use Dark Pulse, Naruto ordered Private, who ONL. Y cawed in response before opening his beak and shooting a concentrated beam of dark-type energy. Protect. Barked Giovanni. The Pokemon did as her master had told her and made a shield in front of her which blocked the Dark Pulse. Flamethrower. He yelled out again. Private's training had kicked in then and he effortlessly dodged the attack as fighting against Magnus had made him more aware of his surroundings. Giovanni growled, annoyed that his attacks weren't doing anything, and changed strategies. Shadow Ball. He yelled and Nidoqueen did as told, opening her mouth and releasing a ball of Host-type energy which flew towards Private. Go through it and use Steel Wing. Naruto ordered quickly and Private did as told, going through the Shadow Ball and only feeling a slight inconvenience or speeding up and allowing Steel-type energy to go into his wings. As Private got closer to the Nidoqueen, Giovanni acted quickly and made his next move, Sludge Wave, poison it. He said towards his Pokemon, who just grunted and allowed the tip of her horn to glow purple before releasing the poison move in a wave around her as Private got in her range. Private, knowing he couldn't risk getting Poiso Ned, activated Steel Drive, allowing him to pass through the poison-type move with no side effect being done to him. With a flap of his wings, he shot up into the air, avoiding the ground type and waited. G for Naruto. Good job with the Steel Drive, now try using a Drill Peck. Naruto told his loyal flying type, who dodged a flamethrower and then with the great speed he possessed from months of training sped up again and become invisible to the naked eye. Nidoqueen and Giovanni looked everywhere, not seeing the dark type before feeling a small brush of air go past them both. Nidoqueen grunted straight after holding her right arm that had a visible mark on it as Private was once again seen in the sky with his beak spinning and his front being covered in steel-type energy, showing the use of Steel Drive. As Naruto had warned him about the Pokemon's Poison Point ability. Again Naruto ordered calmly, feeling more and more calm knowing that he could win thanks to Private's superior speed. You're good boy but not good enough. Giovanni taunted across the field, making Naruto raise his eyebrow before asking, why's that? He asked the gym leader curiously, interested to see what he had done wrong. Your Pokemon is clearly using the move Agility, and while it does speed the Pokemon up, it puts a lot of mental pressure on the user, making them weaker by the minute. Nidoqueen would still have enough in to knock your bird out. Giovanni explained with a small smirk that soon disappeared when he heard Naruto chuckle. You've got it wrong. This is Private's natural speed, something that he could hold up for days. He explained, remembering the time when Private flew him towards Celadon after the Saint. And for 3 days, his loyal bird may seem small, but he was extremely strong and proudly held the position of being one of his strongest Pokemon. Deciding to reveal all his cards after his explanation, he spoke his command. Private, use Psychic Smash it into the ground. He ordered calmly, knowing that Ilhi and Giovanni talked private had done enough damage to weaken the Nidoqueen significantly and that psychic would be enough to finish it. Nidoqueen hold strong, try using a shadow ball. The gym leader panicked and called out a move that would get through psychic but not deal any damage to private. He watched as private landed on the ground, his eyes already glowing blue before the Nidoqueen G. Odd outlined in the same blue color and lifted off the ground, being slammed into the ground at least 3 times before getting knocked out. Giovanni returned his Pokemon with a shaky hand. Never before had he fought against someone and lost in such a way. He knew he still had 2 more Pokemon while Naruto had 5. As he thought this, he felt something ignite in him, something he hadn't felt in years. Not since being defeated by one other trainer who had destroyed his whole team with just 1 Pokemon. He felt the spark of excitement go through him. He was surprised to feel this, and as he looked at the child in front of him, he had to blink when he saw someone stand behind the boy holding his Pokeball the same way Naruto did. He saw their faces and was surprised to see that they had the same look. One of both determination and excitement, but that wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was to see a younger version of himself standing in the same position as the child in front of him did. And then it clicked. He and this child were one of the same. Giovanni had spent years after Minato had defeated him battling, trying and failing to feel the same rush of adrenaline go through him. Now here he was with Minato's own child, igniting something he hadn't felt in years. He broke into a small smile, deciding on something that would change his life. He would help this youth in front of him as much as he could, as he didn't want the kid to experience what he did. He didn't want this child losing the will to fight, as Giovanni had this gut feeling that this child was something special. He was destined for greatness, and Giovanni would help someone who is so much like him reach the top. So with a smile and the feeling of adrenaline that he had missed so much, he released his 5th Pokemon, revealing another Rhyhorn. Naruto also started to feel excited as he released Hermit. They had both realized that when they battled, a strange amount of excitement would go through them, making them want to win more than before. Dragon Pulse. Giovanni shouted with excitement being clear in his voice. Naruto nor Hermit had to speak, as the frog just did what he knew Naruto wanted and split the orb of draconic energy in half with Night Slash. Earthquake. Giovanni ordered again, and Hermit ran towards Rhyhorn, jumping when he had reached the halfway line of the field to avoid the earthquake. Before landing and using Water Shuriken, which hit, doing super effective damage. Earthquake again. Giovanni yelled, and faster than both Naruto and Greninja expected, the ground type smashed his front 2 legs into the ground, making an earthquake happen and hitting Hermit. It wasn't super effective, but it was still a strong move which did some visible damage, leaving visible bruises and cuts on the water type. Knowing they couldn't live through another few of those, Naruto fought back. Water Shuriken. He yelled, speaking for the first time since Greninja had joined the battle. This time they weren't as lucky, as Rhyhorn used a protect. Naruto and Greninja frowned at seeing this before their eyes connected, and Greninja nodded. The water type's feet glowed white before disappearing, just like OK did, and hitting the Rhyhorn from behind, pushing it back before hitting it some more with some accurate Water Shuriken. It seemed to do the job, and as the small dust cloud disappeared, they saw the collapsed form of Rhyhorn laying on the floor. You did well, Rhyhorn. Giovanni finally complimented his Pokemon, returning it before picking up his final Pokemon and releasing it, showing a menacing-looking Camerupt. Even though the Pokemon was extremely weak against Hermit, Naruto decided not to underestimate it, as the battle with Giovanni had shown him that surprises come from everywhere. As he inspected the Pokemon, something shiny caught his attention, and when he turned towards Giovanni, he gasped at seeing a ring with a stone on it, more specifically a keystone. This reveal made him worried, knowing how he and Hermit would fight this behemoth, as it glowed a white light before the light suddenly disappeared, and standing in front of them was a Mega Camerupt. He was panicking now, as he had nothing but Hermit to fight against the now changed Camerupt. Sorry for this, Naruto, but I'm winning this match. Giovanni spoke calmly across the field. Both Naruto and Hermit heard him but decided to ignore him instead. Thinking of anything that they could use to secure a win, they didn't get to think much as Giovanni began the match. Eruption. He yelled, wanting to use the move while it was at its strongest. Avoid it all as quickly as you can, Naruto said quickly, knowing that they had to play this match carefully, as one mistake could cost them the whole battle. The water type nodded his head in understanding before dodging all the flying boulders that were set on fire. Hermit dodged all of them with his superior speed, only being scraped by some as they all exploded when hitting the ground. They didn't get to have a chance to breathe as they realized that while Hermit dodged the eruption Giovanni had ordered for a sunny day, Naruto's mind immediately understood that either Giovanni was trying to make his fire attacks stronger or setting up for a solar beam, something he believed Giovanni would do. Use Water Shuriken. Naruto ordered after his quick analysis, as the water type nodded to him before slapping his legs and creating the water stars which hit the fire type. Naruto's nervousness was now visible as the water shuriken had done nothing to the opposing Pokemon. Naruto knew that it was thanks to it being a mega, as they were known for being extremely strong. Hell, he had one and knew exactly how powerful Magnus could get, but still seeing a 4x super effective move barely do any damage scared him. He heard a croak and turned towards Hermit to see the frog giving him a thumbs up and a nod. It showed that he believed and trusted Naruto. The trainer relaxed a little, understanding that Hermit had sensed his emotions and wanted to calm him down. Right, we can still win this, Naruto said, taking a deep breath so he and Hermit could both be in the same state of mind. RTH quake. They heard Giovanni order and Greninja jumped, dodging the attack and landing near the Pokemon before creating 2 water shuriken and throwing them at its side, quickly leaving in case it had something that could damage him. Hermit turned around and used Aerial Ace to hold back that solar beam. Naruto suddenly yelled as Hermit stopped running back towards Naruto and turned around with his arms glowing and crossing them over his chest to block the solar beam. Hermit grit his teeth as he felt the beam of concentrated energy push him back until he held himself in place, stopping on Naruto's side of the field. Even though Aerial Ace was blocking the solar beam, it didn't mean that Hermit couldn't feel it. The dark type felt it burn his arms but stood in place, not moving, as he knew that if he did, he would be costing Naruto the match. Greninja, try pushing it off you. Add more flying type energy to you arms. Naruto shouted. The trainer was concerned, but he knew that helping his friend would do more than worrying. Everyone saw Hermit give a pained nod in response before his arms glowed brighter than before and he swung his arms through the beam, dispersing it completely. Naruto suddenly realized that it wasn't just his arms that were growing but his whole body. The water type was soon covered in a veil of water that stayed in place as Hermit slowly moved. Naruto grinned, thinking it was Hermit's ability torrent activating, and began issuing orders. He stopped when he saw Hermit's feet glow before disappearing and appearing from all sides, using pure speed to make clones before they all used water shuriken, dealing huge amounts of damage. Naruto gaped at the display of power that Hermit showed but also frowned, not understanding how Hermit knew what he wanted him to do before he even spoke. He saw the water type turn to look at him, and that's when Naruto noticed his glowing red eyes but decided to question that later as he heard Hermit's mental voice. Let's do this together, partner, he said, and Naruto grinned, nodding as they both tensed. Eruption. Giovanni called, wanting to end this battle quickly now that Hermit could actually deal damage. The Mega Evolution nodded before releasing a smaller form of the move now that its HP was low. Naruto didn't know how, but he saw through Hermit's eyes just like in Fuchsia and instinctively mimicked his Pokemon's movements, dodging all the boulders before he saw that they had gotten close enough and yelled, Water Shuriken, as he slapped his knees and thrust them forward following Hermit's movements. He felt himself get put back into his eyes and watched as the water shuriken hit the Camerupt, creating a dust cloud that soon cleared, showing a normal Camerupt laying on its side with swirls in its eyes. Both Naruto and Hermit sighed at seeing this and feel on their backsides, feeling both mentally and physically exhausted. Naruto soon got enough strength in his legs to stand and moved next to his water type, who took his outstretched hand and put his arm over his shoulder, leaning most of his body weight onto Naruto, who only smiled, saying, You did well, partner, he told his loyal water type, getting a croak back. They soon turned towards the gym leader, who was clapping at them, making both Naruto and Hermit blush, in turn, making the man chuckle before he presented them the badge and gave Naruto some final words. You gave me the best battle in years, Naruto, and I would be honored if you accepted my gym badge, he said, giving Naruto the badge before carrying on. But you still have a long way to go until you reach the top, boy. I hope you know you have my full support, and if you ever need anything, just come by the gym and I'll do my best. Don't change, this world needs people like you, the gym leader finished and smiled. Naruto answered him with a, yes sir, and a, thank you, before leaving with Hermit still leaning on his side. The man gave one final smile before going to his office, knowing the perfect job he could give to 2 of his rockets. Blank. Blank. Naruto thanked Nurse Joy as she gave him his Pokeballs back, telling him that they were all healthy and to just let them rest. Naruto agreed to this and made his way outside, letting Private out, who was already ready for the long flight. Naruto jumped on, holding his Pokemon carefully, as he knew that the takeoff was always rough. It didn't take long until they were both in the air, with Naruto focusing on other things like what had happened with Greninja and how he could follow his every movement. Penny for a thought. Private's mental voice rang out to him, and he decided to talk to one of his wisest Pokemon about the issue, explaining what had happened in the fight, how he felt and what he saw. It had ended with them spending hours thinking of theories just for the fun of it. Naruto knew that Private only suggested the idea as it was something that only they and sometimes others of their family did in their spare time. It had the effect of calming him down, and for that he thanked the bird who only cawed in happiness and said, "You have 3 months to spend solving the puzzle. For now, enjoy the fact that we won our GYM badge and can get into the Indigo Plateau, something that we have all been waiting for. Our first real step towards achieving our dreams," the bird told him, making a valid point. The trainer agreed and D decided to take the next few days just relaxing with his team before getting back into training. A couple of hours earlier. "Butch, Cassidy, I have a job for you," Giovanni spoke to his two subordinates that straightened their posture hearing this. "I want you to follow a boy named Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze Juniper and send me weekly reports of his progress. At no point should you ever reveal yourself or get caught. Do you understand?" Giovanni spoke and got two nods back before they left to get started. Giovanni only sighed, knowing it wasn't right, but the only way he would know himself if the boy was truly okay on his travels. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Speaking of the boy, he was hugging Daisy at the front of the lab, who had been waiting for him all day if Naruto got to spend his next few days with his family and Daisy, then he wouldn't mind taking it easy and enjoying his time with all his friends. "Magnus, show me your new fire blast," Naruto said to his fire type, pointing at a rock. The Houndoom nodded and did as his boy told him to, sucking in a deep breath before releasing it alongside a massive fireball that quickly traveled across the field and hit the rock, only leaving half of it with parts of it melting. He nodded to the dog before telling him to go help Vulpix with his flamethrower. It had been 2 months since he had beat Giovanni and had been allowed to compete in the Indigo League. They had spent their time training and bonding. Some of his team had learned new moves whilst others had kept their old ones and improved upon them. Physically, he and his team were fine too, as they spent quite a lot of time on resistant training, speed training and reaction times. Naruto wanted his team to be fast and efficient whilst also being able to survive an attack. This idea had come to him after watching some league matches where trainers would only focus on one skill whilst forgetting about everything else, and the winners were the ones who focused on multiple skills. Naruto wanted to be the one who focused on multiple skills and to be the one who would win. Whilst thinking of all this, he had made his way towards Pandora, his newly evolved Kirlia, who struggled with learning Shadow Ball. He had Katsumi and Sparks help her quite a lot with the move, but she still seemed unable to create the move. Naruto wasn't worried and had told her multiple times that she would either get the hang of it as a Kirlia or as a Gardevoir. He watched as she stood still with her arms out in front of her, concentrating on the ghost-type energy she had been introduced 2 weeks ago. After a couple more minutes, he saw a small ball appear in her arms and felt a huge surge of pride go through him before watching it fizzle out. Naruto cursed, realizing that it was his fault for this, as Pandora must have sensed his emotions and got distracted. It was also another reason he had begun to meditate, as he knew that if he wanted to be around Pandora, he had to have better control of his emotions. "Sorry girl. You'll get it right next time," he said to his Pokemon, who was glaring at him for interrupting him. After her evolution, she had become more confident in herself, and he understood why. She was the only fairy type on his team, which meant that she could fight the rest of his team without being affected by their dark typing and be able to come out the winner. Which she did once against Hermit, knocking the water type down a level and making him train even harder than before. This loss had also shown his team that Pokemon with lesser experience could still win against them if they didn't take them seriously. And Naruto was sure to make them remember that rule, which is why over the past 2 months his team had fully taken the mantle of dark types. When Naruto ordered them to, they would become vicious and efficient, never truly giving the opponent a chance to fight back against them. After the first month in Oak's lab, he had decided to travel to places he hadn't seen whilst going through Kanto. Right now they were on some mountain that wasn't linked to any routes, making it perfect for him as no other people would now of it, and he was by himself and his team. He and Hermit had also not made any progress with whatever they had tapped into when fighting Giovanni's Camerupt, and had stuck to the idea that it was just a different version of Torrent, some thing that all Pokemon with the same ability had. It made sense in some way, but it still wouldn't explain how he could see through Hermit's eyes and even moved identically. They had spent days moving identically whilst at Oak's lab, which allowed Naruto to learn how to do flips and the sort, but it never activated again, and they soon put it away to one of the many mysterious they would need to solve in the future. "Naruto, there's a Dragonite here with a message," Rook's mental voice told him, disrupting his thoughts but also making him curious. No one in the world knew where he was, and so for a to get to him by a Dragonite as a messenger was a big deal and only meant one thing: whoever wanted to get his attention was powerful and resourceful. "Give me a minute," Naruto told the Steel Typ. Already heading towards Rook's location, which the steel type was happy to give through the psychic link. It didn't take long, and as he entered the area he had to hold a gasp when he saw just how big the dragon was. Definitely someone powerful, Naruto thought to himself, getting closer to the dragon. He was quickly stopped by Rook for obvious reasons, and he took the chance to look around, quickly finding his team. Katsumi was disguised as the Caterpie to his right, whilst Private hid on the same tree. Cage was able to blend in with their surroundings, and he was able to see Hermit behind a tree. Ith a knight slash at the ready as Sparks made his way next to him. He turned back towards the Dragonite to see Rook standing in front of him with what looked to be a letter. His curiosity got the best of him, and he opened it, reading out loud so his team could hear him. Naruto Juniper, we have seen your power and would like to invite you to a tournament that is located on New Island. We hope to see you there in the next 2 days. The letter had sent multiple alarms through him, as he had just been told that he had been watched. Wanting to know who it was and what right they had to stalk him, he agreed, telling the Dragonite that he would be there in the next 2 days, just like the letter had asked. The great Dragonite gave him a nod alongside a cheerful wave before leaving. Get everybody else. We're packing up and heading towards Vermilion, Naruto said, getting multiple sounds of agreement before they all split up to do what Naruto had asked of them. Blank. Blank. 2 days later. 2 days had passed and Naruto had hurried towards Vermilion, which wasn't that far from their position. He had stayed there for the rest of the day, as it was dark by the time he had got there, and the next day did some light training before deciding to head towards New Island. Of course, because of his luck, a massive storm had set in, but he wasn't too worried, as Private's cont roll over the air had made it much easier to go through it and not be affected one bit. Soon enough he had made it and was guided towards the dining room by the servant of her master and the one in control of the tournament. It seemed he was the last one there, as he saw 4 other trainers. He knew them, of course. Gary, Richie, Leaf and Ash. We haven't all been together since Professor Oak's lab, Naruto said with a smile, and laughed when Leaf had jumped on him. He was quick to catch her and greeted her first before moving on to speak to Gary and Richie, whilst Ash and his friends stayed away. They had talked for a couple of minutes about their adventures and had found out that they had all met at least once throughout the last few months, making him the odd one out, as he had only met Leaf once, which was months ago at the SN. He was quite happy to see her alive and a little surprised to see her more confident around him, meaning she had either lost her crush on him or had just gotten used to his company. He was leaning more towards the latter, as she hadn't let go of him since he had entered and kept on getting closer. He wasn't complaining. She was a beautiful girl and he didn't mind spending some more time with her in the future. By the way, they are all 13. No real government would send multiple 10-year-olds into a world of monsters. They didn't get to talk for much longer, as the servant spoke again, telling them to release their teams so the others would know what they were facing. Naruto wasn't comfortable with doing this straight away and watched as everyone else did as told. Leaf released a team of 6, which were a Venusaur, Dugong, Vileplume, Clefable, Jinx and a Kangaskhan. An impressive team which would definitely take her far in the league. Gary showed his team next, and it made Naruto immediately look at him with newfound respect, as on him he had a Blastoise, Arcanine, Alakazam, Nidoqueen, Pidgeot and a Raiden. A team which oozed power, and one Naruto was definitely sure he would need to look out for. Richie released his team next, and even though it wasn't as strong looking as Gary's and Leaf's, it would still help him get far in the league and world. A Charizard, Poliwrath, Pikachu, Butterfree, Dodrio and a Hypno. Everybody turned towards Ash next to see him gaping at the teams in front of him before silently doing the same. A Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Pidgeot, Muck and a Charizard he knew all too well appeared, showing of a team with a lot of potential but no power. It was the weakest of them all, and he had caught both Gary and Richie looking a different direction to cover the smiles on their faces, whilst Leaf placed her head on his back, releasing small giggles every couple seconds, making him smile a little too. He was the last, and after every Odie calmed down, they looked at him expectantly. Understanding what that meant, he sighed and made his way past everybody else so he had space before doing the same as everyone else: Magnus, Private, Katsumi, Ruby, Rook, Stinger. Cage and Hermit appeared around him whilst he hid Pandora's, Sparks and Kuruma's Pokeballs just in case he needed them for protection. His impressive team glared at the RS before he calmed them down and explained what was happening, mentally telling them to be on high alert, as Katsumi had told him she sensed high levels of psychic energy when she had appeared. He trusted her on this, as she was the only one on his team who had a psychic type parent and so genetically knew the energy better than anyone else. Tell everyone else, Naruto whispered to his team, who nodded. Eden split up to talk to all the other Pokemon while he made his way towards the other trainers. Honestly, Ashy boy, from someone who says that they want to be a Pokemon master, you seem to have some weak mons. Gary said with a smirk which only grew bigger when Ash growled and spoke with anger. Oh yeah, well I bet I could still beat you, he replied, and Naruto decided to interrupt. I have to disagree, Ash. Gary's Alakazam could beat your team alone, Naruto told him, knowing of the power the psychic had better than anyone else. Before they could continue their small debate, the servant spoke up. Again, it is time for you to meet my master and the one who dreams of changing the Pokemon world, she said, getting everyone's attention, and Naruto felt himself sweat as the creature slowly came from T. He sky watching them all with a certain degree of curiosity. Naruto felt his legs shake from the memories that assaulted him. He remembered all the nightmares he had since Vermilion, he remembered Beast standing in front of him and Magnus in its armor. He remembered the fear he felt when he first saw it and the power it held, and he remembered his wish to never meet it. No, Naruto said to himself, and the single thought had stopped him from doing something he would regret. He wasn't the weak boy he was on Vermilion with powerful Pokemon all those months ago. No, he was the boy who had survived and evolved. He had become stronger and smarter, and his team had only followed his example and became the strongest they had yet. No, he told himself again, gritting his teeth and standing straight. He had survived last time and he would make sure to survive again. The creature sent him an amused glance, most probably readying his mind before speaking in all their minds. I am Mewtwo, the strongest Pokemon in the world and the one who is going to rule it, it said in an emotionless voice, and Richie spoke straight after without thinking. What, you can't do that? He yelled to the Pokemon, and the creature only smirked at the accusation. Before it could get another word in, Ash spoke up. How about we decide this over a battle? He yelled at it. That idiot. Both Naruto and Leaf thought no wing that they could have been able to do this another way, but if the creature agreed, then the whole world would then be ruled by this thing because of some battles. The creature must have been thinking the same thing as it led them towards a field that was stationed in another room. Naruto's team had been by his side since the thing had appeared, and the ones that were with him on the boat weren't attacking it because they knew Naruto needed time to think of a plan. The problem was that he couldn't think of one. They all ended with either them dying or serving it. You wanted a battle, and then you've got yourself one. It spoke, releasing a Venusaur, Blastoise and Charizard whilst 4 other balls floated around him. Venusaur to the field, the thing said as the grass type made its way on. He watched as Leaf did the same with her Venusaur and tensed when she had lost within minutes. The same happened to the other 3, with the thing's Charizard taking out both of Richie's and Ash's. It seemed to be doing the fights for its own amusement, with the added bonus of breaking their hopes and spirits. He was the last one soon enough and watched as a smile came onto his face when their eyes met. I've been waiting to do this for months now, it said, and Naruto had to stop himself from questioning it. He slowly made his way onto the other side of the field and watched as it spoke again. I've made this fight quite different, Naruto Juniper. I myself want to fight your 4 strongest champions, it said, stepping forward and pointing towards Katsumi, Hermit, Private and Magnus, the 4 that were with him on the An. Let's do this together, he told his Pokemon, who nodded, stepping up in front of him with determined and vengeful eyes. They wanted payback for what it had done to Mon Us and for the weeks they had spent getting over the nightmares that came with it. Mewtwo began the fight by firing a shadow ball which they all dodged. Double team, Fire Blast and Water Shuriken. Ivat, get ready to use Steel Wing, he yelled to his Pokemon, who did as told. Katsumi made multiple copies which transformed into his other Pokemon, disguising the originals and giving them a chance to strike. Magnus jumped into the air to Mewtwo's right and released a fireball which was stopped by Psychic before it had to dodge the Water Shuriken that was thrown at it. Luckily for them, Private had seen his chance and took it, quickly flying in and hitting its back with Steel Wing when it had dodged and concentrated on the other attacks. Triple Dark Pulse and Night Slash. Naruto yelled quickly, after wanting to keep the Psychic on the defense, as it launched a Swift at Private, who redirected them with Psychic before doing a twist in the air and launch a Dark Pulse at it whilst another 2 came from its sides. He watched in no surprise as it was able to stop one beam of Dark-type energy with an Aura Sphere whilst being hit by the other 2 and creating a smokescreen which Hermit used to strike it with a Night Slash. Enough. It suddenly yelled in their minds. It had been hurt more than ever before, and it was because of a boy and his Pokemon that had amazing teamwork skills. So the answer to his win was simple. Kill Naruto Juniper and break the Pokemon spirits. It looked at Naruto seconds after thinking this and thrust its arm forward, which made Naruto glow pink and get pulled towards it. Shit. Naruto swore to himself as he saw the Psychic get an Aura Sphere ready in its other hand. He felt everything slow down around him and watched as both Hermit and Katsumi appeared at its sides. Katsumi hit it with an aerial ace whilst Greninja grabbed its head and slammed it into the ground with a night slash. Naruto was sure they had only been able to do this thanks to the focus Mewtwo had put into wanting to kill him. There was one major flaw in Mewtwo's plan: the perfect psychic hadn't thought about the speed his Pokémon had and how much faster they got when they saw their only family about to die. Magnus had made his way towards Mewtwo, who was still under Hermit's body and unable to move as the water type was surrounding his body with dark type energy. The fire dog was releasing a deep growl the whole time, which stopped when he had reached the psychic. There was one rule people had to know when dealing with Naruto, and that was if they ever hurt him or attempted to, they would face a consequence worse than death, and Magnus was about to show him why dark types were superior to psychic types. Mewtwo had hurt Magnus, but it had made him stronger and he was willing to forget after beating it a battle, but then he had hurt Naruto and it had made the dog want to kill him. Katsumi helped Naruto stand, who thanked her before grunting in surprise when Leaf crashed into him again. He smiled a little when he saw her fretting over his injuries before relaxing a little when she saw none and hugging him in relief. Magnus had watched this and only got angrier than before. As he had realized that the legendary had tried to stop Naruto's life from happening and making many people lose their happiness. Hermit watched as Magnus walked up to the legendary and before dealing the finishing move spoke one sentence which he knew he would remember for the rest of his life. "There is no god in this world but me and my family, Bo Peasant," he told him, opening his mouth and shooting a large and powerful beam of energy at the downed psychic. Hermit watched in satisfaction as Mewtwo's body stopped releasing energy, showing he had passed out. Naruto had also seen this and quickly used an Ultra Ball on it. It dinged, showing the capture had worked, and picked it up before speaking to everybody else. "Nobody is to know of this. I'll hide the Pokeball in a secure location and keep it there until I'm powerful enough to make him see the better parts of the world," he told them, and they all agreed. His team had made their way around him, all watching the Pokeball as if waiting for it to open. Gary had suggested that they all find a room and sleep before heading towards Pallet Town, and everyone agreed, wanting to relax after the long day. Soon it was just Naruto and his team, and he looked at his first friend with a question: "Where are we going to hide it?" he asked, getting a shrug in return. "Why don't you leave him on the island?" a cute and young voice said to him and his and they all snapped their heads towards the source of the voice to see a Mew. They all tensed and got ready to fight before being stopped by Naruto. Mews were the ancestors of the world and the Ood that kept some parts of the world happy, like Rhoda. If it wanted to harm them, then it would have helped Mewtwo. "What do you mean?" he asked, and the Pokemon giggled before doing a flip in the air and speaking. "Leave him on the island. I'm strong enough to be able to keep him here for hundreds of years if necessary, but as you will be returning, I won't need to do much but watch him," it told him. He nodded his head in agreement before thinking of a plan. "Are you sure you won't get bored doing this?" he asked, as the legends talked about Mews being playful by nature and he wasn't calmed. The Pokemon said yes, as whilst trying to catch its tail. He accepted it, though, knowing he could trust the legendary before telling it his plan and looking in confusion when it giggled near the end. "What?" he asked, and his only answer before being engulfed in a white flash was, "You truly are a dark type master." "Where are we?" Leaf asked Naruto's side, and Naruto was quick to explain that they had all met up in Vermilion and decided to head to Pallet Town together. The trainers all accepted this and made their way towards the Poke Center to get a room to sleep in, as it was already late. Saint Naruto stood at the pier watching New Island with the now released Katsumi. "Do you think it will stay there to look after him?" Katsumi asked, and he nodded. "She erased everyone's memory of what happened, as I told her to, so I trust that she can take care of him until what Magnus said becomes true and he bows to us," Naruto said, sending one last look to the island before leaving towards the Poke Center with a heavy heart. He knew what he did was wrong, but it was to make sure that nobody but him and his team alongside the legends knew what and where Mewtwo was. It was to keep the world safe. Naruto would make sure to return for the legend. "Do what you must, Mew. I trust you and the legends," Naruto thought, entering the Poke Center. The next day they had either teleported or flew towards Pallet Town. Naruto was quick to leave everybody company and headed towards a private section that the kind professor gave him to train his Pokemon. He soon made it there and released his team. They air quiet and waited for him to speak, whilst the three that weren't a part of the battle watched in curiosity. "This is our last month of training before the Indigo League begins, and I want you all to give me your best whilst training, as I have plans for someone of you," he said, pointedly looking at Kuruma. They all gave him nods before he sent them off to train. For now, nothing mattered to him but He did plan on visiting Sabrina after the league to talk to her. And soon enough the day had arrived for them to leave for the opening ceremony. Kuruma had now become a Ninetales, and while he wasn't as strong as the rest of his team, he still had enough power to be able to help him out in the first round of the conference. The professor was kind enough to make his Alakazam teleport them to the conference where hundreds of other trainers were. Some he had fought throughout his journey, whilst others he couldn't recognize. They went to the reception so they could show that they indeed were eye-patting, which didn't take long, and they were soon heading towards their penthouses, which were able to hold 4 trainers. They split up into 2 groups, with Ash and his friends get one villa whilst he, Gary, Richie and Leaf took the other. They quickly settled in with their Pokemon, staying away from each other. They knew as much as their trainers did, they may have become friends in the last month. But in the Indigo League, if you allowed emotions get in your way, then you would lose. Naruto's team had understood that immediately and had cut all ties with the other Pokemon throughout the tournament. Only their family mattered now, and that was why if they had to fight a friend they would do so with no regrets. It was something Naruto admired about his team. They knew how to cut ties quickly, but it was only because of their loyalty that they did so. Let's get going, Gary said as Naruto entered the room, and he nodded before they headed out towards the main stadium. They would watch the beginning ceremony and relax before the battle started the next day. It didn't take long, and soon they were in the waiting room. People were either talking or keeping silent. The silent ones were the people Naruto was worried about, as it showed that they were confident in themselves or arrogant, just like Gary, something he was sure to use if he ever battled him. Naruto and Gary had become great friends in the last month, and Naruto saw what arrogance he had in him. Of course, he never really did show it around him, as they trusted each other, and Naruto knew that Gary's cockiness was just his way of dealing with his parents' death, and Naruto understood. He himself solved with his emotions by either being silent or ruthless in battle. But that didn't mean he would hold back against his closest friend. No, he was like his Pokemon, and he wouldn't allow emotions to get in his way. He knew Gary wouldn't want him to do so either, as they had come to a silent agreement weeks ago. That same agreement came into existence again when they watched Moltres' flame be displayed to the world. Their eyes met for a split second, but it was enough to get the message across. Give it your all or lose trying. Naruto was sure to follow this rule. He felt Leaf squeeze his hand and smiled at her as a way of calming her nerves, which seemed to work as she let go and stood straight. Naruto and Leaf had also gotten closer to the point where they would hold hands or flirt for a couple of minutes. It was something they both enjoyed doing, and Naruto was starting to feel something for her. He had enjoyed his time with her and Gary and hoped to go to another region with them in the future. It would be fun. He looked around the massive stadium and smiled. This was his way of showing the world just how powerful he was, and he knew that after this his first year as a rookie would be over, and the world would just get that much harder for him. Taking a deep breath, he watched as every participant slowly made their way out of the arena and did the same. He couldn't wait for this to start. Blank. Blank. The next morning came quicker than he expected, and he quickly got into the shower to freshen up before getting out and heading towards the kitchen, where Leaf was watching a half-asleep Gary eat his breakfast in amusement. She saw him enter and sent him a smile, which returned before making his way next to her and joining in her activity. How long has he been like this? He asked her quietly, and she giggled into her hand before responding. 10 minutes at most. Naruto snorted in amusement, and they talked for a couple more minutes before Gary finally woke up by falling off his chair and onto the ground. Naruto and Leaf couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into a fit of laughter. Oi, you should have warned me, Gary shouted, pointing at them, and they only laughed harder. They had seen this happen multiple times throughout the last month, and it had made their morning all too amusing. I need to get going. My match is on first, Naruto said, standing up soon after. Both the trainers looked at him in shock before quickly cleaning up after themselves and running to catch up to Naruto, who had already left. Why didn't you tell us? Leaf asked, catching up, and Naruto only shrugged his shoulders. It slipped my mind, was his simple response, and he broke into a grin when he heard Gary speak. It slipped your mind. Are you insane? We should all be there for each other's first battles, he said, and Naruto alongside Leaf nodded in understatement before Naruto spoke up. You just want to see our strategies so you can get an upper hand, Gary, he said, knowing how his friend's mind worked. After all, he was the professor's grandson and Daisy's brother, which meant he had the knowledge to back up his cockiness. The other trainer kept silent after that, knowing he had been caught, whilst Leaf giggled in amusement. They soon reached the stadium, and before they could enter, Naruto stopped Leaf. Gary sent him a confused glance, and he gestured that he would tell him later. The boy accepted that and soon left, trusting his friend. So why'd you stop me here? Leaf asked in curiosity, and Naruto felt his face go red before he spoke with a stutter. Well, I was wondering if you would like to go on a date after our battles, he asked and got worried when she stayed silent. She jed him for a couple more seconds before leaning him and kissing him. Naruto felt himself relax and closed his eyes, quickly snaking his arms around her waist whilst she put hers on his neck. Soon how they pulled apart as the need for oxygen became clear and she spoke. I hope that answers your question. Good luck, Naru, she said with a wink and a peck before running inside the stadium. Naruto stood there for a second before a goofy smile came onto his lips. He ran inside the stadium with new vigor and quickly entered his locker where his goal was to control his emotions. He got the hang of them quickly enough and walked towards the field. His rule was still in effect, and when everyone saw him again, it was with his emotionless face being up. This was his first steps into greatness and he had to make a good impression. He knew his big sister was watching him back in Unova and that the Elite Four alongside his parents were doing the same up in the box near the stands. The referee went on to explain that it would be a 3-on-3 and that no substitutes were allowed, not that Naruto minded. His opponent was to choose his Pokemon first and he had to blink to make sure he was DDR. Aiming as in front of him stood a Weavile. Everybody he knew knew that this match wouldn't last long. Naruto knew the weakness of every dark type alongside some other facts that most others didn't. In front of Naruto appeared Kuruma, who immediately tensed and got ready to fight. He looked up to see his opponent's face only to grin when he saw the arrogant smirk on the guy's face. Weavile run at it with quick attack and slash. His opponent yelled to his ice type, who nodded and became a blur. It was nothing for Kuruma and Naruto, though, as Hermit and Private were faster. Flamethrower, block him, Naruto said calmly, and the Firefox, understanding what his partner wanted, did as told. His tails separated and smashed into the ground around him. Seconds after they burst into flames and Kuruma's flash fire ability came into play, literally blocking him from view as the flames consumed him. Weavile hissed in annoyance as it couldn't get any closer and waited for his trainer's command as Naruto watched the fire shield. Something they alongside Magnus had made. Use Ice Beam, the trainer yelled, and Naruto smirked as his chance to attack appeared. Use your flamethrower, Naruto said to his Ox, whose two tails in front of him went into the air and the superpowered move met the beam. The fire soon overpowered the attack and hit the Weavile, who hissed in pain as some burns appeared on it. Uukli Kuruma agility followed by Iron Tail. Naruto shouted to his Pokemon, who did as told. A pink outline went around his body before he became a blur and struck the ice type with its Iron Tail, ding it back and into the wall where he laid unconscious. The crowd cheered at seeing Naruto's victory, and Naruto allowed Kuruma to be proud for sometimes as the Pokemon lifted his head up into the sky. Naruto heard the trainer growl something under his breath before releasing his next Pokemon. A fierce-looking golem appeared and Naruto had time to think of a plan whilst the referee introduced the rock-type Pokemon. Roll out. Don't stop, the guy said, and Naruto's quick mind was able to think of a counterattack. Iron Tail to stop it and then use Psyshock, Naruto said to the Pokemon, whose multiple tails went in front of him and glowed with steel-type energy. The rollout was stopped and Kuruma was able to send the rock type into the air, where he was able to create a ball of psychic energy in its mouth and send multiple beams at the rock type, which did further damage. The rock type landed on the ground seconds later and stood up with some scratches. Fire blast, the kid yelled, and Naruto didn't say anything to his Pokemon, who already knew what Naruto wanted from him. Taking the attack, a small smokescreen appeared which the other boy used to his advantage. Earthquake, he said to Goal. Who grunted and stomped his feet onto the ground, making the whole field shake and break apart. The move hit Kuruma, who was sent into the air, and before Naruto could speak he was beaten by Golem, who sent a stone edge at Kuruma. Naruto watched as the long stone hit his young fire type and flinched when his painful cry was heard. Kuruma was done after that, and Naruto returned him with a thank you and a well down before releasing the Pokemon that would win him this match. Hermit appeared in front of him. Naruto usually wouldn't want to destroy his enemies, but he had been ruthless with Kuruma, a young kid. He would understand it if the guy did it to one of his dark types, but he had gone too far, and Hermit seemed to agree once he told him what had happened. The Greninja glared at the golem and waited for Naruto's command. Aerial Ace is a speed boost and water shuriken. Don't stop, he told his Pokemon, who ran as quickly as he could, dodging the multiple stone edges that were sent his way. Naruto had faith in his water type as he was experienced enough to use moves for multiple things than just attacking. Hermit's speed was so great that he made after images that also started releasing multiple water shuriken. The damage was super effective and soon the golem was on his back with swirly eyes. The kid sent a glare towards Naruto, who disappeared out of his view when Hermit stepped into his line of sight with his own glare. Breloom, finish this. The kid yelled, and before he could get a word in, Hermit had already disappeared and struck the grass, fighting type with aerial ace Sendi. Ing it back before continuing on his attack with gunk shot. The audience in the stadium and around the world were both surprised and in awe to see the power of the water type, who watched the grass type's every move. Naruto's plan was to originally show everyone one of his aces before surprising them with Magnus, his strongest, but then Kuruma had been hurt and he decided to show the world what power his aces had. Finish this aerial ace, Naruto said with no emotions, and his dark type nodded before disappearing and hitting the fighting type in its stomach, knocking it out and making Naruto the first winner of this year's Indigo Plateau. Hermit appeared by Naruto's side straight after as the announcer announced their victory, and they fist bumped before he returned his water type and made his way to the Poke Center to get ready for his date. Today he had shown people that he was serious and powerful. He had made his mark on the stadium where multiple other legends had started their careers and legacies. Naruto chuckled as he watched Leaf trying to talk to Hermit, who like usual ignored her. It seemed like the water type just didn't like talking to the girls that were around him, as Katsumi had said. He doesn't deem her worthy of being your mate. She had told him that, but Naruto knew he just needed some time. They had just come back from their date and had decided to spend some alone time with their Pokemon in the forest. The date, in his opinion, had gone well, as she had said multiple times that she enjoyed it and that it was one of her favorites, leading him to think that she has had dates before. He was about to ask her if she really had gone on other dates when Hermit suddenly threw some water shurikens into a bush across from him. A Pokemon, most likely a dark type by the smell of it. Katsumi's voice rang through his head and he nodded to her in thanks before getting closer with Hermit by his side. Leaf watched him from behind her, Jinx, who stood at the ready. Slowly he pushed the bushes aside and watched in slight surprise as a familiar Weavile stared back at him. Hermit didn't recognize the ice type and as such moved in front of him with a glowing fist. Naruto didn't say anything to this, just watching as the ice type tensed its legs ready to run. Why are you here? He finally asked the Pokemon, who took a glance at him before hissing something to Hermit, who looked surprised before turning angry. Naruto quickly understood that this must have been serious, as Hermit never lost his calm. He says that after your match with him he was abandoned by his trainer and he felt your scent. He quickly ran here to see if you would accept him, but he started to doubt that you would, and as such hid. Hermit told Naruto, finally relaxing. Naruto was both surprised and angry at the guy who he had fought earlier today, but he quickly pushed that anger down to look at the Weavile that was now staring at the ground. Naruto slowly approached him and the Weavile must have NSED him as he tensed and looked up at him. Naruto showed the Pokemon his hands, showing he was unarmed before getting closer. Oh, the dark type. He was standing over him, and to not appear intimidating he sat down. He opened his arms, making the Weavile look confused. Come closer, Naruto said in a calm voice, and the Pokemon cautiously did. Finally, within arm's reach, Naruto closed his arms around the Pokemon, making him tense and get ready to fight before feeling warmth enveloping his body. Naruto was hugging the scared and lonely dark type, who upon realizing what was happening quickly fell into his arms with a sob racking his body. Naruto smiled when he heard this and comforted the little guy, being quiet and careful with him before finally letting go. He smiled again when his eyes met the dark type's and spoke. I'm training to be a dark type master, which means I understand you better than a normal trainer would, he said, pulling out a Pokeball and showing him. This will be a new life for you. Are you sure you want to join my family? He asked, and the Pokemon nodded the second he stopped talking. This human was able to defeat him in battle, and then when he had no one else he asked him to join his family. He understood him and gave him a shoulder to cry on. Naruto Juniper, as his fellow dark type had put it, was someone who could make him stronger and give him a home. This child already had his loyalty, Weavile thought, pressing the button and being sucked into the Pokeball. Naruto smiled and stood up, walking next to Hermit and putting his hand on his shoulder. I know how you're feeling, Hermit, but he's now part of the family, which means he'll be safe, Naruto said to his water type, knowing that this had affected him the most as he was abandoned by his trainer as well. Hermit nodded his head but was still tense, and Naruto could feel it through their strong bond. Go relieve your stress, we'll be close, Naruto said to his Pokemon, who gave him a rare smile before going deeper into the woods. Naruto finally went back to where Leaf and Katsumi were. Let's wait for Hermit to finish before going to the Poke Center. I need to think of a name for Weavile, he said to the both of them, who know dead before slowly things went back to normal, with the occasional explosion going off not so far from their position. Blank. An hour had passed before Hermit came back all scratched up and dirty. Naruto only shook his head before returning him, knowing the water type would need to get washed at the poke center. It was also where they went straight after with Naruto. Needing both Hermit and Frost Webble's new name, checked whilst also picking Kuruma up from there as Naruto had dropped him off after the battle. Finally, they were now walking home with Katsumi disguised as a Pikachu and on his shoulder whilst Leaf and he held hands. It was only their first date and nothing serious had happened between them, although they were planning on going on another date soon enough, as they were both definitely feeling something for the other and wanted to see if a relationship would really work for them. Soon enough they had gotten to the penthouse and let go of the other's hand, as it would be difficult for the both of them to get in. Naruto broke into a smile when he saw not only Gary in their living room but Daisy and the professor there too. "I hope we aren't disturbing anything?" he asked, walking into the living room with Leaf by his side. "Not at all, my boy," the professor said with a smile as he hugged Daisy, who had jumped on him again as it had been 2 months since they had last seen each other in person. Leaf frowned at seeing the display of affection but didn't say anything about it as they soon let go of each other and talked about the league and how their battles had gone. Blank. The next morning came soon enough and Naruto found himself lying on the couch with something on his chest. He looked down and was quite surprised to see that it was, in fact, Daisy's head. They must have fallen asleep on the couch around the same time and everybody had decided to leave them be if the blankets that were on them were any indication. So using the skills any dark type master had, he quickly slipped off the couch and placed a pillow under Daisy's head before checking the time and finding out he still had 3 hours before his first match. With that in mind, he went into his room to get some new clothes and to have a shower as he had a busy day. To qualify for the semifinals, a trainer first needed to win 3 out of 4 preliminary matches before moving up. He already won 1 and had 2 today, which meant he could qualify on the second day if he won his matches. Naruto sighed getting out the shower and drying off. He already had his chosen Pokemon ready for the fights, with his problem being his opponents. He needed to find out more about them as all he knew was their age and gender. Both were female, with a year of experience under their belts, which meant Naruto had to be careful with how he fought against them. Naruto planned on bringing out one of his more experienced Pokemon to the battle so he could be comfortable whilst fighting the older trainers. Soon he was out of his room and in the kitchen cooking some breakfast for himself and everyone else in the penthouse. "Morning, sleepy head, Naruto said to Daisy, who had woke up 10 minutes after he started cooking. She stuck her tongue out at him before burying her face in the same pillow he had given her. Naruto chuckled before finishing up with the food and going to the couch with 2 plates in his hands. "Come on, get up before the food gets cold," he told her, shaking her shoulder. She groaned but sat up and silently ate her food. Naruto watched in slight amusement as his closest friend ate the food whilst still half asleep. It seemed like all the oaks weren't good with mornings. "Alright, enough of this," Naruto said with a sigh as he saw her falling asleep again. Putting her plate on the table, he picked her up bridal style and made his way to his room where an empty bed waited for the female oak. Carefully he set her down on the bed before covering her body with the blanket. "Thank you," she whispered with a smile on her face as he was getting ready to leave. He smiled at her and left, showing no indication that he was ever there. He put her plate away and made his way to the poke center. It was still quite early, which meant only trainers who were participating in the league would be up at this time. He ignored them and made his way to the front desk where Nurse Joy was already waiting for him with 2 Pokeballs in hand. He gave her a nod in thanks before leaving towards the forest where he would release his teammate alongside his 6 older Pokemon. Quickly enough he found an empty clearing and released his 6 Pokemon alongside Hermit, who all greeted him with smiles and nods. Standing in front of him were Ruby, Katsumi, Rook, Private, Magnus, Stinger and Hermit. As of this time they were his 7 strongest, but with his next destination in mind, he knew that number would soon change. "Alright everyone, we have a new member who I know for a fact will be joining this group soon enough," he told them, now having everyone's attention as they were his 7 strongest for a reason, and for him to say at this new Mon would be joining them soon was a big deal. "Introduce yourself, Frost," Naruto said, throwing the Pokeball into the air and releasing the ice type, who upon seeing the 7 strong Pokemon got into a ready position. "Relax," Naruto said, putting his hand through Webble's feathers, making him unintentionally relax. Naruto had just shown his knowledge and skills to the ice type as not man. Why knew that the feathers were their most vulnerable place on their bodies. "Weavile, I want you to meet my 7 strongest Pokemon and the group you will be joining soon," he said to the Mon, making him look surprised. Ruby got close to Frost as Naruto said that and inspected him up close before scoffing and turning away. She had dismissed their newest for the reason that he was the weakest of them, seemingly forgetting that she had been his weakest for quite some time before he had stepped up her training. Frost brick break, Naruto said with a frown, making the ice type look up at him in confusion. But with a reassuring nod he did as he was told and at his fastest hit Ruby on the back of her head, doing super effective damage. The Absol grunted in pain and lifted her head up, glaring at the ice type who dared to hit her. Enough with your arrogance, Ruby, she heard her trainer say and turned to look at him with a glare. He didn't flinch upon seeing it and instead glared right back, showing he wasn't afraid to put her in her place if he had to. Soon enough her anger dissipated and she stayed underneath a tree. Naruto sighed, hating it when he had to do that to his Pokemon as they got arrogant sometimes. Go talk to the team whilst I deal with Ruby, he said to the new dark type, who nodded and approached Hermit, who was more than happy to explain to him how the team worked. Frost may be new, but that doesn't mean he is weak, Ruby. Remember when we began our journey you were weak too, and now look at you, you're one of my strongest, Naruto said, sitting beside her and running his hand through her fur. She sighed and nuzzled his side before getting comfortable in his lap. She knew she was arrogant and deserved the brick break that had hit her, and forgave her training knowing he was doing his duty as his trainer and friend. Naruto smiled knowing that he was forgiven and that they were back to normal. He stayed under the tree with his second Pokemon for some time until it became time for his match. His team had gotten used to their new addition by that time as well, which meant all he had to do was train Frost and allow him to become on par with his strongest. So with confidence, he walked out onto the field with his opponent Kate doing the same. The announcer was introducing them and Naruto wasn't surprised to find out that Kate had won her last match with just one Pokemon. She had a year's worth of experience over him, which made her one of the more dangerous opponents in the league, but he had confidence that his Pokemon could still beat her. She was chosen to choose Fur Saint and revealed her Dodrio, the Pokemon that had taken out her last opponent's team by itself. Ruby appeared on his side seconds later, already releasing a warning growl. Begin. The refer yelled and Naruto didn't waste any time. Future Sight, he calmly said to his Pokemon, who as quickly as she could launched multiple psychic spheres into two portals. Kate didn't seem bothered by it. Quick Attack and Drill Peck, she yelled to her Pokemon, who ran as quickly as it could around the field. Naruto and Ruby watched its every movement before it appeared a few meters to her right with spinning beaks. Now, he yelled to his dark type, who teleported in front of the flying type with a glowing paw and smacked it, pushing it back. Follow it up with Thunderbolt. He yelled to her, getting a grunt as her horn released electric type energy before turning into a bolt of electricity that flew and hit the normal type. His opponent looked annoyed at the fact that a rookie was able to push her back so quickly. Pay back quickly, she yelled with a grin, thinking she could do some damage, but Naruto was one step ahead of her. Detect, he told Ruby, and her eyes glowed orange before dodging every attack sent her way by Dodrio. Make some distance, he suddenly yelled, and being one not to question her trainer, she did as told, watching as her Future Sight struck the flying type, making a massive smoke cloud appear. She stood on guard, but it was for nothing as the smoke cleared and Dodrio was revealed laying on the floor with swirls in its eyes. Good job, girl, Naruto told Ruby mentally and getting a purr from her. Kate glared at him whilst returning her Pokemon, and Naruto only wore a small smile. This was going well as Ruby hadn't gotten hit and one of their opponent's Pokemon was already out. Victory Bell, come out, she yelled, releasing the big grass type that glared at Ruby as soon as it came out. This time she decided to start the match. Use Razor Leaf, she yelled, and Naruto didn't have to speak for his Pokemon to know what he wanted from her. She opened her mouth and released a stream of flames that destroyed all of the leaves that were heading her way. She hit nothing though as the Victory Bell had moved its position and threw an orb of fire into the air. Sunny day, he thought to himself, understanding what his opponent wanted to do. Unfortunately for her, Ruby's fire moves would also be STR Onger, which meant she was much more dangerous than before. Flamethrower, he said to his Pokemon, who did as told, releasing another stream of flames that were visibly bigger and darker. Double Team, Kate yelled, and the plant made copies of its body, making Ruby's fire attack miss. Mow them down with Flamethrower, he said to his Pokemon, who took a deep breath before once again releasing the move, hitting all the Pokemon that she could see and making a smokescreen. Naruto's quick mind was able to catch on to what Kate had planned, and he acted quickly. Detect, he barked, and his Pokemon's eyes glowed orange. Ruby widened her eyes in surprise before jumping to the right as a solar beam hit the same spot she stood in seconds earlier. Naruto had seen such a move being used before, where a person lets their opponent make a smokescreen and then attacks when they think they're safe. It works on most rookies, but Naruto wasn't most rookies. His photographic memory was a gift when in a battle that helped him when fighting against trainers who used a lot of strategies in their battles like Kate. Ruby, seeing that Victorybell was unable to move quickly, used another future sight before throwing AP. Psycho cut at the Pokemon who took the attack head on. Leaf Tornado. Kate yelled as her grass type stood up and released a tornado of leaves from its mouth. Met it head on with Flamethrower. He sighed. D to his Pokemon, knowing that she could hear him. Another jet of flames came out of her mouth and met the tornado in the middle, quickly overcoming it and hitting the Victorybell. It grunted, feeling the fire before roaring as his whole body was engulfed in flames. Naruto smirked, realizing that the 10% burn from Flamethrower had activated, giving them another edge, and as he was about to order another move, 2 portals opened around Victorybell before attacking. The future sight had struck it at his weakest and did super effective damage, meaning it was unconscious, and if it weren't, then the burn would finish him off. The smoke cleared and there, lying on the ground, was Victorybell with swirls in its eyes. He sighed. Do you want to go on or rest? He asked Ruby and watched her contemplate the idea for a few seconds before shaking her head no. He nodded his head in understanding and watched as she released her last Pokemon, a Heracross. Naruto and Ruby got serious straight away. The bug, Fig. H-Ting type, was famous for being able to knock out dark types. Ruby may have super effective moves, but that didn't mean they should get arrogant. If trained right, the Pokemon could take out whole teams of dark types with just its speed and attack. Cat saw his and Ruby's serious expression and smirked. I'm going to be talking mentally to you through this battle, Naruto told Ruby, who nodded her head, her eyes never leaving the bug type's body. Megahorn. Kate yelled dramatically, pointing at Ruby, who used Detect and dodged the bug type who had nearly hit her. Psycho Cut, Naruto ordered her mentally as she was in perfect range to hit it. The pink wave of psychic energy hit the fighting type, making him grunt but overall look fine. Flamethrower, he said to his Pokemon, who released a stream of fire. The bug type, who destroyed it with a brick break before getting closer to her with an aerial ace and hitting her with a brick break, sending her back. Naruto grit his teeth as he watched the super effective move hit her. Quickly getting up, she used Detect to dodge another Megahorn before sending a Flamethrower that this time hit the bug type, doing some visible damage. Stone Edge, Naruto said to H. Beginning to take charge of the battle as she twisted her right foot and multiple large stones began to ohm out of the ground. Close combat, Heracross. Kate yelled to her bug type, who recovered quickly enough and started to smash through the stones. Quickly future sight, Naruto said to Ruby, who used the move again, starting to feel the side effects of the move. Heracross had only just finished the rocks and was immediately hit by an ice beam. Stop it with Brick Break and then use Pin Missile. Kate yelled to her Pokemon, whose hand glowed before stopping the ice beam the same way it stole PPED the earlier Flamethrower and giving a chance to launch multiple pins at her. Quickly Flamethrower, Naruto said to his Pokemon, who released yet another stream of fire that hit some pins. The keyword D was some, as others were able to get through and hit her. She was one of his strongest for a reason and took the attacks without flinching before finishing off with the other pins that were in her Flamethrower. Another smokescreen appeared around her and Naruto didn't waste any time saying his next command, Detect, he told her, and her eyes only just began to glow orange before Kate's scream of foe. Cuss Blast reached them and out of the smokescreen came Heracross with an orange ball in his hands that he threw straight at Ruby, hitting her faster than the Detect could activate and pushing her back by a lot. She laid on her back a couple of seconds later, watching as the bug type slowly approached her. He lifted his glowing hand to deal the final blow, but before that could happen, 2 portals open. Ed up behind him, and faster than it could react, it hit the fighting type's back, throwing it away from Ruby and dealing super effective damage. You did amazing, Ruby. I'm proud to have you be one of my strongest Pokemon. Now rest, Naruto told her, returning the dark type, who only sent him a smile that he just barely saw. He watched as the Heracross stood back up but barely and smiled. Ruby had done an amazing job and he would make sure to end this. Private, end this. He yelled, calling out his only flying type, who took to the skies the second he was released. What happened? He asked his trainer. Rub. Y was able to take out 2 of the 3 Pokemon, but Heracross got to her. Luckily our Dark Queen was able to damage it into being in the one-shot range, Naruto told his loyal bird, referring to how Ruby had owned a whole mountain back in Unova before joining his team. Private cod in understatement before doing a flip and disappearing from view, and a second later appearing in front of Heracross with a white outline surrounding his body. The aerial ace hit the bug fighting type, doing super effective damage and knocking it out in one shot, just like Naruto predicted. He was the winner of this match. And sent a nod to Kate before returning Private and heading off towards the Pokecent to get Ruby checked upon. Blank. Blank. We got here as quickly as we could, Gray said to him as he. Leaf and Daisy had just entered the Pokecenter. He nodded to him before looking into the room where Ruby was resting. Her body was covered in bandages and she was asleep. Nurse Joy H. Had healed her 30 minutes ago and he had spent a good 20 minutes talking to her and expressing how proud he truly was. Ruby's smile had gotten bigger and bigger every time, but she needed rest and the nurse had kicked him out. The problem was what happened after he was kicked out. The nurse had told him that she wouldn't be able to do any fighting for a couple of days because of how serious the injuries were, which meant if the league hurried up she wouldn't be a part of the finals, that is if he won his next battle. He felt a hand touch his and looked up to see Daisy's smiling face. Don't worry about her for now. Go have your match whilst me and Gary watch over her, she told him as Gary didn't have any battles today and Leaf had one at the same time as him. I trust you. Look after her, he aid to Daisy, whose smile only widened at hearing him say that he trusted her out loud, something that never happened. Leaf watched this interaction with a slight glare before leaving to get ready for her next battle. Naruto saw her leaving and glanced at Daisy one more time, getting a reassuring nod from her, making him smile before he clapped Gary's shoulder. Thanks, you too, this means a lot to me, he said, quickly catching up to Leaf and talking to her. Gary shook his head. That guy, he said with a sigh and a smile, and Daisy's smile only grew as unnoticed by her. Her cheeks gained a red hue. Why? Yeah, that guy, she whispered to herself, looking at the sleeping form of Ruby. Blank. Underscore. Blank. Naruto and Leaf talked whilst walking towards their arenas with the dark type Tri. NER, noticing the obvious tension and irritation that Leaf was displaying, but decided to play it safe and not comment on it. They split up soon after and headed towards their separate areas. Naruto had his Pokemon ready in his hands as he stepped out onto the field with his opponent, Haley, sending him a smirk. She probably didn't see his earlier match, believing she could beat him with one Pokemon. Like the rest of the rookies that were at the Indigo League. Once again his luck appeared when his opponent had to choose her Pokemon first, but she didn't seem as bothered as he thought she would be. A Raichu came out of the Pokeball she threw, releasing sparks from his cheeks. Perfect, Naruto thought to himself, releasing his Pokemon. Stinger the fierce Drapion appeared on his side, clicking his claws. Naruto smiled when he caught Stinger send him a glance, and he was close enough to know that he was thanking him for the chance to battle. We'll start this. Raichu, use quick attack, Haley yelled to her mouse, who squeaked before getting on all fours and running around Stinger, who stayed perfectly still. Naruto watched as this went on for a whole minute before Haley had enough. Now Mega Punch, she yelled, pumping her fist in the air with a victory smile on her face. Naruto was planning on changing that. Catch it, he simply said, and without turning his tail extended and caught the airborne electric type, who squeaked in surprise at being caught. What? Haley yelled, looking at her Pokemon with a shocked face. Naruto smirked. Ice Fang, he said to his Pokemon, who had now turned his head and was watching the struggling electric type. Upon hearing his boy's command, the pincers on his tail glowed a frost white and Raichu began to scream in pain as slowly but surely his body was being increased in ice. No, Raichu, use thunder, Haley yelled, and Naruto, not wanting his Pokemon to get hit by the powerful electric type, spoke up again. Throw him into the air, he said to his Pokemon, who did as was ordered and threw the electric type into the air, where it released a thunder on itself to break out of the ice. Smart, its ability must by lightning rod, then Naruto thought to himself as he watched it all happen before speaking again. Toxic spikes, let's make this difficult for them, he said to his Pokemon, who smirked before shooting a purple orb into the sky that blew up, releasing smaller balls. Those smaller balls, upon contacting the ground, sunk into it, making the whole field glow purple, and as Raichu landed on the ground he broke into another scream of pain as his body was covered in purple. The poison was already affecting it and not allowing it to move. Cross poison, Naruto said after watching the Pokemon for a few seconds. Stinger grunted and crossed his arms, where in less than a second a poison type 10 appeared, and taking aim he shot it at the Raichu, who had finally stopped being affected by the poison. Raichu closed his eyes as the X hit him, sending him flying back and making him fall unconscious as he landed. He knew it was ruthless, but that was how dark types and their masters fought. They, alongside Naruto, knew that to be the most efficient with a dark type, you had to learn how the Pokemon acted and fought. For example, Ruby liked to think one step ahead, and that's why she had Future Sight as one of her attacks. Private liked to be the fastest on the field and the one controlling it, and that was why he had Psychic in his arsenal alongside amazing control over Wind. Stinger was the same as those two. He liked to make his opponents feel uncomfortable will Saint battling, which was why he had so many moves that have secondary effects. Haley's next Pokemon was a Crobat, and Naruto had to give her props. Crobat was a poison type and so wouldn't be affected by the toxic spikes, and also has the power to do quite a lot of damage. Gust. She yelled and Naruto didn't have to say anything to his Pokemon as he already knew what his trainer wanted from him. Gur planted his claws into the ground and waited. Soon enough the Crobat would get tired and he would get a chance to strike. Stinger stayed in that position for a couple of minutes before Haley made her move again. Now use Aerial Ace. She yelled. Naruto shook his head. It seems she hadn't learned her lesson. Catch it. Naruto repeated his previous command, getting a grunt from the large poison tea. Waipu stood still waiting for any sign of the Crobat. Faster than anybody could react, Stinger's tail shot up above him, and when everyone looked up they were surprised to see Crobat struggling to get out. Drapion had a smirk on his face which only grew bigger at Naruto's next command. Thunder Fang, he said, and the pincers glowed a bright yellow which released electric-type energy, doing super effective damage to the bat. Haley could only watch as her defenseless Pokemon screeched in pain. Add an Ice Fang, Naruto suddenly said, and Drapon's love for his trainer only rose. A frost-white color ca. Me over the top of the yellow pincers and was starting to freeze the already electrified Pokemon. It didn't take long until it was frozen in a block of ice. Smash it, Naruto said coolly to his Pokemo. Enhu lifted his tail high into the sky before sending it straight back into the ground. The impact was enough to do the additional damage, and Crobat was seen laying on his back with swirls in his eye. As some electricity jumped around his body. Haley returned her Pokemon with a shaky hand and stared at Drapion, who was threateningly clicking his claws. Her eyes slowly widened before she put her H. And in the sky and with closed eyes yelled, "I forfeit." She yelled and everybody looked in surprise as a rookie trainer made a one-year veteran forfeit. Naruto couldn't believe it either. He had at last expected her to put up some type of battle, but she had just straight up left. Naruto cursed slightly as the implications of this hit him. People will be watching him now, and not just the competitors but the elites and the masters. It was already difficult to get into a league, and if you did you would get noticed by some. But for him to win 2 matches in one day and only lose 1 Pokemon to an already defeated team before moving on and making someone more experienced than him forfeit. It was a sign of his strength. Thank you for your help, Stinger, Naruto said, patting the poison type on his shoulder and returning him. He sent one last glance at his opponent, who was walking away from the field with her head down, and couldn't help but pity her. Hey, he yelled, making her stop and silencing some of the crowd. She turned around to see what he wanted and he sent her a smile. I hope to fight you again in the future, he told her, sending her a wink before turning around and leaving the field, missing the blush that Haley now wore alongside the small smile that was on her face. It took him at least another 20 minutes before he had made it back to the Poke Center, where a sleeping Gary was seen alongside Daisy, who was still watching Ruby. He smiled, knowing he could trust her, before giving Nurse Joy Stinger's Pokeball and making his way next to her. Hey, he said with a smile, making her jump in surprise. Naruto laughed at that, making her pout before she joined in. They calmed down quickly enough and both turned to look at Ruby. How was she? Naruto asked, looking at Daisy, who now wore a massive smile on her face. She's been asleep since you've left, she told him, making him nod before she carried on. Speaking off, I thought your battle would have lasted longer, she said, looking at him questionably. A smile came onto his face as he spoke. Drapion dominated her first 2 Pokemon and then she forfeited, he told her, making her look quite surprised. Do you know what that means for you? She asked him, and he nodded. Yeah, people are going to be taking me seriously, and I'm going to be noticed by a lot of masters who will want me to study under them if I make a good enough impression, he said, making her nod. Will you be okay? She asked after a bout of silence, and looked at him when he didn't answer straight away. He had thought about it whilst making his way to the Poke Center and was now thinking of how he would word it. My family is at my beck and call, he said, gesturing to his belt before continuing, and with you, Gary and Leaf, I think I'll survive. I always do, he told her with a cheeky smirk that made her smile. What do you plan to do after the Indigo League? She suddenly asked, making him look at her, but she revealed nothing and just waited for his answer. Unova is my next destination. My family is there, and I've heard Menma will be going there after the Hoenn League ends next month, he told her with a sigh. She looked confused as to why he wanted to go to the same place his youngest sibling was going to, and before she could ask, he was already explaining it. I want closure with him. Mito, even though I haven't forgiven her, has been trying, and I know she wants to stay in Unova for another year to go through the contest again and to see us both. I'm hoping to at least get some sort of bond going between us at the end of my journey, he told her, making her nod in understatement. Where do you plan to go next? He asked his best friend, who looked thoughtful for a few seconds. Hoenn is a nice region. I think it will be good for me and my Pokemon to explore a new region, she said, making him nod before they went silent again. Promise me we won't lose contact, Naruto said after a few minutes of silence. Daisy smiled and hugged him. I promise, she said after a few seconds, and Naruto held her tighter than before. Thanks, he said silently, knowing that the next year would be difficult without his best friend being there in person. Shish. He nodded into his chest and they stayed in each other's arms after that, enjoying the other's presence. This hard Frost's mental voice said in Naruto's mind, and Naruto could only smile in pride. Happy tea. Oh, see the progress the ice type had made in only 2 days. Frost gave a happy growl when Naruto scratched his feathers and left to continue learning from Katsumi, who stood some distance away from them watching them. Good job, Katsumi, Naruto told her, getting a happy nod from her before she carried on teaching Frost. He watched them for a couple more minutes before heading off to see how his disaster Pokemon was holding up. Ruby had only been allowed out of the Poke Center a couple of hours ago, and Naruto had made sure to keep her away from training as she needed rest to get better. Of course, she was stubborn, something Daisy said she had gotten from him, and still tried to train. That didn't end well, and he had nearly returned her to her Pokeball until Hermit volunteered to look after her as he had already finished his training for the day. The female dark type wasn't pleased but accepted it and rested as he had ordered her to do the first time, and now he was heading over to get Hermit for some private training. In his opinion, it was time to see if they could achieve the transformation again. Why am I not surprised? Naruto said with exhaustion being visible in his voice as Ruby was trying and failing to fight Hermit off, but in her wounded state, she was no match for the speed he had. Clearing his throat, he got their attention, making Hermit sigh in relief whilst Ruby froze as Naruto sent her a deep glare. You have 5 seconds to get back under the tree and rest, or I will return you to the Poke Center where you can lay there all day, he told her with clear anger and annoyance in his voice. She looked down in shame and walked back under the tree with her head held down. Naruto sighed and looked at his water type, who sent him a cheerful wave. Naruto shook his head at the sarcastic gesture but ignored it and got straight to business. Do you remember the transformation you underwent whilst we fought Giovanni? He asked, getting a nod back from Hermit. Good, we'll be trying it again, he said, taking off his haori and putting it on a tree branch before getting into a ready position whilst facing a different tree. Hermit got the idea and got into his own stance, waiting for his brother's command. Jab, he said, punching the tree with his left hand, and Hermit followed what he did just seconds later. This went on for a couple minutes with them not getting in sync, and Naruto realized that he stopped the exercise. What are we doing wrong? He said, leaning against the tree he had been punching in the last 20 minutes. Why don't you try and follow the frog's movem? Ents Private's mental voice said as he had been watching them the whole time. They weren't surprised as most of his team is in the shadows. Naruto considered it and slowly realized that they hadn't done that before. It had always been Hermit following him and not the other way around. He turned to look at his water type to see if he was willing, only to laugh when he saw Hermit glaring at the now smug-looking Honchkrow with Ruby joining him. He was still mad at her, but they both knew it was because she disregarded her health for training. She battled for him. It was her way of protecting him. He protected her by making sure she didn't get hurt outside of battle. It was an agreement they had come up with a long time ago and was made subconsciously. Ready? Naruto asked Hermit, who nodded before starting with a punch and a kick. They kept that combination up for a couple of minutes before they had both started to get into the rhythm of it and started to move at the exact same time. The surroundings slowly vanished around them and it felt like they were the only two beings alive on the planet. Hermit started going faster and subconsciously Naruto did the same, knowing Hermit was getting into it as much as he was. Sweat ran down Naruto's face as he kept up with Hermit. It slowly slid down his face before falling off. Naruto could imagine the droplet falling down towards the ground. And as it got closer to the ground they got faster until it landed and Naruto closed his eyes. He was amazed to see a water tornado appear in front of his eyes and a figure standing in the middle of the vortex of water. Slowly it turned around and glowing red eyes met his. He released a small gasp as he could recognize Hermit's eyes and watched as the Greninja slowly made his way towards him. The vortex following him every step of the way before finally reaching him. Hermit watched as Naruto outstretched his hand whilst in the vortex of water, and without a second thought both Pokemon and human grabbed the other's hand, showing the trust they had. Nothing happened before a similar vortex enveloped the other. They felt lighter. They felt the water wash away their worries of the day and only felt the presence of the other. It calmed them down and Naruto watched as his water and Hermit's finally became one big vortex. The brothers' eyes met, both glowing red but with only the other knowing. The vortex suddenly blew up around them, but they didn't feel worried and only kept eyes on the other as it slowly but quickly gathered around Hermit's back. Slowly it turned into a large X and TH. EY could feel the power radiating off it. Finally, both Master and Pokemon let go of the other's hand and opened their eyes. They saw and felt everything but didn't act, only looking around the clearing. Before a boulder appeared in their sights. Without thinking or speaking, both their hands went behind their backs with only Hermit touching the shuriken on his back. Naruto could feel it in his grasp. And that allowed him to know it was there in their hands. With a flick of their wrists, the shuriken flew past the multiple trees in its way before finally hitting the boulder and cutting it in half. It blew up seconds later and they could both feel another appearing on Hermit's back. Finally, their eyes met in the real world and they both broke into smiles. Raising their fists, they bumped them and grinned as they felt their strong bond helping them in controlling this new power they had obtained. It allowed them to turn it off, and that's what they did. Naruto and Hermit had to hold on. The other as the transformation ended and they nearly fell to the ground. Both broke into a chuckle as it felt extremely weird to not be able to see or sense how the world around them felt. Wow. Bot. Privates and Ruby's voice rang through their minds, making them remember that they weren't the only ones in the field. That was awesome but exhausting, Naruto said with a tired voice whilst laying down on the ground with Hermit next to him agreeing with the statement his brother had made. That was incredible, Private said with clear awe in his voice, and Ruby could only nod in agreement, wondering, gee, if she and Naruto could ever reach such a power. Blank. Blank. Thanks for the food, Naruto said, finally back in the penthouse with his Pokemon out with him. Well, most of them, as some were too big. They had stayed outside for another 2 hours before finally deciding to ease back. He didn't tell his friends the true reason for his exhaustion and only hid it with extreme training. Only his Pokemon knew of the power he and Hermit now wielded, and they wanted to keep it that way for as long as they could. They had, of course, used the transformation again to see the advantages and disadvantages that came with it. The advantages were quite good and in his opinion outweighed the disadvantages. He and Hermit could feel what the other was doing and copy their exact movement without thought or command, alongside Hermit getting a massive power boost which allowed him to keep up with Magnus for some time. The battle had shown them the disadvantage of the transformation. Naruto could feel Hermit's pain, or how Rook theorized it was they split the pain in half, and while some of his Pokemon were okay with him using the transformation knowing that power would need to come with a price, others weren't, not wanting him to get hurt. So he had promised they would only transform when necessary and would keep training until he received no pain. Naruto theorized that he could negate the disadvantage of using the transformation by getting used it like some Pokemon do when using Brave Bird and Flare Blitz. Katsumi wasn't okay with it at first, but after begging her over 100 times she had finally broke and allowed them. What do you think, Naruto? He heard Leaf's voice and could only blink before Gary spoke up. Don't bring him into this is our argument, Gary said. Naruto sent him a nod in thanks. Gary knew he wouldn't be listening and had saved him some trouble. He owed the grandson of the famous Oak a favor. Slowly he snuck away from the argument and asked Magus what was going on. I have no clue, was the lazy reply he got. Naruto sent him a blank look which broke into a grin when Ruby hit him round the head. They're arguing over how good of a trainer Ash is, apparently. The professor had told Gary that Ash had been given his gym badges and had only won 3 of them through battle. Leaf is trying to be nice and protect Ash while Gary keeps on saying he is a lost cause. Katsumi told him, making him look quite surprised upon learning this. Thanks, Katsu, Naruto said, using her nickname before relaxing and listening to the amusing argument with his Pokemon by his side. Blank. This battle will be a 3-3 and will be the last one of the preliminary rounds, the referee yelled to him and his opponent, who sent him a cocky smirk. Tyler Jones. A rookie who had begun his journey in Kanto but had originally come from Hoenn. Naruto expected at least one Hoenn Pokemon from him and had come prepared. Scizor, win this, he yelled, releasing his bug type. Absol, prepare for battle, Naruto said, releasing his dark type, who had a mischievous grin on her face. If possible, Tyler's smirk got even bigger, making Naruto all too pleased. The kid was cocky, which meant he would underestimate them. Rookie mistake. Scizor. Tyler yelled to his bug type, who nodded and ran as quickly as it could towards Absol, who watched it with her keen eyes. Finally, it had gotten close enough to hit Absol, but she stopped him with a simple protect. The steel type looked surprised at being stopped, and Absol used that surprise to push it off her and use a flamethrower that made it cry out in pain. Get out of there, Tyler yelled to his bug type, who was already in the process of doing what his master wanted. While it recovers, use Hoenn Claws, Naruto said, watching the bug type take deep breaths as his Pokemon glowed a deep black. Bullet punch, Tyler yelled, finally using his brain, and Naruto could do nothing but watch as The steel type disappeared and a split second later smashed a steel claw into Absol's face. She was sent flying and hit the wall behind them. Tyler cheered thinking he had won, but he alongside the res. T of the world were in for a surprise when an unknown Pokemon came out of the smoke. Katsumi stood next to Naruto with a menacing glare being pointed at the Scizor. What the hell is that? Tyler L'd many people thoughts and Naruto could only smirk as he revealed his sister in all but species. Zoroark is known as the illusion Pokemon and thought to be a myth made up many years ago. Katsumi is the only Zoroark in the world, he said, both telling the world he had a literal myth on his team and that she was the only one. He knew that wasn't the case, but hunters were definitely watching this. And he had to make sure they thought Katsumi was the only one. Of course, they may end up hunting him, but his team could handle them fairly well. Now flamethrower. Naruto yelled to his first partner. Who ran on all fours, quickly reaching the steel type and releasing the flamethrower, doing immense damage. Keep up the pressure and use aerial ace. He yelled right after the flamethrower. Katsumi did it as ordered and ran so fast she teleported to the human eye. An uppercut to its face made the still burning bug type dizzy before it felt its consciousness slipped when Katsumi rammed an aerial ace into his midsection. Katsumi and Naruto both wore identical grins, both felt unbelievably happy to show off the strength they had been building up for years now, and that little show of power had show the world how powerful a Zoroark truly was. There was a reason that some myths in the world said they were the most powerful dark types in the world. Blank. The bat. TLE went on for another 20 minutes with Katsumi literally decimating Tyler's other 3 Pokemon thanks to the 3 years of experience she had under her belt, and Naruto could only imagine what type of conversation he would have with Gary and Leaf when they found out that Katsumi is a Zoroark. They were his friends, but they didn't know what species Katsumi belonged to, and when they did ask him, he would say a common dark type in Unova. Truly only the champions, Elite Four members and regional professors knew about Katsumi alongside his close friend Daisy and Sabrina, who speaking off he knew he had to talk to. So with a sigh, he headed back towards the penthouse to get a phone and to finally talk to Sabrina. It took around 10 minutes, but he had finally made it and had made sure no one was home before calling Sabrina's personal number. Ring. The phone rang 3 times and he was getting ready to end when the line on the other end turned on. The screen was still dark and he only heard silence from the other end, so hesitantly he spoke. Hello. He said, and heard someone take a deep breath before a quiet hello was spoken back. Naruto could recognize her voice from any air and found himself smiling upon hearing her. Hey, he said in a calmer tone, and heard a choked sob appear randomly. That instantly got him worried and he quickly ended the call before calling out Pandora and telling her to use teleport to get them to Saffron City. She nodded, and after some concentration, she had warped them right outside the gym. Pandora looked tired, but he knew she would be in, so with a quick thank you, he returned her and made his way into the gym. No one was at the front desk this time, but he already knew the way and calmly walked into the gym, quickly heading towards the gym field itself, where upon reaching it he saw no one but the empty field. He looked at it and slowly pictured the fight he had with Sabrina here when he had first entered. A lot had changed since then, and Naruto smiled when he remembered everything that had happened back before he left Saffron. It was a simpler time. Naruto, he heard a quiet voice say, and turned around to see Sabrina standing on her side of the field. She had red eyes indicating she had been crying and messy hair showing she hadn't showered. She wore her pajamas, and Naruto could only guess for how long she had been in such a state. Slowly he approached her, and as the tears started to come out of her eyes she had begun to fall onto her knees. With speed he didn't know he possessed, he ran across the field and caught her in his arms, where she held onto him and cried. Naruto could only whisper soothing words and hug her whilst she released her tears. She was a mess, and Naruto could only feel guilty knowing he had something to do with this. Everything will be fine, he said, kissing her head like he had done after the promise. She asked into his shoulder as the tears finally stopped coming. Naruto felt one of his own tears come out and only nodded his head, not trusting his voice at the moment. They stayed in the same sitting position for a long time. Naruto didn't know for how long, but he didn't care. He had missed Sabrina these last few months, and even if he didn't show it and told himself he didn't, deep down he knew he did. Come on, let's stand up, he finally said, grabbing a hold of her hands and standing up. She copied him and did the same. He looked into her eyes and felt himself smile. He had truly missed her, and by the smile on her face, he could only guess she had too. They had gone to her room after, and Naruto had sent her into the shower knowing she needed it. She was at first scared thinking he would leave, but he had promised her that he had no reason to leave for another 2 days. She had believed him and went into the shower. Whilst she was there, Naruto released the Pokemon he had on hand and happily told them what had happened. They were all quite happy to find out he had finally forgiven her, but they had a lot to explain to his newer Pokemon. So while his team did that, Naruto went and picked up 2 Pokeballs off of her cupboard. He had seen them enough times to know who was in them, and when he released the 2 psychic Pokemon, he could only look amused when he saw the 2 look shocked upon seeing him. "It is good to see you, Master Naruto," Alakazam said, and Naruto could hear the happy tone he had said it with alongside the smile he had on his face. He could only nod to the side Pokemon as Espeon had literally jumped on him and made him fall onto Sabrina's bed as she showered him with affection. Naruto could only laugh. Soon enough, Espeon had relaxed and she alongside Alakazam got to meet up with their old and new friends. Sabrina had come out of the shower 3:0 minutes after in some clothes that weren't her pajamas. "You look good," he said after the first few awkward seconds. She broke into a smile and thanked him for the compliment before slowly but surely they got into a conversation that lasted the whole day. They talked and felt the awkwardness slowly fade away before it felt like they hadn't been apart for months. They were laughing and smiling. The Pokemon could only look in happiness as neither of them had smiled so much in the last few months. Soon enough, the end of the day had arrived and he was standing in front of the gym with Sabrina by his side. He had decided to stay with her in Saffron for the next days before returning to the Indigo League with her. "I'm planning to go to Unova next and I was wondering if you'd like to come. I know for a fact that it has beautiful places," he said, trying to entice her into coming as he knew she liked to travel because of the beautiful places she could visit. She giggled at the way he had devised his offer and leaned up so that their faces were inches away from the other. Without needing an invitation, Naruto closed the distance between them and captured her lips. They stayed like that until the need for oxygen appeared. Breaking apart, both had smiles on their red faces and she leaned into him before speaking. "I'll take you up on that offer, Naruto," she said with a wink before leaving. Naruto could only shake his head before leaving to the Poke Center with a goofy smile on his face. Blank. 2 days later. Their 2 days of fun, as Sabrina had named it, had gone by quickly, but they had enjoyed it and cherished every moment of it, which was what truly mattered to them. Naruto had an enjoyable last few months with Daisy and his Pokemon, but the time he had spent with Sabrina had beaten that. He had forgiven her a long time ago and had only accepted it when he had finally laid eyes on her puffy red eyes 2 days ago. They had talked about everything, and Naruto regretted his decision to inform her of his date with Leaf as she hadn't talked to him for a couple of hours. Of course, he didn't understand why she was mad with him, as nothing but a kiss had happened, but she had gotten over it and they continued to enjoy their days together. Of course, after the first day, they had spent their time relaxing with their Pokemon and themselves alongside having a small battle which was between the now evolved Zatu and Private. Finally, though, the day to go back to the Indigo League had come and Naruto had to stop himself from laughing as Sabrina struggled with her luggage that Alakazam had to help her carry. She had of course seen him and stuck her tongue out at him, making him even more amused. "Ready?" he asked her as Pandora stood by the luggage whilst Alakazam stood by them. She gave him a nod as both Alakazam and Pandora had started to glow before soon enough warping them outside the penthouse with Sabrina's luggage in his face as Pandora had told him with the cheerful smile she always wore. Slowly he opened the door and watched in concern as his friends were all sprawled out on the couches looking exhausted. Sharing a glance with Sabrina, they had made their way in, effectively getting everyone's attention. "You okay?" They all yelled, jumping onto him with wide arms, and Naruto could only shout in shock as they made him fall onto the ground. He could hear Sabrina laughing at him and sent her a glare, making her laugh even more than before. A smile of his own came onto his face upon hearing her laughter, and he quickly enough pushed his friends off of him. "Mind telling me what that was about?" he asked, making his way next to the now calm Sabrina, who was leaning against the couch. "You've been gone for 3 days with no trace, we were worried," Daisy said, sending him a glare. "I left a note on the fridge," he said, pointing at the fridge that had a clear note on it. "Oh, come on," they all yelled, falling down, and Naruto could only shake his head in amusement as Sabrina giggled at them again. "So who's this?" Gary said, standing up and making his way onto the couch as everyone else followed his example. "My name's Sabrina. I'm a close friend of Naruto's," she said, introducing herself whilst taking a seat next to Naruto. Only Leaf and Daisy noticed how close she was to him but didn't say anything as Naruto finally started telling them why he had left for 3 days. They, in turn, Told him how he had been put on everyone's radar for housing a Zoroark and he had to sit through the lecture leaf and Gary gave him foe. Are not telling them the truth about Katsumi. Naruto wouldn't lie, he didn't listen to them and instead checked his Pokédex to see who his next opponent was. Sabrina had also leaned into him and he subconsciously wrapped his arm around her. She only snuggled deeper into him and watched as he checked his opponent's Pokémon out. He had a familiar-looking Blastoise, Nidoqueen and Raiden before it finally clicked. He scrolled down going deeper into the trainer's page before a name finally appeared. Gary Oak was his first match in the semifinals. Blank, underscore, blank. I hope you're ready for a beatdown, Naruto. Gary yelled across the field with multiple people cheering. Naruto only stood silently waiting for the battle to start. Last night after he found out Gary was his oppo. Naruto looked at all his Pokémon and used his photographic memory to remember most moves the Pokémon could use and learn. If it hadn't been for Sabrina he would have never gotten to bed. But he did. And he had woken up with the girl lying on top of him in his bed. Luckily he was able to get out of the awkward but somewhat nice position without her waking up and had gotten prepared. Now she, Al, alongside Leaf and Daisy were in the stands watching them have the most important battle between them. He was chosen to choose first and went with his most versatile member. Private flew into the sky the instant he was released and surveyed the field looking for anything he could use to his advantage. The field itself was a small forest which would mean he would have to be versatile against his opponent. Not bad, but I can do better. Gary yelled releasing his Pidgeot and Naruto felt a small bit of his confidence rise. Gary's team was full of monsters but he had unknowingly chosen the one Pokem on who Private had the best chance against. Let's start this off, Pidgeot, use Aerial Ace. Gary yelled to his Pokémon who squawked before glowing and disappearing. Private stayed in the same position. Just waiting for the perfect chance to act upon a plan he had made in less than a few seconds. He was like his trainer and would always have a plan ready for any opponent. That was why Naruto didn't have to speak to the bird as he trusted him to be ready. Finally, after a grueling couple seconds of nothing, the winds to his right slightly changed and he activated his own Aerial Ace before disappearing and hitting Pidgeot who had stopped exactly where he had been a few moments ago. The bird squawked upon being hit and quickly got dodged the incoming steel wing that Private tried to hit him with. Good job, Naruto's mental voice said to him as he stared down the normal type. Air slash. Gary yelled and Naruto was quick to follow. Do the same, he said to his bird who released two blades of wind. That met Pidgeot's and made a smokescreen that is a dark type he used to his advantage. Twister the smokescreen. Gary yelled to his Pokémon who quickly flapped his wings before making a blue tornado. Go through it using Steel Drive before using another Aerial Ace, Naruto said to his Pokémon who didn't respond and did as told. His front glowed with steel-type energy which he used to go right through the twister. It hurt him but not as much thanks to the steel typing he had activated. Quickly enough he was glowing the familiar white before disappearing and hitting Pidgeot again who was in the process of making a second twister. The bird squawked in annoyance trying to get his wings flapping but Private was one step ahead and used a dark pulse that had sent him flying towards the ground. Naruto watched as Pidgeot hit the ground and listened to how Gary yelled its species name in worry. Hold it in place with Psychic and use Hyper Beam, Naruto said, sticking with his no friends rule and no wing that the normal type was still up even after all that damage. Private's eyes glowed blue and a loud squawk was heard from the ground. They ignored it. A Private did a flip and started heading straight down towards Pidgeot with a beam in his beak. Pidgeot tried to move but Psychic was one of Private's best moves for a reason as he knew how to use it better than some Psychic Pokémon. Now, Naruto yelled, speaking out loud for the first time throughout the MTCH, and the flying type did as he was told. The beam went straight down and hit the normal type head on, doing enough damage to finish him and knock him unconscious. Gary didn't look deterred though and returned his flying type before releasing his Arcanine who if they played it correctly they could beat quite easily. Start this off with a Dragon Pulse. Gary yelled and Naruto didn't have to say anything to his dark type as he already knew what to do. The orbs of dragon energy got close to Private but he was able to bat them away. A steel wing before firing a dark pulse at the fire type who dodged using extreme speed. Flamethrower. Gary yelled to Arcanina who stopped and released a stream of flames which were dodged by Private. Air Cutter, Naruto ordered to his Pokémon who had just dodged the flames. Private squawked and with a flip released two blades of air that flew and missed the Arcanine who dodged again with extreme speed. This went on for a few minutes where one Pokémon would release an attack and the other would dodge until Gary had enough of it. Thunder Fang mixed with extreme speed. Gary yelled to Arcanine who ran too fast for the eye to spot. Only Private could see him now use Aerial Ace to dodge at the last second with Drill Peck. Naruto ordered, trusting his dark type to do as he had said. Nothing happened until Private began to glow and disappeared himself as a second later Arcanine with electric fangs appeared in his spot. The fire type howled in pain as a Drill Peck hit his side and sent him into the ground. Private saw his chance and released 2 air cutters at Arcanine, who screamed in pain again. Quickly get up and use Hyper Beam. Gary yelled to his fire type and Naruto was right behind him. Do the same, he said to Private, who nodded and positioned himself. Both Pokemon released their beams at the same time and everyone watched as they struggled for dominance until they both blew up, making a smokescreen. Psychic, hold him in place, Naruto said, not wanting Arcanine to move whilst they recharged. A pink outline surrounded Arcanine's figure and he released a growl of anger. Gary still wore a smirk and his next words explained it. Break free with Flare Blitz and attack him. He yelled to his Pokemon. Arcanine's form was surrounded in blue flames which allowed him to destroy the Psy. She can fly at Private, who was still grounded. Cut the oxygen. Naruto yelled, this time knowing how powerful the move could be and hoping Private had enough time to recharge. Private's eyes glowed blue and he flapped his wings. Naruto could see the fire getting smaller, but it would still hit his bird, so he changed his plan. Use a Dark Pulse. He yelled to his Pokemon, whose eyes stopped glowing and a concentrated beam of dark energy came flying out of his beak, meeting the now weakened fire move. Naruto knew that after this match Private couldn't be kept in the field as his Moxie ability was put ting a strain on him, and the multiple elements he's had to switch through to use powerful moves was finally affecting him. Arcanine broke through the Dark Pulse and hit Private head on, sending him into the wall behind him. Arcanine looked extremely tired too, and when the recoil hit him he dropped onto the ground as the earlier moves alongside the Moxie-powered Dark Pulse had finally got to him. Trainers returned their Pokemon with thanks and met the other eyes. Gary knew he only had one Pokemon left and that there was a high chance he would lose, but he didn't care. This had been the best match he had ever had and he knew that the battle he had asked for at the start of his journey was finally happening. He felt proud in himself and his team that he had been able to push Naruto and had even fainted one of his strongest. Thank you, Naruto, he whispered to himself before throwing out his last Pokemon and releasing Blastoise, who got ready for the match. Naruto looked at his opponents and could see Gary standing in front of him with a Squirtle by his side. It felt like that day had happened years ago, but it hadn't, and Naruto was now fulfilling his promise of the fight Gary wanted. With an excited grin, he released Cage, who tensed upon being released, knowing he was in a battle. Use Hydro Pump, Razor Leaf. Both trainers yelled to their Pokemon with excitement being heard in their voices. The adrenaline that had been pumping through their bodies since the start of their fight had begun to move again and they felt sharper than before. Both attacks met in the middle and stopped each other. Aura Sphere. Stop it with Air Slash. Both trainers yelled. The Aura Sphere got cut through with the first Air Slash, allowing the second to hit Blastoise, making him grunt. Hydro Pump again. Gary yelled and Naruto was quick to follow. Dodge them all, he said to Cage, who nodded and ran around the field that was now missing trees. Blastoise kept on using Hydro Pump to try and hit Cage, but the grass type was just too fast. Cage suddenly jumped into the sky and Blastoise grinned, seeing a perfect chance to use his water move. He launched it and Cage's leaves glowed green. He spun allowing him to go through the Hydro Pump and hit Blastoise with the super effective move. The water type grunted but paid him back with an ice punch which froze parts of his right arm. Cage was smart enough to jump back, but not without shooting an energy ball which was stopped by a Protect. Now the trainers and Pokemon were grinning. This was turning into a match of rivals that would do anything to win. Dark Pulse. Meet it head on with Flash Cannon. Gary yelled to his starter. The Flash Cannon missed the Dark Pulse as it went through the middle, but he was able to hit Shiftry, doing damage, but he was also hurt by the Dark Pulse. The smoke from being hit by the attacks disappeared and both Pokemon were revealed to be standing but taking deep breaths. Skull Bash. Gary yelled to his Pokemon, who grunted and shot himself at Shifty Skull first. Brick Break. Naruto yelled to his Pokemon, who wordlessly dodged the Skull Bash and hit the turtle with a Brick Break, sending him into the ground next to him. Rapid Spin. Gary yelled to his water type, who retreated into his shell seconds later and spun, hitting Cage's legs. Now Ice Punch. Gary yelled to his Pokemon, who jumped out of his shell and smashed his fist into Cage, who blocked the move with a Brick Break. A light shine came out of it and everybody watched as both Pokemon struggled to get the upper hand until Naruto spoke. Bullet Seed. He yelled to his Pokemon, who opened his mouth and shot the grass-type move. Blastoise grunted before the move finally weakened him enough to make him let go of Cage, who used the opportunity to move away. Aura Sphere. Gary yelled to his weakened Pokemon, but Naruto was one step ahead this time. break through with air slash and then finish it with leaf blade. He yelled to his Pokemon who had already destroyed the fighting move and was a second away from hitting the water type. Both trainer and Pokemon accepted their defeat and didn't say anything as Cage ended the match with the super effective move. The crowd roared in happiness at seeing the intense battle between rivals end, and the said rivals were in the same boat. They were both happy and showed it when they met in the middle and shook the other's hand. Good match, Naruto said with a smile, and Gary laughed before speaking. Next time you're going down, he said, and Naruto could only laugh back, happy to see that the loss hadn't affected their friendship. Both made their way off the field and met up with the girls, who congratulated them on the match. While his friends talked, Naruto could only hold his necklace and hope his sister had seen one of his best matches. Let's go celebrate, Daisy randomly said, and they all agreed, heading towards the penthouse. Naruto Juniper, somebody said, and he turned to his right to see a man dressed in black looking at him. Yes, he asked. Could you follow me to the viewing area? He said, and Naruto was quick to realize that he was wanted at the place where the champion and the Indigo Elite Four were stationed. He told his friends to go on without him and released Frost for some company and to help him if it was needed. Hello, Frost's mental voice said, and Naruto scratched his feathers. The dark type released a purr and stayed on alert when Naruto explained to him what was going on and why he was out. The ice type felt warmth spread through him as the implications hit him. T of the Pokemon on his belt, he wanted him, the new guy, to help him. It just showed how much trust he had in his Pokemon. Soon enough they had made it, and before he could enter, Frost stopped him and went in first to see if there was anything off. Naruto shook his head but amused the Weavile as he looked around the room before spotting the curious eyes of the multiple people watching him. Payo pli fr. Ost told him, and he sent his thanks to his friends before entering. Immediately his emotional mask came on as the first two people he saw were his parents. Around them were the Elite Four: Agatha, Karen, Bruno, Lance, Lorelei, Will and Koga. He didn't say anything and waited for them to say anything. It's good to see you again, Naruto, Minato, his father said, and he sent him an uninterested look. I can't say the same, he said, making the blonde man look sad. Weavile laughed behind his claw at hearing his reply but stopped as Kushina stood up and slowly made his way towards Naruto. She acted like he was a wild Pokemon and would attack her if she made any sudden movements. She was worried about the wrong person as Weavile appeared in front of him with an ice beam, making Kushina freeze. Can I know why you were approaching me like a wild animal? He asked politely, not wanting to seem rude in front of all the important figures that were watching this. Kushina stayed silent for a second before answering. Well, I don't know how you would have reacted to a sudden hug, she said, and Naruto felt his eyebrow twitch before speaking. It would be best if you just didn't touch me, he told her. Webby La made sure his point was shown by turning of the ice beam and activating his brick break. Can I know why I was called up here? He asked, this time pointing the question towards Lance, who coughed in to his hand before answering. Your parents wanted to talk to you but they couldn't find you, so we used this chance to get you up here and talk. Naruto's eyebrow was now twitching every couple seconds and people could tell he was annoyed. He turned towards his parents and spoke. You couldn't find me because I didn't want to be found, he began. And I don't want to talk to you two about anything. It will be a long time before I even think of forgiving you of what you did to me, he finished with a sneer and was about to turn around and leave, only to be stopped by an old voice. Show me the ghost type that is on your belt, Agatha said, pointing at his belt, and Naruto didn't even question how she knew. It was rumored that she had a connection to the ghost type that was unmatched by anyone. He released Spars, who greeted both him and Frost with a wave of his plasma hands before looking around the room and finally spotting Agatha. He zipped toward her and Agatha chuckled at the energetic Pock. Emin before facing him. He had come to this same league years ago as an Ampharos, and now years later he has come back as a Rotom, she told him, confirming his suspicious of Sparks dying as an electric type and being resurrected. Take care of him, and if you need any help with ghost types, head to Lavender Town where he'll be waiting, she told him. Naruto looked shocked as being helped by an Elite Four member was extremely rare. Sparks flew back to him and Naruto sent him a smile before he bowed, something Frost and Sparks did too, and thanked her for the opportunity. She only sent him a grin and he left, not seeing the interested looks Karn and Will sent him. Minato and Kushina could only look heartbroken as their oldest son had basically disowned them. Let's go celebrate, Naruto finally said his Pokemon, who cheered and ran ahead of him, making him laugh. His Pokemon brought out the best of him and he was grateful for that. So that's for today, thanks for watching.